Bad news, death has claimed you. Good news, you have traversed into another realm. Bad news, you find yourself clad in the mysterious. Good news, you have not perused the book. Bad news, what you have just inadvertently swallowed appears to be an extraordinary trait belonging to a fortunate one. Chapter 1. The Fortunate One. Hun hun, should you find yourself within the realm of the mysterious, it must mean you are a creature born of destiny. The girl, referred to as Hun hun, gazed with bewilderment at the girl with black hair and a classic Asian visage, her deep brown eyes reflecting confusion, a hefty backpack slung over her shoulders and clad in oversized athletic attire. Emblazoned across her chest was something. What was it? It was indistinguishable, yet her memory whispered that it likely bore the insignia of her school. For the moment, she would call her Hun hun, as she turned her attention to the dense white fog that enveloped the surroundings, shrouding the scene in mystery. The girl speaking was the only discernible entity amidst the haze. At this very moment, the girl stood beside her, entwining their arms, her face alight with excitement as she conversed animatedly, and they seemed to be in the midst of a road. Hun hun blinked, her gaze sweeping across the swirling fog, which gradually dissipated as her memory sharpened, revealing a semblance of clarity about her surroundings. They stood upon the thoroughfare, attired in matching garments, suggesting they were classmates, perhaps even close friends. This notion flashed through Hun hun's mind, granting her a fleeting sense of clarity, though it felt insufficient. Those varying heights, scattered along the sides of the street, adorned with signs. Those were shops. Occasionally, a four-wheeled metal box whizzed past, emitting a piercing sound. Those were automobiles. And what else? The mysterious, the creatures, seemed to be concepts from a book that the girl before her held dear. The protagonist's name, what was it? A sharp pang in her head interrupted Hun hun's musings, prompting her to redirect her thoughts. What had just transpired? Why was she here? Why did the expression of the girl beside her gradually morph into one of terror? Hun hun. Time slipped away from Hun hun's contemplation as she caught a glimpse of the girl's increasingly alarmed features, followed by a shrill scream, and then an overwhelming pain. Hun hun jolted upright, her gaze falling upon her intact form, a vague realization dawning upon her mind that the recent events might have been a dream. Then, who was she? Perhaps she was indeed Hun Huns. She prepared to lower her head to scrutinize her own appearance. An involuntary shiver coursed through her, compelling her to lift her gaze toward a certain direction. There, a figure nearly blending into the shadows was warily observing her. Who are you? Do you recall what transpired? It was a male voice. Hun hun blinked thoughtfully, her mind instinctively following his words, attempting to piece together the events that had unfolded. Or rather, what this body had endured. The man, his face etched with fear, retreated, but inadvertently stepped on a stone, falling to the ground with his head striking a sharp rock. The breathless man slowly emanated a beautiful, glimmering crystal from his body, and as if drawn by an unseen force, she approached to pick it up. In her meticulous examination, she accidentally stepped on something, tumbling to the ground as well. The crystal flew from her grasp during her fall, fortuitously landing within her open mouth. And then what? Or perhaps even earlier, a slight pang pulsed in her brain, an instinctual warning urging her to cease her thoughts. I remember a man perished before my eyes. A beautiful, shimmering crystal appeared from him, and I approached to examine it closely. And then I fell. Fell? Yes, that crystal slipped from my grasp and seemingly found its way into my mouth. Did I just consume something I should not have? She gazed around in confusion this time. The darkness was replaced by a modest room. She lay upon a bed, the man from her dream, regarding her with a complex expression. Beside him stood a man with dark hair and green eyes, exuding a nonchalant and irreverent demeanor, his hair tousled, and two silver hexagons adorning his shoulders. Unlike his companion, whose expression was inscrutable, this man's astonishment was palpable. Why do you gaze at me so? And about that dream? Perhaps noticing the girl's bewilderment, the casually poised man offered a gentle smile, leisurely addressing her. Well then, it seems we ought to clarify your current situation. First, may I ask your name? An extraordinary scene cascaded before her. A girl chasing a pocket watch bearing, talking White Rabbit into a burrow. Accompanying this vision was a vague impulse, prompting her to exclaim almost instinctively, Alice Kingsley. Ah, so it is Miss Alice. Have you heard of the Extraordinary Ones? Extraordinary Ones? Yes, that I do not recall. Pardon? I do not recall apart from what I just conveyed to you. I remember nothing. The dark-haired, green-eyed man exchanged glances with the gray-eyed one, seemingly communicating through their eyes, though it was unclear if they truly did. Regardless, the dark-haired man turned his attention back to Alice. Well then, allow me to introduce you to the Extraordinary Ones. So, What you are saying is I am now a sequence 7 of the Path of Monsters, a fortunate one. With the officer's explanations, Alice finally grasped the concepts of the extraordinary ones, the paths, and the sequences, seeking confirmation from the two. Indeed, we two were unprepared for such an occurrence. As he spoke, the dark-haired, greeny gentleman's expression twisted momentarily, reflecting the incredulity of an ordinary person inadvertently swallowing a sequence 7. Extraordinary trait, emerging unscathed, transformed into an extraordinary one despite seemingly losing her memory. They had previously examined the girl and found her body and spirit remarkably normal, making it hard to believe she had swallowed a sequence 7 trait. One might say she was indeed a fortunate one. Of course, it could not be ruled out that Alice harbored undisclosed issues, such as her prior amnesia, but in any case, her survival and ascension to become an extraordinary one clearly surpassed the bounds of ordinary luck. To Fortune's child, time is a concept imbued with relativity. For some, 3 years may seem a fleeting moment, while for others, it stretches into an eternity. As exemplified by Alice, who has devoted herself to 3 years of study. This life of diligent learning resonates with the memories of Juan Juan. Yet Alice still finds herself unable to recall the majority of Juan Juan's past. What was her name? What kind of family did she have? What friends did she cherish? Or her likes and dislikes? What manner of person was she? These experiential memories appear to have vanished from the recesses of Alice's mind, even with extraordinary means. She has not been able to retrieve them. Nevertheless, Alice has managed to conjure several remarkable images. In her recollections, Juan Juan dwelled in a realm strikingly different from her own. Whether it was the automobiles glimpsed in her visions or the many modern technological marvels that now surface in her mind, they all seem to belong to a world absent here, including the very adjectives that accompany these hazy memories. Through Juan Juan's vivid impressions of classes, assignments, and examinations, Alice realizes that a significant portion of Juan Juan's existence was likely composed of these elements. She was a student. The girl who appeared amidst the white mist seems to have been a very close friend of Juan Juan, and it is certain that the memories pertaining to that girl have not entirely faded, although the extent of their retention remains unclear to Alice. With her gradual acquisition of common knowledge and esoteric wisdom, Alice becomes aware that the slight tingling sensation she occasionally experiences serves as a spiritual warning. Yet, aside from everything related to Juan Juan, the memories belonging to the original owner of this body remain conspicuously absent, as if this vessel was meticulously crafted as an empty shell meant solely for her. This thought startled Alice at first, but for reasons unknown, she resisted delving deeper into such inquiries. What Alice has come to know about this body ultimately stems from the documents she perused. A select few who recognize this girl refer to her as Alice. Perhaps that is not her true name, perhaps she has a surname, but no one seems to care, hence no one knows. 3 years ago, she was likely around 12 or 13, or possibly 14 or 15, malnourished and underdeveloped. Her precise age remains indeterminate, as no one could say for sure. However, Alice speculates that she was likely on the younger side, for even in a nourishing environment, her development had only just begun. She survived by begging, stealing, and scavenging, occasionally fortunate enough to be hired by kind-hearted individuals for errands. This was the life of most street children in the city. Notably, after cleansing her tangled, grimy hair, wiping the mud and dust from her face, and donning clean clothing, this girl possessed a face that could be described as fairly beautiful. Of course, she was not breathtakingly stunning, but she had remarkably radiant golden hair and pure blue eyes. Such vibrant hues seemed almost incongruous for a street child. Yet, the features obscured by grime and dirt evoked a subtle sense of familiarity in Alice, perhaps stemming from Juan Juan. Indeed, Alice remains ambivalent about whether she is truly Juan Juan, preferring instead to embrace the name she instinctively uttered, Alice Kingsley. Naturally, the documents contained more than just this. Alice also gleaned information regarding her case. The man she witnessed, who fell in terror, was an fortunate soul. After all, it is rare to hear of a sequence 7 extraordinary being meeting their demise in such a manner. Is it not? Yet, this is precisely how dramatically events unfolded. As if fate played a cruel jest upon him, he ascended to the rank of extraordinary being without encountering significant setbacks or triumphs. And then, one fateful night, he abruptly perished. Subsequently, a passing street girl claimed his extraordinary traits, becoming the new fortunate one. If his extraordinary abilities were a gift from fate meant for that girl, then he was merely the courier. However, Alice found herself with no alternative, for she had already accepted the gift. and now she could only wait for the day when fate would demand its due. Indeed, Alice preferred to characterize that extraordinary trait in this manner, for on that day, the officer, or rather, the night watchman, had informed her that they had reported her to B-Clan, yet the individuals dispatched by B-Clan conducted a thorough examination, concluding that she was more normal than an ordinarily advancing, extraordinary being. As for the path leading to her sequence, potions and attributes were discerned through divination and scrying concerning that courier, the fortunate one. Sequence 9, the monster boasts heightened inspiration, frequently perceiving sounds unheard by others and witnessing sights invisible to the eye, occasionally catching glimpses of future events, with a keen intuition for danger. Sequence 8, the machine, possesses terrifying computational abilities and precise control, with enhanced physical qualities across various domains, becoming a prodigy in combat, marksmanship, and similar fields, while also acquiring divination and counter-divination capabilities. Sequence 7, the lucky one, aptly named, bestows extraordinary fortune, albeit uncontrollable, passive, and variable, sometimes exceptionally powerful, other times akin to an ordinary person. As for what follows, it is evidently impossible for Alice to return to the life of a street child. Alice has been retained in Tingen City, temporarily residing within a church for observation. Given the peculiar circumstances surrounding her, considering her age and vast gaps in knowledge, she has nominally been inducted into Tingen City's night watchman team. However, one cannot expect a child who has yet to master even the alphabet to undertake missions, can they? In truth, Alice has hardly ventured to the headquarters of a night watchman. Her daily life has been meticulously arranged, focusing on language and various foundational courses. This is not only to supplement Alice's scant knowledge, but also to facilitate a period of isolation from the extraordinary world, allowing for careful observation of her condition. As for Alice, well, she quickly adapted to this life of study, even feeling that the time spent learning was insufficient. Indeed, she often felt as though she ought to study for 10 hours a day to be doing it right. What sort of life had Juan led before? Did she not require sleep? Upon realizing her thoughts, Alice fell into deep contemplation regarding this question, as she truly could not fathom how anyone could study for such extended hours each day. 3. The unseen. This marks the first day of Alice's formal studies in the realm of mysticism. "Good morning, Sister Roshan," she exclaimed, finally liberated from the vexing general studies and no longer burdened by the tedious study of Hermes language and ancient Hermes language. She greeted Roshan at the entrance with exuberance. "Have you seen the captain?" "Good morning, Alice," Roshan yawned, smiling warmly upon recognizing her. "The captain is in the office." "Ah, you look quite spirited." Alice had seldom ventured into the underground, or rather had hardly done so in the past 3 years. Her encounter with Roshan had actually occurred by chance at the church, where she was pleasantly surprised to find Roshan engaged in clerical work. "I'm so happy. I finally don't have to attend classes anymore. Oh wait, I still have to attend the mysticism course, but it must surely be different from the general studies and that infernal Hermes language and ancient Hermes language, right?" Roshan looked at Alice with a hint of exasperation. After growing familiar with one another, Roshan had heard Alice's incessant complaints about language learning more than anything else. It was evident that Alice truly struggled with acquiring new languages. Disheartened by the lack of affirmation, Alice withdrew her pleading gaze and let out a theatrical sigh, only to find herself laughing midway through it. "All right, I'm off to find the captain. Sister Roshan, goodbye." "Goodbye," came Roshan's feeble response from behind. Alice did not turn back. She knew that Roshan would soon be preparing a cup of coffee. In a fleeting moment, Alice saw a vaguely defined male figure in formal attire push the door open and enter, while Roshan was busy brewing coffee. She heard the man greet Roshan with a warm, "Good morning, Miss Roshan." Alice blinked, and the scene vanished, acting as though she had seen nothing. She knocked on the door of Officer Dunn Smith, the gray-eyed officer she had first encountered. "Come in." Dunn's voice resonated with a deep and soothing tone. Alice stepped inside to find Dunn seated at his desk, shrouded in an overwhelming aura of darkness that seemed eager to engulf him. She recognized it as an omen of death. Maintaining a facade of nonchalance, Alice smiled brightly, mirroring the cheerfulness she had displayed before Roshan. As she met Dunn's profound gaze, she was about to speak when a vision materialized before her. The previously indistinct man stood at the desk, and she heard a solemn response, "Yes, I have made my choice." However, why did he appear twice with his features still obscured? As she waited for the vision to dissipate, Alice reined in her smile and addressed Dunn. "Captain, do you have other visitors this morning? You saw that?" Upon noticing Alice's sudden change in demeanor, Dunn, who understood the peculiarities of the monster pathway, realized something. May I return to see you later? Alice furrowed her brow as she sought the right words. Why? Perhaps I shouldn't have seen him. Is it a revelation? I'm not certain. A soft knocking interrupted her thoughts, prompting Alice to instinctively close her eyes. Dunn furrowed his brow at Alice's closed eyelids before saying, Come in. Alice heard footsteps approaching, followed by a bewildered gaze landing upon her. Her instinct screamed at her not to open her eyes. The absence of tangible noise caused a throbbing headache for Alice, prompting her to shift a few steps to the side, brace herself against the wall, and rub her temples. Now I'm sure I really cannot see him, or I might die. Dunn looked on in astonishment, unable to fathom what had transpired. Yet he introduced the two individuals. This is Klein Moretti, a recently added civilian staff member. Do you remember? Alice nodded. And this is Alice Kingsley, a lucky one. Roshan should have mentioned her to you. She's the one. That lucky one? Am I really that famous? Although Alice kept her eyes shut, Klein discerned the vibrant curiosity in her tone. Only when Dunn rapped his fingers on the table as a warning did Alice rein in her exuberance, returning to her previous weak posture, supporting her head. I intended for you both to accompany me to see old Neil. Well, Dunn sighed helplessly at the scene. Alice, you should head back for now and return in the afternoon. All right. Alice swiftly turned, as if fearing Dunn might change his mind. And as she passed the source of the gaze, she finally opened her eyes. Klein Moretti, I feel as if I've heard that name somewhere before. Her murmured words, though audible to the other two, elicited a moment of hesitation, but they soon found themselves distracted. Alice's actions froze once more as the eerie white mist, absent for 3 years, reappeared, revealing the girl from years past who had once spoken to her. However, this time, the girl's voice was unclear. Alice could only see her lips moving, discerned amidst the chaotic murmurs of vague name. Zhou. Ming. Rui. A loud crash startled Alice, and the frantic screams from her instincts prevented her from turning around. She heard a shocked, articulate voice in Chinese behind her. You? The single word seemed to carry a multitude of questions, abruptly halted, prompting Alice to realize that this person might have heard that name. The precise Chinese, even if just one word, was enough to serve as evidence in Alice's eyes. Perhaps for others, it was uncertain whether it was indeed Chinese due to its singularity. But Alice's intuition had already provided her with the answer. For Alice, her current objectives were threefold: to uncover Huan's past, to discover her own past, and to locate the sender of that gift. The revelation pertaining to one of her primary goals certainly warranted a response from her. Thus, Alice closed her eyes, turned her body toward the source of the voice, and replied in Rune, Perhaps I should invite you to lunch. Although dining with my eyes closed is not the wisest idea, you can find me at the church. Then, she turned and walked away, wholly unconcerned about the troubles her actions might cause Klein, leaving the task of explaining such complications to others. Have you heard of the fool? Dining with her eyes closed was evidently not a prudent choice. Seated opposite Klein, Alice, having wrapped a cloth around her eyes to prevent inadvertently opening them, began to regret her decision for what felt like the umpteenth time. Strangely enough, what troubled her most was not the inability to find her meal. For some reason, she had become quite adept at navigating with her eyes shut. In fact, what she detested most was not being able to see her food, as, to be frank, Rune was not a nation renowned for its culinary delights. Yet, Alice firmly believed that at least half of one's appetite derived from the appearance of the food. That being said, regarding the culinary standards of Rune, even opening her eyes would only affect the mood of her meal, right? Of course, that did not deter Alice from feeling enraged, and with the fervor of a foe. She viciously tore off a piece of bread as if she were carving flesh from an enemy. Undeniably, this act of ritualistic vengeance startled Klein in a manner that rendered him speechless. He hesitated several times, but alas, it was like casting flirtatious glances at a blind person. Who could blame Alice for obstructing her vision? I thought you had something to say to me. Unable to contain herself, Alice initiated the conversation after another fierce tear from the bread. Klein, evidently disrupted by Alice's spontaneous mention of a name, had spent the entire morning pondering this very question. At that moment, he wasted no time in asking the carefully formulated question he had constructed throughout the morning. That name? Where did you hear it? I don't know, Alice replied, tearing off another piece of bread as she spoke. The response rendered the atmosphere at the scene utterly frozen. Klein found himself uncertain whether he should continue with his inquiries, and could only emit the most common sound people make when perplexed. Huh? Surely, you must have heard of my amnesia? Alice relinquished her struggle with the bread, turning her blind gaze towards Klein, though she could discern nothing. Then why Klein regarded Alice with confusion. He had indeed heard that this fortunate lady had lost her memories of the past. Yet it was implausible that someone named Zhou Mingrue existed in Rune. She must have acquired that name from elsewhere. What if she could recall something? In my last, or perhaps my first memory, Alice set the bread aside, straightened her posture, and displayed an unusual seriousness. A girl clad in an unattractive, oversized tracksuit emblazoned with a school emblem called me Huan Huan. I remember we were classmates. Huan Huan? Klein was momentarily taken aback, a conjecture surfacing from the depths of his mind. For this was evidently not a name characteristic of Rune. Yes, and it seemed she spoke in another language, Alice remarked, her expression contemplative, in a tongue wholly divergent from Rune's linguistic framework. Chinese? Klein could no longer contain himself. He resolved to lay his cards on the table. After all, this amnesiac fortunate lady likely struggled to recall much, and, judging by her description, he suspected she was not particularly old. You indeed know. Alice's lips curved into a delightful smile, and even without sight, her joy was palpable. You must have some connection to that place. So, can you tell me who Zhou Mingrue is? It is I, Klein conceded with a hint of resignation. Alice's demeanor grew even more animated. Have you heard of automobiles? Have you heard of neon lights? Have you heard of the internet? Have you heard of I have heard of all those things, Klein interrupted her, finally realizing the purpose behind this fortunate lady's inquiries. She was akin to a drifting plant in search of solid ground. The world of her memories diverged from Rune, yet she was unable to recall the people and events associated with it. Perhaps she had even forgotten her own name. How much better am I than her? Klein chuckled self-deprecatingly and shook his head. Perhaps we hail from the same place, a realm known as Earth. Earth, Alice echoed the word, then instinctively recited a string of facts. The third planet from the sun, 5 billion kilometers away, the only celestial body known to nurture and support life. Klein interrupted her recitation mercilessly. Hold on. Alice ceased her speech. Do you remember how you traversed? Do you recall what traversing means? Klein attempted to redirect the conversation. I don't remember, but I can imagine, Alice replied. If memory serves, I should have died? Yes. I recall conversing with that girl who called me Huan Huan, and then she suddenly appeared terrified, screaming for me to be careful. After that, I only felt a searing pain. Recollecting death was evidently not a pleasant experience. The profound anguish pierced Alice's soul, rendering her unable to discern any spiritual forewarning. And thus she fell silent. Klein too recognized that his line of questioning was flawed. Pursuing this topic was evidently inappropriate, so he shifted his approach. Did you encounter anything particularly unusual? Could you be more specific? Alice inquired, confusion etched on her face, though she likely would not remember. But what if a reminder could spark a recollection? Like perhaps something related to mysticism, strange incantations, or rituals, or even objects? Alice furrowed her brow, contemplating. There's one thing, though I'm not entirely certain. What? I heard the last thing she said was that I resembled a born monster. A born monster? The sequence of the fortunate, number 9, called monster. Klein remained silent for an extended period, genuinely at a loss for words. Alice's statement sent chills coursing through him, and he dared not delve deeper into that line of thought. Similarly, Alice chose not to shatter the awkwardness, or rather, she lacked the energy to do so. Fool of a bygone era, mysterious sovereign above the mist, ruler of fortune in yellow and black, I beseech your listening ear. I implore your gaze in the dense white fog. The familiar girl clasped her hands, reciting these words with an exaggeratedly pious demeanor and tone, still in Chinese. It appeared she was demonstrating for me. Alice soon grasped the situation, but as she prepared to continue her contemplation, indistinguishable murmurs and whispers infiltrated the white mist, causing her complexion to pale, and thus the fog dissipated. Have you heard of the fool? She asked, her face turning towards Klein, her voice ethereal and uncertain. Old Neil. Klein, gripped by fear, was bathed in a cold sweat. Lacking the psychological fortitude cultivated through experience, and devoid of the facial control offered by the clowness potion, any observer could discern the depth of Klein's terror. Regrettably, Alice, with her eyes covered, could not fully perceive this fear. She inquired, puzzled, "Why won't you answer me? What should I respond with?" Rather than considering whether to reveal to Alice that he was indeed the fool, Klein opted to steer the conversation towards a safer avenue. "Isn't the fool a card in the tarot? Why do you suddenly ask about this?" Alice remained silent. Klein's voice bore a distinct tone of forced calmness, and coupled with the preceding silence, it confirmed to Alice that he must know something beyond the tarot. Alice was not particularly perceptive. If further inquiries could achieve her aims, she would not hesitate to pursue them. However, she recognized that, given their ignorance, what had just transpired was already a perilous probing, and they could not afford to delve deeper. Primarily, it seemed this was not a notion favored by the spiritual realm. Furthermore, having confirmed the existence of the place from her memories and that there were others in this world who hailed from that same realm, Alice found herself devoid of more questions. The lunch concluded in an eerie atmosphere, with Alice making no attempt to break the silence. While Klein remained unable to entirely collect his thoughts from the emotional upheaval he had just experienced, rendering him disinterested in seeking conversation. In the afternoon, Alice once again entered the headquarters of the Night Watchers, where, under Dunn's guidance, she encountered old Neil. "You are the fortunate one," the elderly gentleman, with hair as white as snow and clad in a classical black robe, sat before a table, lifting his gaze from the gaslight-illuminated books to regard Alice with a look of astonishment. Alice was no stranger to such a gaze. In truth, everyone who had heard her story regarded her with that same expression. Whether it was the unfortunate Series 7 fortunate who had met with a fatal accident, or an ordinary person who inadvertently ingested the extraordinary traits of Series 7 and became an extraordinary being, all were imbued with the unique black humor of fate. "Good afternoon, Mr. Neil." Alice greeted the gentleman reputed to possess profound knowledge of mysticism and considerable experience in the realm of secrets. Then, she beheld a pair of eyes. These eyes lurked in the dense shadow behind old Neil, quietly fixated upon him, as darkness gradually unfurled from those orbs, slowly engulfing old Neil. If this continued, he would meet the same fate as the captain, surrounded by darkness. No, it would be far worse. The captain was merely surrounded, but he would be utterly consumed. Alice restrained her overwhelming urge to flee, striving to animate her stiff facial muscles into a bright, unclouded smile. She must not provoke him. "Please sit," she heard old Neil say. "Would you care for a cup of hand-ground coffee?" "Thank you," Alice replied, advancing to take a seat on the stool. "It seems you haven't had any." Alice noted the clear water in the cup. "Ha, it's my habit not to drink coffee after 3 in the afternoon." Old Neil explained with a smile. "Why's that?" Because it keeps you awake?" Alice speculated. "Indeed, it leads to hearing some inexplicable whispers of existence." Old Neil responded with a grin. Alice nearly succumbed to the impulse to glance at those eyes again, but she forcefully suppressed it, steering the conversation elsewhere. "The captain mentioned I could commence my studies in mysticism. Where shall we begin?" As she spoke, Alice allowed her inherent curiosity to flourish, leaning over old Neil's desk in an attempt to discern its contents. "I heard you're already acquainted with this. What are you looking at?" "What is that?" Alice inquired, her gaze fixated on the yellowed pages. The reason for her lingering gaze, quite simple. She recognized the characters. These block letters, starkly different from the rune script, were in simplified Chinese. It is the diary of Emperor Rousseau." Old Neil's tone suggested he anticipated Alice would inquire how he discerned it was a diary. "Emperor Rousseau?" Alice mused, recalling information about this individual, the one who invented numerous things and penned many tomes. Her spontaneous mention of pen clearly reflected her true thoughts. Having learned of Emperor Rousseau's life, she was certain he hailed from that enigmatic place and had opted to, appropriate the wisdom of his predecessors. Indeed, without being prompted, old Neil remained undeterred. "This is the diary lost by Rousseau Gustave before his death. He recorded it in peculiar symbols of his own invention for the sake of confidentiality." Alice adopted an attentive demeanor. Many believe he did not truly perish, but rather ascended to become a hidden deity, prompting a cult of worshippers to perform various rituals in hopes of gaining power. Occasionally, we encounter such occurrences and obtain a few original or copied notes. To this day, no one has successfully deciphered the true significance of those peculiar symbols. Thus, the sanctuary permits us to retain copies for study, hoping for an unexpected revelation. I have deciphered several of the symbols, confirming they represent numbers, and discovered this is indeed a diary. I am currently comparing the recorded events of different historical dates, particularly those surrounding the emperor, with the entries of the diary to derive more meanings from the symbols. The twinkle in the old man's eyes seemed to beckon praise, and Alice generously offered her commendation. "What a brilliant line of thought." Old Neil smiled modestly, nudging the yellowed pages towards her. "You seem quite curious about them. Would you like to take a look?" Thus, with her desire fulfilled, Alice eagerly grasped the diary, exclaiming, "Really? May I see it?" "You are so kind, Mr. Neil." Alice's peripheral vision noted old Neil's evident delight, prompting her to focus intently on the diary. November 18th. What a marvelous occurrence. An outlandish experiment and a fortuitous blunder have led me to discover a wretched soul ensnared in a tempest, lost in the depths of darkness, who can only marginally approach the realm of reality during the full moon, yet is still unable to convey his cries. He is fortunate to have encountered me, the protagonist of this age. Oh dear, it's all unraveling. This melodramatic proclamation elicited an involuntary twitch at the corner of Alice's mouth. Considering old Neil was still observing, she swiftly skimmed over the Emperor Rosso's melodramatic musings, legendary exploits, and various reflections, searching for pertinent content. January 3rd. The initial choice was far too hasty. It now seems that whether as an apprentice, diviner, or thief, each path would have been preferable. Alas, there is no turning back. Alice mentally noted these 3 avenues, suppressing her curiosity about why they might be better. January 4th. Why are my children so foolish? I have reiterated 1,000 times. Do not be misled by those charlatans. No, perhaps those charlatans have been deceived themselves. The essence of potions lies not in mastery, but in digestion, not in excavation, but in performance. The names of potions are not merely symbolic. They represent concrete imagery and are the keys to digestion. Digestion and performance. The names of potions serve as keys. Alice briefly contemplated her own sequence name, but, mindful of old Neil's presence, promptly reined in her thoughts and returned the diary to him. Is that all we have? Events pertaining to mysticism are inherently few. Old Neil shook his head. Your endeavor has become the most extraordinary occurrence in Tingen City in recent years. À des choses silence. Where were we? Ah yes, I recall you have already studied meditation and clairvoyance? Old Neil inquired. Alice nodded, then shook her head. The eyes of monsters often perceive more than mere clairvoyance. Old Neil nodded in understanding and remarked, I believe, as a monster, you should fully comprehend the importance of tempering your curiosity. Alice acknowledged this with a nod, though she did not take it to heart, for without personal experience, no amount of external warning could truly convey the inherent terror. In fact, having heard so much, Alice, despite her tender years, developed a subtle sense of rebellion. Of course, Alice was not entirely ignorant of restraint. Her principle was simple. So long as her spirit did not issue a warning, she could indulge freely. Allow me to instruct you in the art of divination. At this juncture, old Neil sighed deeply. Originally, you were meant to study alongside Klein. Why did Dunn choose to separate you? Perhaps the captain deemed it unwise to learn with closed eyes. Alice feigned a dramatic sigh. What do you mean? Old Neil inquired, confusion evident in his eyes. When Klein approached me, my spirit fervently warned me not to look at him. Recalling her spirit's frantic screams from the morning, Alice instinctively rubbed her forehead. This revelation evidently exceeded old Neil's expectations. After all, he, as a seeker, had discerned nothing amiss. Yet considering seekers pursue knowledge while the eyes of monsters, influenced by spirits, often perceive destinies, he found it somewhat comprehensible. After all, Klein, too, is a fortunate survivor of an incident that should have left no one alive. It remains unclear whether he has truly escaped the clutches of that event. Judging by Alice's reaction, it is highly probable that he has not. Upon leaving the headquarters of the night watch, Alice returned to her bedroom and, recalling the image of that girl, assumed a posture of prayer. In the ancient tongue of Hermes, she intoned, "Fool of a time not belonging to this era, mysterious sovereign above the gray mist, ruler of fortune, the king of yellow and black." The fool was taken aback. He followed the source of the sound, the deep crimson star, and beheld Miss Alice praying beneath the sacred emblem of the goddess of night. Of course, the fool did not perceive anything amiss with her actions. His astonishment stemmed primarily from the fact that Alice, who had only just inquired about the identity of the fool during lunch, was now reciting a prayer that pointed to him, a prayer even he himself was unaware of. Could there be another fool? As he pondered this, he casually pulled Alice, who was praying to a great entity she had never before encountered, closer. The crimson light surged forth like a tide, and Alice calmly allowed the radiance to engulf her. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself suspended above the gray mist within a grand temple. Just as Alice was about to gaze upon the throne, a spiritual scream halted her in her tracks. Hesitating, she closed her eyes and turned her head. Klein? The fool was now exceedingly fearful, utterly bewildered as to how this fortunate lady had come to know the prayer and how she had linked him to the fool. However, he likely had no inkling that it was precisely his bewildered silence that solidified Alice's suspicions. Thus, You are Zhoming Rue, and you're also the fool. This gentle proclamation, akin to a verdict, unexpectedly calmed Klein. Let the truth be revealed. At least Alice was both his compatriot and colleague. Perhaps she could assist him in maintaining some semblance of secrecy, which was certainly preferable to being discovered by a stranger. After temporarily deflecting Alice's inquiry, he had her draw the Wheel of Fortune card from the tarot deck, and then he brought forth the Hangman and Justice. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, Audrey began pleasantly, only to be interrupted by the realization that a girl was seated beside her, leaning against the back of her chair, her eyes tightly shut. This is Miss Fate, Klein introduced to Justice and the Hangman. He then turned to the closed-eyed Alice, and suddenly came to a realization. Miss Fate, you might attempt to manifest a pair of spectacles before you. Following Klein's guidance, Alice endeavored to materialize a pair of glasses. The previously screaming spirit ceased its clamor, and she opened her eyes, gazing at Klein for the first time, only to find his face obscured. Alice fell silent for a moment, then glanced at Justice and the Hangman, deciding to maintain their formation, and stood as well. These two are Miss Justice and Mr. the Hangman. Following Klein's introductions, Justice cheerfully began her greeting. Good afternoon, Miss Fate. Alice blinked and replied in a similar tone. Good afternoon, Miss Justice. After a brief exchange of glances, they seamlessly turned to the Hangman and spoke in unison. Good afternoon, Mr. the Hangman, young and female. Alice appeared to hail from a household where worries of survival were absent, though she did not seem to belong to the nobility. As Alger observed Alice, he was startled by the duet of greetings from the two young ladies, retracting his gaze to respond in kind. After completing the greeting ritual, Audrey could no longer contain her curiosity and directed a question toward Alice, echoing the inquiry that had piqued the Hangman's own interest. Miss Fate, why do you keep your eyes closed at first? Because the spirit warned me that if I inadvertently glimpsed something, I would perish, Alice replied with a light-hearted tone, which brought her joy. See, is she a seeker? Alger contemplated quietly upon hearing this response. Yet, such a resolute suppression of curiosity did not seem characteristic of a seeker. Therefore, is Miss Fate an extraordinary being? This observation came from the perceptive Justice. Alice instinctively glanced at Klein. The spirit had not advised her on whether she should speak. Unaccustomed to making decisions on her own, Alice subconsciously sought the only familiar face in the room. Klein, or rather the fool, was equally perplexed by her glance, as it triggered a chain reaction, causing Audrey and Alger to turn their attention to him as well. How can I maintain the image I have established? Thus, the other three witnessed the fool, feigning profundity, tapping his forehead and responding in an enigmatic tone. Miss Fate is an exceptionally fortunate individual. This answer, laden with clear implications, prompted Audrey and Alger to gaze back at Alice, easily noting her peculiar expression. Audrey then blurted out, Miss Fate, do you understand what Mr. Fool means? What had been said could reveal my identity, and even the innocent Alice, lacking reverence for the extraordinary, would not deem it wise to allow strangers to uncover her true self. At most, she could only tell them that she could not regard Mr. Fool as she was an extraordinary being of the monster path. Monster path? Is that a name for one of the sequences of the fortunate? Pondering such thoughts, the focus of this tarot gathering finally shifted away from Alice. After Alger and Audrey completed their exchange on the potion formulas as spectators, the fool successfully seized the opportunity to don an act of disguise and issued a task to collect Roselle's diary. Alice recalled the content she had seen in the diary. The potion was named the key, just as the spectator potion required the imbiber to become an utterly neutral observer. She too would have to play the role of a monster, a machine, and a fortunate one. However, a keen Alice sensed something amiss. Mr. the Hangman. She tilted her head, posing a question. Miss Justice's character is evidently not that of an entirely neutral observer. If she remains in the role of a spectator for too long, could her personality change? Would she forget who she is, truly becoming a spectator? If so, would she still be herself? Audrey and Klein, who was contemplating whether to assume the role of a diviner, were both taken aback. As for Alger, after a moment of fright, he rose and respectfully bowed to Alice. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Fate. You're welcome, Alice tentatively replied. She clearly had yet to grasp the significance of what she had unveiled, but that did not prevent her from accepting the gratitude with a sense of self-satisfaction. Audrey, like Alger, also expressed her thanks to Alice, while the fool remained silent, undoubtedly not because he was unaware. After Mr. Fool's audacious appropriation of the experiences from the Great Gourmet Empire and the British Empire, and his subsequent proposal for a government employee selection examination, this tarot meeting has finally reached its conclusion. Following your will, Audrey and Alger rose simultaneously to gather their belongings, with Alice mimicking their actions, causing the figures of Justice and the Hanged Man to shatter swiftly, leaving only fate lingering in place. Realizing that Klein seemed intent on discussing the unfinished matter with her, Alice obediently settled into her seat. Well, do you have any questions? Klein organized his thoughts, ultimately deciding to allow Alice to inquire. What is the nature of this gathering? Where exactly are we? Alice asked, her curiosity prompting her to survey her surroundings. In truth, I am uncertain as well. Perhaps it is connected to my crossing over? Klein responded. You mean, might I also possess something akin to that? Alice yearned to explore this enigmatic place, but felt it impolite to do so in the presence of her host, thus reluctantly abandoning that notion to pose another question. By the way, if you happen to find any clues in Roselle's diary regarding how we arrived here, could you please share them with me? Alice speculated that even if Klein's method of arrival was not identical to hers, there must be some similarities. As for other possibilities within Roselle's diary, if she truly cared about that, she would have considered attempting to assume a role, just as Klein did upon learning of the concept. Though it was evident that Alice had no intention of pursuing that line of thought. What? Do you think she only made a more modest request out of embarrassment? Do you see any signs of her being the least bit shy? Klein unequivocally concurred, for after all, they hailed from the same hometown. At this moment, Klein, still rather naive, felt an instinctive kinship with his fellow townsfolk, despite the fact that she had forgotten the majority of her past. No matter, at the very least, she still remembered her native tongue. Moreover, in their quest for clues about their homeland, their objectives aligned. Following Mr. Fool's announcement of insufficient funds, spiritual, amidst his nascent venture, Alice returned to her room, where another matter began to weigh heavily on her mind. Should she remind Captain Neal about the situation? Ugh, how vexing. Why were there so many issues without any prompts? Unaccustomed to making her own decisions, Alice pinched her brow in frustration. Rather than engaging her intellect, she preferred to rely on instinct for action. Yet in the absence of such instinctive guidance, it was clear that Alice lacked the capacity to make decisions independently. After reaching an impasse in her thoughts, Alice extracted a coin. Engaging in the favored practice of those faced with choices, tossing a coin, she produced a copper coin and flicked it with her thumb. The coin spun several times in the air before landing steadily on the back of her hand. Slowly, Alice raised her hand, revealing the copper coin before her, displaying the number that symbolizes silence, 8. So, who is the guardian? Tossing the coin could not truly provide an answer, but upon glimpsing the reverse side, Alice understood what her answer was, just as she had resolved to learn diligently after realizing she could not disclose the conspiracy to murder the captain. She wished to do something else, but since she could not speak of it, there was little for her to act upon. Nevertheless, this clearly indicated that Alice could not merely stand by and watch someone die, knowing that they were to meet their end, unless, of course, that individual were a truly nefarious character. However, considering the timing of her visit to the Blackthorn Security Company, one could not say whether she would find Dunn. Alice was somewhat apprehensive that her inexplicable behavior might agitate old Neal. After all, unless there were extenuating circumstances, Alice was not required to be out at night, due to her status as a minor still in the throes of growth. I shall seek out the captain tomorrow, then. Yes, that's settled, Alice murmured to herself. The following morning, Alice once again stepped into the Blackthorn Security Company, greeting the drowsy Roseanne at the entrance with a smile. Good morning, Sister Roseanne. Miss Roseanne wearily replied, Good morning. Mr. Neal is in. I'm looking for the captain, Alice interjected, interrupting Roseanne. Is the captain in his office? Yes, he is. Without waiting for Roseanne's bewildered response, Alice made a beeline for Dunn's office. Come in. Dunn quickly responded to Alice's knock, and upon seeing her enter, he could not help but display a look of mild surprise. What is the matter? At that moment, Dunn was likely pondering whether he had forgotten something again, but upon witnessing Alice close the door and lock it, he realized that she might have something significant to share. Captain, Alice, after carefully inspecting the lock, approached the desk and lowered her voice to ask, I saw a pair of eyes behind Mr. Neal. A pair of eyes? Dunn furrowed his brow. A pair of nearly transparent eyes, devoid of lashes. No, that is not the point. Alice paused, frowning as she organized her thoughts. The owner of those eyes, that gaze could lead to his demise. Alice pressed her lips together, meeting Dunn's now solemn expression. He is treading the path towards death, and if not intercepted. Alice did not finish her sentence, yet the consequences were clear to all present. The atmosphere in the office grew heavy under this silence, and after an indeterminate duration, Dunn finally spoke. "You should return. Do not provoke him." Alice nodded and swiftly exited the Blackthorn Security Company. This matter soon reached its conclusion. After being reported, old Neil underwent a thorough examination. Fortunately, the symptoms were not severe and were treatable. Old Neil was sent for treatment, and Dunn experienced a moment of panic. The most significant consequence was that both Klein and Alice, who were just beginning to delve into the mysteries of the occult, lost their teacher. Of course, this was not an insurmountable issue. If it were merely fundamental, enlightening instruction, others in the group could equally fulfill that role. It was simply that old Neil, as a seasoned occultist, held greater authority in this regard. Thus, Alice resumed a relatively orderly life. And after insisting that Klein knock and announce himself before entering any room, she felt secure remaining in the Blackthorn Security Company. Before long, it was time for the second tarot meeting. After completing the process of submitting diaries, Audrey spoke first. "Mr. Fool, Mr. Hangman, Miss Fate, I have 3 questions I wish to pose. If you deem the answers to possess great value, do inform me of your desires, and I shall endeavor to seek them afterward." After the 3 indicated their consent, Audrey posed her first question. "What does playing a role truly mean? I have noticed that the residual spirit within the potion has a negligible effect on me. Is it because I've been playing the role of an observer during this time?" Alger remained silent, directing his gaze toward the fool, seemingly awaiting an answer. Alice. He glanced at Klein. Klein lightly tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers, his tone casual as he replied. "Allow me to illustrate with a more vivid analogy. The core essence of the sequence potion resembles a fortress heavily guarded. Within its walls dwell remnants of a vengeful spirit that we must confront in order to truly claim dominion over the castle. We currently possess 2 strategies. The first involves a forceful assault, a venture fraught with uncertainty that is likely to inflict harm upon ourselves unless we wield overwhelming superiority, which, evidently, we do not possess. The second approach entails a coveted invitation graciously bestowed by the castle's lord, permitting us to navigate the guard scrutiny and deftly eliminate our adversaries. However, this invitation bears a description of the guest's physical attributes and corresponding demeanor, necessitating our disguise as invited guests. Do you comprehend? Is that invitation, in essence, the name of the potion?" Alice and Alger both queried in unison, prompting a glance from Alger towards Alice. "Indeed," Klein affirmed. "Yet, from whence do the guard originate?" Alice mused aloud, her tone oscillating between soliloquy and inquiry. The moment the words escaped her lips, she recognized her error. Klein's silence unmistakably signified his own lack of knowledge, thereby risking the facade he had meticulously constructed. Perhaps, next time, I shall pose such questions to him privately. Nevertheless, if we pursue this line of reasoning, why is it that methods to mitigate the risk of lower-tier extraordinary beings losing control and to expedite their advancement remain undisclosed among the lower ranks of the 3 major churches? Rather than believing that the 3 churches are oblivious to this matter, Alice found it more plausible to ascribe it to divine will, leading her to ponder, could the guard be divine entities? No, that cannot be. The guards cannot be deities. Otherwise, extraordinary beings would not exist at all, who would idly nurture a group of individuals to engage in conflict with themselves. Perhaps the divine resides at the very heart of the fortress. Wait, could it be that the divine requires assistance from the lower-tier extraordinary beings to contend with the guards? Deep in her contemplation, Alice was abruptly drawn back to reality as Alger began sharing information about the blasphemous tablet. Upon Alger's cheerful revelation that he had submerged the source of his information, a member of the Psychological Alchemy Society, into the Sunyas Sea, Alice regarded him with a look of astonishment. Then, Audrey's third question struck Alice with the wonder of the world. The third inquiry was if, hypothetically, an ordinary animal were to consume a Sequence 9 potion, what might transpire? Do you have a friend who has done such a thing? Alice hesitantly asked. No, I mean hypothetically, Audrey responded, visibly flustered and unable to maintain her composure due to Alice's pointed emphasis on friend. The esteemed Mr. Fool also found himself struggling to maintain his expression. Fortunately, the mist provided a veil, sparing Mr. Fool's reputation from ruin. Devinitris. After Klein proposed the possibility of a ritual for leave, Alice returned to the present. So, should we proceed? Perhaps it would be better not to. After all, there are 2 others, Alice mused, tapping her fingers on the table as she glanced at her recorded requests, contemplating a moment of leisure. The following day, Alice arrived as usual at the Blackthorn Security Company. After completing her studies for the day, she found herself engaged in conversation with Roshan at the counter, only to be intercepted by Dunn, who was preparing to depart. Alice? Perfect timing. You ought to learn about undertaking missions. Come along with me. Thus, Alice reluctantly relinquished her leisurely moment and followed Dunn. Upon their arrival, the individuals from the steam and mechanical heart had already gathered at the scene, their eyes lighting up at the sight of them. Dunn, you finally made it. And who is this? This is Alice. You all are aware of her. Dunn offered only a brief introduction, as Alice's ascension to extraordinary status was no secret among the 3 major churches in Tingen City. Oh, the individual before them displayed a look of genuine astonishment, sizing Alice up before exclaiming, "This is truly remarkable, but enough of that. You are unaware of the happenings, I presume?" Though framed as a question, he did not pause for a response from the two before continuing. A few days ago, a tragic incident occurred aboard the Mung Bean, suspected to involve an extraordinary being. Here is the address of one of the victims. We need your assistance in questioning them. From that point onward, Alice could only observe. She watched as Dunn conducted a dream inquiry. She was no stranger to that ability, having been subjected to it herself. Following that was the ritualistic process of requesting a portrait. As Alice observed, she was suddenly reminded of Audrey and Alger's expressive diaries. Can this ritualistic request only be made to deities? Alice inquired curiously. Indeed, Dunn explained. It is a minor technique that allows us to depict what resides in our minds with divine assistance. In addition to wanted criminal portraits, it is often used for divination insights. As he concluded, Dunn handed the portrait to the mechanical heart team. Triss, suspected extraordinary being, initially assessed as a Sequence 8 instigator, with potential ties to the Knowledge Association. Is it him? The responsible individual exclaimed in surprise as he received the portrait during our inquiry earlier. Someone claimed he was a hero who saved survivors. He paused for a moment before adding, if it is indeed him, he may still be in Tingen City. Eyewitnesses have confirmed that he arrived in Tingen City after departing from Inmat Harbor. This was evidently disconcerting news. A fugitive had infiltrated Tingen City, and Dunn bore this heavy tidings back to the Blackthorn Security Company, relaying the wanted notice to the other night watchers. It was an unsettled night. In the depths of darkness, a lithe figure descended from the 3rd floor like a feather, landing soundlessly upon the ground. The figure turned abruptly, vanishing into the alley. But wait, why did he ascend to the upper floors? Alice blinked, observing the figure's movements from this peculiar angle, and she finally realized it resembled the perspective of a shadow. As she neared the dock, her vantage point shifted to a higher elevation. This time, she was the sea breeze. She discerned the round, affable visage. Why, it was Triss. What would she be doing at the dock? Yet, the surrounding scenery began to warp dramatically, and Alice could no longer distinguish the distorted scene. All she could perceive was a vivid crimson hue, accompanied by chaotic cries for help, pleas, and lamentations. It was a harrowing calamity. Amidst the blood-red shadows, she glimpsed Triss' figure, clad in a long, deep black gown that elegantly accentuated her silhouette. Her round face, soft lines, and inviting demeanor were striking. Wait, why was it her? The dream shattered, and Alice sat up in bed, checking the time. It was still early morning, and dawn had yet to break. Rubbing her temples in frustration, Alice found prophetic dreams to be no rarity. However, this particular dream was exceedingly bizarre, leaving her unable to decipher its meaning. Could it be that Triss was responsible for the tragedy aboard the Mung Bean because she harbored a feminine essence within? Alice's lips twitched, shaking her head to dispel the absurd notion as she began to contemplate her next course of action. Divination? No, given her scant knowledge of Triss. Aside from a visage and a name, even if fate were to favor her, she would find no means to glean enlightenment. The best outcome resembling that absurd dream she had just experienced. Consequently, Alice had no choice but to rise and sacrifice her slumber to hasten to the headquarters of the practitioners. What is this? Leonard, emerging from the Charney's gate, gazed at Alice in astonishment. Leonard? Good morning, Alice greeted him dully. She was evidently acquainted with Leonard, as he had been present during Dunn's foray into the dream realm. Leonard, clearly unaccustomed to this lackluster version of Alice, cast her a bewildered glance and inquired, You rushed over here so early. The ISNTA crisis at the church. Is there? This rather unamusing jest failed to elicit any laughter from Alice. She merely sighed wearily. Leonard, sensing her distress, looked at her with uncertainty and asked, Is there truly a problem? No, I merely had a ludicrous dream, Alice replied, pinching the bridge of her nose. A dream has you this rattled? Leonard's expression bore a hint of amusement, leading Alice to suspect he might be inclined to mock her. Not rattled, but Alice's expression contorted as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. I had a prophetic dream, but in that dream, Trish transformed into a woman. What? Leonard gasped. What? Dunn, who happened to be passing by, exclaimed. Captain, good morning. Alice greeted Dunn with a sense of futility. Did you hear that? Dunn nodded, gesturing for Alice to follow him. After bidding farewell to Leonard, Alice accompanied Dunn into the office, shutting the door behind them. She then heard Dunn's calm, unwavering voice. Tell me about your dream. His form was nimble as he leapt from the third floor, making a beeline for the docks. Alice began to recount her dream, only for the imagery to abruptly distort, morphing into a sanguine catastrophe, the climax of which Alice's expression twisted. She ground her teeth several times before continuing. I saw Triss in a fitted black gown, and well, I even found her quite beautiful. Then I suddenly remembered she was a man, and that jolted me awake. Monsters of the underground market. Dunn said nothing, merely indicating his understanding before signaling for Alice to leave. Upon exiting, Alice found Leonard still waiting for her. Observing his slightly eager expression, it was evident he wished to inquire further about her dream. As anticipated, Leonard waved her over with a cheerful beckoning as soon as she emerged. Alice regarded him with exasperation and asked, Are you intending to ask about my dream? Indeed, do share. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Leonard readily admitted. Alice scrutinized him from head to toe, and after he instinctively straightened his posture, she lowered her voice to counsel. Your physique is ill-suited for wearing a dress. What? Leonard's eyes widened. I speak earnestly, Alice asserted. I'm not suggesting try it myself. Leonard protested. His emotions flaring though, he spoke quietly. I understand. A friend of yours wishes to give it a go. Alice swiftly interjected. What? Leonard stared at Alice. And after a moment, she could no longer contain her laughter, leaning against the counter in fits of mirth, causing Leonard to worry she might topple over. Even a fool should have realized she was merely jesting. Well, there's really nothing more to say. The Triss in my dream was simply a remarkably beautiful woman. Nothing beyond that, Alice explained, exasperated after her laughter subsided. Leonard's expression appeared somewhat disappointed. That's it? What else did you expect? Alice retorted. Because you mentioned transformation. I naturally assumed. Leonard shook his head, shifting the topic. Would you care to accompany me to the underground trading market this evening? What? Alice blinked, raising her head, and scrutinized him again with the same discerning gaze she used for assessing goods. What exactly are you looking at? Leonard exclaimed in frustration. Oh, you're inviting me on a date. Oh, Alice gasped, her eyes widening after receiving a light tap on the head. I'm not a pervert. Leonard's voice came out somewhat gritted. You aren't even of age, and besides, I've invited Klein. Oh, Alice nodded in understanding, drawing a conclusion. You truly wish to invite Klein. Thus, their tenuous friendship once again declared its fracture as Leonard reached out, intending to give Alice a sharp tap, but she deftly dodged. All right, I was joking. I mean, have you forgotten that I can't even open my eyes to see Klein? Alice explained while evading. Leonard ceased his movement, evidently realizing the point he had overlooked, and furrowed his brows in hesitation. I merely meant, since I was taking you both to see the underground trading market. Why not bring you both along? But I hadn't considered, by the way, did you know? Leonard suddenly recalled something, scrutinizing Alice with furrowed brows. There's also a monster in the underground trading market, one who is inherently half a monster, but unfortunately, the 3 major churches lack corresponding potions. So, they found no potion formula from that unfortunate courier? Alice pondered aloud. Courier? Leonard's expression indicated confusion at this newly coined term. Oh dear, I misspoke. I meant that unfortunate lucky one. Alice clarified her slip of the tongue. That's the strangest part. Leonard observed Alice, his eyes holding an inscrutable meaning. That lucky one left only a sequence name and characteristics. No other information could be found. As if he appeared there that day solely to deliver the extraordinary traits of a lucky one to me, Alice interjected. Leonard furrowed his brow as he regarded Alice. She met his gaze calmly, and after a moment, he spoke first. You had your suspicions? A lucky one tragically dies from a fall. That is hardly normal, is it? Alice rolled her eyes. But what good are my guesses? I've already accepted the gift. I have no choice. Then why did you initially? Leonard began, but halted, suddenly recalling that the girl before him lacked earlier memories. Never mind. Shall I take you tomorrow night instead? Alice readily agreed. The following day, upon returning from the trading market, Klein found Alice. I seem to know what will happen when you see me, Klein began straightforwardly. Did you encounter the monster in the underground trading market? Connecting the dots from Leonard's earlier words, Alice realized something. You know? Well, it makes sense. Leonard must have mentioned it to you. Klein seemed to have come to the same conclusion. So what occurred when he saw you? Alice inquired with curiosity, as it seemed from Klein's demeanor that the unfortunate soul must still be alive. He screamed, and then blood flowed from his eyes. Klein recounted. Is that all? Alice was somewhat astonished. This was far less severe than she had anticipated, having thought that the unfortunate soul would at least have been rendered blind. Klein appeared surprised. Indeed, Alice mused. After all, he is not a true extraordinary being. Perhaps his spiritual essence is not sufficiently elevated. Are you suggesting that the consequences are not severe? Klein inquired, prompted by Alice's soliloquy. I mentioned it from the outset. Should I behold it, I might meet my demise, Alice replied with a playful smile. But what manner of entity would induce such a fatal outcome merely by being seen? Have you ever heard the phrase? Alice asked softly, Thou shalt not gaze upon the divine. What? Klein stared at Alice in astonishment, unable to fathom that her words hinted at his masquerade as a malevolent deity. After all, he was not truly a dark god. A mere glance should pose no threat, should it? I merely had a sudden thought, considering you are. Alice hesitated, ultimately refraining from finishing her sentence. Look at how fate intertwines. Klein fell into contemplative silence, acutely aware of the implication behind Alice's unfinished thought. What a curious coincidence that you are currently impersonating a dark god. Yet Klein's thoughts traversed far beyond Alice's speculations. The most remarkable aspect of his being lay within that shrouded misty realm. If the eyes of a creature were capable of perceiving something extraordinary, it must be inexorably linked to that very space. Thus, from whence does this enigmatic realm originate? However, Alice's light-hearted remark interrupted his musings. Did you know? I once heard a saying. What saying? He inquired, playing along. A multitude of fateful coincidences converge to become the tales penned by authors. 11 a which? Alice's anticipation for the underground market was abruptly thwarted as she was summoned to assist. The previous night, Triss had ventured into the underground market to procure supplies, but, upon being discovered, fled to Iron Cross Street. The enforcers traced Triss' temporary residence along that street, but the trail went cold there. Why must it be me? Alice lamented, her dissatisfaction bubbling forth. Do the enforcers lack the means to track him? There is a seasoned seeker of secrets within the mechanical heart. I even suspect he has ascended to sequence 8. However, in matters of divination, perhaps you hold the advantage, especially considering your dream. Unexplained. Though Alice believed the crux of the matter lay in the dream she had experienced. Perhaps the enforcers thought it prudent to send her to the scene for a closer look? Reluctantly, Alice followed Dunn to Iron Cross Street. After exchanging information with the enforcer squad, she ventured alone into Triss' temporary abode. The dwelling appeared unremarkable, devoid of any items that might suggest personal ownership. It was to be expected. Had there been any, the enforcers would have likely confiscated them long ago. Alice explored the premises, uncovering nothing of significance. She resolved to perform a dream divination to fulfill her obligations. After all, it was unlikely to yield any genuine results. What should she inscribe? As she pondered, Alice stroked her chin, eventually jotting down the method by which Triss had departed, repeating it several times to ensure it was etched in her memory before commencing the dream divination. Her consciousness plunged into the dream realm, where she glimpsed a lithe figure clad in a deep black gown, flickering momentarily, only to shatter and vanish like a disrupted signal. Alice's eyes widened. She retrieved a copper coin, murmuring Triss' name had transformed into Trix 7 times before tossing it lightly into the air, watching it tumble and land. It bore the visage of a king. Alice, her expression stoic, inscribed Trix's current location, attempting to delve into the dream divination once more, only to be mercilessly expelled from the realm. Had someone interfered with the divination? Why had there been no interruption before? Had they only just realized? Confused, Alice blinked and decided to attempt one final divination. She pinned down the reason behind Triss' transformation into Trix and submerged herself into the dream. Alice beheld a book being passed from a woman's hand to a man's, the tome adorned with an ancient and mottled bronze cover, accompanied by a peculiar star-shaped lock. Inscribed upon the bronze casing were the words, "The Witch." Alice was left in a state of shock, unsure how to manifest her emotions. She could only appear composed as she gathered her belongings and vacantly descended the stairs. There is no need for concern over lack of results. Your presence was merely a stroke of luck. Dunn misinterpreted Alice's demeanor. With a weary sigh, Alice shook her head, offering no response to Dunn. Instead, turning to the enforcers. I was unable to divine her location. The divination was interfered with. The enforcers exhibited expressions of dawning realization. These irate individuals had yet to recognize the distinction between her and him. However, you may require a new wanted notice, Alice added flatly. Trix has now transformed into a witch. The enforcers stared at her, perplexed. Observing their expressions, Alice felt a sense of satisfaction, as if the emotional wounds inflicted upon her earlier had begun to heal. I need to prepare a ritual to create Trix's portrait. Captain, did you bring the materials? Aye. Dunn began, but his words were interrupted. The enforcers, finally untangling the confusion in their minds, could no longer contain their inquiries. Wait, what do you mean by witch? The assassin's potion of sequence 7 is called the witch. Alice sighed in resignation. Patiently elucidating, Trix consumed the witch's potion and transformed into the witch Trix. Do you comprehend now? So, he is now a woman? The enforcers collectively expressed disbelief and confusion. It is she. Alice corrected their terminology, though it changed little in essence. Upon confirming that she had not misheard, the enforcers wore expressions of profound incredulity, with Dunn appearing the calmest. Though it was uncertain whether his demeanor was genuine tranquility or simply uncertainty on how to react. After crafting Trix's portrait, Alice returned to the Blackthorn Security Company, wearily greeting Leonard. What has befallen you this time? Leonard asked, astonished at Alice's current state, having witnessed several similar encounters over the past few days. Huh? Alice forced a stiff smile. Do you know what the next sequence is for assassins and instigators? What is it? Leonard's unease began to surface. It is the witch. Alice restored her stoic expression, confirming his apprehension. Huh? Leonard's face morphed into one of utter bewilderment. If a man drinks the potion, then he shall become a witch, Alice answered. Let me get this straight. Leonard's expression was a whirlwind of confusion. I remember you went to assist in finding Tris. Indeed, Alice encouraged him with her gaze, signaling him to continue. He was previously an instigator. Leonard continued, though his pace gradually slowed, as if sensing Alice's encouraging gaze bore an ulterior motive. Yes, Alice affirmed with approval, urging him onward with her eyes. So, Tris is now. Leonard opened his mouth, yet the absurdity of the possibility rendered him speechless. Once the new wanted notice is duly copied and delivered from the Punisheress side, you shall behold the visage of the witch, Tress. Alice shattered his final delusion, and Leonard departed as if bereft of his soul, leaving Alice as the sole occupant of the hall. What? You inquire what Alice remains here for? Well, she intends to recount the tale of the instigator, Tress, and the witch, Tress, to every ear willing to listen. Thus, throughout the day, within the Blackthorn Security Company, every individual who exited the hall bore an expression of profound bewilderment, save for the ever-composed Captain Dunn. Well, one could consider it good news. Yet another entry has been added to the church's sequential records. I had forgotten. Ultimately, Alice found herself at the underground trading market, as she pinched her nose while traversing the Dragon's Lair Tavern. Upon entering the secret door, they navigated through several chambers before finally arriving at the fabled underground market. Here, some displayed their wares, others haggled over prices, while many roamed in search of items that piqued their interest. Alice, intrigued, followed closely behind Leonard as he elucidated the rules of this domain. All profits must be surrendered to Swain, the proprietor of the Dragon's Lair Tavern and the former captain of the Punisher Squad. Furthermore, if one finds oneself short of funds, one may seek a loan from Swain. Albeit, he paused, and Alice instinctively sensed the unspoken continuation. He also engages in usury? Evidently, Leonard concurred with Alice's assessment. As Alice contemplated the vendors, she suddenly halted, drawn by a faint, indistinct murmur. She instinctively turned her head to find a pallid young man in tattered clothing, ensconced in a corner, staring vacantly at her, with dried blood still clinging to his eyes. A flicker of realization struck Alice. This could very well be the ill-fated creature. She paused and approached him. His gaze was unfocused, yet it followed Alice's movements until she stood directly before him. Alice scrutinized him. He seemed entranced by something beyond her, as if peering through her at some other existence. She harbored no doubt that, without intervention, he might remain there, frozen like a statue. What do you see? Alice inquired softly, her eyes locking with his, which appeared to hover over her yet not quite rest upon her. I have forgotten, he replied slowly and softly, as if fearing to disturb something. His gaze remained fixed on Alice, but within her, a strange sensation burgeoned. He was certainly not observing her. Why would you forget? Alice continued to probe, patiently, sensing that he had glimpsed something pivotal within her. Yet he could not direct his gaze inward. Gazing into a mirror does not equate to seeing oneself. The young man remained silent for an extended period, until Alice, growing weary of waiting and contemplating whether to depart for elsewhere, finally heard his voice. Because of the chaos, Because of the chaos? What does that mean? Alice sought further clarification, but he had already shifted his gaze, his expression vacant yet resolute as he took his leave. Alice stood rooted to the spot, watching him until he vanished from sight, never once glancing back. Monster. For the first time, Alice acknowledged the weight of this term, or rather this pathway, this sequence. She hesitated, contemplating whether to seek out an extraordinary being of the same path to glean insights about herself. If I wish to find an extraordinary being of the monster pathway, where should I go? Alice turned to Leonard, who might possess knowledge of such matters. The School of Life. The inception of this pathway lies solely within the School of Life. Leonard replied with a furrowed brow. Are you suggesting? I wish to know what they can see within me, Alice stated flatly, devoid of discernible emotion, before casually meandering among the various stalls. The School of Life? Alice slowly recalled the information regarding this organization. This secretive group emerged in the early epochs of this era, its precise origins shrouded in mystery, primarily propagated through master-disciple traditions. Their specific theories and beliefs were seldom disclosed. Alice only knew that they categorized the world into 3 layers: the realm of absolute rationality, also known as the realm of absolute truth, the spiritual realm, and the material realm. Alice remembered that this organization had once produced a prophet. The very mention of a prophet conjured images of the monster's abilities, and, as she contemplated the seemingly unrelated 3 sequences, a realization dawned upon her. Is it typical for a pathway to exhibit completely unrelated abilities between sequences? Generally speaking, abilities within the same pathway are progressive in nature. Leonard provided an answer. However, according to Captain, Lady Dahlia has posited a hypothesis that, aside from the conventional progressive sequences, there may exist a scenario where one sequence embodies a certain ability, which then converges with another sequence. Sequence 4? Alice instinctively considered Sequence 4, the starting point of higher sequences, also the genesis of the transformation of life's essence. Leonard nodded in affirmation. Alice pondered this notion thoughtfully before inquiring, Do you have no other matters to attend to? I was just here yesterday, he implied, indicating that he had none. Alice chose to remain silent, standing still and exchanging unblinking stares with Leonard, as if engaging in a contest of who could maintain eye contact longer. Eventually, Leonard could no longer contain himself. Go explore by yourself. Watching Leonard depart the area, Alice then began to wander the underground market alone. Alice paused before a stall selling protective charms. In a marketplace rife with counterfeit goods, even a charm with minimal efficacy would stand out prominently in Alice's perception. She crouched down, selecting 2 charms that emitted a faint glow, the only 2 items that fortuitously bore the correct incantation. Would you like to purchase them, miss? The proprietor brightened at the prospect of sale. If you take both, I can offer you a discount, just... No, Alice interrupted him, then, amidst the proprietor's bewildered gaze, picked up another exquisite silver charm. I'll take this one. The proprietor quickly regained his customer-facing cheer. Ah, this one. I crafted it with great care. It serves no purpose whatsoever, Alice calmly interjected. Then why would you buy it? The proprietor's eyes were filled with a question that seemed to scream, Are you here to undermine me? Well, because it's beautiful, Alice replied without hesitation. Name your price. But do not base it on the charm's worth. The proprietor scrutinized Alice for a moment, realizing that she might not merely be a mere enthusiast of the arcane, but someone with a significant understanding of mysticism, perhaps even an extraordinary being. This realization calmed the proprietor's demeanor considerably, leading him to quote a price based on silver standards rather than the charms. Of course, he habitually left room for negotiation. However, Alice showed no inclination to haggle, producing the money directly and departing the stall. This is a dark, confined chamber. After slowly acclimating to the dim light, Alice beheld a puppet ensconced in oil-stained rags. The puppet creaked as it turned over, its face painted with clown makeup directly meeting Alice's gaze. On that eerie visage were a pair of pitch-black, pupilless eyes, beneath which an unsettling fissure formed the shape of a mouth. This gaping maw curved into a pronounced arc, crafting an exaggerated clownish grin upon the painted face, and Alice realized that the puppet was grinning at her. Startled, Alice jolted awake from her dream, the bizarre and chilling smile lingering in her memory, leaving her unnerved. Unable to sleep, she reluctantly rose to check the time. At least dawn had arrived. An extraordinary and perilous object, perhaps a sealed artifact, seemed to possess certain living attributes. After rendering the puppet's likeness through a ritual, Alice brought the freshly created image to Dunn's office, placing it before him. Have you seen 2049? Dunn recognized the image immediately. 2049? A sealed artifact? Alice frowned. The possibility of it being a sealed artifact aligned with some of her conjectures, yet the designation did not meet her expectations. Was this artifact truly alive? Alive? Dunn regarded her with a furrowed brow. No, 2049 has never exhibited any signs of life. Then it must be under some unknown influence. I understand now. The focus is not on 2049, but rather on the entity affecting it. Alice realized with sudden clarity. After contemplating her words for a moment, Dunn took the image and said, I see. You may go now. Alice nodded, preparing to leave, when she abruptly halted, as if having seen something. When Dunn cast a puzzled glance her way, intending to inquire, she seemed to snap back to reality and quickly exited his office. Closing the door nonchalantly, she greeted those she knew with a smile, making her way to the restroom. Once inside, she leaned against the door and closed her eyes, attempting to calm her thoughts. She would not forget what she had seen. The shadow of death that had begun to loom around Dunn since their encounter months ago had just wavered. Not enough. Alice softly reminded herself. At the very least, I must reach a point where I can discern what lies behind the shadow, or its intent, the deeper purpose. While Alice was not an inherently virtuous girl, she could not bear to see Dunn come to harm. Upon realizing that someone sought to leverage Dunn's demise, or to ensnare him in some predicament for their own ends, Alice had considered warning him, only to have her intuition restrain her. She understood that she could not voice any of this, nor reveal any signs, lest she attract unforeseen dangers. Alice was certainly not willing to sacrifice herself for Dunn, so she feigned ignorance, while Dunn continued to navigate 3 years unscathed. It seemed as though nothing had changed, yet Alice, gazing at the lurking shadows, was acutely aware that the darkness had already woven an intricate trap, merely awaiting activation. However, Alice found herself powerless. She could not reach the web without triggering it. All she could do was patiently await an opportunity, until today. But why would this affect Dunn? With her mind still muddled, Alice left the restroom and commenced her day of occult studies. After reclaiming the Antigonus notes and receiving treatment, Dunn remained in his office, diligently drafting a report. Upon rechecking the document and confirming its accuracy, he was preparing to leave when he heard a knock at the door. "Come," he replied, while contemplating who might be seeking him. Alice entered, closing the door carefully and observing Dunn in the interim, the shadow's trivial influence returning to its previous state. Just as I suspected, she thought to herself. This was a subtle and enduring influence. To dismantle this setup would require either a slow and calculated strategy or an absolute show of force. Lacking the latter, Alice had no choice but to utter an exceedingly inappropriate question. "Captain, where have you been going?" Dunn frowned at her, and while he had no qualms about sharing, considering that Alice was, in name, a formal member of the Night Watch team, even if she rarely manned the Charney's Gate or undertook independent missions, the issue lay precisely there. Alice was acutely aware of her own situation. Unless someone confided in her, she would not pry. "I came to remind you." Alice realized Dunn had misunderstood about the entity impacting 2049. As she spoke, she noticed the shadow dissipating ever so slightly, a sign that her warning was not in vain. For it was no secret that Dunn had a poor memory. Dunn clearly recalled the events of the morning. "Take a seat, since you've come to inquire, and, after all, this is your dream." Alice complied and sat down. "Do you remember the notes from the Antigonus family?" Dunn asked while revising the report. Alice nodded. She certainly would not forget why that particular new colleague had joined them. "Today, we successfully acquired those notes. If we are to consider what could potentially affect 2049, it must be those notes," Dunn explained, analyzing the situation. "If that is the case, then those notes could be quite dangerous." Alice refrained from pursuing this line of thought. She believed this conjecture had a strong likelihood of being accurate, but why would a misjudgment regarding the note's dangerousness lead to Dunn's demise? As a seasoned official extraordinary, he should be immune to such threats. Alice paused, recalling the eyes behind old Neil. Could it be that the captain is also on the brink of losing control? She discreetly scrutinized Dunn, regrettably lacking the ability to discern such matters. Thus, she could only ask an even more inappropriate question. "May I take a glance at those notes?" "I don't need to open them or read them, just a distant look." Dunn pondered for a moment before refusing her request. "It's not that I don't trust you, but I think it would be best to wait until after the Sanctum's assessment before making any decisions." "I understand." Alice observed Dunn for a few seconds, then realized he would not acquiesce to her request and reluctantly accepted the situation, departing from his office. In the divination club, Is Klein to become a formal member? Alice exclaimed, astonished as she looked at Roseanne. Hasn't he only been here for less than a month? Oh, your astonished expression mirrors mine exactly, Roseanne replied dramatically. But I suspect you are not as upset as I am. What is wrong? Alice hesitated, contemplating whether to comfort Roseanne. Wait, what was she upset about? My skin. I have to do a night shift every other day. Goddess, I'm not insomniac. Roseanne lamented her grievances about the night shifts. Alice fell silent, as she truly found it difficult to empathize with Roseanne. While she, too, was not an insomniac, she regrettably couldn't assist her. I'm sorry, but I'm underage. I can't stay up late. Roseanne gazed at Alice with a look of profound despair, and after a moment, Alice could no longer endure that gaze and took her leave. Having completed her studies for the day, Alice sauntered away from the Blackthorn Security Company, transforming into a spectral presence meandering through the streets. Suddenly, she paused, sensing something, and gazed at several signs adorning the second floor across the street. Harrods, the Veterans Club, and the Divination Club. The name of the latter piqued her curiosity, prompting her to ascend to the second floor. A striking lady with chestnut hair, stationed in the lobby, approached Alice upon her arrival. Miss, are you here for a reading? Or would you like to join our club? She inquired. Alice, momentarily taken aback by the question, glanced at her with a contemplative expression before producing a coin and tossing it into the air. It landed on heads. Divination it is. Our members are free to conduct readings for others and set their own prices, with us taking a modest commission, the lady continued. If you wish to have a reading, you may peruse this catalog, which contains introductions and pricing from our members who are willing to provide readings. Though somewhat bewildered, the diligent lady opened the catalog before Alice. However, since it was a weekday, most members were occupied with their jobs. Alice's attention drifted from the lady's words as she scanned the catalog for names that might ignite her inspiration, eventually landing on one she recognized. Klein Moretti? Is he a member here? Alice inquired with interest. The lady's eyes widened slightly in surprise. You know Mr. Moretti? She asked, noticing the scrutinizing gaze directed at her. Alice furrowed her brow slightly and smiled. Is Mr. Moretti available? No, he is not, the lady replied, pausing as if to suggest another diviner, but then refraining. Very well, Alice said, shifting her focus from the catalog. What are the requirements for joining your club? The lady's expression brightened as she began to explain with practiced ease. You'll need to fill out a detailed application and pay an annual membership fee. Initially £5 and thereafter £1 each year. Unlike those political or business clubs, we do not require a formal recommendation to join. Members can use the club's meeting rooms and various divination spaces free of charge. Enjoy complimentary coffee and tea. Read our subscribed newspapers and magazines. Purchase lunch, dinner, beverages, and some divination materials at cost. And we invite a renowned diviner at least once a month to provide lectures and address queries. Most importantly, you will find a community of like-minded individuals with whom to exchange experiences. I would like to join the club, Alice declared, looking directly at the lady while producing a £5 note. It is our honor, the lady beamed, accepting the note, verifying its authenticity, and then retrieving a form for Alice to fill out. Please provide your information so I can issue you a receipt. Alice took the pen and diligently filled in her name, gender, address, and company details. Hesitating for a moment at the age field, she wrote down 16, omitting her date of birth. You reside at the church. Oh, are you colleagues with Mr. Moretti? The chestnut-haired lady noted with keen observation. Alice raised her gaze to meet hers, her demeanor unmistakably indicating her reluctance to answer. The lady, sensing the unspoken boundary, collected the form and handed Alice a membership pin, extending her right hand. Welcome to the Tingen City Divination Club. I am Angelica Barhart, your diligent servant. This is your membership pin, inscribed with our unique emblem to signify your status. Hello, Ms. Barhart, Alice replied, shaking her hand and accepting the dark gold pin. Alice examined the pin with genuine interest as Angelica resumed her duties. May I inquire what form of divination you excel in, or what methods you wish to learn at the club? We will consider inviting corresponding renowned diviners to teach and introduce you to members with similar expertise for enjoyable exchanges. No need, Alice shook her head. I possess a modicum of knowledge in various methods. I am not a novice. After a brief pause, she added, May I conduct readings for others immediately? You are welcome to perform readings at the club at any time. However, until we ascertain your proficiency, we will refrain from endorsing you when customers inquire, Angelica replied, though Alice noted her curiosity was barely contained. What are your desired fees for readings? Alice regarded Angelica thoughtfully before repeating her earlier puzzling action, producing 12 coins and scattering them across the table. 6 bearing heads, 6 showing numbers, totaling 6 pence. Angelica opened her mouth in surprise, then regained her composure, continuing with her explanation. We charge a fee of 1/8 of the total price, which amounts to 1/4 of a penny. As she spoke, she recorded Alice's information in the catalog. Would you like a beverage? We offer Siberian red tea, South Welsh coffee, and DC coffee. Upon seeing Alice reach for her coins again, Angelica could no longer suppress her curiosity. May I ask why you do this? I find myself lacking in decision-making ability, Alice explained. In most significant matters, fate tends to reveal the answers to me. However, in trivial situations, Angelica was taken aback by this response, falling silent as she pondered Alice's words, particularly the discordant notion. Fate reveals answers to you? Alice paused her actions, bestowing upon her a perfectly crafted smile, prompting Angelica to realize this was another question that would remain unanswered. Are there any beverages among those that you despise? Angelica ventured to rephrase her inquiry. None. Would you mind if I prepared one for you directly? That would be splendid. Angelica noted the look of relief that washed over Alice, and she proceeded to prepare the drink. Just then, a young man with very short, pale hair entered, his complexion sallow and his red eyes somewhat dim. I would like a reading, he stated to Angelica. 15. Temperance using luck. Before Angelica could respond, Alice took a step back, signaling that she could manage the situation. Do you have a specific diviner in mind? Angelica cast a grateful glance at Alice before warmly addressing the short-haired man, while Alice quietly opened her sight. I would like Mr. Klein Moretti to conduct my reading. Alice observed the young man press against the right side of his dimly colored abdomen as he spoke. But Mr. Moretti is not here today. Angelica replied without needing to verify. The young man fell silent, pacing back and forth before asking, when will Mr. Moretti return? Nobody knows. He has his own affairs. From my observations, he tends to come in most frequently on Monday afternoons, Angelica said, lost in thought. Very well, the young man replied, his expression darkening as he turned to leave. Perhaps you ought to consult a physician rather than seek the counsel of divination, Alice remarked, unable to suppress her concern as she observed the dim hues emanating from his form. The short-haired man turned in surprise to gaze at Alice. Who are you? This is our diviner, Miss Alice Kingsley. Perhaps you might consider requesting a reading from Miss Kingsley, Angelica interjected opportunely. The short-haired man hesitated, for although Klein had vouched for him, Alice, to be frank, appeared rather unreliable at first glance. Alice fixed her gaze upon him for several moments, then produced a coin. In the midst of his bewildered expression, she softly chanted, I ought to divine for him, 7 times before tossing the coin into the air, revealing the king's face. Furrowing her brow at the outcome, Alice pondered what benefit she could possibly derive from usurping Klein's business. Miss Kingsley, may I request a reading? The short-haired man asked. Well, it will cost you 6 pence. Does that pose a problem? Alice replied, contemplating. 6 pence? The man looked astonished at Alice, beginning to doubt her credibility as a physician. This is a matter of fate, Alice shrugged, just as I had no intention of entering the divination club today, nor of becoming a diviner, much less. She paused, scrutinizing the short-haired man for a few seconds before continuing, much less intending to divine for you. The man appeared somewhat perplexed. Yet it must be said that Alice's demeanor was entirely befitting that of a diviner, which oddly reassured him. Thus, he placed his hand over his chest and bowed to Alice. Then, I would like to request a reading. Alice glanced at Angelica, who expressed her satisfaction with. You may utilize the citron room. With no choices to be made, Alice and the short-haired man proceeded to the citron room. The man introduced himself. I am Bogdan Jones. I have already consulted a physician who informed me that I require surgery, but I am filled with dread. Well, Alice remarked as she examined the divination tools within the room. Do you wish to ascertain the outcome of the surgery? Yes, I hope for a favorable result, Bogdan replied, appearing anxious. I must caution you. Alice's gaze fell upon him. Your expectations regarding the reading may influence the outcome itself, thereby affecting the accuracy of the divination. Bogdan took a deep breath. Very well. Alice observed his expression thoughtfully before retrieving a deck of tarot cards. Perhaps, like most, you are merely seeking psychological comfort. If that is the case, shall we begin with the tarot? Bogdan nodded nervously, seeming even less adept at decision-making than Alice. She instructed him to shuffle, cut, and lay out a spread of Inta's cards. Even devoid of significance, Alice solemnly unveiled each card, finally revealing the outcome card, the reversed wheel of fortune. Things will take a turn for the worse, Alice whispered as she regarded the card. Is there no hope? Bogdan's pallor deepened, his voice trembling. Well, Alice studied him for a few moments, concluding that allowing him to draw tarot cards was not what she required. Here's what we'll do. Leave your ring and inscribe your date of birth, then step outside to await my return. Bogdan, slightly calmed by Alice's unchanging demeanor, pinned his birth date and left the ring before exiting the room. Murmuring a prayer for Bogdan Jones's recovery from his liver ailment, Alice succumbed to slumber. She found herself in a shop imbued with a rich herbal aroma, where a short-haired man in his 30s, with a round face, was busily attending to tasks. Clad in garments reminiscent of a rural witch, his robe was deep and adorned with various peculiar symbols. Alice blinked, and her gaze rapidly retreated, catching a glimpse of the street number and an overview of the street. She mentally noted the address, 18 Vlad Street, East District, Rosen's Folk Herbal Shop. I should pay a visit to Rosen's Folk Herbal Shop. Alice silently repeated this thought 7 times before tossing the coin, smiling as it revealed the king's face once more. Murmuring about what she could obtain, Alice fell back into a dream. This time, she found herself in an underground trading market. A peculiar creature stared at her blankly before abruptly departing. I might find the creature there, perhaps associated with the School of Life? She pondered. Indeed, the School of Life has practitioners of the apothecary path. Realization dawned upon Alice, and she rose to open the door, only to find Bogdan waiting anxiously outside. You might stroll along Vlad Street in the East District. Alice returned the ring to him, paying attention to anything related to Rosen. Is it my hope? Bogdan's eyes brightened. I believe so, Alice replied. With excitement, Bogdan produced his wallet, extracting a £1 note to offer Alice. Yet she did not accept it, emphasizing, my fee for divination is 6 pence. But you're worth more. Bogdan gazed at Alice earnestly. I find that if fate dictates I should collect 6 pence, it is best I adhere to that, for I have already received what I desired. I cannot demand more, such as monetary gain. As Alice spoke, her attention drifted elsewhere. She perceived the familiar pure white mist, realizing that behind it lay her lost memories, and the discernible fragments were those she had begun to recall. She recognized she was seated at a desk, her hand youthful and still bearing the remnants of baby fat, suggesting she was quite young at that moment. Alice focused on the neat yet delicate writing on the paper, which bore a brief, cryptic phrase, moderate the use of luck, avoid extravagance. With a swift motion, Alice steadied herself against the doorframe, quickly reclaiming her sense of place, and smiled at Bogdan. However, Bogdan regarded her with admiration, counting out 6 pence, as he declared, You are a diviner worthy of respect. I am merely a fortunate individual who occasionally glimpses a fragment of fate, Alice replied absent-mindedly, pondering that phrase. Why had Juan inscribed such words? In her subconscious, Alice felt an intrinsic importance attached to that matter, and the phrase itself perhaps held significance as well. Lost in thought, Alice exited the divination club, but hesitated regarding her next destination. Should I perhaps visit that herbal shop? She instinctively resisted this notion, as encountering Bogdan again on the way or in the store would not be a pleasant experience for her. Of course, Alice exclaimed, slapping her forehead. Since there is a possibility of running into Bogdan regardless, why not simply follow him? Applying the tracking techniques she had learned, Alice quietly trailed Bogdan. As he traversed the length of Vlad Street for the 3rd time, doubts began to creep in regarding her decision. Fortunately, this gentleman, hindered by his liver condition, could not make a 4th pass. Ah, how delightful! Alice sighed in exasperation, leaning against the exterior of Rosen's herbal shop to rest. After Bogdan departed with a satchel of herbs, she stepped inside. Just as she was about to call something toward the back door, the proprietor paused, glanced at Alice, and with a peculiar expression inquired, Miss, are you of age? Alice looked at him in confusion, clearly perplexed as to how this pertained to her maturity. What I mean is, you appear quite healthy. The proprietor wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. Alice, pondering, regarded him thoughtfully. After several mental circles without conjuring a more tactful approach, she bluntly asked, Do you know where I might find a monster? The rotund apothecary, taken aback by such forthrightness from a supernatural being, trembled slightly, scrutinizing Alice's youthful yet innocent countenance, unsure of how to proceed. Iarbonoilintantions, Alice blinka. Opting to divulge a morsel of information, I simply, is this a suitable place for conversation? The stout apothecary studied Alice for a moment. Perhaps sensing that she bore no intent to resort to violence, he locked the door and erected a barrier of spiritual energy before turning his attention back to her. I inadvertently became a supernatural being, Alice explained. Inadvertently? The apothecary's eyes betrayed his skepticism. I accidentally ingested an extraordinary trait. And then Alice faltered, noting the peculiar expression that crossed the apothecary's face. Yes, a monster? He asked tentatively. If it were indeed a monster, it was possible to locate one. Creatures often glimpsed things they ought not due to their heightened intuition, yet occasionally stumbled upon useful knowledge. No, it's worse than that. Alice grimaced slightly, pinching her brow. I swallowed the extraordinary trait of a lucky individual. That is, the apothecary speculated, recalling a lesson from his mentor about how the monster path could render a person fortunate, though he remained uncertain of its sequence. It is sequence 7 of the monster path, Alice replied. The apothecary's mouth opened in astonishment. Momentarily, he appeared to lose both his ability to articulate and control over his facial muscles, maintaining a look of sheer bewilderment as he gazed at Alice. I now believe that the monster path can indeed augment luck, was the apothecary's first coherent statement upon regaining his faculties. How might I contact you? I suspect you will be packing up to leave tomorrow, Alice conjectured, successfully observing the tremor in the flesh of the apothecary's face. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to learn more about this path and meet others who share it. You may first reach out to the School of Life. If all is well, you can find me at the night church, where you may write to. Alice provided her address and contact details before departing the herbal shop without hesitation. She bore no concern that this matter would go unanswered. Even if she suspected it was a trap, someone would come to investigate Alice's situation. Moreover, Alice pondered, casting her gaze downward at herself, though she saw nothing amiss. Perhaps the true issue lay within myself from the very beginning? On Monday morning, Alice received a shocking revelation at the Blackthorn Security Company. So, the captain entered the dream of Heinaz Van Sant and perished before emerging? Indeed, Leonard confirmed. Alice immediately sprang up to seek Dunn. Upon entering Dunn's office, she found him seated behind his desk, as usual. Alice observed him quietly, concluding that he appeared to be well. What do you wish to ask? Dunn inquired after Alice had scrutinized him for a considerable time. I heard from Leonard about what transpired last night, and I grew somewhat concerned for your well-being. Alice explained her actions. I see. Dunn cast a gentle glance at Alice. Rest assured, I am unscathed. Could you share what you witnessed in the dream? Alice pressed, still feeling uneasy. Dunn paused for a moment before responding. It was not a pleasant memory. I beheld a colossal cross filling the sky in Heinaz Van Sant's dream, upon which a naked man was nailed with black iron spikes. Alice listened intently to Dunn's account. The image of the man suspended on the cross effortlessly conjured the image of the hanged man tarot card in her mind, connecting Dunn's unconsciousness to the tarot, which was said to relate to the 22 divine paths. Alice suddenly recalled the phrase, "One must not gaze directly upon the divine." What if the captain truly caught sight of a deity within his dream, especially if it were an evil god? This thought surged uncontrollably through Alice's mind, becoming increasingly terrifying as she began to suspect that Dunn's predicament might be linked to a loss of control. She looked at Dunn and the dense shadow enveloping him, pursed her lips, and abruptly posed a question entirely unrelated to their discourse. Captain, do you think the names of sequence potions exist solely to reflect their effects? Once again, the Tarot Society convened. Above the mist, towering stone pillars upheld a grand temple. Suddenly, two deep red figures materialized beside an ancient, weathered bronze table, their forms blurring into ethereal silhouettes. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, Audrey greeted with a gentle smile. Alas, there is no fine wine here. Otherwise, we could toast to your success. Attempt? Oh, she must be referring to that ritual, Alice thought, feeling no guilt for her lack of effort. Your strength surpasses our expectations. Well, if my prayers can be heard when I awaken from my nightmares, may I disturb Klein as well? Observing the Reverend Alge, Alice smiled politely and bowed. Congratulations on your success. Klein remained shrouded in an exceedingly dense fog, his right hand gesturing as though responding to a commonplace matter. Excellent. This indicates we are on a productive path. In the future, if you have matters to address on Monday afternoons, please conduct the ritual in advance and inform me. You simply need to modify the requests within the incantation to include specific reasons. Alice resolved to awaken him next time. After Audrey submitted a diary entry and Alge indicated he had not received it, the esteemed Mr. Fool commenced the reading of the diary. Once Mr. Fool announced that transactions could begin, Audrey eagerly inquired of Alge, "Where might I find the Psychological Alchemy Society?" Alge shook his head. "Miss Justice, first, I possess no clues. Second, I believe you need not rush to seek the Psychological Alchemy Society. Your current focus should be on digesting the audience potion." Upon realizing that Mr. Fool had no further insights to share, Audrey nodded in slight disappointment. I merely hope to have ample time to prepare and engage with them more naturally. Well then, when may I digest the audience potion and conclude the charade? Is there a standard for judgment? I have scarcely experienced agitation or heard murmurs since. Evidently, Alger was also ignorant of the matter at hand. Kind-hearted Mr. Fool offered a reminder. In the lower sequences, as long as one adheres strictly to the role, complete absorption can be achieved within half a year, and even within a month, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. He glanced at Justice and gently added, "The signs of complete absorption will become clear to you in due time. There will be no need for others to enlighten you." A month? Alice echoed in mild astonishment. Aware that the church's standard was 3 years, knowledge gleaned from Dunn. If the effects of the role-playing method were so exaggerated, why would the church not make it publicly known? Half a year, Alger murmured in response. Audrey, as an observer, curiously scrutinized them before turning her gaze towards Klein. "Mr. Fool, do you have intentions to recruit new members?" Mr. Fool fell silent, as it was hardly appropriate for him to admit that his spiritual capacity was insufficient to accommodate another individual. As a regular gathering, the selection of members should adhere to stringent standards, Alice remarked softly, and such reviews should certainly be conducted by Mr. Fool himself, should they not? Indeed. Audrey nodded in agreement. We ought to have a rigorous procedure, commencing with observation, followed by recommendations, and then assessments. Secrecy is our creed. With a sigh of relief, Mr. Fool delivered his closing remarks. I seek information concerning the school of life or leads on extraordinary beings of the monster path. After confirming that Audrey had no further comments, Alice articulated her own request. What is the school of life? Miss Audrey inquired, utterly uninformed. Are you not an extraordinary being of the school of life? Alger looked at Alice with surprise. Unlike Audrey's complete ignorance of the extraordinary realm, Alger, upon learning that Alice belonged to the monster path, presumed her to be from the school of life, deliberately overlooking the few inconsistencies. My ascension to the extraordinary was merely a stroke of luck. Alice emphasized the word luck, and Alger quickly grasped her implication. It had been an accident. However, what sort of accident could elevate one to the extraordinary and also promote them? It should be sequence 8 or 7. It was unlikely to be a mid-sequence, at least not one from an earlier time. Pausing momentarily, Alger suddenly recognized a glaring inconsistency. Alice was quite young, still bearing traces of innocence, a state uncharacteristic of a wild extraordinary. She had most likely been very well protected, and, considering her age at which she became extraordinary, if she did not belong to the school of life, it was highly probable that she had been discovered by official channels. This explanation neatly accounted for her knowledge of the inner workings of the 3 major churches and why she, like him, was astonished by the enhancement effects of the role-playing method. But could official extraordinary beings ascend merely due to luck? Wait, where would the officials acquire the potion recipes of the monster path? At that moment, Alger did not contemplate the possibility that Alice had not experienced sequence 9 or 8. For such matters are often dismissed by most unless witnessed firsthand. Indeed, even then, many would find them difficult to accept. As the hanged man remained lost in thought and did not respond to Audrey's inquiry, Alice could only explain to her, "This is a secretive organization, and I possess little knowledge about it. All I know is that it primarily operates on a master-disciple inheritance system, with paths for potion makers and monsters." After a brief pause, Alice added, "My commission remains valid until I locate an extraordinary being from the school of life or the monster path." Once Audrey and Alger expressed their understanding, a silence enveloped the atmosphere once more. I have heard that a listener from the Aurora Society is in search of traces of the true creator, which they advocate as the sanctuary. Alger proactively initiated a new topic. The true creator? Audrey inquired, perplexed. An ancient entity venerated by numerous secret organizations and clandestine sects. They believe that the creator has not completely perished. The remnants of their essence constitute the true creator. Alger offered a succinct explanation. Since the 5th epoch, the true creator has appeared in various forms, such as the hanged giant and the eye behind the veil of shadows. Many believe that when Emperor Roselle invented the tarot cards, he drew inspiration from the image of the true creator, thus resulting in the hangman card. At this juncture, he turned to Klein and queried, "I have not misspoken, have I, Mr. Fool?" Klein chuckled lightly. "I would prefer to refer to him as the fallen creator." Fun? No. Another aspect of the hangman symbolizes sacrifice. Considering the reality of the true creator as an evil deity, Alice suddenly pondered. Could his transformation into an evil deity be related to this? The interplay of deities and their followers. Fallen creator, fallen, Alger repeated, while Alice discreetly observed his expression, thinking to herself how rich this gentleman's imagination was. Alice noticed him murmuring something. Then, with a hint of amusement, he remarked, "Mr. Fool, your description is indeed more accurate. Based on our observations, the proportion of extraordinary beings who worship the true creator, no, the fallen creator, who lose control is significantly higher than normal, and the remainder are mostly madmen." All mad. Alice's brows arched in surprise, and she suddenly realized that the state of deities might indeed influence the condition of their followers. But what of the reverse? Alice abruptly recognized an error in her long-held line of reasoning. If deities are false, that may suffice. Yet, for those who genuinely exist, why would they care about mortal faith? Not to mention, the Church's sacred texts contain not only accounts of the deities themselves, but also of saints and angels. Given that saints represent the inception of divine integration, does this imply that divinity, like sequence potions, contained extraordinary beings? And the faithful, could they assist in resisting such corruption? These unverifiable speculations were suppressed by Alice. After all, she was far from high sequences and harbored little desire for ascension, perhaps to the extent that she might never require such knowledge in her lifetime. At that moment, this was her mindset. Meanwhile, Mr. Fool, who was deeply engrossed in contemplating how to inquire about information regarding the secret order and the clown's potion, discreetly turned his attention to Alice. Mr. Fool was considering the possibility of commissioning Alice for procurement at the next tarot meeting, while Audrey, half in lamentation and half in curiosity, spoke up. "That sounds quite terrifying. Miss Destiny, Mr. Hangman, could you elaborate on the various mysterious organizations and clandestine sects? I find it challenging to encounter them in daily life, and can only learn through you. I would be willing to offer remuneration for the information. What would you desire? Clues regarding extraordinary beings from the school of life or the monster path?" Alice replied, echoing her initial request. "If I acquire leads in advance, I will exchange them for something else." Audrey readily acquiesced, indicating that she would remain vigilant for related clues. "I require a sum of money, £1,000, preferably in non-consecutive notes or freshly mined gemstones, calculated according to the monthly average price in the Beckland jewelry trading market." Alger did not appear overly disappointed and, after a moment's contemplation, stated his requirements. This proposal left Alice somewhat taken aback. Even more astonishing was Audrey's enthusiastic agreement, her tone cheerful and seemingly untroubled by the arrangement. She seemed unfazed by Alice's free listening. "She truly is wealthy," Alice mused silently, gaining a sliver of understanding regarding Audrey's ability to maintain such innocence. Alger remained silent for an extended period before finally disclosing the location of the transaction. Alice suspected he might be regretting his decision to ask for less. "Mr. Hangman, please speak first," Alice suggested. "I shall provide supplementary information. Let us commence with the Moors monastic order, as it is the earliest clandestine organization. Of course, many believe that the true originators of secret societies are the Church of the Night Goddess, the Earth Mother Church, and the War God Church. What about the other 4 righteous God churches?" Alice inquired earnestly. "Those individuals must certainly be members of the Stormlord Church, the Eternal Sun Church, or the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom," Audrey retorted gloomily. "These truths have long been buried in ancient history. The only certainty is that no one has ever claimed the Stormlord Church, the Eternal Sun Church, or the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom were once secret organizations. Now, let us conserve time and return to the topic at hand. The Moors monastic order was originally founded by a few humans who had witnessed the blasphemous tablets. They worshipped an impersonal deity known as the Hidden Sage. Alger began to elaborate on the Moors monastic order and the Hidden Sage, a once highly esteemed organization prior to the sage's resurrection. Like a ghost story, Alice pondered, recalling the eyes behind old Neil, and she added, "The Moors monastic order holds dominion over the path of the seeker, with the Hidden Sage suspected to be the true god or a high-ranking entity of that path. He sporadically imparts knowledge to all extraordinary beings of the seeker's path, and should they falter, madness ensues." The notion that seekers are pursued by the knowledge of the Hidden Sage was something Alice had heard after old Neil was taken for treatment. Evidently, those eyes had belonged to the Hidden Sage. Subsequently, as Alger introduced several other secret organizations, Alice pointed out a possible reason for the all-female leadership of the witch sect. Well, the Assassin's Path has a rank 7 known as the Witch. "The Witch?" Audrey exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. What would happen if a man ingested the witch's potion? How would he embody a witch? Alger, too, found himself engulfed in confusion and disbelief. If a man were to consume the witch's potion, he would no longer be considered a man. In every sense, he would become a witch. After uttering this, Alice carefully observed Audrey and Alger, feeling a sense of satisfaction at their bewildered expressions. While reveling in her triumph, Alice recalled the hidden sage who lived on faith and the hypothesis that followers could influence deities. After exchanging further information, Klein announced the conclusion of the tarot meeting. The following morning, Alice encountered Lady Daly at the Blackthorn Security Company. "Good morning, Lady Daly." Alice greeted her with a cheerful tone. "Good morning, little Alice," Daly replied with a familiar, teasing lilt, extending her hand toward Alice. Anticipating her intentions, Alice quickly evaded Daly's wicked hand. "Please spare me. I presume you are here to find the captain, correct?" "Oh." Daly retracted her hand in disappointment, then resumed her smile, saying, "I have good news for you, little Alice." "What is it?" Alice asked while cautiously eyeing Daly's hand to prevent any sneaky antics. Since their acquaintance began, Daly had taken a liking to patting her head. But Alice had grown into a big girl now. "I am being transferred to Bakerland," Daly answered, a response that set Alice on edge. Alice was aware of Daly's credentials. Having become an extraordinary being only 5 years ago, she had already attained rank 7. Unlike Alice, who had inadvertently ingested a potion to reach rank 7, Daly had ascended through genuine effort, implying that. Alice curiously gazed at Daly. "Are you being promoted again?" Daly nodded before departing, leaving Alice in deep contemplation. If Daly's rapid ascension stemmed from her mastery of the masquerade, did the higher-ups suspect this, leading them to decide on her transfer to Bakerland? This would mean that the higher-ups were indeed aware of the existence of the masquerade. In the evening, when informed of a dinner with Klein, Alice initially declined. However, circumstances dictated otherwise. After all, it was a gathering. Ultimately, Alice found herself at the dining table alongside Klein, who had just completed an afternoon of combat training and was unable to eat. Thus, in addition to Klein, who protested against eating with his eyes closed, Alice also expressed her discontent. "This is Alice Kingsley. Even if you haven't met her, you should be familiar with her story," Dunn introduced. Noting that Alice's recent appearances at the Blackthorn Security Company had made her a figure of interest, and she had indeed been lacking a formal introduction. Alice soon noticed several gazes upon her. She was not surprised, or rather, she would have found it odd if those familiar with her did not scrutinize her. Dunn lifted his glass of red wine and continued, "Let us welcome our new official member, Klein Moretti." "Cheers!" Klein, suppressing his discomfort, raised a champagne glass, while Alice held up her juice, orange juice. For this dinner, Alice had specifically sought out a piece of fabric that was not very opaque, allowing her to discern what lay before her in sufficiently bright light. It seemed that her desire to observe Klein's peculiarities was still rather stringent. Alice's unusual attire quickly caught the attention of the night watchman, and after Klein set down his glass, Segatin curiously inquired, "Alice, why this attire?" Alice responded with a melodious cadence, "Because our Mr. Moretti harbors secrets within his fate that cannot be gazed upon directly." Others, intrigued by Alice's words, turned their attention to Klein, who successfully exhibited the bewildered embarrassment Alice had anticipated. Satisfied with her revenge, Alice then settled down, contentedly sipping her orange juice. In that moment, she suddenly perceived the advantages of being a child. For instance, she could indulge in childish sweet beverages at such gatherings and express her dissatisfaction towards Klein through mischief, even if he had done nothing wrong. As the food before Klein was devoured by Leonard and others, the waitstaff began serving pudding and ice cream, marking Alice's favorite moment of the meal. She quickly finished her portion of ice cream drizzled with blueberry sauce and was contemplating requesting another when Dunn proposed. "Let's raise another toast for Klein." Before he could finish, Klein blurted out, "Captain, may I have a serving of dinner?" In the ensuing silence, Alice promptly followed up, "Captain, I would like another serving of ice cream." Laughter erupted among the group, and after Alice finished her second serving of ice cream, Klein's pepper steak was finally served. Watching Klein devour his steak, Alice licked her lips, momentarily disappointed by the absence of lingering sweetness, and then gazed expectantly at Dunn, hesitantly speaking, "Captain, you cannot have a third serving of ice cream." Dunn callously denied her request. Alice pouted slightly, lethargically tapping her fingers on the table as she awaited Klein to finish his meal. That night, she was abruptly awakened from her dreams. But unlike the typical shock of awakening, she quickly realized that she was still ensnared within a dream, for she found herself in a room crafted entirely of confections, with walls fashioned from cake and a table made of chocolate, laden with an abundance of ice cream. Gazing at Dunn, who sat across from her with an impassive expression fixed upon her, Alice began to comprehend the reason for her abrupt awakening. However, Dunn remained silent, merely continuing to stare at Alice. At first, she maintained a carefree attitude, indulging in the ice cream as if it were a treat she could not resist. Yet, as Dunn continued to gaze, her enjoyment gradually transformed into a form of torment. This was indeed a veritable nightmare, Alice mused silently. Feeling a pang of regret for the words she had once uttered to Dunn, she realized it was not just herself who needed reminding, but also Lady Dolly, and she wondered if Klein had offered a similar caution. Alice recognized that the captain must still be attempting to navigate the role of a nightmare, prompting her to reflect on her own 3-year descent into complacency as a fortunate one. Suddenly, she felt the urge to reassess her own demeanor. Yet, she knew such introspection would yield no fruit. The path of the monsters was not akin to that of the sleepless, for the church possessed no potions to guide her. By the way, why was she able to remain conscious within her dreams? A sudden realization struck her. She recalled the first time Dunn had entered her dream to inquire about her, during which she had also been aware, for instance. She had selectively concealed the fact that the unfortunate courier had been startled by her sudden awakening. Moreover, upon Dunn's entry into her dream, the landscape of her dream had shifted. Such power could not inherently belong to her. As this truth dawned, Alice felt a surge of fear. She had always lacked reverence for extraordinary power, but in that moment, a genuine trepidation took root within her. Who had manipulated her dreams? That unknown entity had the ability to keep her conscious within her dreams. Could it also one day lead her to an oblivious demise within them? Or perhaps leave her in a perpetual slumber, rendering her a mere vegetable? The mere thought of such possibilities instilled fear within Alice's heart, compounded by the memories she had lost. As if her journey to becoming extraordinary had been meticulously orchestrated. Like a marionette, Alice pondered, and for a fleeting moment, she even doubted whether she was a character penned by someone else's hand, with all her experiences, thoughts, and actions under control. Thus, if that were the case, might her current skepticism also be preordained? Alice shivered, dispelling this terrifying and perilous thought, yet her fear caused the dream to falter, gradually unraveling until she awakened, her eyes opening to the emblem of the goddess of night. Never had she found the insignia of the night goddess so comforting. She recalled that the deity wielded the power of slumber, closing her eyes and silently praying, "O exalted goddess of night, mightier than the starry expanse and more ancient than eternity, sovereign of scarlet, mother of secrets, queen of calamity and dread, lord of tranquility and silence, grant me restful slumber, bestow upon me a sweet dream." It seemed her prayers bore fruit, as Alice's fears slowly dissipated, and she sank once more into a deep, serene dream, evidenced by the gentle smile that graced her lips, a sign that indeed it was a pleasant dream. A warning: so, you have divined that all the coincidences you have experienced were orchestrated? Above the mist, after hearing Klein's account, Alice's previously quelled fears resurfaced. She soon recognized the reason Klein had sought her out. In terms of coincidences, what could be more coincidental than her journey into becoming extraordinary? Moreover, Alice suddenly realized that, even as she yearned to uncover her memories and past, she had never sought clues regarding divination, despite her awareness that the matter was far from simple. A piercing scream within her consciousness abruptly halted her thoughts. She recognized that divining this matter concealed immense peril, and it indicated that the coincidences surrounding her were not of the same origin as those associated with Klein. Gathering her thoughts, she turned her gaze to Klein, who awaited her contemplation, and softly stated, "The target of the other party should not be you." "Not me?" Klein was taken aback. In truth, prior to calling out to Alice, he had contemplated several possibilities, one of which pertained to his own transgressions. Now, hearing Alice suggest he had been overly self-involved, he felt a peculiar shift in his emotions. "Wait, how do you know it isn't mine?" "Because, Captain," Alice began, but suddenly realized that she was in a place where her truthful words would not attract scrutiny. Confusion once again clouded her understanding of this place. Klein responded with an expression that mirrored his own uncertainty. "Well," Alice sighed with resignation, furrowing her brow as she attempted to articulate her thoughts. "Let me think about how to explain this to you. I first noticed something amiss with the captain. It began a few months ago. I can't quite describe that sensation, like a shadow or a transparent thread. In short, some pervasive yet invisible force has entwined itself with the captain. The master behind this influence is guiding the captain's fate, gradually narrowing the captain's future to a singular possibility of demise." "So, The individual orchestrating all of this has the captain as their target? Klein inquired. Why not inform others? He asked, puzzled. Because I had a premonition that the moment I spoke up, I would be discovered. Alice explained, her brow knitted in concern. But I believe that the true target of the entity behind this is not necessarily the captain. What is it then? Klein pressed further. I don't know, it's just a feeling, an intuition, you understand? Alice endeavored to convey her unique reasoning to Klein, explaining that she often sought evidence to support her answers rather than deducing conclusions from the evidence alone. Rationality told Klein that this was a rather unsound line of reasoning, but the intuition of the extraordinary sometimes transcended mere instinct. Thus, he resolved to place a measure of trust in her words, especially given that Dunn hardly seemed like someone who harbored deep-seated enmity or had plotted for years to orchestrate a subtle demise. By the way, Alice remarked, observing Klein's silence, I think I should remind you, I don't know why speaking here doesn't attract the attention of the entity behind us, but you should be cautious. Have you considered that you are akin to the person in your metaphor, stealthily infiltrating the castle while the guards remain oblivious? Klein stiffened slightly, although he did not possess the same arrogance as Leonard, believing himself to be the protagonist of some grand narrative due to his uniqueness. He also could not claim to be exceptionally vigilant regarding the source castle. At times, he even found himself somewhat reliant upon it. Alice sighed in exasperation, then asked Klein, Do you remember how I became extraordinary? Clear's throat. Klein coughed lightly, attempting to maintain his composure. Well, it seems you still recall, Alice remarked, unfazed, for she had grown accustomed to it. What do you think it resembles? Klein looked at Alice, bewildered, as he failed to grasp her intent in bringing up the matter. The unfortunate courier, I refer to the deceased fortunate one, led an utterly unremarkable life. He seemed to have been deliberately chosen as a courier solely to deliver this extraordinary characteristic into my view. Alice conveyed her long-held feelings to Klein. Yet have you ever contemplated the identity of a sender? Is it related to the truth you traversed? That girl? Klein inquired uncertainly, unable to forget Alice's initial words about the girl who called her a natural-born monster. I do not know, Alice replied. But the most terrifying aspect of this matter lies not here. In truth, until today, I had never considered divination regarding it, despite my profound concern. Can you guess why it never crossed my mind? Spirituality, in the act of reporting? Klein reasonably speculated, for that seemed the most probable answer for an extraordinary being. However, it only deepened his dread. What kind of existence would render even the attempt at divination impossible? Every gift of fate comes with a hidden price, Alice murmured. Yet even as she advised Klein, she remained unaware that her reliance on intuition and luck was, in fact, a testament to her unearned enjoyment of fate's gifts. Nevertheless, Alice issued a final warning to Klein, not only the guards but also the true master of the castle, sitting in the master's chair, adorned as the castle-less lord. Both Justice and the hangman regarded you as the master. If one day the true master were to replace you, would they be aware? Another coincidence. Alice's reminder startled Klein. Yet in this regard, his situation mirrored Alice's. Both had unknowingly accepted the gifts of fate, awaiting the day the price would be exacted. But at least, when we grow stronger, perhaps the same price will not inflict as much harm upon us. Will it? Holding on to this thought, Klein began to seek clues regarding the Joker's potion after Alice departed. Soon, Alice encountered a portrait of Klein at Dunnes, but it bore little significance. For Klein soon chanced upon the person in the portrait and eliminated him. When Cohen returned to clean up the aftermath, Alice was scribbling aimlessly on paper. Speaking of which, I've always wanted to ask, Alice quipped, does the Way of the Sleepless not possess its own ritual magic? In Alice's perception, ever since old Neil departed, she and Klein had seemingly become mere tools of ritual magic. Well, primarily her, since Klein at least engaged in various other tasks, unlike her, who felt her very existence was solely to prepare various ritual magics. In a sense, Alice perhaps leaned closer to being a civilian. The Way of the Sleepless lacks auxiliary capabilities before Sequence 6, and Cohen appeared somewhat unaccustomed to Alice's temperament, yet he still offered an explanation. Upon realizing this, Alice silently closed her mouth, no longer pressing the poor fellow. They soon arrived at the scene, where Klein had returned home to rest due to exhaustion from spiritual consumption. Without old Neil's guidance, Klein unsurprisingly surrendered the formula for the Joker's potion, having already conducted necromancy and divination on the corpse. Alice was left with merely some simple concluding tasks. So, why did the fight break out here? After processing the scene, Alice sought out the least discreet Leonard to gather information. Is this an encounter battle? You should be asking Klein that. Leonard replied, entirely oblivious to the shift in his standing in Alice's mind. It was as if he were fated to be entwined with extraordinary beings and malevolent forces. You know, the largest extraordinary event I handled prior to this was you. You needn't remind me of that. Alice exerted all her effort to control her expression. So this matter is related to Klein? Leonard made no effort to conceal his intention to mock, recounting the entire story to Alice in detail. When Klein went to the underground trading market to purchase ritual materials, he suddenly recalled that Heinaz had previously brought Selena to the Evil Dragon Bar, indicating Heinaz was a regular there. Thus, he suspected the individual in the portrait might have also visited the underground trading market. Klein inquired with the owner, Swain, who confirmed that the gentleman attempted to purchase artifacts and ancient texts related to Mount Hanachis, which led him to connect the dots when he recalled someone had just returned the corresponding journal when he checked it out. Armed with his probationary inspector's credentials and the Special Operations Department's insignia, he arrived at the library to investigate the borrowing records of those journals. As fortune would have it, he happened to cross paths with that individual, and the librarian recognized him, loudly calling for assistance. Alice recalled their recent discussion about coincidences, a renewed sense of unease slowly creeping in her heart, leaving her feeling powerless against it. It sounded like the protagonist's predicament. Ultimately, Alice offered but a terse commentary. However, Alice's unusual performance seemed to have struck a sensitive chord with Leonard, who widened his eyes at her and asked, "Hey, don't you think I resemble the protagonist more than he does?" This successfully pulled Alice from her chaotic thoughts, and she looked at Leonard with exasperation, saying, "I truly fail to see the point of contention. Whether protagonist or supporting character, are they not merely figures penned by someone else? Both play actors upon a stage, mere puppets in another's hands. Surely there is no distinction between nobility and baseness?" For the first time, Alice's extraordinary retort left Leonard speechless, as he had always presumed himself the protagonist, yet now found himself at a loss for how to counter her words. Quickly realizing her tone was overly harsh, Alice promptly apologized to Leonard. "I'm sorry, I just feel that all of this is rather coincidental." Having been emphasized by two different individuals in a short span, Leonard was momentarily taken aback, suddenly retracting his previously casual demeanor and falling into silence. The weight of this silence became unbearable for Alice, who swiftly sought an excuse to exit the scene. The following day, after class, Alice approached Leonard, who was playing cards with Cohen and others, tentatively greeting him. "Hi, Leonard." "3," Leonard replied, discarding 3 cards while acknowledging her greeting. "Good morning, Alice." Thereafter, Leonard redirected his fervent energy back into the card game, leaving Alice in silence, uncertain whether to continue speaking, especially after having confronted Leonard so boldly the previous day. This round of cards did not last long. Before commencing the next, Leonard excused himself, pulling Alice, who was standing idly to the side, aside. "What is wrong with you?" Alice cautiously scrutinized Leonard's expression. "I didn't mean to speak to you that way yesterday. I was simply feeling a bit down." Realizing the reason for Alice's demeanor, Leonard exaggeratedly gazed at her. "Seriously? You've been standing beside me in silence while I played cards, and now I can't get out of my head?" Alice suddenly fell silent, realizing that Leonard had not paid heed to her words from the previous day. This awareness rendered her somewhat embarrassed, prompting her to redirect the conversation to another topic. "Why do you consider yourself more like the protagonist? Isn't it self-evident?" Leonard raised an eyebrow. "I believe that from any perspective, I am far more deserving of the title of protagonist than Klein. Am I mistaken?" Alice was taken aback by his audacity. After confirming that Leonard was not upset about his earlier slip of the tongue, she quickly concocted an excuse to take her leave. She could hardly endure Leonard's unwavering assertion of being the main character any longer. Alice soon learned from the captain that Antigonus had been provisionally classified as a Level 1 sealed item and was to be transported to St. Samuel's Cathedral. This meant that her initial request had been denied, even the opportunity to merely glance at it from afar and attempt a divination. Nevertheless, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Alice felt a great sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from her heart, even though more burdens still lingered. To ensure her membership fee would not go to waste and to find a place to unwind, Alice hastened to the divination club. Few were interested in seeking the counsel of the obscure Miss Kingsley, allowing Alice to relish her solitude, sipping drinks and perusing magazines. On Monday, above the gray fog, Miss Justice, filled with anxiety, unease, and confusion, finally posed the question after several attempts to organize her words. "Dear Mr. Fool, always aided by my ever-supportive hangman and kind-hearted Lady Luck, I have a question to ask. What simple abilities can a pet with extraordinary powers bestow upon its owner? Clearly, this was a question that would plunge the atmosphere into an awkward silence, as everyone present fell mute, casting peculiar glances at Audrey. Amidst Audrey's deep remorse and embarrassment, Alice interjected, I too wish to own a pet with extraordinary abilities. Perhaps you have some experiences you could share with me, Miss Justice? Regrettably, Audrey's demeanor indicated her reluctance to share such experiences. Consequently, Alice ceased her inquiries while the esteemed Mr. Fool, observing the distressed Mr. Fool. Since that Klein must be utterly speechless at that moment. It entirely depends on the extraordinary abilities possessed by that pet. For instance, if it is an observer, it may serve as your proxy to observe and eavesdrop in certain situations. You see, people tend to be wary of their kind, but they're less likely to suspect a pet of eavesdropping, even if it is sitting right at their feet. This remark evidently came from the only one genuinely seeking to answer the question, the hangman, albeit with an equally peculiar expression and tone. In the unspoken silence that enveloped them, Audrey gradually realized that her experiences had likely been surmised by the members of the Tarot Society. After Klein finished reading the diary and announced that trading could commence, Audrey was the first to propose a trade. I wish to know if there exists a potion in the sequence named Arbitrator, and further, what sort of extraordinary individual can pass through a wooden door or render locks ineffective? I require your assistance in investigating a matter in exchange for the answers. In this fierce competition for business, Algie successfully outmaneuvered Klein. What matter? Audrey inquired, brimming with curiosity. I wish to ascertain whether the king intends to exact revenge on the Vassic Empire within this year or by June of next year, initiating a new war along the Baron coast. Algie replied thoughtfully. Audrey acquiesced to this request and made her first attempt at bargaining in her life. Unbeknownst to the somewhat oblivious Audrey, who seemed unaware of the presence of a third individual within the Tarot Society, Alice felt compelled to remind both of them. Hey, if you are exchanging paid information, shouldn't I at least be allowed to listen? Oh, Audrey suddenly recognized that she had overlooked the usually quiet Alice. Mr. Fool, may I request a private conversation with the hangman? Klein readily consented to this request, and they swiftly concluded their information exchange. After a moment's contemplation, Algie turned his gaze to the head of the bronze table. Esteemed Mr. Fool, I would like to inquire whether the true Creator's sanctuary proclaimed by the Aurora Society is indeed the fabled land forsaken by the gods? That is not something you are entitled to know at this juncture. Klein's flat voice resonated from the head of the bronze table. Unlike Alice, who presumed Klein was likely unaware, Algie immediately bowed his head in apology. Please forgive my slight transgression. Following a spell of silence, Audrey seemed to feel compelled to speak. Mr. Fool, if, and I emphasize if I had the opportunity to join another organization, such as the Psychological Alchemy Society, would that be permissible? Klein maintained a reclined posture, chuckling lightly. No problem. My only condition is that you must not disclose the existence of the Tarot Society. If you become a member of another organization, the materials and information you can offer in exchange will undoubtedly be elevated. I understand, Audrey replied, her excitement rekindled. She then posed another query. Mr. Fool, if I discover individuals suitable for the Tarot Society, may I guide them to join? How to guide them? The already drained Mr. Fool hesitated to respond. Algie, oblivious to the awkwardness enveloping Mr. Fool beneath the fog, pressed on. Mr. Fool, what are the criteria for new members joining our gathering, and how should we evaluate them? Mr. Fool's silence plunged Audrey and Algie into a state of unease, while Alice chuckled softly, tapping the table. Regarding this, Mr. Fool has already addressed it. Audrey and Algie turned their puzzled gazes toward Alice. It is to be determined by Mr. Fool himself. Alice smiled as she reminded them. And remember, secrecy is our principle. I see. Thank you, Lady Luck. Audrey recalled this point thanks to Alice's reminder. So if I identify suitable candidates, may I refer them to you, Mr. Fool? In contrast to Audrey, Algie perceived deeper implications. The relationship between this Lady Luck and Mr. Fool seemed to transcend the ordinary. Without my permission, do not utter my name. With that final statement, Mr. Fool concluded the tarot gathering, transitioning to the private conversation between Alice and Klein. Alice accepted the diary that Klein handed to her and immediately comprehended the reason for his desire to keep her behind. Without even mentioning that ancient, secretive organization that covertly influences the world's geopolitical landscape, the mere revelation that this world was devoid of oil was already profoundly shocking. Alice was well aware of what oil represented. Even as a high school student, she understood that oil is often referred to as the lifeblood of industry. Without oil, Industrial progress would come to a halt. Suddenly, Alice grasped why. After the great Emperor Roselle propelled the Industrial Revolution, technological advancement in this world had stagnated. Moreover, the absence of oil hinted at deeper issues. Was oil buried in regions inaccessible to humanity, or was it simply that this world lacked sufficient time to produce oil? A profound curiosity about the history of this world began to take root within Alice. Alice now found herself engulfed in confusion. She was originally on her way to the Divination Club when, unexpectedly, a public carriage nearby went into a frenzy, the horses seemingly possessed by madness. Despite the driver's desperate attempts to rein them in, the carriage hurtled directly toward Alice. Paralyzed with fear, she felt an imperative to act, yet her body refused to respond, leaving her helplessly watching the carriage approach. It ultimately collided with a pole, dislodged by startled pedestrians, crashing down right before her. Alice could even feel the gust of wind as the carriage rushed toward her, and in her dazed state, she received the driver's apologies, which she nervously declined, leaving the scene in a flurry of disquiet. But why did this harrowing experience evoke such an inexplicable sense of familiarity? It was as if she had encountered this uncanny coincidence countless times before, narrowly escaping death through bizarre accidents, yet emerging unscathed. Upon entering the Divination Club, Alice brushed past 3 individuals who sparked a flicker of inspiration within her. Instinctively, she turned to follow their departing figures, but they had already vanished around the corner, leaving only a half-seen leaf-shaped hat in her wake. Klein, surprised by Alice's arrival, was the first to vocalize his acknowledgement. Unaware of the peculiar atmosphere, Alice quickly shut her eyes and moved toward the source of the voice, remarking, "I never anticipated encountering you here." This sentiment, which should have been expressed by Klein, rendered him momentarily speechless. After all, it was entirely reasonable for someone in his position to be present here, tasked with summarizing the roles of diviners. "You seem quite renowned in this place, Mr. Diviner," Alice remarked, emboldened by her inability to see Klein's expression, adopting a mindset that if she was not embarrassed, then neither should he be. Sensing an opportunity to take control of the conversation, Klein interjected, "Did you know? I recently heard news of a detestable con artist." "How detestable?" Alice inquired with genuine curiosity. "He absconded with over 10,000 pounds. Klein's tone was tinged with an inexplicable indignation. "What's his name?" This staggering sum piqued Alice's interest. "LaRuse," Klein replied. "Just moments ago, 2 of his victims sought my divination services. They've reported him to the police, who are taking it seriously. They are even willing to offer a portion of the recovered funds as a reward, 10 pounds for any valid lead, and a staggering 100 pounds for assisting in capturing LaRuse." For a brief moment, Alice marveled at the generosity of these victims, then posed. But didn't he defraud over 10,000 pounds? Klein's train of thought momentarily faltered. After recollecting the dialogue's context, he grasped Alice's implication. The victims were not limited to just these 2. Alice nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "Haven't you attempted to divine LaRuse's whereabouts?" "I would like to," Klein admitted, his desire for the bounty evident, "but without any information, and likely with a false name, I have nothing to go on." "Well, I can't say I have nothing." "What do you mean?" Alice pressed. "LaRuse's girlfriend is pregnant with his child," Klein replied hesitantly. Suddenly, Alice recalled the inspiration that had stirred within her earlier in the trio she had encountered, and her smile vanished. "Before I arrived, did LaRuse's girlfriend just leave?" Klein paused, momentarily puzzled by Alice's question, yet her sudden seriousness affected him, prompting a response. "Yes, those 2 victims came with LaRuse's girlfriend. They left only moments before you arrived. You must have crossed paths with them." Alice then stated, "We need a place where we can speak freely." Klein understood the implication, and that evening, they convened above the gray mist. "What do you wish to discuss?" Klein eagerly inquired. Alice furrowed her brow and began, "This afternoon, I encountered a vehicular accident. Fortunately, it resulted in no harm, merely a delay, which led to my passing by you and those individuals you mentioned. Among them was a girl wearing a leaf-shaped hat. She must be LaRuse's girlfriend. She sparked my inspiration." Klein remained silent, suddenly recalling his interrupted thoughts regarding his clairvoyance. He realized that something was amiss with that Magius. "Klein?" Alice gazed at him, perplexed by his prolonged silence. "This afternoon, I intended to activate my clairvoyance on her, but forgot," Klein murmured. Alice bit her lip, hesitating before speaking. "Perhaps, I'm saying perhaps, we might encounter danger if we see her." Klein's words trailed off as he grasped that there were indeed things one should not gaze upon, deities or mythical beings. "That child." They exchanged a knowing glance, and silence enveloped them. The following morning, It was quite unusual for them to arrive together at Dunn's office. Under Dunn's watchful gaze, Klein could hardly contain his eagerness. "Captain, yesterday at the Divination Club, I met with the victims of the LaRue scam. They wished for me to divine LaRue's whereabouts. I informed them that I would require a personal item of his, and they suggested we could divine through LaRue's child. They had brought the mother of LaRue's child, McGeeus, whose behavior was exceedingly peculiar. I intended to attempt clairvoyance on her, but he forgot." Alice interjected. "Yesterday afternoon, I meant to go to the Divination Club, but I was involved in a car accident en route. By the time I arrived, I just barely brushed past Miss McGeeus, and she sparked my inspiration." After a brief pause, Alice added, "I, too, was unable to see McGeeus. Are you both suggesting that the child is problematic?" Dunn sought clarity on Alice and Klein's line of thought. "The spiritual realm is warning Klein against looking at that child, while fate has helped me avoid the possibility of seeing that child. Captain, what kind of child would be deemed unobservable?" Alice posed this question to Dunn. "What district did this incident occur in? What is McGeeus' family's belief system?" Dunn began his customary inquiries. "LaRue's steel company is located in the Southern District. And as for Miss McGeeus, her family worships the god of steam and machinery," Klein responded. Dunn then indicated that they should return, as he needed to consult with the Punisher and the Heart of Machinery. Klein and Alice had no choice but to comply, as even if they wished to sneak a glance at McGeeus, they would have to do so covertly. What a remarkable coincidence it was that Alice Kingsley glimpsed the anomalies within the Antigones family's notes in her dreams. Thanks to Alice's prior warning, Dunn refrained from perusing the Antigones family's notes, which was entirely logical. A turning point has emerged. Dunn has entered the dreamscape of Heinaz Van Sant, where he beheld the vivid visage of the true creator, enduring immense harm, yet remaining untainted, for to do otherwise would attract the attention of the night watch's higher echelons. Under the counsel of Alice and Delhi, Dunn commenced his attempt to embody the law, resulting in a marked improvement in his condition. Truly, it is beyond belief. Klein Moretti has discerned the clandestine influence of Insangweir and glimpsed the ominous crimson chimney. At the library, Klein fortuitously encountered Sirius, and in a moment of unrestrained violence, he took the latter's life, severing the leads connected to the matter of Lonrus, thus delaying the revelation of the issue. Klein then crossed paths with Maygaus. Yet his spiritual faculties hindered his scrutiny, and he failed to notice the subtle anomaly. A logical oversight, for our tale, is not mere fabrication. He gathered information regarding the red chimney, yet consistently chose paths devoid of his objective. Perhaps it would take another 2 or 3 months until the final batch is uncovered for him to discover the true abode of the red chimney. Alice Kingsley, through a serendipitous car accident, sensed something amiss. Her alertness led Klein to recognize the complexity of their predicament, and they jointly reported their findings to Dunn. Dunn reached out to the Punisher and the Mechanical Heart team, and upon investigation, they confirmed that Maygaus's child was, in fact, a progeny of the true creator. The official extraordinary beings of Tingen City reported this matter, and the 3 major churches dispatched their higher-ups for Beckland. Oh, poor Insangweir, his scheme has once again faltered, while Maygaus is on the brink of revelation. A rather pallid hand grasped the quill pen, transitioning to the next line anew. The influx of official extraordinary beings drew the attention of the members of the Aurora Society in Tingen City, leading them to discover the pregnant Maygaus and contact the gentleman residing in Beckland. As an envoy of the Aurora Society, the gentleman's appearance is sure to garner attention, drawing the gaze of all official extraordinary beings in Beckland. This is only logical. Just as the shocking news of Maygaus carrying the true creator's progeny settled, the arrival of the gentleman from the Aurora Society was thrust into Alice's awareness. This revelation unfolded outside Maygaus's residence, where the gentleman, on the verge of taking Maygaus away, fortuitously encountered the Red Glove team stationed outside. However, he refrained from engaging and departed the scene directly. So he fled? Alice inquired innocently upon hearing this. One might rather say he spared the Red Gloves. Dunn cast a warning glance at Alice, stating that the shepherd of the Aurora Society is deemed the strongest among those below demigod status in battle. Should you encounter him, flee with utmost haste. I am not so unfortunate. Alice instinctively thought to protest, confident in her fortunes as a lucky one. Yet the recent experiences had unsettled her, bringing to mind the initial image from her memory, the lucky one who had met an untimely demise. She silently swallowed her words. I understand. From today forth, you must venture out in groups of 3 or more. Alice, you are no exception. Dunn reiterated his warning to her alone. not a child completely oblivious to gravity. Alice soon grasped the severity of the situation, tempering her usual nonchalance and lethargy. In this solemn atmosphere, Alice encountered the first of the uncontrollable beings. "I need your assistance." In the underground market, Alice, crouched while exchanging glances with a monster, was inadvertently swept away by Swain. "A member of a Punisher team has lost control nearby. We must neutralize him before he harms any civilians." Since stepping into the realm of the extraordinary, Alice had heard countless tales of uncontrollable beings, with many marveling at her fortune of not succumbing to madness or transforming into a monster. Yet, the shock of witnessing such chaos firsthand was incomparable. Upon observing Dunn's grave and unhesitating response, and sensing the weight of his suddenly heavy emotions, Alice felt her own spirits grow somber. She recalled old Neil, who had yet to return after seeking treatment. In truth, Alice had only met old Neil briefly, harboring scant emotional connection to him. Yet she had heard Dunn speak of him, an ally who had fought side by side with Dunn for many years. The loss of a comrade must be a harrowing experience. Indeed, navigating through the murmurs of the tavern patrons, they hurriedly followed Swain to the dock area. Dunn handed Alice 2 slumber charms, and as he charged forward, she comprehended her role. In Dunn's mind, she was likely not yet a member of the team, but merely a civilian wielding a firearm. "But I'm a night watcher too," Alice mumbled, stowing the charms in her left pocket before retrieving her revolver from its holster, adjusting the firing pin and trigger. In an instant, the monster burst forth from the fissure, and Alice caught sight of its form, towering over 6 feet, clad in tatters of shirt and trousers. Its exposed skin adorned with dark green scales, webbing sprouting from the crevices of its limbs akin to aquatic creatures. Its head, lined with wrinkles, vaguely resembled a human visage, while mucilage streamed down its scales, dripping incessantly. Alice squeezed the trigger, the bullet striking true to the monster's eye, a rare, unscaled area. In pain, the creature abandoned its struggle with Swain and lunged toward Alice. A pungent, fishy odor wafted through the air, far more jarring than the oncoming carriage. Yet, Alice found herself unexpectedly calm. She crouched low, and as the creature lunged, deftly slipped beneath it, taking shelter behind the approaching punishers. What transpired next was largely removed from Alice's purview. She watched as the enraged populace subdued their former comrade, helping one another to their feet. Suddenly, an indescribable sadness welled within her. In a daze, she felt an embrace of warmth, as if someone were desperately calling to her, "Juan, Juan, run. Don't look back." Luck and calamity. Alice found herself seated in a classroom, the lights bright, the teacher elucidating the key points of the lesson. She lowered her gaze to the textbook, where a name was inscribed in neat handwriting, Class 9-2, Shuning Juan. Immediately, she associated this name with Juan Juan and instinctively scanned her surroundings, searching for the girl who had always been by her side. Where is she? Suddenly, the light began to flicker, prompting Alice to look up. Oh, the lights, why are they shaking? No, it wasn't just the lights, the desks, chairs, the very floor. This entire building was trembling. In the next moment, she lost her fleeting control over her body, realizing she was running amid screams, cries, and footsteps. Surely, this school had undergone few earthquake drills. Lost in thought, Alice became acutely aware of the fatigue that enveloped her body from the relentless sprinting. She began to gasp for breath, struggling to keep pace, yet she dared not halt. The floor beneath her swayed violently, as if on the brink of collapse. Debris, light fixtures, and fans plummeted sporadically from the ceiling. She spotted a teacher stationed at the staircase, dutifully directing students to safety. Alice ran with all her might, her legs propelling her forward until, out of nowhere, a massive slab of stone descended from above. In that moment, she felt her muscles stiffen, time itself seeming to stretch, as she helplessly watched the enormous shadow draw ever closer. "Teacher!" Alice's own piercing scream jolted her awake, and she realized with astonishment that she had not perished as she had feared, but was instead saved. Saved? She stared blankly at the figure of her homeroom teacher, half buried beneath the stone slab. Stern yet gentle, profoundly knowledgeable, and endlessly patient, she was the most beloved teacher in the school, without exception. Even the most mischievous of students refrained from troubling her. Alice recalled how this teacher lived frugally, dedicating the majority of her salary to support her students, treating each with the same warmth and patience, offering solace to even those deemed hopeless by others. Among the students, she was affectionately dubbed Mom. And now, this teacher had sacrificed herself to save Alice. Tears blurred Alice's vision, her feet seemingly glued to the floor in reluctance to move, when suddenly she heard that familiar, desperate shout, "Juan, Juan, run! Don't look back!" The command shattered some invisible barrier, and Alice began to sprint, tears streaming down her face. Too consumed by fear to wipe them away, racing until she burst forth from the academic building and into the playground. Yet, this was far from the end of the calamity. Her teacher's sacrifice appeared merely to herald the beginning of further horrors. Alice witnessed yet another harrowing scene, a classmate instinctively pushing her away from the suddenly splitting ground, only to plummet into the abyss, their screams echoing even as the fissure sealed shut. This was not the last of such occurrences. During the aftershocks and the chaos of rescue, countless similar tragedies unfolded, as if destined to repeat, always encountering the inescapable disaster, always being saved, and always witnessing the savior perish before her eyes. Clenching her fists in anguish, Alice penned the words she had seen once before: "Exercise moderation in the use of fortune. Never squander it." In that moment, she grasped the profound truth that everything came at a cost. But why, she pondered softly, must those I care for bear the burden of my misdeeds? Deep down, Alice knew the answer. Because she loved them, the deaths of those she cherished served as the price to pay. When she awoke from the dream, the pillow and blanket were thoroughly dampened with tears. Silently, Alice rose, leaning against the door as she crouched down, embracing her knees and weeping openly. She had yet to recollect sufficient memories to reconstruct the life of shunning Juan, and aside from the vividly etched image of her teacher, most of those who had perished before her remained nameless and their shared experiences forgotten. Yet, the visceral pain lingered, almost tangible. The suffering devoid of memory resembled rootless weeds, gradually subsiding amidst her intense sobbing, vanishing from sight. When her wails finally ceased, Alice could still recall that agonizing sensation, though the suffocating numbness had dissipated. However, this did not imply that Alice had forgotten the revelations gleaned from her dream. She understood that to enjoy fortune, one must pay for it with misfortune, and she felt powerless to control the nature or extent of that misfortune. Theoretically, if one's fortunes and misfortunes were manageable, maintaining a balance between the two should be relatively simple. One could endure minor misfortunes in daily life to offset greater calamities. Yet, Alice's suffering stemmed precisely from this unpredictability. She would experience periods of extraordinary luck followed by stretches of dreadful misfortune, repaying her debt to fortune without the ability to regulate time or severity. Thus, it came to pass that during one such unfortunate period, an earthquake occurred, leading to the nightmarish visions Alice had witnessed in her dreams, the deaths that inflicted upon her unbearable pain, rendering her numb. Consequently, after the earthquake, the powerless shunning Juan made a momentous decision. She would strive to avoid drawing upon her luck during fortunate times, hoping to diminish the occurrence of misfortune. Yet, I am no longer shunning Juan, Alice reflected, a sudden thought bubbling to the surface. Ingwan's fate had not followed her. She lacked the ability to acquire luck and defer the cost. Still, a sense of vigilance arose within Alice. She would not forget that a progeny of an ancient god lurked within Tingen, and she was determined to ensure that neither the nighttime guardians nor the populace would become the price in the future, no matter how infinitesimal the possibility. She needed to offer something for the fortune of the past, lest the offspring of that dark deity explode, a cost she could not bear. This anxiety and vigilance instilled in Alice a wary perspective towards the fortunate. She suddenly contemplated a question she had never considered before. If I must rely on the gifts of fate to become fortunate, how can I guarantee my continued luck when fate retracts its blessings? Only through thorough preparation can one ensure perpetual fortune. To her astonishment, this realization touched upon the core of her extraordinary trait, eliciting a refreshing wave of feedback from within. Alice recognized that the signs of digestion for her previously unresponsive extraordinary trait had finally manifested. Thus, the essence of embodying a fortunate individual lay in not depending on luck. Inadvertently brushing against the essence of embodiment, Alice felt an urgency to digest her potion, sensing a remarkable surge in her progress. Having already encountered Dunn in her dreams, Klein, realizing Dunn had speculated on the nature of embodiment, completed his own suggestions during this period, acquiring the clown potion and successfully ascending to the role of clown. After all, he did not require additional formulas. Possessing the primary materials was sufficient. Evidently, Klein was still basking in the exhilaration of his potion's digestion, oblivious to the fates of those predecessors who had grasped the nature of embodiment. Thus, at the next tarot meeting, Alice beheld a new member, a newcomer known as the Sun. The smooth introduction resonated from the bronze table. This is Miss Justice. This is Miss Fate. And this is Mr. Hanged Man. Alice curiously scrutinized the Sun, recognizing that this individual could not be much older than herself, their demeanor betraying evident tension and discomfort. However, if Justice and the Hanged Man were present due to experimentation, what had prompted the Sun's arrival? Alice had yet to ponder deeply when she heard Audrey's voice. Mr. Fool, I have gathered 2 pages from a journal of the great Emperor Roselle. At that moment, a brilliant idea for a question struck Alice, and she raised her hand. Mr. Fool, I too have collected a page from the journal of Emperor Roselle. Regardless of the tumult within Mr. Fool's mind, he was compelled to smile and inquire of Alice and Audrey. Miss Justice, Miss Fate, what is it that you desire? Alice glanced at Audrey, waiting for her to voice her answer, hoping for some guidance, as she, herself, possessed no genuine journal and thus could not truly wish for anything. Audrey, feigning modesty, replied, You see, I am about to finish digesting the audience potion, and I hope to obtain the recipe for the mind reader potion sooner rather than later, so I can prepare the materials in advance. Well, I understand that the content of these 2 pages may be minimal and perhaps insufficient for the value of the mind reader recipe. I can offer another page and, additionally provide you with some monetary compensation. Alice looked at Audrey in astonishment, unable to fathom why she would make such a statement to Klein, who would even consider offering money to a deity, though she thought Klein might actually appreciate this proposal. Without needing Alice's gaze to remind her, Audrey realized the inappropriateness of her words and quickly exited her audience state, hurriedly clarifying, That's not what I meant. Mr. Fool, I meant that you may specify the compensation you desire. Yes, just like that. Alice silently averted her gaze. At that moment, the sunbeam Derek unexpectedly interjected. The mind reader potion recipe? Is it related to the mind reader of the psychoanalyst? Klein might be losing business. Alice blinked, feeling a mix of schadenfreude and acute awareness that something was amiss, as Derek was using the ancient term for psychoanalysts. Clearly oblivious to the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, Derek earnestly seized Mr. Fool's business opportunity. I can help you obtain that recipe. The naive little Sun even felt guilty for not being able to produce the recipe immediately, explaining, This originates from the dragon lineage, and our Silver City was once under the rule of the Giant Court. You know, giants and dragons are mortal enemies, so we possess the sequences 9, 8, and 7 in Silver City. I have ways to acquire them. At that moment, Alice felt a sudden impulse to see through the fog and discern Klein's expression, though she lacked that capability. However, what exactly was Silver City? Audrey voiced the question Alice was pondering. Silver City? I've never heard of such a place. Where is it? Alice turned to Alger, who also appeared to be in the dark regarding this matter, listening intently. Thus, the naive little Sun once again unabashedly exposed himself. You are not citizens of Silver City. Which city-state do you belong to? Consequently, everyone present fell silent, and Derek, having received no answer, chose not to pursue the topic further. I will procure the mind reader potion recipe as soon as possible. I wish to exchange it for the initial sequence of the Sun Path. The Sun Path? Sequence 9, the Praiser? Alger's timely inquiry highlighted the collective ignorance in the room. Derek pondered a moment and replied, That should be it, but I lack detailed knowledge about it. Observing this, Mr. Fool, wishing to avoid Alger snatching away his business again, urgently joined the conversation. I believe Miss Justice does not possess the Praiser's recipe. Audrey nodded in agreement. Mr. Fool continued, I will provide the Sun with a recipe for the Praiser, and the Sun will promptly deliver the mind reader potion recipe to Miss Justice, aiming to complete this within 2 gatherings, while Miss Justice will furnish me with the newly acquired pages from the Roselle Journal. Thus, the transaction will be complete. What a convoluted affair. Alice's thoughts spiraled around Klein's words, leaving her thoroughly bewildered. Well, from the principle of equivalent exchange, it seemed the Sun was at a disadvantage. However, he was merely making a promise. Once he truly produced the mind reader recipe, Miss Justice could then contemplate how to compensate him. Or perhaps I could compensate him, while Miss Justice would provide monetary compensation to me for a devotee, as he recently needed to attend to certain matters. This was because the Sun might not be able to receive Miss Justice's cash or material compensation. As Alice contemplated where Klein had procured this devotee, she suddenly heard something perplexing. The Sun might not receive compensation? From where exactly did Klein acquire him? Audrey and Derek readily agreed to the proposal, thus sealing the transaction. Subsequently, having already rendered a payment, Mr. Fool turned to Alice, who had delivered a counterfeit. Miss Fate, What is it that you wish for? I request a private conversation with you. I have a question to ask. Klein immediately understood Alice's intent, and indeed, after isolating themselves from the other's gaze, Alice eagerly inquired, "Where exactly did you bring him from?" "I'm not entirely certain," Klein explained, "but I suspect he may hail from the Forsaken Lands." "The legendary Forsaken Lands?" Alice confirmed in astonishment. "Indeed," Klein nodded. 27. The Tarot Society's Transaction Time. Next came Mr. Fool's reading hour. Alger and Audrey naturally noticed that throughout this time, Alice had been regarding Derek with an expression filled with wonder and curiosity. Did she discover where Derek came from? Was that her question? They speculated in unison. In a shared silence, Klein completed the reading of the journal and smiled, saying, "You need not wait for me." "It is our honor," Alger replied with a humble demeanor. Audrey pondered briefly before smiling. "Mr. Fool, the method you previously described for publicly testing and selecting officials has gained the approval of both the king and the prime minister, and is set to pass through both the upper and lower houses, anticipated to enter the formal implementation stage early next year. It seems the king and the prime minister possess some intellect." Alger's sarcasm prompted Alice to glance at him, for it appeared this gentleman's life in reality was rather unremarkable. With a smile, Klein nodded in acknowledgement of the successful employment opportunity procured for Benson. Audrey then straightened her already upright posture and smiled at Alger. "Mr. Hangman, regarding the matter you asked me to confirm, I have received an answer. The king has been persuaded by the prime minister and will not retaliate against the Farsak Empire along the Byron East Coast in the near future. I believe you should provide the additional compensation you promised earlier." It seemed Miss Justice did not regard this as information requiring privacy. Alice thought as she entered the audience section alongside the little son. Subsequently, Audrey naturally requested clues regarding the Psychological Alchemy Society or the main materials for the Mind Reader potion as compensation. Once Alger agreed, the transaction was complete. Alice successfully noted that Derek appeared utterly bewildered throughout this dialogue, seeming oblivious to the external world. Having achieved her intended goal, Audrey initially wished to remain silent, but suddenly recalled her recent encounters, prompting her to speak again. "I have recently come into contact with some circles of extraordinary individuals and learned about a powerful figure known as the gentleman, Mr. Fool, Mr. Hangman. Mr. Sun, Miss Fate, do you know his background and true identity?" Derek, utterly confounded, chose to remain silent. Alice, casting a peculiar glance at Audrey, replied, "You know, I have heard of one gentleman and another. I never anticipated you would encounter yet another gentleman." The hangman, initially poised to speak, fell silent at this juncture, prompting Audrey to inquire, "Miss Destiny, are you suggesting that the gentleman you mentioned is affiliated with the same organization as the other gentleman?" Alice elucidated, "I cannot be entirely certain. I know that both gentlemen hail from the Aurora Society, which comprises 5 saints and 22 emissaries. These emissaries are designated by letters, their powers ranging from sequence 7 to sequence 5, and they are remarkably adept at concealing themselves. For every one that perishes, a replacement emerges. However, I cannot definitively affirm that the gentleman you speak of is indeed from the Aurora Society. I can only convey that the likelihood is substantial, so it would be prudent to exercise caution around him. By the way, this information originates from the Church of the Stormlord. To my knowledge, the Aurora Society has consistently targeted the Church of the Stormlord, the Church of Eternal Radiance, and the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom. Information from the Church of the Stormlord? Alger furrowed his brow, instinctively contemplating Alice's connection with the Church of the Stormlord. Yet he could never fathom that this news had actually been relayed through the Night Church. Upon hearing this, Audrey silently fortified her vigilance and expressed her gratitude to Alice, saying, "Thank you for your insights, Miss Destiny. Is there anything you desire as compensation?" "You know what I seek," Alice shrugged, adding, "but it appears that news regarding the life school or extraordinary individuals of the monster path is rather elusive." Audrey offered an apologetic smile, which prompted Alger to seize the opportunity to interject, "I encountered an extraordinary individual of the monster path at sea." Alice's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming again. "What do you need?" "Oh wait, he is at sea. Even if I had information about him, I wouldn't be able to meet him." "You wish to meet him?" Alger was perplexed, assuming Alice sought clues for her advancement. "To be precise, I need him to see me." Alice reclined against her chair. "I need to ascertain what an extraordinary individual of the monster path can discern from my fate. Alger Pondé, hésitat anglisteting. He is currently aboard my ship due to a maritime mishap." He did not complete his thought, but Alice understood his implication. If she did not mind revealing her identity, her request could indeed be fulfilled. However, Alice's predicament lay not in this. The crux of the matter was that, as a night watcher, she could not leave Tingent City. Very well, Mr. Hangman, Alice sighed regretfully. I hope you can acquire information, such as his address. Would that be feasible? I shall endeavor to do so. Alger accepted this approach, adopting a mindset of gentle persuasion before stating, I hope this will suffice as a substitute for the compensation Miss Justice promised you. If I fail to uncover the information you require, I shall continue my search or consider alternative forms of recompense. Alice acquiesced, and Audrey then inquired, so, Mr. Hangman, what do you require from me? I wish to exchange this, an additional compensation for your assistance with a task. Alger spoke solemnly. What task? Audrey questioned, bewildered. Alger articulated his request. I have received intelligence indicating that the notorious pirate, General Typhus, has secretly landed and infiltrated Beakland. I need you to help me ascertain his whereabouts. As for subsequent matters, you need not place yourself in danger. General Typhus? One of the 7 pirate generals? Audrey's eyes widened. A pirate general? Alice queried, perplexed, for she had remained in Tingent City since awakening and lacked knowledge of the sea. Indeed, he is also an extraordinary individual of Sequence 6 of the Sailor Path. A wind wielder, possessing a remarkable artifact, also known as a sealed item. He is exceedingly cunning and ruthless. Do not attempt to confront him, Alger earnestly introduced. At this juncture, he abruptly turned to Klein, addressing him as Mr. Fool, and inquired, May I request your emissary's assistance at a critical moment? I shall pay a price that piques your interest. Requesting assistance from Mr. Fool's emissary? Alice lowered her head, biting her lip to stifle a nearly uncontrollable laugh. The Fool, seated at the head of the bronze table, responded with increasing proficiency under the veil of mist, provided that my emissary happens to be in Beakland. Very well. Alger retracted his gaze, feeling a mix of disappointment and anticipation. What is so special about General Typhus's artifact? Audrey began to inquire about her target, while Alice discreetly perked up her ears. In response to Audrey's question, Alger seemed prepared, answering without hesitation. The true name of that artifact remains unknown to the public, but those who are aware refer to it as the Writhe of Hunger. Typhus must satiate it every day with the soul and flesh of a living being. Otherwise, it will claim its master as a substitute. This description caused Alice to frown, as she instinctively detested such a malevolent item that craved the blood of the living, having yet to witness the cruelty of the extraordinary world. This provides a crucial clue for locating Typhus, Audrey remarked, her brow furrowing slightly, indicating her distaste for the artifact as well. Indeed, but in a metropolis with a population of at least 5 million, the disappearance of a few vagrants would go unnoticed. Alger reminded, causing Alice to pause abruptly. She realized that the former Alice was similarly a missing girl whose absence would elicit no concern. Alger continued, ever since acquiring the Writhe of Hunger, Typhus has become exceedingly difficult to deal with. Initially, he was merely a wind wielder, possessing considerable extraordinary abilities in the domains of water, wind, and weather. However, it was subsequently discovered that he could incite madness in his targets, enter others' dreams, summon light to purify the undead, enhance himself through song, and alter his appearance to resemble different individuals. He is nearly omnipotent. In conclusion, we suspect that these abilities are all attributed to the Writhe of Hunger. Shepherd! Derek and Alice exclaimed almost in unison. Klein too had recalled this matter, considering that a shepherd was presently in Tingent City, with information about the shepherd publicly available to every night watcher. The shepherd? Audrey and Alger inquired simultaneously. Alice cast a glance at Derek, using her eyes to silence his impulse to explain, and then raised an eyebrow at Audrey and Alger. I shall strive to uncover more of the information you seek, or you may propose alternative forms of compensation. Mr. Fool can attest to this, Alger promptly offered. I can also provide compensation. Audrey immediately concurred. Mr. Son can supplement the incomplete details I provide. Alice glanced at the naive Derek, realizing with concern that the child's innocence was quite worrisome. I shall share this compensation with Mr. Sunday. As for specifics, we can discuss them later. For now, I require information regarding the life school and leads on extraordinary individuals of the monster path. Derek, having realized the value of his intelligence, cast a grateful glance at Alice. Although Alger regretted not being able to obtain information without cost, he accepted the situation nonetheless. Audrey, too, seemed to recognize Derek's naivety, and her trust in Alice increased slightly, as Alice was indeed engaged in a commendable endeavor. Thus, Alice began to speak slowly. The shepherd is a Sequence 5 of the Path of the Secret Supplicants, a path controlled by the Aurora Society. The characteristics of the miraculous item you enumerated bear striking resemblance to the abilities of the shepherd. The shepherd can tend to souls, including vengeful spirits and malevolent entities. They can consume these souls within themselves, harnessing their powers in a manner akin to shepherding lambs for deities. While the number of souls a shepherd can tend is limited, they can be replaced. A shepherd who adeptly combines extraordinary abilities is recognized as the strongest among lesser demigod encounters. After conveying this information, Alice turned her gaze to Derek, who shook his head in response. Miss Destiny's introduction was comprehensive. I have nothing to add. Consequently, Alice directed a warning glance at Alger and Audrey. If you happen to encounter Kylingers, my sole advice is to flee. The concept of the strongest among lesser demigod encounters was rather abstract for Alice, as she had scarcely witnessed any genuine battles among extraordinary beings. Yet, under Dunn's repeated warnings, she had indeed memorized the imperative to run upon encountering the gentleman. Alger and Audrey nodded in agreement, compared to Audrey, who shared Alice's lack of understanding regarding battles among extraordinary beings. Alger's expression was considerably more solemn. He was acutely aware of the significance of the strongest among lesser demigod encounters and understood just how terrifying a well-coordinated combination of extraordinary abilities could be for a lower sequence extraordinary being. Nevertheless, driven by her adventurous spirit, the Justice Miss believed she could take a chance. Mr. Hangman, I am willing to accept this commission, but I cannot guarantee that I will locate Kylingers, the Hurricane General. There was no better answer than this. Regardless of success, as long as an attempt was made, she would be compensated with certain hidden knowledge and intelligence. Should she succeed, perhaps she could directly provide the primary materials for a mind reader, provided they knew what it was. The hangman's attitude was remarkably generous, and Alice felt that the information she desired might be within reach. The deal was struck. The transaction was declared concluded in the voice of the Justice Miss, and with Klein's permission and assistance, Alger manifested the likeness of Kylingers. Alice, too, memorized Kylinger's appearance, just in case it proved useful. This one of the 7 pirate generals possessed a distinctly wide jaw, with brown hair styled in a traditional warrior's topknot at the back of his head, and his dark green eyes seemed to glimmer with a cold mirth. After the transaction concluded, the discussion shifted to the sharing of intelligence, as Alger and Audrey fell into silence. Alice pondered before speaking for the first time in this segment. An ordinary woman, due to some unforeseen circumstances, has conceived a child of the fallen creator. The gentleman of the Aurora Society has departed from B-Clan for this reason, and perhaps he will soon return with her. This piece of news struck like a thunderclap, awakening the surface of the Tarot Society that had gradually calmed, not to mention the discomfort felt by the little son regarding the fallen creator's name. The mere possibility of a spawn of an evil deity arriving in B-Clan was enough to incite panic. Alice's words were not unfounded. She had learned from Dunn that B-Clan held a tacit acceptance of Megalios being brought there. After all, the matter of a spawn of an evil deity was a momentous event in Tenjin, though it could not be considered trivial in B-Clan. It certainly did not create much of a stir. Among the 3, Audrey was the first to be taken aback, immediately breaking free from her observer status to anxiously inquire of Alice. The spawn of the fallen creator? B-Clan? Audrey was somewhat at a loss for words, unsure of whether to ask about the level or the timing first. And then, what should she do after learning this? Alger, needing to maintain some composure, quickly grasped the crux of the situation. An ordinary human woman could not bear the burden of carrying a divine child. Thus, the offspring of the fallen creator would likely not possess a high level, rendering it not a major extraordinary event in B-Clan. However, the issue lay in the fact that the fallen creator could enact a divine descent through it. You are correct, Alice nodded, explaining. The 3 major churches intend for the gentleman to bring the spawn of the fallen creator to B-Clan and resolve this incident there. The only concern is that the fallen creator might use this opportunity for a divine descent. Alice's words almost candidly revealed the significant relationship she had with the 3 major churches, along with the high probability of her being an official extraordinary being. Coupled with her unique sequence and the magnitude of the fallen creator's offspring, a slight investigation could easily pinpoint her identity. Yet even Alger's thoughts were not focused on this at that moment. Amidst Alger and Audrey's worries and the little son's confusion, the Tarot Society session was declared concluded. The official extraordinary beings swiftly considered transporting Megalios to B-Clan to address the situation, thanks to 008. Oh, poor Insanzangware. who attempted to thwart the official extraordinary beings plan regarding Megalios with the gentleman's help but failed. The official extraordinary beings reached a consensus in secret. To prevent the gentleman from launching a terror attack in Tingen due to provocation, they decided to have him take Megalios to B-Clan, setting a trap there to welcome him and Megalios. His plan was doomed to fail. What a pitiable fellow he was. In the room of the red chimney, a quill danced across the page, as if celebrating in Sanzangweir's lackluster writing skills. Grabbing the leaping quill in frustration, Sanzangweir paced back and forth in the room, his scalp prickling with anger as he pondered how to salvage the situation. Just as the official extraordinary beings in Tingen had mentally prepared themselves for the gentleman to leave with Megalios, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Perhaps their obstruction was too perfunctory, causing the gentleman to sense something amiss. Perhaps he deemed the arrival of the Lord in B-Clan too perilous. In any case, when everyone was ready, the gentleman suddenly decided to remain in Tingen to ensure Megalios successfully gave birth to the divine child. For Alice, who had her holiday cancelled due to the gentleman's stay in Tingen, this was a source of great distress. She even lost the right to sneak out for a leisurely stroll, confined to playing with the cards invented by Emperor Roselle at the Blackthorn Security Company. In Alice's boredom, Roshan discovered a set of her favorite works among Alice's belongings, an array of small figure illustrations, classic three-head proportions, with expressions and attire vividly depicted, easily identifiable as the figures belonging to the Night Watch team's members. It would be inaccurate to say that Alice neglected the clerical staff. Judging by the few images that remained unrecognized, if this continued, Alice might end up drawing a portrait for each person she knew. Roshan expressed her strong admiration. How adorable. My goodness, Alice, did you study painting before? It's truly too charming. This remark left Alice momentarily stunned. The homeless girl who could barely afford a meal. The original Alice could never have had the opportunity to learn painting, not to mention the possibility of her family's downfall. But what about Xinhuan? When Alice grasped the paintbrush, she and T contemplated this question. She merely regarded it as a pastime during moments of boredom. However, could it be that Xinhuan had genuinely studied painting? A fleeting image flashed before Alice's eyes, where she saw herself presenting a painting to the girl who always appeared by her side. What did that painting look like? Alice strained to discern the content, and the image flickered like a poor signal, momentarily becoming clear before shattering before her eyes. Yet, Alice was so startled that she nearly jumped up. It appeared to be a picture resembling a comic or an illustration, featuring two men, one of medium stature with black hair and brown eyes, dressed in formal attire, wearing a top hat, exuding a distinct scholarly aura, the other clad in a long black coat, paired with black trousers and shoes, his face gaunt, forehead broad, topped with a tall top hat, and adorning a striking monocle over his right eye. The two men in the picture displayed a tender intimacy, leading any observer to sense their relationship was extraordinary. Had they not been clothed, it might have been an indescribable scene. But why did the scholarly-looking one resemble Klein so much? Meeting Roshan's gaze, which was filled with confusion, Alice offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I seem to have been lost in thought, recalling some past events. Understanding Alice's amnesia, Roshan quickly grasped the situation and inquired with concern. Oh, is that so? Are you all right? Do you need to take a break? Alice replied with a smile, handing over the paper doll she had just cut out. If you like this, consider it a gift. Roshan joyfully accepted the token and tactfully watched Alice depart. Once she confirmed she was alone, Alice attempted to use dream divination to follow the earlier clues in search of her memories. She began to see a series of similar images. The scenes depicted Klein and the enigmatic man with a monocle in various settings, clad in different attire, striking poses that, while distinct, conveyed an indescribable closeness. Occasionally flashing images that were rather explicit, showing the two men completely unclothed. Awakening from this reverie, Alice's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Those paintings were meant for that unknown friend, which was the only certainty she possessed. Thus, she not only recognized the monster, the fool, and Klein, but also Zhou Mingrue, and more. Alice's expression twisted momentarily. She shook her head vigorously, striving to banish the images of the unclothed scenes from her mind and suppressing the urge to sketch them for Klein. Nonetheless, she couldn't help but ponder who the other man in the picture was. Klein's lover? It didn't seem quite right. Alice silently quashed this speculation, burying the absurd and unsettling memories deep within her, and began to contemplate what might happen if she were to ask Klein whether he was gay. No, she mused. One should he make such assumptions? Perhaps he was bisexual instead. With her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts, Alice rejoined the crowd. Shiga noticed her and greeted her with a smile. Hey, Alice, is there one of those paper dolls for me? Yes, Alice replied, while pushing aside the chaotic images in her mind, and raised a smile. Actually, I made one for everyone. If you'd like, I can cut one out for you. I want to be polite then. Shiga responded eagerly. So that's what they're called. I saw the one you made for Roshan. It's adorable. I'd love for you to illustrate my work. Illustrate? The chaotic images Alice had forcefully suppressed began to resurface, prompting her to quickly interject. I don't think that style is very suitable for illustrations, haha. But the style she had just seen was quite nice. Oh no. She thought, I can't think about this anymore. Stop thinking, stop thinking, stop thinking her mind, Alice muttered to herself as she hastily distanced herself from Shiga, feeling an inexplicable premonition that what she now recalled might not be the most outrageous. She feared that continuing the conversation with Shiga might lead her to recall even more absurd things. Consequently, in the days that followed, the members of the Blackthorn Security Company noticed that Alice was always avoiding Klein. Although Alice had previously evaded Klein recently, even the mere mention of his name caused her to display an expression akin to someone who had committed a grave misdeed. Yet, Alice was unexpectedly tight-lipped about the matter. Regardless of their inquiries, she steadfastly refused to divulge a single word, leaving no one aware of the origins of her peculiar demeanor. Resisting the urge to dwell on related matters, Alice naturally overlooked the answer that should have already revealed itself. It seemed she had genuinely entered the pages of a book. The preparations to find Mei Gaoxi and to take her away progressed too smoothly, although they encountered official extraordinary beings, Mr. Keenly sensed that the other party was not genuinely attempting to obstruct him, which aroused his suspicion. After investigation, Mr. confirmed that the official extraordinary beings of Tinjin City were attempting to lure him to take Mei Gaoxi to Beakland. Considering the strength of the official extraordinary beings in Beakland, Mr. ultimately decided to allow Mei Gaoxi to give birth to the divine child in Tinjin City, using this to summon the true creator. Mr. S. delay caused the official extraordinary beings of Tinjin City to grow anxious. They realized that he might have become wary, leading to the failure of their plan, and decided to send someone to distract him and directly deal with Mei Gaoxi. As the new plan was set, the time also arrived for the next tarot meeting. In Beakland, Audrey, after exchanging greetings, immediately turned to Alice. Miss Destiny, the offspring of the fallen creator. Both Mr. and the official extraordinary beings had changed their minds. He likely would not appear in Beakland for the time being. Alice shook her head, offering Audrey a reassuring smile. While her heart grew increasingly anxious, the absence of proximity to Beakland meant that the bomb could potentially explode in Tinjin. Audrey sighed in relief, having also noted the hidden concern in Alice's demeanor. Yet she refrained from pressing further. Over the past week, she had surmised that Alice might be in proximity to the offspring of the evil god, even being one of the responsible official extraordinary beings, which explained her sources of information. Not pressing for answers was Audrey's way of respecting the members of the tarot meeting. The hangman, who also had speculations about Alice's identity, felt reassured by this response, as it at least indicated that the affairs of Kylinger's would not be disrupted by another matter in the short term. Thus, Audrey smiled at Klein. Mr. Fool, I still have a page from Emperor Rosel's diary. After the reading session with Mr. Fool concluded, Audrey swiftly turned to Derek, inquiring, Mr. Sun, have you acquired the formula for the mind reader potion? I have indeed procured the formula for the mind reader potion, the little son replied, having exchanged his entire fortune for it. Under Klein's guidance, Derek grasped a nearby quill and successfully articulated the formula for the mind reader potion, handing it over to Audrey. With Klein's thoughtful translation, Audrey also received a version of the formula comprehensible to her, prompting her to praise Mr. Fool for his vast knowledge. Subsequently, Audrey proposed a compensation of £300 for Mr. Fool's non-existent acolyte, eagerly gazing at Klein, curious to see how he would eloquently articulate terms such as Becklin Bank's anonymous account. To her disappointment, Klein merely manifested the relevant content before Audrey. Klein then smiled at Derek, asking, what compensation do you desire? Derek pondered seriously before responding, I currently have no urgent desires. I should soon be able to digest the poet's potion. I will accumulate my compensation for preparations concerning the Sequence 8 formula or the necessary materials. Alice, keenly observant, noted the word digest, her brow slightly furrowing. Does he know the acting method? Audrey began to ponder aloud. Mr. Sun, do you possess knowledge of the acting method? Derek looked at Audrey in confusion, responding candidly, "It is not an unusual matter. The General Studies course in Silver City teaches the acting method." The inexperienced Alice and Audrey exchanged glances with Alger. "Did your General Studies course not inform you of the precautions regarding the acting method?" Alice inquired, blinking. "Indeed." Derek nodded without hesitation. "Our General Studies course elucidated that the sole precaution of the acting method is to remember that you are merely acting." A new piece of information regarding Xilanges emerged. Merely acting? If one becomes too immersed in a role, is it possible to lose oneself? A flicker of realization crossed Alice's eyes as she recalled her initial concerns upon hearing about the acting method, recognizing this to be its very essence. Audrey, too, was enlightened by Derek's words, finally comprehending Alice's earlier statement. Prolonged immersion in the role can alter one's own character, even leading to a loss of self. She solemnly stood and bowed to both Derek and Alice, saying, "Thank you for your insight, Mr. Sun, and for your earlier reminder, Miss Fate. I merely suggested it in passing." Alice waved her hand, indicating her indifference. After all, she had only voiced her speculation. Audrey's gesture compelled Alger to cease feigning ignorance, and he too stood to express gratitude, sitting down only after receiving a response similar to Alice's. Their actions made Derek realize the value of his seemingly trivial words, understanding that what he considered common knowledge could be precious information for others. He silently reminded himself of this fact, for he could not expect that every time he wished to speak freely, there would be an Alice eager to barter information. Once it was clear that Audrey had no further remarks, Alice turned her expectant gaze towards Alger. "Mr. Hangman, regarding the extraordinary individual on the monstrous path you mentioned." "He remains on my ship," Alger responded, frowning. "I could not obtain the information you require, but he informed me that fate has told him it is not yet time to disembark." This familiar charlatan style left Alice momentarily speechless, and for Mr. Fool's gesture of pinching his brow, it was evident he resonated with the sentiment. After a considerable pause, Alice regained her voice, asking, Did fate tell him when it would be time to disembark?" Alger shook his head, and Alice could only resign herself to disappointment. Following a silence from the others, Alger spoke up, "Mr. Fool, Miss Justice, I have recently acquired new intelligence. The Hurricane Commander Xilanges has infiltrated Beckland to accomplish a challenging task. He may remain there for an extended period and perpetrate heinous acts. Furthermore, I have learned that this matter involves a very important item that could assist Xilanges in swiftly becoming a high-sequence powerhouse." He naturally excluded Derek, who was oblivious to the world, and Alice, who was entangled with the offspring of an evil god and evidently not in Beckland. Little did he know that Mr. Fool's circumstances were akin to Alice's. In her audience's posture, Audrey quickly grasped the crux of his words and countered, "Become a high-sequence powerhouse swiftly? Does he not fear losing control? After all, according to the intelligence, Xilanges was merely a Sequence 6 wind worshipper, still distant from the high-sequence Sequence 4, with a Sequence 5 in between." Alger had anticipated this concern. Hence, that item is of utmost importance. Of course, this is all my speculation. The information I received suggests that Xilanges believes that once he completes the commission and obtains that item, he will soon be able to stand alongside the kings of the 5 seas, transforming the 4 kings of the pirates into 5, thereby reducing the 7 pirate generals to 6. While ordinary folk might be oblivious, as extraordinary beings, we should all understand that the 4 kings of the pirates are either high-sequence powerhouses themselves or possess high-sequence combat strength through the combination of extraordinary vessels and magical items. For Xilanges to gain acknowledgement as their equal, he must possess a comparable caliber, which is why I made such a deduction. Derek, unable to decipher Alger's words, was aware that Silver City was a place devoid of oceans, while Alice rested her chin on her hand, listening to the tale as if it were a story. "Your conjecture is quite reasonable. Nonetheless, it could also be a miraculous item that rivals high-sequence powerhouses," Audrey replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing Audrey's words, Alger reiterated, "My earlier description has 2 focal points. 1. Xilanges will remain in Beckland for an extended period. 2. It involves a very important and potentially miraculous item." Observing Alger's gaze directed at Klein and his deliberate emphasis, Alice realized that Alger was, in fact, requesting assistance from Mr. Fool's acolytes. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Mr. Fool had only just reached Sequence 8. With this thought, Alice bit her lip and lowered her head, suppressing a laugh. This scene did not escape the notice of Audrey, the audience member, yet even so, she could not discern the cause of Alice's amusement. In the face of the information disparity, observation was not always beneficial. As expected, Mr. Fool remained non-committal, merely responding in a calm manner. I understand. Seeing this, Alger could only sigh inwardly, suppressing his disappointment, and began to discuss the situation with Audrey. In any case, we have preliminarily pinpointed Zylange's general area of activity and will commence further searching. Audrey succinctly outlined the specifics before adopting an attitude of seriousness, declaring, "We require more information, particularly regarding Zylange's preferences and habits." Alger, recalling, stated that he greatly enjoyed eating fish, especially those from the sea, sliced and eaten raw. "Are you not afraid of parasites?" Generally, sea fish are free from such nuisances." Alice's thoughts followed Alger's words, and she habitually began to critique them in her mind. "He delights in strong spirits, looking down upon beverages such as champagne and red wine." Alice, who is permitted only non-alcoholic drinks, feels a pang of indignation. Once ashore, he invariably seeks solace in the company of women, and his robust physique leaves a solitary woman inadequate to satisfy him. Of this, he is accustomed to wielding cold weapons, shunning firearms. Perhaps he possesses a great confidence in his combat skills. After all, the proficiency required for firearms is decidedly less than that for cold weapons. Such a man could hardly be concerned with notions of knightly glory, could he? He finds it difficult to remain out of the water for extended periods. I mean, he must swim or dive every few days. Is this a side effect of extraordinary items? Or perhaps a characteristic of the sailor's path? It shouldn't be, after all. Do the members of the Storm Church need to dive regularly? I've never heard of such a thing. Audrey listened quietly to Alger's account and then smiled, saying, "I hope for success. May our collaboration be delightful." "Delightful indeed," Alger could only reply, lacking the assistance of Mr. Fool. The discourse within the Tarot Society regarding Chillingers quietly came to an end, and Alice returned to her life of being confined and having her holidays revoked. In truth, there was little for her to do at the Blackthorn Security Company, but honestly, it was dreadfully boring. Alice sighed for what felt like the umpteenth time. Indeed, it was precisely because there was nothing required of her that she felt such ennui. Thus, when the injured sword of the goddess, Lady Cressida, made her appearance, Alice's spirits lifted slightly. Do not misunderstand. She was not reveling in misfortune. She was simply too bored. With her chestnut hair cropped short and her deep green eyes unusually tranquil, Cressida's entire visage was shrouded in shadow by a high collar. When Alice encountered her, she had just completed her initial treatment and was comfortably reclining against the back of a chair. The sudden sight of a stranger halted Alice's steps, and in that instant, her inspiration erupted. Oh, this was a formidable presence, perilous to her. This realization tempered Alice's delight in the novel encounter, and she cautiously paused, deliberating the possibility of turning on her heel and departing. Her footsteps evidently startled the gentleman. He lifted his gaze towards Alice, and recognition dawned in his eyes. "Ah, it is you, the child." His voice was gentle, accompanied by a smile, and this soft demeanor dissuaded Alice from the thought of leaving. She inquired, "Do you know me?" "You would not recognize me. Indeed, when I departed, you were yet to awaken," Sesama replied with a light laugh. This utterance instantly clarified her identity for Alice. This was the goddess's sword, Lady Sesama, who had come to Tingen regarding her affairs. Lady Sesama had also been present when Klein ascended to the role of Joker. Yet Klein's confidence did not include Alice. He merely hinted at aspects of the performance to each individual intermittently. Having long evaded Klein, Alice was naturally not included, and thus she was not among those who swore before the divine relic. This was indeed Alice's first encounter with the lady since her awakening. "Lady Sesama." Alice quickly bowed to her. "What brings you here?" A slight surprise, Sesama shook her head, gesturing for Alice to take a seat. The red gloves unexpectedly clashed with the gentleman. This was not the first occurrence of such an incident in recent times. The encounters between the red gloves and the gentleman had been numerous. Yet, Alice keenly perceived that the lady was evidently injured. This implied that she had sustained wounds during this skirmish with the gentleman. In truth, the gentleman had been evading the red gloves lately. For those of the sleepless path, not adept at long-range maneuvering, pursuit was evidently impossible. So why had the gentleman suddenly changed his mind? A sense of unease stirred once more within Alice. But lacking critical points, her private attempts at divination had met with failure each time, leaving her unsure of how to alert others. The spiritual intuition of the extraordinary often proved remarkable. Both Dunn and the red gloves took note of Alice's disquiet, particularly her frequent, inexplicable anxiety, which suggested something unusual was afoot. However, the human spirit cannot remain perpetually taut. Sesama soon discerned Alice's renewed agitation, having already received relevant reports. He was aware that this was a form of unease without clear cause, and aside from raising vigilance, there was little he could do. Ultimately, Sesama merely offered Alice a reassuring smile. Do not worry. At least we shall not place civilians at the forefront. Civilians? Alice abruptly fell silent, harboring a deep-seated aversion to this sentiment. Although nominally, she too was a night watchman, people seemed to regard her as a child yet to mature, worrying for her, caring for her, protecting her. Initially, Alice had indeed relished such concern, for a solitary soul devoid of a past and far removed from home. This care alleviated her anxiety in unfamiliar surroundings, gradually cultivating her trust and reliance on the world around her. Yet, she harbored a persistent discomfort regarding this. It appeared she despised being shielded. Why? Deep within, Alice held a vague suspicion that she had once borne the very role of the protected. But then she had been powerless, forced to witness those who shielded her perish for various reasons before her eyes. Yet, now she was undeniably capable of protecting herself. Alice pressed her lips together, lowering her gaze, a disingenuous smile curling at the corners of her mouth, expressing dissatisfaction akin to that of any child yearning for maturity. But I am already a night watchman. I am an extraordinary being of sequence 7, stronger than most extraordinary individuals in Tingen. But you're still not of age. Thus, Sesama regarded Alice as one might a petulant child. Alice opened her mouth, yet found no words of rebuttal, for her lack of maturity was an irrefutable fact. Observing her defiant expression, Sesama suddenly chuckled, straightening slightly and adopting a tone of negotiation. He said to Alice, "How about this? Once this matter concludes, I shall speak with Dunn to arrange a task for you within the team. How does that sound?" "Really?" Alice's eyes brightened instantly. "Indeed," Sesama nodded affirmatively. "And since you're already of sequence 7, if you perform well and become familiar with handling extraordinary events, you may entirely apply to join the Red Gloves. Then, you shall be among our elite." Such words were akin to the promises adults make to placate children, perhaps slightly superior to the grandiose visions employers paint for their staff. At least this was a promise born of concern, yet in its likelihood of realization, it bore little distinction. Alice, of course, would not believe this. She would wager that if she were to apply to join the Red Gloves, no one would consent unless she first served as a night watchman for 3, 5, or even 10 years. Yet at the very least, the preceding statement from Sesama should hold a kernel of truth. Such a prominent figure could hardly deceive her regarding such matters, could they? Embracing the prospect of becoming a de facto night watchman, Alice allowed a joyful smile to grace her lips. Restlessness pervaded the atmosphere. Sesama soon departed from the Blackthorn Security Company once more. That previous injury seemed to have served as a harbinger. Thereafter, he found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the gentleman had altered his policies, commencing a hunt for the official extraordinary teams. With the gentleman no longer attempting to evade the official extraordinary beings, the trio formations of these teams proved to be no match for him. Yet, the official extraordinary beings could not refrain from venturing out. Extraordinary incidents demanded their attention. Even in the absence of such incidents, other members of the Aurora Society would fabricate extraordinary situations. The influx of lower-tier members of the Aurora Society effectively restrained the official extraordinary beings. After all, the value of the crazed individuals produced en masse within the Aurora Society starkly contrasted with the meticulously selected official extraordinary beings. The gentleman could afford to disregard the lives of those lunatics, but the 3 major churches could not afford to overlook the lives of the lower-tier extraordinary beings. Had Alice been a tad older or possessed a broader spectrum of social experiences, she might have recognized that the gentleman's and the Aurora Society's actions were steering matters toward a perilously precarious direction, one characterized by insufficient law enforcement. When all the official extraordinary beings were preoccupied with their frenzied conduct, straining under pressure, the real danger would inevitably seize the opportunity to strike. Regrettably, the busy official extraordinary beings lacked the capacity for profound contemplation, while the only leisurely Alice remained utterly inexperienced. She could only advance step by step toward the unknown peril, acutely aware of the increasingly palpable and impossible to ignore disquietude. Amidst this turmoil of unease and the tedium of confinement, Alice anxiously awaited the arrival of the next Monday. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hangman. Good afternoon, Mr. Sun. Good afternoon, Miss Fate." Audrey's customary voice, imbued with cheerfulness and lightness, washed over her, soothing some of Alice's apprehension. She managed to coax a smile from her lips. "Good afternoon, Miss Justice." As an observer, Audrey could hardly overlook Alice's emotional turmoil. "Miss Fate, you appear to be in rather poor spirits. Is it due to that accursed progeny of the evil god?" Alice leaned back against her chair, allowing her emotions to settle before responding. "My intuition might be attempting to alert me to something, but I have yet to discern what it is. It's a rather dreadful experience, akin to someone shouting into a megaphone inside your head, and you strive to comprehend their words, yet nothing is discernible." This vivid metaphor struck a chord with Audrey, who instantly grasped Alice's distress, displaying a modicum of sympathy. "I can only imagine how distressing that must be." Alice offered a weary smile, adopting an air of disinterest, her thoughts adrift, which had become her most common demeanor over the past week. As she found herself unable to occupy her time meaningfully, Audrey, being considerate, refrained from further inquiries and turned her gaze toward Klein, seated at the head of the table. Upon receiving his nod of assent, she ventured, "Esteemed Mr. Fool, I wonder if your acolyte has received the compensation of 300 pounds? Alas, I regret to inform you that Alice currently lacks the energy even to express her frustration. She merely wishes for time to hasten, ideally leaping forth to the conclusion of these matters." As one of the informed parties, Klein, who had attempted to facilitate Alice's divination above the fog without yielding results, found himself equally powerless. Thus, after confirming the balance in his account repeatedly, Klein replied nonchalantly in the tone of Mr. Fool, "I have not been concerned with this matter, but since my acolyte has not requested further assistance, it is likely she has received it." "How splendid!" Audrey exhaled in relief, her tone brightening as she continued, "Mr. Hangman, there's been progress regarding Chillingers." Alger straightened his posture, abandoning his inquiry into Alice's condition. While Alice refrained from asking about the extraordinary being associated with a monstrous pathway, Alger inquired with barely concealed delight, "Where is he?" Regrettably, just as we uncovered his trail, he became aware of our investigation and eliminated the relevant personnel. Audrey recounted the events in detail, outlining subsequent investigative directions. Alger nodded slightly, indicating his attentiveness. Before turning to Klein, "Esteemed Mr. Fool, should I uncover Chillinger's true intentions and the exceedingly significant and miraculous object he seeks, may I invoke your name in a ritual to inform you?" "Certainly." Mr. Fool inclined his head slightly, acquiescing to Alger's final endeavor. Alger then exhaled quietly in relief, bowing his head and humbly responding, "Please allow me to express my gratitude in advance for your consideration." Subsequently, Alger directed his gaze toward Alice. "Miss Fate, that extraordinary being associated with a monstrous pathway intends to linger in Pre-Eyes Harbor for a while, awaiting a fated encounter." Upon being addressed, Alice had to reel her vacant thoughts back to listen to Alger's words, catching the emphasis he placed on fated encounter. "A fated encounter?" Alice echoed with an odd expression, finding it reminiscent of something that would only transpire in a Clichdee narrative. "Those are his exact words," Alger confirmed. Alice furrowed her brow, but opted to pursue her inquiry. "Then, may I assume that if I wish to seek him out, what course of action should I take?" He stated that every encounter is the inevitable result of fate, Alger recounted in an inscrutable tone. Alice pinched her brow in exasperation, suddenly empathizing with Angelica's feelings when she witnessed Alice tossing a coin. "In any case, thank you for your assistance, Mr. Hangman. This will offset a portion of my debt." Taking a deep breath, Alice acknowledged that, despite her inability to glean any clues from the so-called fated encounter, at least she confirmed the individual was in Pre-Eyes Harbor, though this provided her little advantage. Alger unceremoniously accepted this matter, then turned to Klein. "Mr. Fool, I am on the verge of acquiring a collection of Emperor Roselle's diaries. I believe I will be able to present them to you at the next meeting or the one thereafter." Klein nodded, responding with a tone tinged with mild pleasure. "Excellent. However, what could he possibly offer to settle his account with the Hangman?" Refocusing on the gathering, Alice found herself momentarily perplexed by Klein's actions. "Esteemed Mr. Fool, if I were to obtain highly useful and timely information, may I also invoke your name in a ritual to inform you?" Audrey, having observed Alger's entire exchange and profoundly impressed, promptly raised her question. "Certainly." Klein nodded gently, silently commending Audrey's phrasing. Then his gaze shifted to Alice and Derek. "You too." Alice began to contemplate whether she could convey a peculiar image through prayer while he was engaged in some significant event. Could prayer transmit images? "Indeed, Mr. Fool," Derek humbly replied, bowing his head. Alice instantly recognized that her thoughts and actions had manifested an undue irreverence, and she promptly endeavored to present herself with the utmost respect. After a few moments of silence enveloped the room, Audrey spoke up. I require the complete pituitary gland of a rainbow lizard. I do not possess it, to be honest. I have only encountered such a creature in textbooks. Derek, listening intently to the translated mention of the shadow dragon, finally seized the opportunity to interject. This is likely one of the primary ingredients for the mind-reading potion, a rather obvious deduction. However, regrettably, Alice too was unable to procure such an ingredient. Shaking her head, I do not have it, and you might not be aware that this species is on the brink of extinction. I may be able to acquire the complete pituitary gland of a rainbow lizard. Algie interjected, hastily offering a proposition. However, it hinges on locating the Chillingers. The compensation I require from you would precisely equate to the value of the rainbow lizard's complete pituitary gland. As Miss Fate mentioned, this dragon is nearing extinction, and traces of it currently exist only on certain primordial islands within the Misty Sea, the Berserk Sea, and the Sunya Sea, with their coordinates known to but a select few. Should you be interested in the future, we could engage in a certain exchange regarding this matter. As I am one of those few, I have long dreamed of sailing the seas, seeking those primordial islands and witnessing the ancient customs therein. Audrey, unable to contain her excitement, responded eagerly, then curiously probed further. Does the imminent extinction of the rainbow lizard imply that the audience pathways will soon perish as well? No. There are certainly alternative materials, Algie replied with unwavering certainty. Alice couldn't help but glance at Algie, fully aware of what he was alluding to, considering that it was precisely how she had initially become extraordinary, by absorbing the extraordinary traits that emanated from the corpses of the departed extraordinary beings. Audrey pressed on, what alternative materials? Algie shook his head, responding with an air of profound implication. I do not know. Perhaps those versed in psychological alchemy might have some clarity. Alice stole another glance at Algie, realizing this was likely one of his rare acts of kindness. Wishing not to tarnish Audrey's delightful mood. But how can you be so certain about the alternative materials? Audrey continued, both perplexed and bewildered. Alice cast a glance at Audrey and silently prayed. May her curiosity not taint her joyful demeanor. Noticing Alice's gesture, Audrey turned to her. Miss Fate, do you know the answer? You would rather not know. Believe me, Miss Justice, Alice replied after a brief silence, deciding it best to withhold this information from Audrey for the time being. The notion of substances derived from the corpses of the deceased is likely too unsettling for most. Alice's counsel temporarily quelled Audrey's inquisitiveness, and with trust in Alice, she ultimately relinquished her pursuit. Very well, if you say so. This left Klein high upon the platform, in a state of conflict. He too was deeply curious about the answer, yet for Mr. Fool to remain unaware of such matters would be quite unbecoming. Perhaps he could discreetly inquire with Alice? After the trading segment concluded, Klein surveyed the room, gazing towards the sun. Does Silver City still harbor faith in deities? Alice immediately turned her head to look at Derek. Her curiosity piqued regarding the so-called God-forsaken land and Silver City. We continue to revere the creator of all, the omniscient and omnipotent God, Derek replied in a tone of deep reverence. God? Alice blurted out, somewhat perplexed by the familiarity of the term. It was only upon noticing the glances from Algie and Audrey that she realized perhaps she should not have spoken. Hesitantly, she turned to Klein, apologizing. This insincere apology only served to heighten the awkward atmosphere, and amidst the silence where no one dared to speak except Alice and Klein, Klein chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance at Alice before addressing the others. Why are you all so tense? He then casually directed his gaze back to Derek. Even if he has forsaken you? This almost implied Derek's origins from the godforsaken land, a realization not lost on Algie and Audrey. Unlike Audrey, who had little understanding of the matter, Algie was taken aback by the fool's formidable nature and abruptly recognized that Alice seemed to harbor little respect or fear towards Klein. Had she possessed even a modicum of reverence for the divine, she would not have interjected while the deity was speaking. Reflecting on Alice's behavior since joining the Tarot Society, he suddenly discerned that this Miss Fate had, on several occasions, hinted at Mr. Fool's intentions, to which Mr. Fool had not objected. A chosen one? No. Even a chosen one should not behave thus. A speculation crossed Algie's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. After all, if she were a chosen one, she ought to exhibit greater reverence, right? Even if he racked his brain, he could never surmise that in the eyes of Algie, the fool was actually a colleague of Alice, and in a certain sense, they could be regarded as compatriots. Yes, we all believe that we will ultimately regain the Lord's favor, perhaps on the day when the sun rises once more. Derek responded in a tone that lacked conviction amidst the peculiar atmosphere. We were once governed by the giant king's court, worshipping the giant king Almir. Subsequently, we received the Lord's redemption, and we shall never forsake him again. Giant King Almir. Alice repeated the name in her mind while deciding to seek information regarding that creator of all, the omniscient and omnipotent God. If that is the case, what connection does the true creator have with that creator of all? After all, the names are remarkably similar. Fear. Klein nodded and continued his inquiry. Are you still offering sacrifices to that omniscient and omnipotent God? Yes, we still do, but since the day we were forsaken, we have received no response. Derek's tone bore an unmistakable pain. Klein remained unfazed, his demeanor relaxed as he requested, describe in detail your sacrificial process. Algie was quite thrilled by this, feeling that he had stumbled upon the essence of life, oblivious to the sympathetic glances exchanged between Audrey and Alice. Derek remained unaware of these dynamics, following Klein's instructions to narrate the entire sacrificial ritual. As Alice listened, a sudden realization dawned upon her about Klein's intentions. He was testing whether he could utilize. When Klein declared the conclusion, Alice, along with the others, stood to perform the customary bow, only to find herself bewilderedly remaining in place. Alice gazed at Klein in confusion. Do you have something to tell me? Why don't you reveal to Justice what the alternative materials are? Klein inquired with curiosity. Alice fixed her gaze on Klein, remaining silent. Do you require me to pay? Klein hesitated under Alice's stare, proposing a conjecture. No, Alice shook her head. Your confidentiality level is insufficient. Klein, taken aback by such an unexpected response, widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Alice. If Justice continues to inquire, and you hear it, then so be it. However, if it is you who poses the questions, then your level of confidentiality is insufficient, Alice replied resolutely. Klein found himself at a loss for words, his mouth opening several times without uttering a sound, until finally, Alice witnessed the fool angrily conclude the summoning. Back in reality, that unsettling restlessness soon invaded Alice's good spirits once more. This time, however, the signals indicated that matters were worsening. Meghouse had vanished, as members of the Aurora Society and the officials of Tingen City mutually constrained each other. Both parties found themselves mentally and physically exhausted, and in the midst of this, Meghouse had silently disappeared. The gentleman seemed to vent his fury upon the extraordinary officials, while the missing Meghouse loomed like an unpredictable time bomb hidden in the shadows. Alice finally realized that the agitation she had long harbored within her heart was attempting to convey a warning, but alas, it was already too late. She attempted to divine Meghouse's whereabouts, but the one who had taken Meghouse was no fool. He had undoubtedly anticipated counter-divination methods. Without interference from counter-divination, Alice might have been able to glean some insight through her exceptional spirituality and the favor of fate, perhaps akin to the witch Traelise, but under the influence of counter-divination, she found herself powerless. As that fear gradually spread from the depths of her heart, Alice finally faced the inevitable conclusion. Before her stood a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman in her early 20s, clad in a flowing dress and adorned with a lotus leaf hat, exuding an aura of melancholy and serenity. She appeared dazed, her belly prominently rounded, as if she were in a trance. Alice stared in astonishment as she entered the room, approached her, and offered a smile. For some reason, I suddenly felt compelled to come here. In that instant of seeing her, Alice recognized her. She was Meghouse, the one bearing the true progeny of the Creator. A chill ran down Alice's spine, and she instinctively wanted to leap up and flee, yet her muscles felt utterly weak. At that moment, a hand pressed down on her shoulder, and she heard Dunn's voice. Is something the matter? Suddenly, Alice felt a wave of calm wash over her. Her muscles seemingly regained their control. She forced a standard but stiff smile, and, in a composed yet emotionless tone, asked, Would you like something? Coffee or tea? Just warm water, Meghouse replied. I wish to discuss Lanris with you. I have heard that you know much about him. Thus, Alice maintained her smile, stood up without hesitation, and swiftly and calmly made her way downstairs, addressing a few night watchers. Meghouse is upstairs. The expressions of the night watchers shifted instantly. They shed their usual demeanor and adopted a serious stance, methodically arranging tasks among themselves. Some went to inform non-combatants to evacuate. Others urgently contacted Sesama, while others went to comfort Meghouse. As for how Meg Howes appeared at the headquarters of the Night Watchers amidst the citywide lockdown, it mattered little now, or rather, it was futile for them to concern themselves with it. Upon returning with the warm water, Alice had come to realize the source of her ongoing agitation and fear. It was intertwined with the deathly shadows that had once entwined Dunn, consistent with the coincidences Klein had perceived. The true target was not Dunn or Klein, but rather the headquarters of the Night Watchers in Tingen City. Today, they were unlikely to receive reinforcements. But what remained here? Alice had no opportunity to ponder further. As she set down the warm water and lifted her head, she saw Meg Howes tearing a large handful of hair from her own head. Alice froze mid-motion, but Meg Howes appeared oblivious to anything amiss. Slightly agitated, she reached for the water cup, took a sip, then slammed the cup down on the table, clawing 5 bloody lines down her cheek. Alice stared rigidly at Meg Howes' red and white streaked face, hearing her inquire, "What's wrong? You look unwell." "No, I'm fine," Alice replied, forcing a smile, struggling to maintain her composure as she attempted to make a jest, a considerable challenge for someone who could only manage a stiff grin. "I just suddenly remembered I have some matters to attend to." "I see," Alice noted as Meg Howes scratched at her cheek again, now revealing 5 bloody marks on the other side of her face. "Apologies, my face feels a bit itchy." Alice forced another smile, uncertain if Meg Howes could detect any abnormality in her expression, but she sensed that even if Meg Howes were unaware of anything amiss, it would matter little at this point. After retreating behind a partition, Klein hid behind Leonard, avoiding Alice's gaze. He actually remembers that, he mused. Leonard regarded Alice with a serious expression and said in a low voice, "We are running out of time. In no more than 3 minutes. The child within Meg Howes will be born." In this time of desperate helplessness, the activation phrase for the charm was the ancient Hermetic word for light. Klein extended a hand from behind Leonard, offering Alice a charm. "When we rush out, throw this charm at Meg Howes and her child." "What about the captain?" Alice interrupted Klein suddenly. "The captain told me that as a Night Watcher, you must not only believe in yourself, but also in your teammates," Leonard responded. Alice gazed at Leonard, who had long since shed his usual nonchalance, now appearing uncharacteristically earnest and serious. "All right," Alice acquiesced, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and signaled her readiness. Thus, they stepped out together, Leonard wrapping an extraordinary item unknown to Alice around his hand, finger splayed. Klein held a metallic shard identical to Alice's. Dunn noticed their appearance together, seemingly grasping the situation. As the trio launched their assault, Dunn skillfully rolled behind a chair, evading their direct attack, and after the tumult, he retreated to their side. Alice gazed in awe as sunlight poured through the ceiling, merging with the golden shard to form an expanding sphere of light. With a thunderous roar, Alice felt the building tremble, hearing the glass emit a series of strained groans. Yet, her focus remained fixed on the dazzling, flame-encircled sphere's center until tears streamed down her face. As the radiance gradually dissipated, Alice beheld the rising flames and the black ashes swirling within. Everything seemed to vanish in the recent blaze. However, Alice knew better. The long-suppressed agitation had morphed into fear, and at this moment, it found an outlet. Alerted by an intense sense of crisis, Alice instinctively rolled to her right, narrowly avoiding a long, sharp white bone dagger that crashed down where she had just stood, leaving a profound mark on the ground. No further reminders were necessary. Everyone noticed the figure at the end of the white bone dagger, Meg Howes, who should have been reduced to ashes. Her garments did not survive the explosion. Her skin turned a charred black, continuously shedding in fragments. The crown of her head had morphed into a sphere enveloped in a layer of scorched skin, with flames flickering within her eye sockets. Her left arm had transformed into the white-boned dagger wielded moments ago, both eerie and sanctified. Amidst the still shaking interior, Meg Howes raised her bone dagger once more, this time targeting Klein. "Yield." Leonard's voice resonated with a strong sense of blasphemy, the very power he had just pilfered from Meg Howes. Unsurprisingly, Meg Howes fell under the control of her own ability, bending slightly at the waist, her legs trembling, which allowed Klein to evade her strike. Yet, it was futile. They both understood their lack of sufficiently potent means to eliminate the child within Meg Howes, and once the child was born, their demise was inevitable. Moreover, Meg Howes was unwilling to allow them even a final struggle before death. Suddenly, Meg Howes' head exploded, blood and brain matter mingling with her charred skin, freeing her body from control. In the next moment, her form transformed into a projectile, hurtling towards Leonard, who had been momentarily halted by the blasphemous utterances. Dunn, positioned nearby, attempted to intervene, and together they bore the brunt of the impact, crashing against the wall, blood spilling from their mouths as they lost consciousness. Amidst the silence, the wail of an infant abruptly emanated from Meigau's belly. The still conscious Alice and Klein felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, their airways constricting, making breathing arduous. A crimson shadow appeared before Alice, warmth and dampness enveloping her in a sticky sensation, as she realized it must be blood spilling from ruptured vessels. Through the translucent red haze, Alice beheld Meigau's headless body rising, turning, and approaching them step by step. Meigau's dagger struck at Klein with ferocity, this time without any help or protection. Still reeling from dizziness, Klein's clothes were brutally torn, his body nearly cleaved in two. Subsequently, disregarding Alice's futile attempts to distract her, Meigau delivered a decisive blow to the temporarily incapacitated Klein, severing him in half. Then, she turned her headless form toward Alice. Et? Alice thought in despair as she watched Meigau advance. The world around her buzzed, her ears suddenly filled with a sound that seemed to come from an immense distance. Before she could discern its origin, Meigau lunged at her, only to be inexplicably tripped and brought down. Even more bizarrely, as she fell, her bone dagger, formed from her left arm, crossed her midsection, bisecting both herself and the child within her. Once again, Alice stood rigidly, staring at Meigau's still form on the ground. This seemed strikingly familiar. The last person to die in such a manner was a fortunate one. Clap, clap, clap. The slow sound of applause echoed as Alice turned her head stiffly to see a figure in a trench coat entering, clapping. She recognized the face. It was In Zhang Weir, who had escaped with 008. Alice finally comprehended that he was the puppeteer behind everything, the source of all coincidences. Was this the purpose of 008? To fabricate coincidences? This was not luck befitting a fortunate one. But how long could one remain fortunate? In Zhang Weir's voice accompanied his assault, and for the first time, Alice realized her impotence in the face of him. He need not summon the undead to attack her. As an extraordinary being lacking in direct combat capability, she found herself utterly defenseless before him. Even luck was of no use in this moment. At the tale's conclusion, Alice caught a glimpse of In Zhang Weir's pale hand plunging into her chest, extracting a still-beating heart. Following that, an overwhelming and profound darkness enveloped her. 3 dead souls converged. Am I dead? Alice felt as if she were trapped within a sealed box, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. Something pressed tightly against her body, leaving no room for even a breath. She attempted to move, but the surrounding confines constricted her fiercely. No effort bore fruit. She strained, striving to roll over. Just a gentle shift, to turn over. Who was she? The darkness around her suddenly seemed to acquire a soul, vibrant colors diffusing from a single point, suffusing the entire scene. Alice beheld a quill pen in motion, devoid of ink and master. This was 008. A pale hand grasped the quill from behind, the image moving upwards along the hand, revealing a figure clad in a double-breasted, pure black clerical robe, lips tightly pressed, a high nose, features resembling classical sculpture. Flawless and unwrinkled. He was blind in one eye, the remaining pupil a deep blue, nearly black. His hair shone in dark gold, topped with a soft hat. It was In Zhang Weir. In that moment of recognizing the one who had taken her life, Alice regained her sense of self, and the surrounding imagery began to ebb like a receding tide, threatening to shatter entirely, yet held together by a peculiar force. Alice glimpsed a distant realm glowing faintly, perhaps a kingdom. Moonflowers, deep sleep flowers, night-scented herbs. Recognizing several familiar herbs, Alice tentatively spoke. Goddess? No reply came. Taking a few cautious steps forward, she found that she had not moved closer nor further from the luminous kingdom. Halting again, Alice called out, Goddess? Is it you who saved me? In the silent darkness, a gentle, distant sigh reached her ears. Do you truly not understand what has transpired within you? Alice stood perplexed. An unknown entity had erased the existence of the original owner of this body from fate, inserting your destiny in its place. Alice froze. The goddess's purpose in not revealing herself seemed not to seek her answer or observe her expression. After speaking, the dream shattered abruptly, leaving no space for contemplation. Alice returned to that sealed, lightless darkness, yet this time was not as tightly constricting. It felt rectangular. Speaking of which, why had the previous tightness not caused her to suffocate? Questions without answers surged in Alice's mind. She dismissed them, recalling the last moments of her own demise, realizing she was most likely within a coffin. Thus, Alice shifted her body slightly and extended her hand towards the coffin lid. In the stillness of the Raphael cemetery at night, Ask, with his bronze complexion, stood before Klein's grave with a bouquet of white flowers, lost in contemplation. Just as he was about to utter a word, his gaze and movements abruptly halted. Beside Klein's grave, another tomb belonged to Alice Kingsley. The stone slab sealing the grave shifted, and then a remarkably healthy hand, belonging to a young girl, emerged from within. Not a living corpse, nor a monster, but a breathing, heart-beating, vibrantly alive individual. Realizing this, Ask stood frozen, watching as the owner of that hand pushed aside the gravestone and climbed out of the tomb. Then noticed him standing there and hesitantly greeted, "Hi." The lack of response from this stranger, disturbed during their visit, prompted Alice to quietly activate her spiritual sight to assess his condition, confirming he was not paralyzed by fear, but rather remained quite composed. Thus, she decided to proceed with her own tasks. In this eerie silence, Alice crawled out of the grave before a stranger brushed off the dirt from her clothes, checked for any damages, and then reburied the coffin, restoring the grave to its former state. Fortunately, cremation is not in vogue in this era, Alice murmured softly. Once she had tidied everything up, she lifted her head, intending to say something to the man, but then paused. From Klein's grave, a pale hand emerged, prompting them both to fall into silence, watching their mutual friend rise from the grave to join this awkward encounter. Klein, Ask, Ellis, how about you first bury the coffin back, and then we find another place? They suddenly realized that 3 deceased individuals conversing in a cemetery was not a prudent idea, as they could easily attract the attention of the night watchman. Consequently, Klein, bearing wounds that had yet to fully heal, toiled to restore his grave, after which the 3 departed the scene of the incident in search of a safer location. This awkward meeting diluted the sorrow they had initially harbored, and as they exchanged glances, it was the most experienced among them, Mr. Ask, who finally spoke. "What do you intend to do? Is cremation being promoted in this era?" Alice hesitated, not fully comprehending Mr. Ask's inquiry. "Klein, this is Mr. Ask, my teacher." "Mr. Ask, this is Alice, my colleague and dear friend," Klein introduced them, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. "Hello." Alice blinked twice. "Hello," Mr. Ask nodded. "Have you thought about where to go next? Have you considered the identities and appearances under which you will operate? You must understand, to others, you too are already deceased." Alice's realization dawned upon her. She finally grasped the crux of the matter. Thus, the inexperienced Alice turned to Klein. "I don't know." Klein's expression was filled with confusion, as he had not yet encountered the final Insansangwehr and remained bewildered by it all. "May I ask you something?" Alice turned to Mr. Ask, who nodded for her to continue. "What about the other night watchmen?" "They're all still alive," Mr. Ask replied succinctly, bringing relief to both Klein and Alice. "Thank you." Alice expressed her gratitude. "So, you mean we need new identities and appearances, right?" "Not necessarily," Klein interjected. "We could temporarily leave the city of Tingen, evading official scrutiny while searching for ways to change our appearances. Well, we should still prepare some form of identification." Gazing at the still bewildered Klein, Alice pursed her lips and cautioned, "Klein, Mr. Ask, be careful of 008, and watch out for Insansangwehr." The name on the wanted poster jolted Klein's memory, and he and Ask turned their attention to Alice. 008 can make written stories come true, Alice explained softly. Insansangwehr used 008 to create coincidences. His target should be the headquarters of the Night Watchman in Tingen, perhaps something within the headquarters? The ashes of Saint Selena. Klein suddenly grasped the answer. Alice looked at him in confusion. Meeting her gaze, Klein elaborated. Insansangwehr is a failed ascendant gatekeeper, and behind the Charney's Gate in Tingen lie the ashes of Saint Selena, who was a Tier 4 saint of the Sleepless Path in her lifetime. So, the gatekeeper is Tier 5 of the Sleepless Path? Alice conjectured. Not quite. Klein continued to explain. The gatekeeper belongs to the Tier 5 of the Corpse Collector Path. Adjacent tiers can interchange in higher tiers. Alice came to an understanding. She finally comprehended Insansangwehr's objective. He needed the ashes of Saint Selena to ascend to demigod status, confirming that Klein was not as naive as Alice in this regard, or at least not so careless as to fearlessly confront the Night Watchman without regard for his resurrection being discovered. Ask departed with caution, taking the warning of 008 and Insansangwehr with him. Left behind, Alice and Klein exchanged silent glances. The earlier incident had muted their emotions, and they had neglected to address each other's circumstances until Mr. Ask's departure prompted Alice to recall the goddess's warning and the differing circumstances surrounding Klein's awakening. "Have you encountered the goddess?" Alice asked in a hushed voice. No, why do you suddenly ask that? Klein looked at her, puzzled. Well, because I suddenly remembered that the reasons for our resurrection might not be the same. Alice propped her chin on her hand, observing Klein as she revealed something she had not disclosed to ask. Someone, or rather, an unknown entity erased my death from fate. Klein paused momentarily, suspecting that his own resurrection was linked to that mysterious palace, and he believed he had already been resurrected once before. But how did Alice know such detailed information? The goddess told me, Alice explained, meeting Klein's inquisitive gaze. Before I awoke in this body, an unknown entity erased the traces of the original owner's existence from fate. The description of this body made Klein frown slightly, a subtle discomfort washing over him, yet his focus remained on another matter. The goddess? Yes, the goddess, Alice affirmed, gesturing to her chest, forming a scarlet crescent moon symbol, the most sincere prayer she had articulated since awakening. Klein's pupils constricted slightly. They both understood the implications of this. Since Alice's awakening, she had already become a favorite of the night. Yet, another question arose for him. Awakened? Alice gazed at Klein, her mind drifting back to that enclosed, suffocating space that had enveloped her, recalling the absurd demise of Melgoys, reminiscing about the initial fortunate soul and the indistinct whispers that had graced her ears before Melgoys' passing. She heard herself respond in a voice that seemed ethereal and bewildered. I suspect that before this, I may have awakened in another place. Without awaiting Klein's reply, Alice continued, You're no longer a night watcher. The previous inquiries can finally yield their answers. Klein paused momentarily, processing the implications of Alice's words, and a pang of melancholy flickered within him. However, that faint sorrow was swiftly dispersed by Alice's voice. Have you heard of the law of the immortality of extraordinary traits? What is that? Klein inquired, playing along. Extraordinary traits do not perish or diminish. They merely transfer from one vessel to another. Frankly, it sounds remarkably akin to the law of conservation of mass energy, Alice remarked, sharing her initial thoughts upon hearing this law. Klein chose to disregard el siest, quietly mulling over her statement, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Could the substitute material be the remnants of extraordinary individuals post-mortem, serving as principal ingredients for potions? Akin to how Insangweir required the ashes of Saint Selena, Alice calmly filled in the final piece of the puzzle. So, how did you come to know this? Klein's apprehensions deepened. The familiar smile that graced Alice's face seemed to affirm his suspicions, and he heard her voice. When I first awoke, a sequence 7 fortunate one fell to his death before my eyes. A fortunate one fell to his death? Klein echoed, fully envisioning the events that must have transpired thereafter. Alice had ingested that extraordinary trait, inadvertently becoming an extraordinary person herself. Yet, he could not fathom how a fortunate one could meet such a fate. Do you know how Melgoys perished? Alice inquired, observing his incredulous expression. Suddenly recalling that this compatriot and former colleague had encountered Insangweir, Klein realized that Melgoys must indeed be dead. Yet she evidently lacked the capacity to have slain Melgoys' unborn child. Thus, he was compelled to ask, How did she die? After killing you, Melgoys lunged at me. Alice recounted the bizarre scene. Then, she fell, and as she collapsed, the bone knife was perfectly positioned across her abdomen, cleaving her in two. This unfathomable revelation cast a heavy silence over the atmosphere, and they exchanged glances, the gravity of the moment palpable in their eyes. After a prolonged silence, Alice managed a smile, her tone tinged with self-deprecation. On the bright side, at least I can now seek that extraordinary individual who traverses to Priai's harbor. Can I? I seem to have suddenly grasped what it means to be a jester. Observing Alice's smile, Klein interjected, Let us discuss matters further. Why are you silent? After Klein concluded his previous statement, Alice had been staring at him in silence, prompting him to inquire. Are you reprimanding me? Alice asked earnestly. Why would you say that? Klein reflected, attempting to recall if his words had been amiss. It seems you're implying that I resemble a jester. Alice realized she had misconstrued Klein's intent and hastened to clarify. All right, I was projecting my own sentiments. That is something I would say. I truly was just contemplating the role of the jester. Klein insisted earnestly. So are you going to begin acting the part? Alice replied nonchalantly, diverting the topic. Oh, wait. Klein suddenly turned to Alice. How is it that you can see me? Alice fell silent, not intentionally ignoring the question, but rather acknowledging that the answer was rather apparent. If that unknown entity had allowed her to awaken as Alice, enabling her resurrection, then it would not be particularly strange for the same force to have resolved this matter concurrently. Do great beings truly concern themselves with such trivialities? Klein pondered, unable to comprehend. Perhaps it is not a great being after all. After all, even my name was predetermined by them. Alice expressed her distinct distaste. Her disdain for such helplessness evident. Having experienced the agony of death firsthand and witnessed her friend's demise, the once distant pain that belonged to Shunning Huan now felt palpable. Alice could no longer comfortably revel in the whims of fate. A burgeoning desire to seize control of her own destiny began to rise within her. Klein, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. He understood all too well the vexation of feeling powerless against the myriad coincidences orchestrated by 008. Alice regarded the silent Klein and forced a smile. Let us change the subject. Firstly, while you seem to have realized what a jester should embody, I am inherently that sort of person. What about you? I comprehend your meaning. I am merely playing a role, correct? Klein swiftly grasped Alice's implication, knowing that is sufficient. Now, on to the next matter. Alice's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Have you devised a plan to conceal your appearance? Huh? Klein blinked in confusion. I could don a pair of glasses and grow a beard. Klein suddenly fell silent, realizing that Alice had likely considered this, as girls could not grow beards. What do you intend to do? Klein inquired, stumped for ideas. I am uncertain, Alice shrugged. Perhaps fate has arranged everything for me? In any case, I wish to make a trip to Priai's harbor. Alice understood that given the dramatic nature of Melgoise's death, her only recourse was to comply obediently. Have you considered returning to the Night Watchers? Alice's stance on going to Priai's harbor was rather resolute, yet Klein recalled that Alice's situation differed from his. Her resurrection had been witnessed by a true deity. Alice cast a glance at Klein, recalling the goddess's demeanor and the timing of her awakening, softly stating, I believe neither the goddess nor fate itself wishes for me to continue as a night watcher. Klein regarded Alice with a complex expression and inquired, Do you know where Insangweir is now? Are you seeking vengeance against him? Alice looked at Klein, knowing that he was now a Sequence 5 and could potentially ascend to semi-divinity in the near future. Yet, Klein's resolve remained steadfast, showing no signs of being swayed by Alice's words. Thus, Alice replied, I do not know, but perhaps you could try divination. Moreover, you might as well inquire about your prospects for advancement, since you are unsure of where to go. Consequently, they witnessed a vision of an incredibly prosperous city during their divination. There were bustling docks, a multitude of houses, busy streets filled with passers-by, peculiar machinery, and dense smoke. At the conclusion of the vision, an array of structures in shades of gray-blue, cream, and pale yellow spiraled upwards, encircling a magnificent palace, all crowned by a towering Gothic clock tower. The chimes reverberated, and they both comprehended the identity of the city they had just witnessed, the fabled land of hope, the metropolis of all Beckland. As for the summit of the Hornachi's mountains, Klein would certainly not be able to venture there. So, before departing, is there anything else you wish to accomplish? Once the final matters were confirmed, that melancholic atmosphere returned between the two, as Alice, realizing they might not see her old acquaintances for quite some time, turned to Klein and inquired, I wish to have one last glance at Benson and Melissa. Klein responded after a moment of silence. Benson and Melissa? Alice echoed in confusion. Realizing that Alice was unaware of this matter, Klein elaborated, They're my family. Family. The word lingered in Alice's mind, and a fleeting look of bewilderment crossed her face. Unlike Klein, Alice still considered herself a pure visitor from another world. At least for now, she could not perceive herself as part of this realm. Moreover, the words of the goddess resurfaced, and a vague sadness washed over Alice. Recalling the original owner of this body, perhaps she had her own family and friends. She must have had a name that belonged to her. Yet now, she had been utterly erased, and not a soul would grieve for her absence. If she were aware of this, would she, like me, feel a sense of helplessness and anguish? Let us go. Suppressing the wave of emotions that surged within her, Alice spoke in a voice laden with indistinct feelings. Let us bid farewell to your family. However, they must have received news of my demise by now. Klein hesitated, his rational mind urging him to question Alice. If I were to appear now, wouldn't they be startled? Melissa would likely faint on the spot, and Benson would become so anxious he might start losing his hair, then desperately attempt to calm me down, invoking the name of a curly-haired baboon. Such associations rekindled Klein's sorrow, his expression becoming tinged with bitterness. You could don a clowness makeup before you go. If you cannot, I can assist you. Alice finally found the opportunity to exact her revenge for Klein's earlier unintentional mockery. Fated encounters. After accompanying Klein to meet Benson and Melissa, they faced their parting. Klein, somewhat uneasy, admonished Alice. Contact me if you need anything. Alice proceeded to the bank to withdraw her remaining balance of £200. As for the source of this money, it was rather shameful. Alice, within the ranks of the night watch, was actually receiving a salary. Arriving at the Amart port in Tingen City, Alice expended a hefty sum of 10 sullers to purchase a ticket to Plitzport. As a bustling dock, Plitzport was not only frequented by tourists, but also bustling with numerous dockworkers. Amidst the throngs at Plitzport, Alice suddenly found herself perplexed. How did that extraordinary being, the one who encountered the monster, ensure that they could coincidentally recognize their target in such circumstances? After leaving the most congested area of the dock, Alice furrowed her brows, contemplating her next course of action. Hello, miss. Is this your first visit to Beckland? Do you require a guide? A diminutive boy noticed the bewildered Alice, skillfully weaving through the crowd to reach her. Alice paused momentarily, lifting her gaze to discover several other children of similar stature engaged in comparable activities nearby. And she suddenly comprehended the boy's affiliation. I am here to find someone, Alice replied, looking at the boy and articulating her request. I seek a rather mysterious individual who is waiting here. This vague description did not deter the earnest boy eager to earn some coin. Oh, that reminds me. A peculiar figure has been lingering around Plitzport these past few days, muttering about waiting for a fateful encounter. The boy's description rendered Alice momentarily silent, as she began to ponder the likelihood of being perceived as insane for seeking this person. Are you searching for him? The boy asked after introducing the situation. Thus, Alice had no choice but to respond. Perhaps. In any case, lead me to him. Under the boy's guidance, Alice soon encountered the extraordinary being who had crossed paths with the monster. It was not her certainty that drew her. Rather, the moment he laid eyes on her, he broke into an inexplicable smile and said, It seems the person I have been waiting for is you. Alice felt compelled to offer the boy some money to send him on his way. She rummaged through her belongings and produced a 1-penny coin, thankful that no one had searched her belongings at her burial. In conclusion, Alice dismissed the boy, who was more of a beggar than a guide, with the penny, and then turned her attention to the enigmatic individual. So, how are you so certain that I am the one you are waiting for? The mysterious figure remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd. Alice followed his line of sight, understanding his implication. They could not converse in such a crowded place. And so, with a carefree heart, Alice followed a stranger into a secluded room, allowing him to cast a spiritual barrier that placed her in a situation where no one would come to her aid, no matter how loudly she cried out. Oh, perhaps Mr. Fool might still hear her prayers. Thankfully, this mysterious figure was not malevolent. He regarded Alice and said, Where shall I begin? Let us start with introductions. I am Charlie King from the Life School. The term Life School caused Alice to pause slightly, but out of politeness, she also introduced herself. I am. She abruptly halted, not by choice, but because a vivid image flashed before her. A young girl pricked by a spindle, falling into a deep slumber within a castle. Sleeping Beauty. Compared to her initial ignorance, Alice now recalled the name of this tale, understanding its significance. It was how she had originally acquired her name. However, the puzzled gaze from Charlie King made Alice realize that she did not have much time to ponder a new alias. Simply using her original name seemed inappropriate. Thus she acquiesced and spoke. Brielle Rose. Greetings, Miss Rose, Charlie King inquired, observing Alice, who had fallen silent. Who informed you of my presence here? This was also my question, Alice replied, pursing her lips. Why are you waiting for me? How did you know I was the one? You. Charlie King raised his hand, signaling her to pause her inquiries. I do not know you, nor have I seen your portrait. In fact, fate did not instruct me to wait for you here, but rather to inform the previous Storm Bishop of my whereabouts. Storm Bishop? Is he referring to the hangman? Alice was momentarily taken aback, connecting the information provided by Charlie King with the intelligence gathered at the tarot meeting, yet she had another question. If that is the case, how did you recognize me? Someone commissioned me to negotiate a transaction with you. Charlie King's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. He stated that upon meeting you, I would understand that you were the one I sought. He? Alice furrowed her brows in deep contemplation, repeating this pronoun that belonged solely to deities and angels. Charlie King did not respond to the question, and Alice realized that she might never obtain an answer. She swiftly shifted to another inquiry. So, what did you truly comprehend upon meeting me? This was the most peculiar aspect. Charlie King gazed at Alice with keen interest, expressing, strangely enough, I felt certain I should have glimpsed your fate and discerned much within it. yet I cannot recall a single detail. Alice regarded him with perplexity, and Charlie met her gaze. Ultimately, it was Alice who faltered first, diverting her eyes. What kind of transaction is this? After a brief silence, Charlie furrowed his brow and articulated, he instructed me to deliver the potion formula of the sequence 6 Catastrophe Cleric to you. Alice stared at him in astonishment. Although her plans included seeking out the potion formula, she found it odd that someone would approach her with the next sequence's formula for a trade so soon after she had just processed the previous one. For a fleeting moment, Alice recalled 008, yet this felt distinctly different. 008 had a sense of rationale, whereas the events she had experienced since awakening bore little coherence. What does he require of me? Despite her profound confusion, Alice resolved to first hear the terms of the transaction. He desires your assistance in sealing an artifact on a future day, Charlie King answered, seemingly prepared. Alice's eyes widened in astonishment. She understood the concept of an artifact, even if the being across from her was likely not a deity, but rather an angel. It would be absurd to presume that she possessed the capability to resolve an artifact that even they could not. This was no mere transaction. Was it a gesture of goodwill or a trap? And why her? Only now did Alice realize that she had placed herself in a remarkably passive position, stepping into a realm familiar to a stranger of extraordinary nature. This served as a wake-up call for Alice. Ultimately, she lacked experience in such matters and had been remiss in her vigilance. Fortunately, she recognized this before a grave error was made, and there was still time to rectify the situation. Wasn't he there? The thoughts in her mind flitted by in an instant, and Charlie only observed Alice momentarily at a loss for words, her expression one of confusion and shock, before she asked, "An artifact? I lack any such capability. He is at least an angel. What could he possibly need my help with?" "No, you do possess such capability," Charlie replied with a smile. "You must." Alice regarded his smile and felt a sudden chill run down her spine. "Do I still retain the right to refuse this transaction?" Charlie smiled without answering. Alice feigned calmness as she maintained eye contact with him, but after a while, she was the first to yield, saying, "A sequence 6 potion formula pales in comparison to what you are asking of me. This is merely a deposit." Charlie's smile deepened with sincerity. "Allowing you to witness that artifact is itself part of the reward." Alice's breath caught. She instantly grasped the profound implications of his words. She shared a unique connection with that artifact, coupled with her previous bizarre experiences. Alice suddenly harbored a dangerously precarious suspicion that sent a tremor through her being. She hurriedly suppressed that perilous thought and continued, "May I inquire about the details of that artifact?" "Not at all." Charlie firmly declined the request without hesitation. This refusal seemed expected. Alice had not anticipated receiving answers. She gazed at Charlie, who awaited her words, and with a resigned attitude, she ventured to probe for further information. "You, or rather the entity behind you, how does he know of me, of my ability to accomplish this task?" "That, I truly do not know," Charlie shrugged. "I am merely the errand runner." "Then, if I were to negotiate, do you possess the authority to make decisions?" Alice fell silent for a moment, realizing she might not be able to extract more information, and began to attempt bargaining. "You may first present your demands." Charlie did not provide a definitive answer. "I require an extraordinary item capable of altering my appearance, one that I can carry long-term, as well as an identification." Alice laid forth her requests. "Is there an issue with your identity?" Charlie raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her. "Are you a wanted criminal?" "No, it's somewhat more serious than that." Alice suddenly broke into a smile, one that anyone familiar with her would instantly recognize. "I inadvertently died previously and have just clawed my way back from the grave." A fissure of disbelief crept into Charlie's expression. "Did the one who sent you not inform you of this?" "A-t-il feigné de surprise? Expressing faux concern." "What requirements do you have for the identification?" Charlie ignored Alice's query. Braille rose. Alice provided the name. "As for the rest, you may use your discretion." "How long will you need?" "Approximately 3 days. Once you have gathered what you need, how shall I contact you?" Charlie, unfazed by Alice's use of an alias, continued his inquiry. Alice's expression momentarily stiffened as she suddenly realized she lacked a suitable address to provide him. "How about this?" Observing Alice's demeanor and recalling her earlier words, Charlie perceived her intentions. "Once I have procured what you require, I will publish an advertisement in the 8th edition of the Bakeland Morning News." Thus, a novel means of contact was established. Charlie elaborated on the code with Alice, who absorbed the information while marveling at the arrangement. After departing from Priai's harbor, Alice used the remaining change to reserve a room for 2 nights at an inn that offered 3 meals, for an additional fee. Now, apart from the remaining 190, she possessed merely a single penny. Next, she surmised, she must find accommodation, perhaps a job as well. After lunch, while alone in her room, Alice had the sudden realization that she must now provide for herself. How does one seek employment? How does one rent an apartment? What considerations must be made? Lacking life experience, Alice, after a moment of bewilderment, began to call Klein. Rather, she commenced a prayer to Mr. Fool. This was evidently an unexpected additional task for Klein. Upon encountering Alice, he could not help but inquire, "What were you doing before your traversal?" "I might have been studying." Alice hesitated in her response. "Oh," Klein blinked in surprise. "Even if you were studying, that shouldn't imply wait. You're not still a minor, are you?" "I am uncertain," Alice blinked, explaining. "I only recall the last uniform I saw, which was a loose-fitting sports outfit emblazoned with a school emblem, something akin to a high school." Klein fell silent as he comprehended Alice's prior behavior and mindset. What else could he possibly say? "Good luck with your college entrance exams?" "What is it?" Alice asked, puzzled by Klein's expression. "I just did not expect." He regarded her oddly. "You truly are a minor? How old are you? Surely you cannot still be in middle school?" "I should be in high school." Alice furrowed her brow as she rummaged through her memories. "My name is Shuning Huan." "Yes, I should be in high school." "Then what skills do you possess?" Klein inquired seriously. "I can draw." Alice hesitated as she gazed at Klein. "You can draw? An art student? How good are your drawings?" "No, wait. What if you become famous for your comics?" Klein began contemplating the potential paths Alice might take. "That's not something to worry about for now. I found a solution for my identification issues. As for my drawing skills, Alice suddenly faltered, uncertain of how to articulate her artistic proficiency. Surely, she couldn't show Klein the jumble of sketches that came to mind, right? After a long absence, the tarot meeting was upon them. "What is wrong?" Klein asked, puzzled by Alice's abrupt silence. Alice hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Klein's expression was one of confusion. "In any case, I can draw comics." Alice resolved to withhold her sketches from Klein for the time being, at least until she figured out who the other main character in her drawings was. "If you're not concerned about your identity issues, perhaps you could consider submitting your work to a magazine?" Klein suggested earnestly. "But what exactly do you draw? Can we change the subject?" Alice felt a wave of frustration wash over her. "Really, let's not discuss my art anymore. I'm open to anything else." "All right," Klein replied, though he was baffled by her sudden aversion to the topic. Noticing it wasn't particularly significant, he decided to quell his curiosity for now and continued. "Next, let me introduce you to the advantages and disadvantages of the different areas in Beckland." Under Klein's guidance, Alice gradually grasped the distinctions among the various districts in Beckland. Initially, she dismissed the Queen's District and the West District, known for their stringent regulations and safety, as they were reserved for nobles and wealthy merchants. Definitely not areas Alice could consider. Subsequently, she ruled out several industrial zones, the dock area, and the Beckland Bridge region, as they hardly seemed suitable for habitation. Additionally, the East District, which was densely populated by the impoverished, was also excluded after Alice learned about the grim realities of the slums in this era. Regarding the remaining districts, aside from the Hills District, which served as the economic, commercial, and financial hub of Rouen, and the Georgewood District, noted for its numerous small businesses and residences, Klein also advised Alice to disregard the North District, simply because St. Samuel's Church was located there. After guiding Alice through these considerations, Klein listened as she recounted the circumstances surrounding her quest for identification, the unforeseen angel casting a shadow over their thoughts. Well, if there were enough shadows already. What was one more? At the conclusion of their discussion, Alice unexpectedly made a request she had never voiced before. "The next time you come across Roselle's diary, could you let me take a look?" "Of course, that's no problem," Klein replied, though he couldn't help but wonder why she had suddenly taken an interest in Roselle's diary. "Previously, I was solely focused on reclaiming my memories," Alice murmured so softly it was almost inaudible, "but now I realize that perhaps I need power." In contrast to Alice's decision to take a moment to rest before striving for more, the diligent Mr. Fool, after a brief revival of his spirit, found himself compelled to convene a gathering. Perhaps this was the burden of being the leader of a cult. Above the mist, Audrey was about to cheerfully extend her greetings when Alger preemptively spoke. "Mr. Fool, I have obtained a total of 19 pages from Roselle's diary. I must express my gratitude for your dispatch of the emissary, who assisted me in eliminating Chillingers. These diaries are the payment I owe." "Emissary? Where did he acquire such an emissary? One capable of vanquishing Chillingers?" Alice stared in astonishment at Klein. momentarily disregarding the fact that her overt reaction could draw the attention of the other three. Seated at the head of the table, Klein concealed himself within the mist, his gaze seemingly nonchalant as it fell upon Alice. Suddenly aware of her indiscretion, Alice lowered her head, composing herself. "This is the principle of equivalent exchange, Mr. Fool's calm voice resonated. "My current limit for memories is 6 pages. Please allow me to provide them to you in several installments." Despite his slight confusion regarding Alice's demeanor, Alger humbly responded, "No problem." The densely shrouded Klein nodded gently. After reading the diary, Klein smiled softly, his tone subdued. Roselle mentioned certain obscured histories in the diary, and some basic knowledge that reminded me that I apparently have not shared with you. Oh, Alice raised an eyebrow in surprise, adjusting her posture slightly. She glanced at the others and noted that even the hanged man appeared significantly more serious than she did, prompting her to sit up a little straighter. This apparent anomaly did not escape the notice of the others. Yet, even Audrey refrained from questioning it. Instead, she eagerly turned her attention to Klein. "Mr. Fool, what basic knowledge did Emperor Roselle propose? I would be willing to pay for that information." Klein chuckled lightly. "There's no need. This is all simple knowledge. Having seen this portion of the diary, as the convener of the Tarot Society, I believe it is imperative for you all to be informed, although I am well aware that some of you may already possess this knowledge. Could he be trading my information for favors?" A sense of foreboding suddenly crept into Alice's mind. "Thank you so very much, Mr. Fool. You are exceedingly generous." Audrey responded with delight. Klein ceased his finger-tapping and, in a neutral tone, elucidated. "The first piece of knowledge is the law of the indestructibility of extraordinary traits. Extraordinary traits do not perish or diminish. They merely transfer from one entity to another." As Audrey contemplated this law, she glanced at the others. Both Sun and the hanged man displayed no signs of surprise, evidently having been aware of this law long before, while Miss Fortune regarded Mr. Fool with an inquisitive gaze. Noticing Audrey's stare, Alice turned her head, a subtle smirk gracing her lips as she cast a glance at Klein, then added to what he had left unsaid. "When an extraordinary individual dies, their extraordinary traits will be extracted from the corpse. If the extraordinary individual dies of natural causes, these traits can serve as the primary material for potions. However, if an extraordinary individual dies in a state of loss of control, the residuals left behind will require the removal of mental contamination before they can be utilized. Of course, you may also consider crafting them into wondrous items." Alice's words detonated like a thunderclap in Audrey's mind. She finally understood why Alice and Alger had been so reluctant to reveal what the substitute materials were. It was akin to cannibalism. They were extraordinary beings, just as much as the extraordinary traits that could be hunted. Clinging to her last flicker of hope, Audrey turned her gaze toward Klein. Yet he neither expressed anger at Alice's attitude nor refuted her claims. Unlike Alice, who had been taken aback by the extraordinary world, Audrey clearly experienced a profound shock. Nevertheless, she quickly composed herself through self-soothing. Once the tumult subsided, Klein presented the second law. The second piece of knowledge is the law of conservation of extraordinary traits within similar sequences. "Mr. Fool, this is derived from the law of the indestructibility of extraordinary traits," Alice mused, coming to a realization. "But why is it within similar sequences?" Alger could not restrain his curiosity. "What will you offer in exchange for the answer?" Klein inquired with a smile. Alger, unable to restrain his insatiable curiosity, respectfully inquired, "Mr. Fool, what kind of reward do you desire?" Alice, equally intrigued, pondered what motivated Klein to invest such effort. "Information related to the mysterious order," Klein replied with a smile. "The mysterious order?" "That clandestine organization that wields the path of the diviner." Alice's gaze swept over the others, noting the expressions of Justice and the Sun, both of whom were largely oblivious to most matters, while Justice, a noble of ruin, possessed scant mystical knowledge. Among the trio, only the hanged man might have an inkling of the information Klein sought. The mysterious order, the hanged man, Alger, echoed the organization's name. Pausing for several seconds before carefully articulating, "I will accept this commission and gather information regarding the mysterious order for you. May I receive an advance payment?" "No problem. Should the information you gather exceed the value of the answer, I shall provide additional compensation." Klein agreed to this request. What constitutes exceeding the value, after all, rests solely in his judgment. A subtle wave of pity for the deceived washed over Alice. "I wish to join this transaction," Audrey interjected, her curiosity barely contained as she raised her hand. "Very well, Klein assented in kind. Next was Derek. I am willing to exchange my previous compensation for an answer. The previously deemed incapable Derek also made a request. Alice realized that her silence might appear peculiar, but speaking up seemed even more awkward. They all seemed to have discerned that there existed a deeper connection between Klein and fate, or rather, between the fool and fate. At the very least, it was evident to her that her lack of reverence for the divine was glaringly apparent. Having recently faced a true deity, Alice reflected inwardly. This thought flitted through her mind, prompting her to smile and declare, I am willing to gather the information you seek. Indeed, Miss Fate's attitude towards Mr. Fool was one of equality. Both Alger and Audrey thought simultaneously. Even the little son vaguely sensed this revelation. However, apart from the oblivious Derek, Alger and Audrey had not forgotten Alice's own revelation. She should only be at sequence 7. They concurrently recalled Klein's initial introduction of Alice as a fortunate one. Did that phrase conceal a deeper meaning? Their lack of information left them unable to ponder a conclusion. While Klein began to elucidate, the so-called adjacent sequences refer to several paths that can interchange at higher sequences. For instance, the sequence 5 of the Grim Reaper path. The gatekeeper can not only ascend normally but also opt for the giant path, which corresponds to the sequence 4 of the God of War path, the Demon Hunter. This does not pose a risk of losing control, nor does it accumulate madness, unlike the consumption of wrong potions. Of course, if not adjacent sequences, semi-madness is the best outcome. Alice tilted her head, aware that the gatekeeper was sequence 5 of the Corpse Collector path, meaning that the so-called Grim Reaper path was indeed the Corpse Collector path, with the Grim Reaper presumably being the apex of this path. Thus, the pinnacle of sequence paths is, after all, a true deity? No wonder it's called the Divine Path. Or had she previously heard of the Divine Path? Alice placed a hand on her forehead. Yet curiously, this time, she did not see the images from her lost memories. Instead, she unearthed a few obscure terms from her recollections. Blasphemy slates, primordial qualities, the divine path. What are these? The 9 primordial qualities, the 22 divine paths. Hiss! A non-existent headache halted Alice's deep contemplation. As she regained her focus, she overheard Audrey's question. Mr. Fool, I would like to inquire which paths the audience path can interchange with at higher sequences. Alice silently supplemented Klein with this thought in her mind, guessing that he too would be curious. Audrey, with a mix of indignation and fortitude, continued, I can pay a reward to purchase the answer to this question. How much do you think is appropriate in gold pounds? I believe your acolyte would require a certain amount of operational funds. Let us proceed with this transaction once we have gathered sufficient information on the mysterious order. In the glow of currency, Mr. Fool ultimately left room for negotiation. After a brief silence, Audrey raised her hand, and upon receiving consent, she turned to Alger, asking Mr. Hangman, my information has resolved your issue regarding the Hurricane General. Are you prepared to provide the complete pituitary gland of the mature, 7-colored lizard? Xylingers. Alice recalled the question she had forgotten in the corner of her mind. I have obtained the extraordinary material you seek, Alger nodded gently. But how shall I deliver it to you? This question left Audrey in a state of confusion. Clearly, she lacked experience in this regard. Well, at least she hadn't directly left an address. There was still hope. At that moment, Klein lightly tapped the edge of the long table, smiling as he asked, Ladies and gentlemen, would you be willing to cooperate with me for an attempt regarding this matter? What could he be planning? Could it be a sacrificial ritual? Alice sat up slightly straighter. I am eager to cooperate, Audrey replied, containing her excitement with poise and elegance. Your willingness is my expectation, Alger responded, maintaining a guarded demeanor. Only Derek looked on in bewilderment, feeling somewhat out of place. Klein paused, his fingers resting on the edge of the bronze table, and remarked with a smile. This attempt will render your transaction simpler and safer, while ensuring ample confidentiality. Alice lowered her head, striving to conceal her expression from scrutiny, acutely aware of how far she was from mastering the art of remaining inscrutable. Klein tilted his head, gazing at Alger, and calmly inquired, Do you still recall the sacrificial ritual described by the son? He exhibited no hint of guilt, prompting a silent admiration from Alice. I remember. I have had encounters with such matters before, Alger replied. Klein nodded slightly, stating, My suggestion is that you conduct the ritual to sacrifice the extraordinary material to me, and I shall then bestow it upon Miss Justice. This transaction format benefits both parties. After the signal station, Mr. Fool was to become a courier once more? Alice's lips twitched as she suppressed the urge to tremble. The possibility of resurrection. Alger asked with increasing caution, "What must I do, esteemed Mr. Fool?" Alice quietly perked up her ears, for after all, she could not wait until the need arose to learn what was required for sending it. No, for utilizing it. Klein pressed his right hand down, saying, "I have stated, this is merely an attempt and may not succeed. Hence your cooperation is essential. First, prepare an altar. It need not be elaborate. A simple one will suffice. The only requirement is to engrave or draw this symbolic emblem." Alice lifted her gaze, and before Klein manifested a luminous screen, revealing the very design that adorned the back of his chair. Gazing at that emblem, Alice suddenly recalled her and Klein's resurrection, and the indifferent attitude of Mr. Ask and the goddess towards it. Perhaps, to those of higher existence, resurrection was not a matter of great significance. A sudden epiphany coursed through Alice's mind, reminiscent of the disorienting moment she initially awoke in an unfamiliar body. An unsettling thought struck her. Who decreed that resurrection must occur within one's own corporeal form? A shiver ran down her spine as she compelled herself to focus on Klein's ensuing words. "Should you forget, you may beseech me, and thus you shall remember. But what if I deduce the outcome? Can I truly evade the consequences I speculate by remaining stagnant in the current sequence? No. The potion of the next sequence shall descend from the heavens, pouring directly into my mouth." Alice listened impassively as Audrey and Alger accepted Klein's directives. And Klein continued to elaborate. "Secondly, proceed as per the standard protocol, yet without the need to ignite additional herbs or anoint with holy oil. Nor is it necessary to select a particular time. Merely uttering my name shall suffice. Remember, recite an ancient Hermetic or giant tongue, accompanied by the following prayer. Your faithful servant beseeches your gaze. May you accept his offering. May you open the gates of your realm upon completion. Combine the spiritually infused materials with the natural force summoned by the incantation and await my response. Should this step prove unsuccessful, replace the spiritually infused materials with extraordinary ones and attempt anew from the beginning." As Alice's thoughts gradually settled amidst Klein's description, her mind began to wander once more. Does this not expose the fact that the fool does not possess a follower? What delusions might the hangman be entertaining? He appears utterly convinced of his own narrative. I am so curious to know. Following Klein's arrangement of the ritual timing with Alger, he turned to Audrey, stating, "Once the hangman's attempt is successful, I shall inform you of the ritual for bestowing. If monetary transactions were conducted in a similar manner, could I not have others offer their funds as a sacrifice without requesting the bestowal, treating this place as a bank?" This thought briefly flickered through Alice's mind as she glanced at Audrey and Alger. "I would like to exchange the previous information for money. Furthermore, you need not continue your search for information regarding the extraordinary practitioners of the Life School and the Monster Path. Have you encountered that extraordinary practitioner of the Monster Path?" "Alger Quayod." "Indeed," Alice replied with a slight nod, fixing her gaze on Alger. £300 for the information concerning the shepherd." Alger frowned yet nodded. "How shall I provide you with the funds?" "No rush." Alice tapped her fingertips on the table. "If the sacrificial ritual is successful, you may offer the money to the fool. If not, I will provide you with an account at our next gathering." Then, Alice turned her attention to Audrey. £1,300, of which 1,000 is for the information about the clandestine organization. "You wouldn't treat me unfairly, would you, Miss Justice?" This was not a considerable burden for Audrey, who readily agreed. "If the hangman's attempt is successful, I will hand over the money to you." Alice then redirected her focus to Alger. "Hangman, might you satisfy my curiosity?" I could offer the circumstances of another matter in exchange." "What?" "Alger Quayod." "How did Xilingus meet his demise?" Alice asked. Audrey, upon hearing this, also raised her hand in curiosity. "I wish to know as well." However, without any news to exchange, Audrey pondered whether spending money to quench her curiosity was worthwhile, while Alger replied seemingly nonchalantly, "That was resolved by the fool's follower." "I believe the fool's follower would know better." Alice recalled Mr. Ask, whom Klein referred to as a teacher. That gentleman appeared quite experienced with matters of death and resurrection. Could that mysterious follower be him? Nevertheless, it seemed more pressing to deal with the hangman first. "I forgot to ask. You should know, right?" Alice blinked. Forgot to ask? Did she refer to the fool or his follower? Alger suddenly looked startled, glancing at Klein, who sat at the head of the long table. Yet, the fool, shrouded in thick gray mist, remained silent. "Ah, I see." Alger composed himself, speaking solemnly. "This is not a secret. I can tell you now. Alice and Audrey assumed a serious demeanor, eager to listen. During our pursuit, the fool's follower, a high-ranking entity of the death path, intervened. Xilingus rotted helplessly during his escape. Alger described dryly. Death path. Rotted helplessly. Alice fell silent, having recently engaged in battle with a mid-ranking practitioner of the death path. She couldn't help but contemplate whether she could resurrect if she were to rot. Well, perhaps she could. After all, her situation was not akin to Klein's, was it? How truly unsettling. Audrey attempted to find the right words, as if searching for an appropriate descriptor. Miss Justice, would you care to hear something more intriguing? Alice raised an eyebrow. There's also the hangman and the sun. I believe my tidbit is far more fascinating than a hangman's. Fascinating? Alice's choice of words instilled a sense of foreboding in both Alger and Audrey. Yet Alger still spoke gravely. What news? The offspring of the fallen creator has perished. Alice responded with a light-hearted tone. What is so interesting about that? Audrey, prepared for a terrifying tale, found herself perplexed. The intrigue lies in the manner of death, Alice said, smiling at Audrey. The offspring of that malevolent deity's mother transformed into a monster, her left arm becoming a bone dagger. Immensely powerful, yet even a combat-proficient Sequence 7 stood no chance against it. Alger fell into silence, a Sequence 7 navigator, the pinnacle of the Tarot Society's combat prowess. And then fell to its demise. Alice concluded the tale. What? Audrey felt an even deeper confusion at this unexpected conclusion. But how is that even possible? Why do you find it implausible? Alice inquired, looking at her. The truth is, she fell. She accidentally toppled. And when she did, the bone dagger formed from her own left arm cleaved her in twain. Alice's narrative was neither grandiloquent nor vividly descriptive. Yet the absurdity of the event was akin to hearing of someone who choked themselves to death, an ordinary act rendered grotesque by its sheer irrationality, thus amplifying its horror. In comparison, Xilingus' helpless decay merely underscored the terror of high-ranking powers. When it came to the effectiveness of horror and atmosphere, Alice's tale undoubtedly surpassed it. Yet, she deemed this amusing. Audrey scrutinized Alice closely, who maintained a relaxed demeanor, seemingly perceiving this as an amusing occurrence. This sentiment was not erroneous. Alice abhorred the notion of being ensnared by fate, and her finding this death amusing did not contradict that. Had she been given the pen to script the tale, she would likely have written it in a similar manner. Alice did not turn to observe the reactions of Alger and Derek, for their performances paled significantly in comparison to the vivaciousness of Audrey. Throughout the entire tarot gathering, it was indeed Audrey who proved to be the most entertaining. Watching Audrey, who momentarily lost her ability to articulate, Alice smiled gently and provided the concluding remarks. In the face of fate, everything is thus irresistibly absurd. The silence of the tarot session lingered for quite some time. Unlike Alice, who reclined comfortably in her chair, reveling in the satisfaction of her dark humor, the others were reluctant to speak in such an atmosphere. It was only after Klein had completed his summoning that Audrey suddenly recalled she had forgotten to recommend her newly acquainted friends for the tarot gathering. After the session, Alice obtained the recently submitted Roselle's diary from Alger. It must be noted that the information density of the diary was exceedingly low, which was to be expected, considering it was a diary. Within its pages, Alice encountered the extraordinary properties introduced by Klein, the immutable law and the conservation law of extraordinary properties within similar sequences. This effectively deterred her from the notion of presenting the images stored in her memory to Klein at the next tarot meeting. At this moment, Klein remained unaware of how wisely he had averted a potentially perilous situation. However, within the diary's sparse information, Alice still unearthed matters of concern. The question posed by Roselle, whether death had gone mad, yet also become exceedingly powerful, echoed in her mind. Could deities also succumb to madness? She recalled the Aurora Society, rumored to be comprised of lunatics, and the true creator, whose followers were notoriously insane. Could that not be a deranged, true deity? If the true creator were indeed a mad god, who were they prior to their descent into madness? What had driven them to such a state? The answer seemed apparent, evoking the phrase of the creator, the one who fashioned all, the omniscient and omnipotent deity. Might they be the original creator? As for why the primordial witch, venerated by the witch sect, had gone mad, Alice had never contemplated that. What a jest! If the pinnacle of the sequence pathways culminated in a true god, then it would indeed be strange if the primordial witch, presiding over the witch pathway, remained sane, particularly since the night watchers later discovered Lady Sharon, the joyous witch. Alice could hardly fathom how a man could maintain his sanity under such circumstances. However, fortunate for her, she was not on the path of common knowledge. Observing Roselle, who screamed in the diary about barely making it to a second-tier university due to the college entrance examination, Alice felt a silent relief, for she seemed to have never completed high school herself. On Wednesday morning, Alice discovered a cipher left by Charlie King in the Bakerland Morning News and promptly made her way to Prince Harbor, arriving at their prearranged meeting place. This was the potion formula for the Calamity Cleric of Sequence 6 from the Monster Pathway. Charlie King first handed her a piece of paper. Calamity Cleric? Alice repeated the name in confusion. Is the Calamity Cleric behind the Lucky Ones? Are you surprised? Charlie King chuckled at Alice. I thought you would first question the authenticity of the potion formula. Oh, Alice paused, suddenly realizing she had no means to verify the potion's legitimacy. Charlie King's counter-divination ability must surely surpass her own. I suddenly regret reminding you of that, he remarked. Even though he had long recognized Alice's lack of experience in this area, he was still astonished by her gullibility. How did you manage to reach Sequence 7? 2 reasons. Alice replied coolly. First, what I mentioned about accidentally dying was true. Charlie King hesitated for a moment, seemingly unfazed by this revelation, and simply inquired, and the second? I also accidentally became an extraordinary. Alice's voice trailed off, lacking the intended impact. What do you mean? Charlie paused, and as a well-informed member of the Fate Pathway, he suddenly felt an ominous premonition. I inadvertently swallowed an extraordinary property of a lucky one. Alice's voice dwindled further as she noticed Charlie's unwavering gaze upon her. Do you realize, Charlie's voice, laden with ambiguity, broke the silence, that I am a Sequence 6 Calamity Cleric? The last time I saw you, I had a rather dangerous premonition. If you fail to honor our agreement, I may face a truly dreadful calamity. Their eyes met, and they understood each other's implications. Should Alice fail to acquire the formula, she would likely swallow another Sequence 6 extraordinary property. Huh. Alice raised a sardonic smile, fiercely stowing away the paper containing the potion formula, then turned to Charlie, asking, given this, would you mind sharing the abilities of the Calamity Cleric with me in advance? Matilda, he replied, once you become a Calamity Cleric, you will incessantly encounter various disasters. Charlie King struggled to regain his composure. What does that expression of yours mean? Alice suppressed thoughts filled with colorful earthly expressions, instead opting for a relatively gentle question. What mindset did you have when you consumed the potion? Charlie fell silent for a moment, clearly aware of the direction of her inquiry. Yet he merely asked politely, could you wait until I finish my explanation? Alice then gestured for him to continue. Once she fell silent, Charlie resumed. After becoming a Calamity Cleric, you will continually face various disasters, but these disasters are predictable. You can prepare in advance and find ways to mitigate or eliminate their impacts. Through this, you can draw your opponents into environments that best suit your strengths, thus defeating them. Furthermore, you can utilize our significantly superior spirituality to create mental storms that affect your opponent's psyche, causing a degree of dizziness or mental disarray. After hearing Charlie King's explanation, Alice pondered deeply, then inquired, so, what advantages do I possess? Isn't that something only you should know? Charlie retorted, I mean in terms of extraordinary abilities. I had thought Sequence 6 would at least grant some combat prowess. Alice's expression was one of confusion. Because it is a gift of fate, Charlie King answered, looking at Alice. Both luck and calamity are gifts from fate. His words caused Alice to pause momentarily. It was not her desire. She asked hopelessly, but if I do not wish to passively bear the gifts of fate, instead seeking to seize control of my own destiny, then strive for ascension, Charlie offered a rather ambiguous response. Alice did not reply to this statement. Instead, she smiled and redirected the conversation. What about the other items I requested? This is the identification you sought. Charlie handed her second item, Braille Rose. Originally the only daughter of a wealthy merchant. She lost her mother during childbirth, and her father committed suicide after bankruptcy. She left her hometown alone to come to Bakerland. I thought this identity would suit your character. You need not utter that last sentence, Alice replied as she took the identification. Charlie shrugged. After all, one glance reveals what kind of person you are. Honestly, your thoughts are too easy to decipher, and you are far too trusting of others. I will change, Alice asserted, lacking any significant forcefulness. What else? Charlie King presented a box, and under Alice's gaze, he opened it to reveal an exquisitely ornate necklace. Observing the astonishment etched on Alice's face, he spoke slowly. This necklace possesses the ability to transform your appearance, altering details such as height and body shape. enabling you to assume the visage of another person. However, this requires you to meticulously design your desired changes in advance. Be warned, the details must be comprehensive, otherwise, unforeseen consequences may arise. My recommendation is that you use a real individual as your template. He continued, its adverse effect magnifies the wearer's vanity, desire for performance, and tendency to show off. Furthermore, prolonged use may lead to an unwillingness to remove the necklace, and this mindset will become increasingly exaggerated over time, requiring a duration equal to the time spent wearing it to revert back to normal. He added, the previous owner wore it for over 12 hours, and upon its removal, she succumbed to madness, ultimately becoming a monster and was slain. This necklace is named Matilda. Alice interjected abruptly. From now on, it shall be called Matilda. Note, this should be a person's name, correct? Charlie King inquired, astonished. I simply wish for the necklace to bear this name. Is there a problem? Alice asked, puzzled. No issue, Charlie shrugged. In that case, do you have any further questions? Yes, Alice replied, frowning at him. How shall I contact you? Or how will you contact me? Charlie paused for a moment, then asked, do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication? What do you mean? Alice felt a sudden unease. What is the fabrication? Fate will ensure our paths cross again, Charlie answered with a flare of mysticism. Alice gazed at Charlie's wizardly robe in silence for a moment before asking, did he not mention this aspect to you? After a brief silence, Charlie hesitated before replying, it cannot be said that he did not. If you wish, you may recite his revered name. Alice paused slightly, realizing, as an angel, he should indeed possess a revered name. But, do I appear to be a fool? Alice asked earnestly, who would casually recite the revered name of an unknown entity, good or evil? At that moment, Alice completely overlooked her earlier act of directly uttering the revered name of the fool. Even if you do not intend to recite it, you surely wouldn't refuse to know it, would you? Charlie queried. If you wish to directly invoke his true name, I suppose I cannot prevent you. Alice replied with the obvious answer. Because thus far, he appears to be benevolent. Charlie smiled. Therefore, I don't mind extending a kindness to you, especially since your experiences seem perfectly suited for the path of fate. The path of fate? Alice echoed the term. The path of monsters is the path of fate. Charlie elucidated. Alice paused, feeling again that everything was preordained. Her yearning for control over her destiny. Could it also have been secretly orchestrated? This was a question too profound to ponder, and she forced herself to redirect her thoughts, taking a deep breath before looking at Charlie and saying, please tell me his revered name, but without using ancient hermetic or anything of the sort. You've asserted you are no fool, so I certainly wouldn't resort to that, Charlie replied with a smile. Remember well, the embodiment of fortune, the monster who foresees the future, the harbinger of calamity, the witness to all fate in Beckland, the guardian of chaos and madness. He resides in Beckland? Alice noted the glimmer of insight within his words. In truth, I am uncertain. Charlie gently shook his head. Do not seek information from me. I am merely the messenger. Upon acquiring the necklace, Alice embarked on her endeavor of reshaping her visage. She harbored no fears of crafting an odd appearance. As a system-trained artist, Alice possessed a keen eye for the intricacies of aesthetics. Initially, she dismissed the option of altering her physique as it would inevitably affect her mobility, and she could not wear the necklace indefinitely. Alice resolved to change her hair color from a dazzling golden hue to a deep chestnut. Considering her identification indicated Burrell Rose was 19, she decided to design her face to appear more mature. However, she wondered if this body would still grow taller. Lowering her gaze, she scrutinized her form. The precise age of this body was indeterminate, suspected to be around 15 or 16. If this speculation held true, it should still have room for growth. Alice made a mental note of this and planned to wear platform shoes on outings, marking her height upon finding a residence and comparing it each time she returned. She concluded that the heel need not be excessively high, merely enough to mask any abrupt changes in stature. After a brief contemplation, she began sketching the features of her new visage, adjusting the shape of her chin, and reducing the softness of her cheeks, diminishing the youthful roundness. Next, she tackled her features. Inventing a visage from thin air proved challenging. So Alice resolved to heed Charlie's advice and modify an existing template. Yet, the question of whom to reference loomed large. After a moment of reflection, she unearthed a face from her memory, one she knew intimately, yet could never find in this realm. The visage of a friend who had declared her a natural-born monster. Of course, this face differed significantly from Rune's, and ultimately, Alice crafted a version of her features inspired by the modified visage of Rune. Once she had meticulously recorded her designed appearance, Alice first checked out of her lodgings before changing her face in a deserted alleyway. Next came the matter of finding a place to stay. Despite the goddess's ambiguous attitude, Alice maintained a robust trust in her, especially considering that in Sangvale, merely a sequence 5 could overpower her with ease, allowing her to remain among the Watchers to familiarize herself with the situation before ultimately releasing her, while also kindly alerting her. Thus, Alice resolved to become the devout follower of the goddess Burrell Rose, deciding to reside in the Northern District. After all, if she were to become a harbinger of calamity, her uncontrollable misfortune might unintentionally harm innocents. Alice subconsciously overlooked that even with a new appearance, the Watchers would not recognize her. She was now a bona fide, wild, extraordinary individual. Thanks to her identification, Alice confidently walked into the Metropolitan Housing Improvement Association. Klein had warned her that the accommodations offered by the so-called labor-class Housing Improvement Association lacked even private washrooms. Upon entering the Metropolitan Housing Improvement Association, a kindly middle-aged woman approached her with a warm smile. "Hello, young lady, you may call me Mrs. Maggie. What kind of housing do you require?" Alice did not shy away from Lady Maggie's scrutinizing gaze. Instead, she recalled her identity details and spoke with a hint of arrogance. "I do not know." This assertive yet somewhat misguided response momentarily halted Lady Maggie's smile. With practiced efficiency, she opened a document and pushed it toward Alice, asking, "Would you like to take a look?" Do you live alone?" "Yes, I live alone," Alice replied tersely, aimlessly flipping through the bewildering document before her, realizing that she lacked the ability to discern the rental information. "Do you have any preferences regarding the location of the property?" Lady Maggie inquired kindly. "I am a devotee of the goddess," Alice stated. I hope to be near the church, but not too close." She answered as if her words might somehow be a lifeline. "You may consider the properties in this area," Lady Maggie suggested, albeit perplexed by Alice's insistence on not being too close. "These homes are relatively near the church, making it convenient for your daily prayers." "Well, there are some that are particularly close." With the selection narrowed down, Alice resumed her perusal of the document, but to no avail. "Do you have any requirements regarding the environment or rental price?" Lady Maggie had to ask once more. Alice said, gazing blankly at Lady Maggie. "I'm not quite certain." As she faced Lady Maggie's patient and amiable smile, her voice dwindled, and she realized that her presence was somewhat burdensome for the lady before her. However, it must be said that the identity chosen by Charlie King was remarkably suited to Alice. She did not need to disguise herself to fit the information associated with this identity. Alice could only be grateful that she had yet to consume the potion of misfortune, for at this moment, she was still a fortunate individual, and Lady Maggie possessed a patience that matched her demeanor. "How about this?" Lady Maggie said with a thoughtful smile after a brief pause. "We can first eliminate these 3-bedroom and 4-bedroom homes, shall we?" "That is fine," Alice said gratefully, casting a glance at Lady Maggie. "I believe I need a study or something akin to a workspace, preferably one with heating." Lady Maggie nodded, eliminating some rooms from the document, and continued, "Thus, the remaining options are quite limited. Let me detail the available rooms for you." Under Lady Maggie's guidance, Alice ultimately decided to view a townhouse on Welsh Street. It would take approximately half an hour to walk to St. Samuel's Church, and a carriage would be quicker. The house had a living room, albeit modest in size, but Alice deemed it unnecessary for entertaining guests, believing that Klein would not mind such trivialities. Additionally, it contained all the requisite rooms: a dining room, kitchen, lounge, balcony, study, washroom, and basement. The furnishings were somewhat dated, and, alas, Alice's first attempt at haggling was thwarted by Lady Maggie's gentle smile. Ultimately, she bewilderedly paid a deposit along with 6 months' rent, totaling 30 at a rate of 1 per week. With the vital issue of housing resolved, Alice was finally poised to commence her work. As she had conveyed to Klein, she indeed possessed the ability to create comics, and not merely peculiar illustrations. Moreover, the illustrious Emperor Roselle, who bore the titles of renowned novelist, inventor, poet, composer, and so forth, had not completely severed the path for traversers. Emperor Roselle had left behind ample material ripe for adaptation, such as comics, games, and films. Even when confined to specific themes, much could not be replicated one-to-one, but earning a living was not to be dismissed. Thus, in the ensuing days, Alice resumed a regular routine. After breakfast, she would pray at the church, return to copy, draw comics, eat, continue drawing, eat, and repeat. Yet, she found herself at an impasse. On the first day of this monotonous routine, Alice was swiftly vanquished by her own patience, prompting her to take a stroll after dinner, postponing the remaining tasks. Bakerland was a city far larger than Tingen, and as she wandered through the streets, mingling with the hurried and leisurely pedestrians alike, Alice's spirits gradually calmed. For Alice, the essence of walking had never resided in the scenery, though indeed, beautiful vistas and pleasant weather would undoubtedly enhance one's enjoyment. Regrettably, the city offered none of the natural landscapes Alice longed for, and the weather in Bakerland was hardly commendable. A culinary desert combined with a foggy city invoked curious associations. A fleeting impression of a certain country flitted through her mind, yet it did not provoke deep contemplation. For Alice, the true essence of strolling lay in the experience of being amidst the crowd. She relished the sense of emerging from the throng while also becoming a part of it, a sensation that imbued her with a peculiar sense of reassurance. However, Alice's tranquility was short-lived. As she purchased a pie and sweet iced tea from a street vendor, a piercing scream instinctively caused her to turn. A carriage was hurtling toward a boy of about 10 years, who had fallen to the ground and appeared unable to rise. Alice instinctively set down her pie and iced tea, turning to rush toward the child. She shielded him from the carriage's path, which came to a halting stop with great reluctance. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, the driver and a couple, presumably the boy's parents, approached. Thank you, the couple exclaimed, visibly shaken as they approached Alice to express their gratitude. I sincerely apologize, miss, and to this gentleman and lady. The driver interjected after conferring with the owners. He approached with a sincere demeanor, saying, my employer is willing to compensate for your losses. As the primary victims of the incident, the couple ultimately chose to settle the matter and accept the compensation. Meanwhile, as an unintended bystander, Alice received a substantial compensation of $50, intended for purchasing new clothing and medical examinations, despite her repeated assertions that she had not been harmed. Alice realized that this was likely a wealthy individual keen to avoid complications. The incident transpired and resolved without incident, and had it concluded there, Alice ought not to have retained many vivid memories of it. However, as the couple expressed their gratitude while escorting the boy, and Alice turned her gaze back to him, an inexplicable chill gripped her. Thank you, sister, the boy said, his tone light and cheerful. Yet it did little to alleviate the cold sweat and goosebumps that emerged upon Alice's skin. She found herself staring rigidly at the boy, responding, it's nothing. Yet the boy seemed intent on lingering with Alice. Sister, you look as though you are quite frightened? Alice managed a stiff smile, offering a dismissive reply. I was merely startled by what just occurred. I am relieved that you are unharmed. Then, without awaiting a response from the boy or the couple, she swiftly turned and departed, clutching the pie and sweet iced tea she had just set down. Upon reaching the end of the street, Alice turned back, even breaking into a run with her arms full until she arrived home. She closed the door and locked it securely before settling onto the sofa in the living room, reflecting on the details of what had just transpired. Despite everything appearing so perfectly ordinary, the source of that chilling sensation eluded her grasp. Alice was acutely aware that the origin must lie with that boy or be intricately connected to him. Yet, what was it about him that was so extraordinary? It was evident that Alice could not derive a conclusion, and she could only surrender to her unsettling thoughts as they lulled her into a restless sleep. In her dreams, she found herself within a dark, towering spire. Alice raised her gaze and gestured with her hands, but regrettably, she could not discern the pinnacle of the tower. Curiously, she ventured inside, where the interior mirrored the exterior's ominous blackness. Upon stepping in, her brow furrowed in apprehension. She traversed the stairs upwards, downwards, left, and right. The staircase within the tower was utterly chaotic, perplexing. Each step she took seemed to propel her towards one of 6 random directions: up, down, left, right, forward, or backward, with each possibility equally probable. Yet she could not understand how she fortuitously found herself at the tower summit. Indeed, at the apex of the tower. After navigating through a series of locked doors and walls that grew increasingly narrow until only she could fit within the chamber, Alice was convinced she had reached the top. She lifted her eyes and finally beheld the truth of the summit. A colossal white serpent coiled above her. The serpent, with its head and tail entwined, slithered languidly, its body adorned not with scales, but with symbols that made her head spin with each glance. Hiss, hiss. The serpent lowered its head, revealing blood-red eyes that coldly regarded her, then flicked its forked tongue in her direction. As the serpent drew closer, Alice realized its immense size. so vast that she felt her own height paled in comparison to its gaping maw. The serpent's cavernous mouth opened wide, enveloping Alice entirely before closing shut. And in that instant, she jolted awake from her dream. After covering her chest to steady her racing heart, Alice glanced at her pocket watch, noting it was barely past midnight. Unable to return to slumber, Alice paused in silence before deciding to undertake something she had long contemplated. She would awaken Klein. The ingredients for the potion awaited her at 15 Minsk Street in the Beckland-Chowood district. In the early hours, as Klein prepared to leave, he was suddenly enveloped by a chorus of layered prayers whispering in his ear. At this hour, who could it be? The feminine tone of the prayers led Klein to speculate whether it was Audrey or Alice. Yet he could not fathom which of the two would be praying for him in the dead of night. Taking 4 steps backwards, he ascended above the gray mist. And through Alice's crimson star, he heard her plea, "Klein, I cannot sleep. Are you awake?" Thus, at 36 Welsh Street in North Beckland, Alice received a response from the fool. "No. Are you unwell?" Satisfied with the reply, Alice ceased her prayers and began the ritual of dream interpretation, a task every mystic undertook following a nightmare. The process was fraught with uncertainties, yet the conclusion appeared inevitable. What, then, did the tower and the serpent signify? How were they connected to that boy? Alice was certain that this dream was intricately linked to him, based on the terror she felt in his presence. She suspected that the serpent symbolized the boy himself. This suspicion was not unfounded. She could not shake the memory of the fear and danger she experienced when confronted by the boy, a sensation far more intense than that evoked by Insangware. Undoubtedly, that child had intended to harm her and possessed a power that surpassed Insangware's. What truly troubled Alice was another matter. Why wait until she reached the tower's peak to act? Why was the revelation of swallowing rather than strangling? And why in the form of that particular serpent? Having organized her thoughts and noted her questions and confusions, Alice struck a match and set fire to the paper on which she had jotted her notes, then reclined once more in her bed. The following morning, Alice once again stepped into St. Samuel's Church. However, she was not there to seek assistance, merely to engage in her customary daily prayers. Alice hoped that the goddess, considering her sincere devotion, would refrain from harboring malice towards her, unlike the serpent from her dream. Influenced by her nightmare, Alice felt an intensified urgency regarding her promotion. With a potion recipe already bestowed upon her, she could now contemplate gathering the necessary ingredients. As for where to procure these ingredients, Alice had some inkling. For such a vast place as Beckland could hardly lack a black market. Yet, what truly vexed her was where to find such gatherings of the extraordinary. In literary works, these underground markets typically required acquaintances for guarantees and strict codes. Having barely arrived in Beckland, Alice evidently did not meet these criteria. Perhaps a place dealing in illegal firearms would provide similar leads? She mused, though this thought seemed futile, as she similarly lacked knowledge on where to seek firearms. This did not mean Alice was entirely at a loss. It was rather predictable. Seedy bars were likely hotbeds for various illicit enterprises. Yet the dilemma remained. She could not visit each bar one by one. Perhaps she could gamble on luck, seeing if she might encounter a beggar on the street who happened to possess the requisite knowledge. Had this been a few months prior, Alice might have entertained such a dubious plan without hesitation, for at that time, she still held faith in the whims of fortune, habitually factoring luck into her strategies without considering the consequences of failure. Yet now, the once reliable good fortune had transformed into a Damoclean sword hanging over her head, poised to strike at any moment. At that moment, a flicker of insight struck Alice. Perhaps the tower symbolized the pathway of monstrosity? She was destined to traverse this path, ultimately reaching its conclusion. But who was that boy? He, or perhaps it. Alice suddenly recalled the fate angel potentially residing in Beckland. Could it be that the boy was that ambiguous angel of indeterminate morality? She chose not to dwell on how an angel could manifest as a 10-year-old boy, for such matters seemed inconsequential, especially since she had already experienced resurrection twice, the first time awakening in an entirely different world. What strangeness was there in an angel transforming into a small boy? If that is the case, then everything becomes quite understandable. An angel, traversing the same path, awaits her maturation. But wait, why must she be swallowed? Alice's thoughts abruptly halted. The serpent was easily explicable, either as a mythological creature or a symbol of Sequence 2 or Sequence 1. Yet, what could swallowing or possibly confer upon that angel? No, perhaps swallowing is merely a metaphor, absorption, accommodation, or Alice was suddenly struck by a chilling thought. Perhaps, from that angel's perspective, she is merely an immature ingredient for a potion? But why her? This question lingered in Alice's mind, and the answer surfaced with alarming clarity. It was all too obvious. The source of her peculiar luck was precisely why she was considered a potion ingredient in the eyes of the other. Furthermore, the origin of her strange fortune was not entirely devoid of clues. Even if that transaction was merely a fade, Alice was certain that the artifact, which held a unique connection to her, must indeed exist. The silver lining was that, at least based on the revelations, the angel still required her to grow, ensuring her safety for the time being. Perhaps it might even assist her ascension. Huh. Alice chuckled self-deprecatingly. After all, this was hardly a source of joy. However, that distant future or the elusive past held no immediate significance for her. What truly mattered now was to uncover leads regarding the potion ingredients. Reorienting her thoughts back to the unfinished tasks at hand, Alice decided to pray to Klein. When it came to illicit firearm possession, private detectives undoubtedly possessed greater expertise. Klein did not disappoint Alice. In the Barenberg Bridge area, at the Brave Man's Bar, seek out Casper Scanlon and mention the old man as a reference. After acquiring information from Klein regarding Ian Wright, Alice felt compelled to resume her comic drawing. After all, setting aside the question of whether she had enough funds for potion ingredients, she always required a means of livelihood. She could not simply live off her savings. For the first time, Alice found herself reminiscing about the carefree existence she had led as a night watcher. As she entered the Brave Man's Bar, the establishment was just beginning its operations and had yet to reach its peak business hours. Nonetheless, Alice caught a whiff of the robust aroma of malt liquor. The good news was that due to the sparse crowd, the bar was relatively quiet at that moment. She scarcely detected any peculiar scents, and the noise was not overwhelming. Of course, this did not prevent her from wrinkling her brow in discomfort. Her incongruous demeanor drew attention, and some gazes made her feel quite ill at ease. Alice silently reminded herself to dress differently next time she visited such places. Though she felt out of place, the bar indeed expanded Alice's horizons, particularly with its rat-catching dog contests and underground boxing matches. Such spectacles were absent from Shun Inghwan's memories, save for vague descriptions encountered in online novels. Yet, the disparity between text and reality was stark. Had she not recalled the admonition to exercise caution with her luck and avoid extravagance, she might have considered gambling as a means of income. After all, the term Fortunate One sounded like a fitting title for a gambler. At this moment, Alice was unaware that a sequence more suitable for gambling, known as the winner, lay ahead. Approaching the bartender, Alice preempted his inquiry with, "I am looking for Casper Scanlon." The bartender, having missed out on a potential customer, displayed little disappointment, for Alice clearly did not fit the profile of a typical bar patron. He scrutinized her for a few seconds before gesturing to the side. In the billiards room, table 3. Without hesitation, Alice departed from the main area and approached the door to billiards room 3. She raised her hand and gently knocked. The door creaked open. Inside, 2 men holding cue sticks paused and turned to regard Alice, who remained at the threshold with her hands still raised. Thus, Alice halted her intended further knocking, withdrew her hand, and adopted a mindset akin to observing others' actions to maintain her composure. She realized it would be challenging to transform into a stoic figure in a short span. Accordingly, she resolved to control her outward emotional expressions in the presence of others. To her surprise, Alice smoothly entered her desired state and heard her calm voice. "I am looking for Casper Scanlon," introduced by the old man. The advantage of such places lay in their lack of inquiries about one's background. The 2 men exhibited no unusual reactions to Alice's appearance. One, clad in a linen shirt, appraised her briefly before saying, "Come in." Alice surmised that this must be Casper Scanlon. Casper bore a significant scar that traversed from the corner of his right eye to the side of his mouth, and his nose displayed the classic characteristics of rhinitis, nearly entirely flushed red. Having witnessed the likes of Magoo's, such physical attributes did not shock Alice greatly. Moreover, she remained in that peculiar state, perceiving her surroundings as if in an immersive film. Alice calmly stepped into the room, prompting the other occupant to exit with practiced ease, closing the door behind him. Casper approached with a pronounced limp and inquired, "What do you want?" "A powerful, customized revolver, along with 50 rounds. Alice heard her own composed voice respond. £3 10 sols. Casper quoted his price, which exceeded that of legitimate weapon shops, accounting for the risks he undertook. Alice produced 4 £1 notes and handed them over. Casper scrutinized her for a few moments, verifying the authenticity of the bills before remarking, "I seldom see ladies seeking my services. I'm not here for idle chit-chat," Alice affirmed, regaining her composure. "Wait for me for 5 minutes." With that, Casper placed the notes on the billiard table, steadied his cue, and limped out of the room. Alice gazed at the billiard table, familiar yet foreign. Familiar because such a game existed on Earth, foreign because Shuning Huan had never encountered it. Alice speculated that it was likely brought here by Rossell, but her current mindset differed greatly from that of the Alice who had discovered playing cards in Tianjin. For reasons unknown, a subtle sadness washed over her. It felt akin to a wayfarer desperately searching for familiar traces in a foreign land. She mused in Chinese. Suddenly, Alice felt a desire to craft herself a pair of chopsticks. Why not prepare Chinese cuisine? The answer was evident. She lacked culinary skills. As she pondered, Casper returned, bringing a package and 2 5-sol bills. Alice unwrapped the brown paper parcel, revealing a stunning silver handgun and 50 neatly arranged bullets. After testing the empty weapon, she skillfully loaded the bullets, stowing the handgun into her bag. She then turned to Casper and inquired, "Where might I find gatherings hosted by individuals with extraordinary abilities?" Casper's expression suddenly grew frigid. "It seems you are aware," Alice chuckled. "You should know I harbor no ill intentions. Otherwise, I could simply interrogate you. It is evident you are not one of them." "Clearly, I lack the authority to make such decisions," Casper replied calmly. "Please, assist me with my inquiry." Alice's smile faded as she adopted a more resolute demeanor, one that exuded far greater intimidation than before. Casper remained silent for a moment before stating, "You are fortunate. Someone is indeed present this evening. I can take you to see them, but I cannot guarantee their consent." "Is there a fee I must pay for this?" Alice asked. Once assured of her willingness to compensate, Casper responded, £2. Alice promptly retrieved 2 one-pound notes and handed them to Casper. In turn, Casper produced an iron mask that covered only the upper half of his face and handed it to Alice. She donned the mask, and in the midst of Casper's astonished gaze, transformed her originally brown hair and blue eyes into black hair and brown eyes, while the contour of her jawline softened. "Farewell, portly apothecary. What is it?" Alice queried, now fully altered in appearance. "Nothing. Follow me." Casper quickly regained his composure and led Alice away. Alice trailed behind the limping Casper as he navigated through the bar's kitchen and into a dark alley, finally arriving at a shadowy house. Casper gestured for Alice to remain still as he approached the door and knocked in a rhythmic pattern. Even if unintentional, the machine's extraordinary abilities allowed Alice to memorize the cadence of Casper's knocks, though she doubted its usefulness. After a brief pause of 7 or 8 seconds, a small panel on the door was drawn open, revealing a pair of brown eyes. After a moment of scrutiny, the door swung wide to reveal a man wearing a similar iron mask. He tossed Alice a hooded robe and rasped at Casper. "Did I not say to refrain from bringing anyone here recently? She sought us out herself, unaware of how she learned of it. Moreover, she is one of your kind." "I had no choice," Casper explained. The man furrowed his brow as he regarded Alice, now clad in the hooded robe. Noticing his gaze, Alice lifted her head and calmly replied, "Consider me merely fortunate." The man cast a cold glance at Alice, recognizing that sending her away would not be prudent, and instead directed his ire at Casper. "Next time, ensure you inform me in advance, or else..." With that, he closed the door and turned, guiding Alice through the dimly lit living room. The sole source of illumination in the living room was a candle flickering atop the coffee table, casting a feeble yellow glow insufficient to fully illuminate the chamber. A scattering of hooded figures and iron masks gathered in the shadows, resembling a gathering of some arcane cult. Despite quietly mocking the scene within her mind, Alice maintained a composed demeanor, lowering her gaze and seeking a discreet spot in a corner to sit. The man approached an elderly gentleman seated in an armchair and whispered something in his ear. The elder glanced at Alice and nodded, indicating that her presence had been tacitly accepted. In this atmosphere of silence and vigilance, more individuals trickled in, gradually intensifying the sparsity of figures. It seemed this was the extent of the assembly for the night. After what felt like an eternity, the elderly gentleman spoke. "Let us commence." He did not specifically mention Alice, yet upon his utterance, a flicker of intrigue danced in Alice's downcast eyes. "I wish to purchase the essence crystal from the Spring of Elves. Who possesses it?" After a brief silence, a man seated not far from Alice suddenly exclaimed, startling her. Alice turned to glance at the man beside her, his hood partially fallen back, revealing his masked visage. The lower half of his face, unmasked, was plump and quivered as he spoke. As Alice squinted, certain features of his countenance struck a chord of familiarity, leading her to suspect he might be someone she recognized. Before the man could notice her gaze and turn to face her, Alice averted her eyes and resumed her previous posture, awaiting the words of others. The air grew thick with silence, and the man did not receive the response he sought. He smacked his lips twice and muttered, "Honestly, every time I ask, there's nothing. This time, I brought 4 vials of potions. They effectively staunch bleeding and promote wound healing, far superior to clinic treatments, remaining effective for 6 months." Oh, Alice suddenly pinpointed the source of her familiarity. She realized this apothecary was the same one she had encountered in Tinjin City, the very one who had fled. Damn it! A surge of murderous intent suddenly surged within her, shocking Alice, who swiftly suppressed it. Yet a deeper confusion enveloped her. How could I even contemplate murder? How could I wish to take a life over something so trivial? A wave of fear unfurled from her core. The most rational explanation was that her character had drastically changed due to recent events, but if that were true, Alice would not need to fear. The budding murderous intent dissipated quickly upon her recognition, leaving Alice unable to investigate its origin, save for the realization that such thoughts were not her own. No, it cannot be deemed useless. At the very least, it has heightened my vigilance. Otherwise, I might have unknowingly succumbed to this influence and transformed into another person. Alice concealed her emotions beneath the hood, adjusting her priorities, now placing the quest for her past on equal footing with her advancement. Meanwhile, the portly apothecary's potions had already been purchased by another attendee, and a woman spoke up, "I wish to sell a weapon." Alice, who had come without funds, perked up her ears. She had no intention of initiating any transactions at this gathering, as her primary goal was to cultivate her skills as a competent, extraordinary individual. "I possess a runic steel sword, forged by the Eternal Radiance Church, imbued with purifying and exorcising properties, a bane to water wraiths, vengeful spirits, and the undead, remaining usable for 3 years. Naturally, its sharpness is sufficient for murder." The woman's voice fluctuated, clearly attempting to mask her identity. £500, or the formula for a sequence 8 barbarian, and it is yours. Barbarian? I wonder which path sequence 8 it pertains to. No one responded, and the woman fell silent in disappointment. "I have a remarkable, extraordinary item for sale," another voice chimed in. "This extraordinary item is called the Prosperity Accessory, which can enhance your fortune within 3 months. For just 2,000, you can acquire it. Trust me, what you gain in 3 months will far exceed this amount." Alice, who had recently been lamenting that her sequence was well suited for gambling, fell silent, but soon realized something was amiss and inquired, "What are the side effects? If you do not pass it on to someone else within 3 months, you will find yourself destitute in the following half month. Even if you do transfer it, it won't matter." The response was given reluctantly, as a fortunate one, and soon to become a calamity priestess. Alice felt her understanding of the conservation between Europe and Africa deepen. From the exorbitant price, it seemed this individual was not in a hurry to part with the item. No, perhaps not. He might simply be posturing to prevent anyone from deliberately attempting to undervalue it, but it also suggested he had some time before the 3 months elapsed. Otherwise, he would likely be inclined to give the item away, even at a loss. Alice shook her head, leaning back against her chair, when a peculiar thought crossed her mind. What if I purchase this item and share it with Klein for 3 months? Would that be considered a loophole? But at that moment, another person began to speak, causing Alice to abandon this perilous idea. Subsequently, several others proposed trades. Some succeeded while others failed, and Alice gleaned that the elderly gentleman's code name was the Eye of Wisdom. Finally, the Eye of Wisdom clapped his hands twice and declared, "That will be all for today. As per tradition, please leave one by one, with a 3-minute interval between each." Was this to prevent stalking? Alice realized as she watched the Eye of Wisdom arrange for others to depart, until only the 2 of them remained. "How did you come to know of this extraordinary gathering?" the elderly gentleman inquired, his expression inscrutable. "From Casper's," Alice candidly revealed her source. The Eye of Wisdom regarded her, seemingly waiting for her to elaborate. "I have just arrived in Beckland and needed to procure some extraordinary materials. The black market arms dealer might have relevant information." Alice explained her rather tenuous reasoning. The Eye of Wisdom scrutinized her for several seconds before slowly stating, "But you did not purchase anything. One reason is that there was nothing I required, and the other is that I am uncertain if I will have another opportunity to return." Alice met the Eye of Wisdom's gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a piece of paper marked with the sun's symbol and placed it before Alice, saying, "You must prove your sincerity. This is a byproduct of a solar pathway extraordinary item, equivalent to a one-time contract. Alice tilted her head, then retrieved the 1-penny coin she had saved, reciting 7 times that he spoke the truth before tossing the coin into the air. When she saw it land on the king's face, she retrieved the coin and, as the Eye of Wisdom requested, signed the contract to demonstrate her sincerity. After witnessing her sign the contract, the Eye of Wisdom revealed to Alice the secret code for the gathering, and she once again observed the method of communication via newspapers. Subsequently, with the Eye of Wisdom's guidance, Alice exited the room, returned the hood to the attendant, and retraced her steps to the Brave bar. Removing her iron mask and navigating through the bustling kitchen, where she found Caspers waiting by the door to the card room. As she passed by the elderly man, Alice suddenly remembered, transforming her face back to her original appearance and winking at him before departing with a light step. The next time Alice encountered Klein was when he contacted her through the mist, informing her that he suspected he was being targeted by an ambassador from Intis. But what good does that do me? Alice asked Klein, puzzled. My combat abilities are not much greater than yours, and, according to your description, that is at least a mid-sequence. If I were to seek a suitable bodyguard, Klein tentatively regarded Alice. You might try your luck at the Brave bar. Alice contemplated before suggesting. That Casper seems to know many extraordinary individuals. Moreover, if they truly intend to kill you, the best course of action is to eliminate them first. Unbeknownst to Alice, she had once again proposed a suggestion that contradicted her character. Of course, compared to her previous suggestion regarding the rotund apothecary, this one was far more reasonable, as the intention to kill Klein was genuine. On Monday afternoon at 3 o'clock, the familiar deep crimson hue pulled Alice into the mist. Following that was the greeting she recognized well. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, Mr. Hangman, Mr. Sun, Miss Fate. Sitting at the head of the bronze long table. Klein chuckled lightly in response. Welcome, our mind reader lady. Audrey smiled demurely, and soon after, Algie submitted his diary for the week. Then, Algie addressed Klein, saying, Mr. Fool, I have discovered some information regarding the secret society. Excellent. Klein nodded lightly, appearing unperturbed by the presence of others. Algie stated at a deliberate pace. The secret society has certain connections with the Intis Republic. Alice instinctively glanced at Klein, who was at risk of being assassinated by the Intis ambassador. Indeed, Klein lightly tapped the edge of the long table, stating, I am going to issue a mission. Apart from Alice, who was already privy to the mission's content and truth. Both Algie and Audrey could not conceal their tension, though Audrey also bore a hint of anticipation. You may choose to accept or decline, Klein remarked in a relaxed tone. Another one of my followers has arrived in Beckland and wishes to accomplish something but cannot present himself. If you decline, you may not see Mr. Fool again, he added. No one spoke, and Klein continued to outline his mission. What he wishes to accomplish is the assassination of the Intis Republic's ambassador to the Kingdom of Ruin, Belcron Lament. Assassinate the Intis Republic's ambassador? Audrey exclaimed, unable to restrain her astonishment. Klein surveyed the room, maintaining his previous light-hearted demeanor. Who among you is willing to accept this mission? What reward do you seek? Alice turned to look at the astonished Audrey, and upon observing her hesitation, Alice suddenly recalled her suggestion to Klein about killing that Intis ambassador. That was not a suggestion I should have made. This time, Alice finally recognized the source of her mindset. It could not even be called malice, but rather an aloof disregard for life. I am disdainful, but why should I be disdainful? On what grounds do I have to feel superiority? They could crush me with a mere finger. Alice puzzled over her memories, and within the recollections she could unearth, there was no trace of the origin of that disdain. Of course, this was destined to be in vain. Before she became Alice, her memories were nearly a blank slate. She could not even be certain if such thoughts originated from her own mind. At that moment, Alger remarked, I have heard that Ambassador Beckland is also the intelligence chief of the Intis Republic within the kingdom. He covertly supports the bloody demonstrations, orchestrating events that disrupt the relationships between nobles and the wealthy, while disseminating rumors to incite the populace against the government. Alger's words were laced with meaning as he cast a significant glance at Alice, causing her to momentarily pause and reflect, her mind racing with thoughts of the hanged man and her own interpretations. The benefactor, Beckland, Prince Harbor, surely he does not suspect me to be that benefactor? Yet, even if I were, it would not elucidate my stance towards Klein. While Alice pondered, Alger continued, I cannot ascertain whether this ambassador is extraordinary, but numerous clues suggest he likely is. He is surrounded by many extraordinary individuals affiliated with the Intis Intelligence Agency, a department heavily influenced by the former Royal Solon family. controlling the initial sequences of the hunter pathway. Furthermore, whether war erupts between the two nations hinges solely on the desires of their upper echelons, and not on the fate of a single diplomat. The concept of war, a notion quite foreign to Alice, suddenly loomed large in her consciousness. She recalled Audrey's earlier concerns. As a noble of ruin, she was apprehensive about the prospect of her nation descending into conflict. But war? Having recently emerged from ignorance, Alice had perused a modicum of history, recalling how Emperor Roselle had introduced the steam engine, igniting the first industrial revolution in this world. Yet, what followed the first industrial revolution? The First World War, Germany, England, Russia, Italy. Memories of another world's history flickered through Alice's mind as she recognized her presence in this fog-laden alternate reality. Like Audrey, she too began to feel an unsettling anxiety regarding war, with Roselle bearing the blame. Alice remained oblivious to the striking parallels between the histories and customs of the two worlds. Encouraged by Alger's persuasion, Audrey quickly embraced the idea and began seeking ways to absolve herself. In recent years, the Farsak Empire has expanded significantly, having decisively defeated both the kingdom and the Intis Republic along the Barrenden Coast and the Star Heights. We can easily shift the blame onto them, which would be acceptable and believable for both the Intis elite and the populace. It appeared she was inclined to accept this task, and though she recognized that the suggestion of murder was far from her own inclination, Alice found herself surprisingly amenable to the notion. She merely felt incapable of taking such drastic action at that moment. If I were capable of such deeds, I would already be issuing a bounty for the assassination of that Charles King, thus securing a principal ingredient for a potion. This self-deprecating thought morphed into a more enticing perspective for Alice. Mr. Fool, I could attempt to accomplish this task, but I cannot guarantee success. Audrey interjected, disrupting Alice's reverie. Klein nodded slightly, inquiring, what reward do you seek? The formula for a psychologist, Audrey blurted out, then hesitated before adding, and the corresponding extraordinary materials. Well, we can discuss that after the task is completed. If I fail, I will bear the cost myself. I still owe you a bounty for your benefactor. Where did she obtain such a benefactor? At that moment, Alger, unwilling to be overshadowed, declared, I will also undertake this task. We can determine the reward post-completion. Did you not return to the sea? Alice inquired with curiosity. Just because I'm not in Beckland does not mean I cannot assassinate Ambassador Beckland. Alger replied with a smile, shifting the topic. As for you, Miss Destiny, if I'm not mistaken, you should be in Beckland. Are you not considering accepting a task? As the subject of their intrigue, Alice raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. I am currently not in a position to engage in such activities. Alger then revealed a meaningful smile, saying, what a pity. The onlooker, Derek, had yet to find an opportunity to join the conversation. Klein nodded in acknowledgement and then turned his gaze to the diary in his hand. After finishing the reading, he looked up and stated, you may now begin your free exchanges or negotiations. To protect herself from the temptations of corruption, Alice promptly articulated her request. I require clues regarding the Calamity Siren and the Man-o'-War Serpent. These were two creatures integral to the primary materials for the Calamity Cleric's potion. As the auxiliary materials also pertain to these two creatures, and given Alice's lack of sufficient funds, she opted to seek clues about the monsters first. As for how to hunt them down later, a solution would surely present itself. Sighing under the weight of her circumstances, Alice began to introduce these two creatures to the others. The Calamity Siren is regarded as a harbinger of disaster. They're typically found in areas afflicted by calamity. In truth, these creatures can sense impending disasters, drawing strength from them to grow. While their combat prowess is not particularly formidable, it is crucial to note that their ability to sense calamity may lead them to lure you towards the site of disaster, thereby defeating you. The Man-o'-War Serpent, on the other hand, is an oceanic serpent. Perhaps Mr. Hangman has heard of its infamous name. It is notorious for causing maritime disasters. However, this does not imply it cannot instigate other calamities or survive on land. They merely prefer the sea. Its combat capabilities are similarly unremarkable. You should primarily be wary of its capacity to create disasters, particularly when encountering it at sea. Given their nature, it is possible you might discover them together. I am indeed familiar with the Man-o'-War Serpent, Alger confirmed, not disappointing Alice. To be precise, I am aware of a region inhabited by these serpents. Can you imagine? Alice's expression contorted at the thought. Without Alger's description, she already knew the fate of any ship that ventured into such waters. None would survive. She felt compelled to inquire about the coordinates of that maritime region, but understood full well that before the serpents relocated, that area would be notorious, and no vessel would dare traverse those waters. Moreover, she had no desire to engage such creatures on the open sea. I believe I have encountered the calamity, siren you mentioned. Little Sun quietly raised his hand. Alice then turned to Derek, pondering aloud. Mr. Sun, can you eliminate them? I only require one. Just one should suffice. Alice was certain she could not afford a second. Derek shook his head. The location of such creatures is far too perilous for me. Very well, Alice replied appreciatively. Then do you have a way to take me to Silver City? Derek fell silent. Perhaps I could escort you to that region, Alger offered tentatively, if that is what you need. Alice withdrew her gaze from Derek, leaning back in her chair, casting a half-smile towards Alger. To speak candidly, the suggestion put forth by Algie is undoubtedly one of the most suitable answers. Aside from that, Alice could perhaps find an excuse in gathering materials or seeking inspiration, and after completing this comic, spend money to have someone take her out to sea. However, is there truly anyone willing to undertake such a perilous task for a fee? Yet, Algie's intentions are painfully evident. This is a blatant scheme. Alice surmises that the hangman must now be utterly convinced that she is the acolyte Klein referred to, and he is likely striving to comprehend the reasons behind his feelings towards Klein. Algie, meeting Alice's gaze with a sincere demeanor, then remarked, "If you have any reservations, we could ask Mr. Fool to be a witness." Very well. Alice adjusted her posture slightly, looking towards the head of the bronze long table. "Shall we have Mr. Fool assist us as a witness?" "Certainly," Klein nodded gently. Alice then redirected her attention to Algie, retracting her smile, and in a more serious tone stated, "Hangman, do you recall the extraordinary being that passed by when you encountered that monster? What is it?" Algie inquired solemnly. "There's an angel, at least, an angel, who has set his sights on me." Alice leaned forward, and, unfortunately, he was able to locate me because of you. A fleeting change of expression crossed the hangman's face, and observing the shift, Alice smiled contentedly, adding, "That angel may have already taken notice of you." At this moment, Alice remained oblivious to Mr. Fool's gaze upon her, as he believed it remarkable enough to provoke a sequence 6 or even sequence 5. Never anticipating that Alice had attracted the attention of an angel, Derek was utterly astonished, while Audrey directly questioned, "Doesn't that put you in great danger?" "Not at the moment," Alice replied, tapping her fingertips against the table, cryptically stating, "Although that angel harbors ill will towards me, he will not take action for now. And the hangman should also not be deliberately targeted, as there is little he can do without uttering a sacred name. Moreover, that angel is currently in Beakland." "Is he an angel from the monster's path?" Algie asked. Observing Algie's expression, Alice guessed he was very eager to inquire how she had provoked an angel, even though it was equally an unwarranted disaster for her. Evidently, Alice shrugged. "I have his sacred name. Would you like to hear it?" "No, thank you." Algie declined the proposal with a complex expression, glancing at the light-hearted Alice. "What have you done to offend that angel?" Alice fell silent, her smile fading as she regarded Algie, speaking in an ethereal tone. "That is not for you to know." Internally, she commended her own performance. Looking at the now silent Algie and Audrey, alongside Derek, who was at a loss for words, Alice continued, "Hangman, if I were to invite you to hunt that extraordinary being from the monster's path in the future, he claims to be Charlie King. Currently is sequence 6. If I were to invite you to join me in slaying him, are you certain that won't provoke that angel to want me dead?" Algie queried. "If he truly cared for Charlie King's life, he would not have allowed him to meet me," Alice replied coldly, recalling Charlie King's near transformation into an extraordinary characteristic. Or rather, I suspect that Charlie King is the extraordinary characteristic he deliberately presented to me. And if I were to refuse, would he send him to me again when Charlie reaches sequence 5? If he wished to kill you, why would he offer you an extraordinary characteristic? Algie asked, perplexed. "That is also not for you to know," Alice rebuffed, avoiding the question. "Why didn't you mention this last week?" Algie pressed on. "Because last week, I could not ascertain whether that angel was benevolent or malevolent," Alice responded, "but this week, I have already encountered that angel." Klein then cast another glance at Alice from within the shroud of fog. "Why invite me?" Algie persisted. "For 2 reasons. Alice provided her rationale. "First, you have already been exposed to his gaze, and second, I am actually an auxiliary. If the compensation is appropriate, and I have the time, I will consider it." Algie offered a rather flexible response. "Excellent." Alice raised an eyebrow slightly. "If I require passage through your vessel to the waters you mentioned, what must I offer? How should I contact you?" Algie fell silent, and Alice suspected he regretted his earlier proposal. Even if you do not trust me, you should at least have faith in Mr. Fool, right? Alice decided to leverage his authority, adding, and I can assure you that the angel has no ability to influence my fate. He merely located me through some means. Alice was exceedingly confident in this regard, believing that the force impacting her destiny was of a far superior rank than that of an angel. 2 weeks from now at Pritzport, I will provide you with specific details at our next tarot meeting, Algie replied solemnly. I require the distribution of spoils to follow the standard rules of team adventures, and you must additionally pay £1,000 for the fare. While Alice lamented the exorbitant cost of the ticket, she naively inquired, typically, how are the spoils divided in a team adventure? In the case of a solitary kill, the spoils belong to the individual who performed the kill, Algie explained. Alice, possessing only a revolver as her means of combat power, fell silent for a moment before asking, what if I lack the ability to kill the monster on my own? The distribution would be based on contribution and necessity, with compensation made afterward. Algie hesitated, casting a glance at Alice. A prepayment deposit, Alice mused. I shall strive to acquire the ability to independently slay monsters before embarking on the voyage. Despite understanding the implication in the hanged man's gaze, Alice redirected the conversation elsewhere. Algie's demeanor indicated his refusal to continue conversing with Alice, prompting her to quiet down and earnestly reflect on what else she might have overlooked. Seizing the opportunity, Audrey turned to Derek and inquired, can I exchange information regarding the dragons from you? Certainly, I seek the Sequence 8 potion formula from the Path of the Bard. Derek hesitated before joining the conversation. I will find the corresponding Sequence 8 potion formula for you as quickly as possible, but not today. Can you accept that? Audrey considered before glancing towards the head of the ancient long table. We can ask Mr. Fool to witness this. At that moment, Klein smiled and interjected, Miss Justice, perhaps I can cover the cost for the light bearer formula. From where did he acquire the potion formula? And that talisman from the other day, wasn't it also from the Sun Domain? What has he been up to? Audrey's eyes sparkled with intrigue. No problem. But what should I offer in exchange? There is no rush. Perhaps my acolytes will have further needs for assistance later, Klein replied thoughtfully. Very well. I shall do my utmost to assist them, Audrey joyfully promised. After diligently memorizing the potion formula obtained from Klein, Derek addressed Audrey, saying, Miss Justice, we may now discuss matters concerning the dragon. Audrey raised her hand and replied, Fool, I request a private conversation. Alice cast a glance at the fool, who was lurking behind the veil of mist, yet he unhesitatingly treated her as he did with Alger, dismissing her from the discourse. Observing Alger, who was equally excluded, Alice finally recalled what she had forgotten. Do you possess that extraordinary item that allows one to move freely in water? Yes, she suddenly remembered that she could not swim. I am an extraordinary being of the sailor pathway, Alger remarked, pausing momentarily before stating this self-evident fact. As the realization dawned upon her, Alice fell silent, her brows furrowing in distress. If your concerns are merely about the challenges of sailing, I shall address that, Alger assured her with a sense of conscience. Alice looked at Alger, whose demeanor had markedly changed, and could not help but say, Actually, you may inquire directly about anything you wish to know. Alger was momentarily taken aback by Alice's words. Did he not wish to ask directly? What could he inquire? Should he ask if she was previously acquainted with the fool? He had already perceived that this miss of fate had a rather peculiar background, seemingly possessing a deeper connection with the fool, one that transcended mere allegiance and suggested a relationship of relative equality. However, this realization only sparked further questions in Alger's mind. Firstly, it was evident that the miss of fate's sequence was not high, while the fool, though not yet a deity, was undoubtedly a significant figure nearing divinity. He pondered why these two individuals would share such an egalitarian rapport. Secondly, Alice's character traits were glaringly apparent. She was unmistakably a naive child, and previous events had revealed her profound ties to the authorities. He could not fathom how Alice had become an extraordinary being or how she had ascended. Finally, of course, there was the recent incident. How had she managed to attract the attention of an angel of the fate pathway? If that angel sought to kill her, why bestow upon her extraordinary traits? Moreover, how could she be so certain that the angel could not manipulate her fate? Had Alger recognized that the symbol representing the fool bore a portion belonging to fate, he might have pondered whether this was indeed a favor from the fool. Yet, this would have been a misinterpretation. Alas, Alger failed to make that connection, and thus continued to ruminate, attempting to construct a background for the miss of fate amidst a dearth of information. even as the premise he was working with was flawed. Once Audrey and Derek concluded their private discourse in the small window, which was, in fact, a discussion group, they exchanged a few more words, and the tarot meeting came to an end. Returning to the real world, Alice blinked in confusion, having expected Klein to retain her presence. Her bewilderment was resolved when she retrieved the contents of the Roselle diary from Klein through the ritual. Ah, it turns out the fool has depleted his spirituality. The fool, meditating to restore his spirituality, remained unaware of how joyfully Alice had laughed after his departure. Once her laughter subsided, Alice opened the Roselle diary. He claims to be a Sequence 2 miracle worker, she softly read aloud, contemplating the implications. So, the Sequence 2 of the Diviner Pathway is the miracle worker. But what constitutes a miracle? This was a question too distant from the current Alice, and she continued to read, her gaze soon halting. Tentatively, she questioned Charlot. Is the so-called miracle a miracle of fate? Does the Diviner Pathway pertain to gradually understanding, mastering, and manipulating fate? Charlot bypassed the first question and informed her that fate was merely a fragment of the Diviner Pathway, not even its essence. The true representation of fate was the monstrosity. He provided several examples, all names of potions belonging to the monster sequence. Sequence 7, the Lucky One. Sequence 5, the Victor. Sequence 2, the Prophet, and the Pinnacle. Sequence 1, the Mercury Serpent, also known as the Serpent of Fate. Alice recalled the immense serpent from her dreams, that white, scaleless serpent. As for the notion that the monster pathway is synonymous with the fate pathway, Charlot had long since divulged that information to Alice, so it did not surprise her. Whether it be the Sequence 5 Victor or the Sequence 2 Prophet, both titles indeed resonated with the essence of the fate pathway, encompassing the understanding, mastery, and manipulation of fate. What truly piqued Alice's interest was the Sequence 1 Mercury Serpent, the serpent that had appeared in her dreams, that enigmatic angel of the fate pathway, bore the true identity of a Mercury Serpent. Sequence 1, Alice murmured, her eyes betraying her confusion. Unaware of the existence of Sequence 0, Alice remained perplexed by the final scene where she was consumed by the colossal serpent, uncertain of its significance. Naturally, her invitation to Alger during the tarot meeting to join her in hunting Charlie King in the future was no mere jest. Upon realizing that the Mercury Serpent intended to fatten her up for slaughter, Alice grasped a critical truth. Charlie King had been the one to bestow upon her the extraordinary trait. Alice harbored no doubts that Charlie King would inevitably meet his demise before her, whether she chose to slay him or not. Just as Charlie King had initially stated, this was a prepaid deposit. 20. The Fool's Reckless Encounters. Above the mist, Klein, having just restored his spirituality, eagerly pulled Alice up and inquired, "What is the situation?" "What situation?" Alice, still settling in, was momentarily bewildered. "Oh, are you referring to the Mercury Serpent?" "The Mercury Serpent? Is it targeting you?" Klein echoed her words. 1. Alice firmly corrected Klein's quantifier. Klein's carefully organized thoughts stumbled momentarily as he struggled to recall what he had intended to articulate. "How did it come to fixate on you?" Alice leaned back against her chair, casting a mournful glance at Klein. "If I knew that, I wouldn't be here." "Then what did you discuss with the hangman?" Klein pressed further. "It was a revelation," Alice softly replied. "He requires me to stand high enough. Only then will my death hold significance." Klein paused in surprise. "I feel like I'm akin to unripe potion ingredients," Alice remarked, pinching the bridge of her nose. "As for why it cannot manipulate my fate, I believe the answer is rather obvious, isn't it?" Klein hesitated, quickly recalling what Alice was alluding to. Whether it was the initial death of the Lucky One, the subsequent demise of Megaloth, or Alice's own resurrection, even her awakening in this body, all served as evidence of her fate being influenced by the unknown. The goddess had directly conveyed this point to Alice. "Do you believe that power surpasses the status of an angel?" Klein queried, bewildered. "But how can you be so certain?" "Otherwise, I would not have encountered that Mercury Serpent after placing my trust in Charlie King and accepting his advance deposit, only to be graced with the revelations of fate." Alice provided her rationale, stating that he was an angel of a destined path. Could it be that even he could not dictate whom he wished to avoid? Klein was rendered speechless, yet he soon discerned the concealed flaw in this line of reasoning. How could one be so certain that he did not wish to meet you? Perhaps it was intentional. Alice retorted, "Do you believe it is easier to accept his assistance for growth under the assumption of his benevolence or under the belief of his malevolence?" Klein fell silent, for even if that Mercury Serpent genuinely desired to be acquainted with Alice, it would not resort to directly revealing itself through the auspices of fate, laying bare all its secrets. Having posed your inquiries, might it now be my turn to ask? Alice gazed at Klein with sincerity. What would you like to inquire? Klein suddenly felt an unsettling premonition, urgently contemplating whether he had committed any misdeeds. That talisman you provided me back then, it must belong to the domain of the sun, right? Alice commenced her probing from the periphery. Indeed, Klein nodded. How did you craft that talisman? Alice's curiosity intensified as she fixated on Klein. Klein's gaze faltered. Alice, consequently, fell silent, blinking at him. You are aware of 30782, correct? Klein hesitantly began to recount his reckless experience. Alice nodded. I divined the origin of 30782 and discovered a droplet of golden liquid. Klein's speech slowed to a crawl. A sense of foreboding suddenly gripped Alice, prompting her to ask, and then? I divined the source of that golden droplet. Klein hesitated, stumbling through the conclusion of the tale. Revealing that it was the blood of the eternal sun, Alice fell into silence, unsure of what to say, as she abruptly sensed that perhaps she and Klein were equally matched not only in combat prowess, but also in their propensity for trouble. No, perhaps I am slightly better. At least that angel was not provoked by me. Alice's next encounter with Klein occurred at the Braveheart Tavern. Although she had shared the lead on Casper's whereabouts with Klein, she was somewhat astonished by his prompt appearance at the gathering of the extraordinary. After all, Alice was acutely aware that in terms of handling matters discreetly and without raising suspicions, Klein far surpassed her. At the very least, Alice believed that if Klein had been in her position, he would not have committed the blunder of arriving at the Braveheart Tavern without any disguise. Ultimately, Alice relied on her ability to alter her appearance before Casper to mask this incident. To return to the matter at hand, the most animated presence at the gathering remained the rotund apothecary. Recently, a pack of beasts has taken residence in the sewers, devouring many of the herbs I have cultivated. They are cunning. They have avoided the poisonous ones, and I require assistance to clear them out. You know, this is not my forte. I excel only in concocting potions and healing you. Alice, equally inexperienced in this endeavor, quietly observed the others. I will reiterate. I need someone to assist in clearing the newly emerged beasts from the sewers, specifically within the Beckland Bridge area. I will offer 4 vials of precious potions as compensation, 2 of which can effectively staunch bleeding and promote wound healing. Trust me, this is far superior to undergoing a stitching procedure at a clinic. They will remain effective for 6 months. The rotund apothecary laid out his demands in corresponding terms. Suddenly, the apothecary chuckled, adding, as for the other 2 vials, they possess a 1.5-month efficacy, capable of rekindling a gentleman's youthful impulses, transforming him into an extraordinary being in bed. Haha, you understand my meaning. Even after the expiration, they will still yield effects, though they will expand throughout the body, rendering the user exceedingly ferocious, with a significant increase in strength, speed, and agility. But alas, they will succumb to weakness after half an hour. Alice listened in astonishment to the apothecary's description, suddenly comprehending why he had initially inquired about her adulthood. Regrettably, the appeal of the apothecary's concoctions seemed insufficient, as no one responded. In addition to the 4 precious potions, I will sweeten the deal with an extra 30 pounds. The apothecary gritted his teeth and raised the stakes. At last, a man seated at the edge of the sofa spoke up. I accept this commission. You will prepay 2 vials of potion, 1 of each, with Mr. Wise, I as a witness. No problem, the elderly Mr. Wise, I seated on the single sofa, replied without surprise. Very well. The rotund apothecary visibly relaxed at the acceptance of his terms. 21. Let us gamble. The successful transaction enlivened the atmosphere slightly, prompting the woman who had previously sold weapons to speak again. I wish to sell 2 pieces of weaponry. Oh, an additional item? Alice perked up, and indeed, the woman proceeded to introduce the runic steel sword, with the price remaining unchanged. Following that was the introduction of the second weapon, a meat saw featuring an intricate mechanical structure capable of transforming and easily portable. This is a practical weapon crafted by an exceptional artisan, and it is rather rare, priced at 25 pounds. The enormous price disparity momentarily stunned Alice, who then realized, oh, this is not an extraordinary weapon, so it is no wonder. However, one must wonder, does this lady have an artisan behind her? Or perhaps a collective of artisans? While Alice pondered, a gloomy man in the corner expressed his intent to acquire the runic steel sword, while the meat saw subsequently became part of Mr. Wise-Eye's collection. After a brief silence, the seller of the wealth-enhancing accessory from the previous gathering spoke again. I wish to sell an extraordinary item called the wealth-enhancing accessory, specifically detailing its effects. He reiterated the advantages and disadvantages of the wealth-enhancing accessory along with its price, which remained unchanged from the last time. It seemed he was not particularly pressed. Klein felt a fleeting temptation at the prospect of the wealth-enhancing accessory. Under Alice's influence, he too found himself contemplating a potential acquisition. Unfortunately, they shared a common predicament. They were both short on funds. Stifled by the constraints of money, Klein exhaled slowly and, during the ensuing silence, voiced, "I wish to sell an item." Successfully drawing the attention of the crowd, Klein produced an iron cigarette case, unveiling an object that Alice was not unfamiliar with, extraordinary characteristics. He then articulated, having prepared a monologue. "This is something I obtained from a corpse. I am uncertain of its purpose, but I felt it to be rather extraordinary. Perhaps one among you recognizes it?" Alice's gaze swept gently across the room. No one spoke. Perhaps they were unaware of the law of conservation of extraordinary characteristics. Or perhaps they were aware, but unwilling to disclose. Alice's eyes glimmered slightly as she inquired, "From whom did it originate? I mean, what was the sequence number of that corpse, and by what means?" I do not know." Klein excelled in portraying an image of trepidation, igniting within Alice a desire to tease him further. "No, that won't do. It will expose our acquaintance." Alice suppressed her wicked curiosity and feigned disinterest, lowering her head. At this moment, the elderly sage, known as the Wise Eye, glanced at Alice and cleared his throat, saying, "I believe I have an inkling of what it is and its purpose. However, knowledge comes at a price. I shall offer 400. Trust me, it is a most reasonable price. Naturally, you reserve the right to decline." He recognized the item's sequence, not through divination, and Alice, intrigued, cast a quick glance at the Wise Eye, swiftly recalling the sequence of the Universalist path. Sequence 7, the Appraiser. "Deal," Klein accepted after a brief contemplation. "However, sir, there is no need for haste in payment. I have another commission." "What commission?" The Wise Eye inquired in a voice that bore the weight of age. Klein deliberated before responding. "The matter is this. I have offended someone who, according to your circles, will be classified as Sequence 6, perhaps even Sequence 5. I seek a bodyguard." "Sequence 6, perhaps Sequence 5? Why not simply allow yourself to die in peace? If we have attained such levels, why partake in trivial gatherings?" The portly apothecary interjected impulsively. He appeared more adept at inciting offense than I, Alice thought, her lips twitching as she remarked, "I suggest you heed this gentleman's counsel. At least you could choose a demise to your liking." Klein barely managed to suppress the urge to glare at Alice, the only one earnestly addressing the matter. The Wise Eye chuckled softly. "Perhaps your understanding of our circles is still insufficient. Sequence 6 or Sequence 5 are formidable and terrifying individuals. Indeed, there have been instances of Sequence 8 and Sequence 9 eliminating such powerful figures, but these are experiences difficult to replicate. I doubt anyone present would wish to assume the extreme risk of protecting you. If one could ascertain that the opponent is merely Sequence 6 and possesses no corresponding magical items, perhaps someone might be willing to undertake this task." "Well, I cannot be certain," Klein replied, spreading his hands. "Then I must strive for self-preservation. What can 400 procure?" "Ah, the magical items you just mentioned. Believe me, the magical items that 400 can buy will certainly be inadequate against your adversary and may even bring you additional peril. I advise you to apologize to him sincerely." "Perhaps 400 could secure his forgiveness," the Wise Eye earnestly advised. Alice inwardly sighed, knowing well the futility of an apology, just as she had never considered seeking the Mercury Serpent. At that moment, the man who had undertaken the beast-clearing task suddenly laughed. "Perhaps you could gamble on luck." Upon hearing these words, Klein instinctively glanced at Alice, the fortunate one, but quickly restrained his impulse. The man continued, "I have a magical item here, available for 400. It will allow you to hear the voices of great beings. If fortune smiles upon you, you may glean useful information and become immensely powerful, rendering self-protection a trivial matter. However, should your luck be dire, you might interpret a curse or fail to decipher anything, leading to injury or even death. Will you take the gamble?" Alice, without a moment's hesitation, recognized that this item must have originated from the listeners, casting a peculiar glance at the man. Surely he cannot be a member of the Aurora Society? The Wise Eye, however, had already bellowed, "Black Serpent, do not mention that accursed item." The Black Serpent chuckled. "I have not lied. I have not violated any rules here. I have laid out both the benefits and drawbacks for him to choose from. The probability of interpreting useful information is, perhaps, a mere 10%. Will you gamble? Alice turned her gaze to Klein, suspecting he would undoubtedly accept the proposition, especially since he dared to divine the eternal Son, a mere true creator. Deal. Klein's agreement, as anticipated, halted Alice's thoughts from drifting into more irreverent territories. Farewell, old Neil. The atmosphere in the candlelit living room was as still as if time had frozen. After several seconds, the portly apothecary muttered, "Why not leave an address? That way, I could glean something from your corpse." Knowing Klein's address, Alice had to admit she felt a fleeting pang of emotion. Klein feigned ignorance, addressing the Black Serpent. "I want to gamble. I have no hope of surviving. Should I gamble, at least there remains a sliver of hope. I refuse to sit idly and await death's arrival." Alice once again marveled at Klein's adeptness at performance. Upon hearing his words, the wise I.'s mouth opened, then closed again. "I admire your spirit." The Black Serpent laughed heartily. "I too admire it. Several of my friends shared such a disposition. Each year, I visit their gravestones to lay flowers," the portly apothecary retorted sarcastically. Were it not for the presence of the wise eye, the Black Serpent might have confronted him afterward. However, it was also possible the Black Serpent would have no further opportunities. Alice subtly observed the Black Serpent, needing no divination to perceive the dense aura of death surrounding him, a consequence of accepting the apothecary's commission, bringing him closer to death. "Fortunately, I possess self-awareness," Alice mused inwardly. After the transaction was completed, the portly apothecary inquired once more about the essence crystal of the elven spring, returning empty-handed. Upon returning to the church for prayer, Alice encountered a familiar figure. An elderly man with graying hair, clad in a classical black robe, sat quietly at the front of the church, praying like everyone else. Alice observed this familiar acquaintance complete his prayers, rise, and then stop beside her. "You seem to recognize me?" Alice was suddenly startled, realizing her emotions had been too overt. The moment she laid eyes on old Neil, she uncontrollably recalled her life in Tingen City, the captain, Roseanne, Lady Delhi, Leonard, and others. What would they think if they knew she and Klein were dead? Would they weep? Would they be sorrowful at the funeral? Who would retrieve her body? She wondered what expressions they would wear upon seeing her corpse. The sorrow that had been shattered by the awkward scene upon awakening in the cemetery surged forth once again at the sight of a familiar face. "No, I apologize. I merely remembered some past events and people upon seeing you." Alice hurriedly stood, offering an apology through her blurred vision. Alice could not discern old Neil's expression, but she sensed the gaze upon her soften slightly. Then, the elderly gentleman's voice resonated. "You made me feel somewhat embarrassed for your tears. I apologize. I did not mean to intrude upon your moment," Alice said, wiping away her tears while striving to regain her composure, finally restoring her vision. "You must have endured something truly sorrowful," old Neil remarked, his gaze reminiscent. As he turned to leave the church, Alice hesitated, then quickly followed, asking, "You seem to have a profound understanding of such matters? In my youth, I had a beloved companion." Old Neil gazed at Alice, whose cheeks were still stained with tears, and with a deep sigh, he began to recount his past. "Our relationship was splendid, so much so that we were on the verge of engagement. And then?" Alice inquired softly. "Then, she suddenly fell gravely ill. I sought numerous remedies, consulted many illustrious physicians, yet none could provide relief." The expression on old Neil's face was suffused with nostalgia. Alice discerned his pause and surmised that he might have attempted ritualistic magic to save the lady, but alas. "You must have been heartbroken," she said empathetically. For a fleeting moment, Alice felt a profound connection to old Neil's sorrow, and she sighed, merely uttering, "Indeed, I was deeply saddened." Old Neil halted his steps, casting a meaningful glance at Alice. "At first, I was profoundly anguished. Everyone was worried I might harm myself. I reassured them all, but still, I could not forget her." Alice thought, discerning his underlying fear of losing control. "Even after everyone had ceased their concerns for me, I remained haunted by that event. I was even tempted nearly." Old Neil paused, leaving the thought unfinished. Yet Alice grasped the entirety of the truth. "What then prompted your change of heart?" She gently redirected the conversation toward old Neil's hopeful sentiments. "Because I came to understand one thing," he replied, his gaze softening as he looked at Alice. "No matter the circumstances, no matter the distance, the one who loves you will always wish for your happiness. No matter what, no matter where. The one who loves me will always hope for my happiness, echoed Alice in her mind. For a moment, she was flooded with memories, the voice in her dreams urging her to run and not look back, the eyes of everyone who had fallen before her, the captain's hand on her shoulder when Megalhose appeared, and Leonard questioning her about who resembled the protagonist more. Alice felt her vision blur once more, and in a daze. She heard old Neil's sigh. Shall we sit in the CAF next door for a while? Moments later, cradling a cup of sweet iced tea while seated opposite old Neil, Alice had composed herself, her tears now stilled. With a look of sincere contrition, she smiled at him. I truly apologize, sir. It was not my intention. I simply... It is quite all right, old Neil replied with a gentle smile. I comprehend the sorrow of losing someone dear. No, I have not lost them, Alice responded softly. Her smile tender. They are all still here. Fortunately, they are all safe. Isn't that a good thing? Old Neil inquired, gazing at Alice. I may never see them again. Alice's eyes flickered momentarily as she whispered. Even if we were to meet again, I could not face them as I once did. They may believe they have lost me forever. Despite the uncertainty laden in her words, sorrow was evident in Alice's gaze. Even if we exist in realms unseen by one another, I believe they too would wish for you to thrive in another world. Old Neil spoke gently. Alice opened her mouth but found no words to offer in response. To some, she genuinely resided in another world. Yet, he was correct, even in absence. I still hope that those I cherish find happiness. Thank you. Alice finally rose, bowing deeply to the gentleman, who had once been merely a stranger with whom she shared names, yet now felt like a kindred spirit. Upon concluding her conversation with old Neil, Alice returned home, contemplating his perspective that no matter where one might be, the ones who love you will always wish for your happiness. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to endeavor to integrate herself into this era once more. In truth, during her time in Tinjin City, Alice had not been devoid of attempts. However, just as she began to cultivate a sense of belonging, it slipped away. After a brief contemplation, Alice decided to commence by visiting her neighbors. Having moved in for several days, it was rather remiss of her not to have made an effort to know them. Good evening, Mrs. Greenland. Alice greeted the lady who opened the door to room 35 with a soft smile. I am the new resident of room 36. My name is Rose. I apologize for not having visited sooner. Ah, so you're the new neighbor next door? Mrs. Greenland replied with a warm smile. Hello, Miss Rose. Would you care to come in for a while? I will be delighted, Alice said as she followed her inside. You may call me Rose. Oh, Rose, Mrs. Greenland led her into the sitting room. I have been eager to meet you since I noticed the new neighbors had moved in. Would you like something to drink? Tea or coffee? Coffee, please. Alice hesitated momentarily, still not quite accustomed to adulthood. I have been busy unpacking until recently, as this is my first move, and I am rather inexperienced. Are you living alone? No offense intended. I merely thought you appeared quite young, Mrs. Greenland inquired with surprise. Yes, I live alone. Alice lowered her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, conveying a hint of melancholy. Some matters arose at home, so I am sorry to hear that, Mrs. Greenland's expression softened with sympathy. However, I have a daughter about your age. Oh, Alice looked up in surprise. She is 17, 2 years younger than you. Unfortunately, she is not home today. She has gone to visit a friend. It would have been lovely for you to meet. Young girls should indeed spend more time with their peers. Mrs. Greenland handed Alice a coffee, sweetened to her liking. Alice took a delicate sip, relieved to find the bitterness within tolerable limits, and couldn't help but think, technically, given my true age, she ought to be older than me. As the conversation unfolded, guided by Alice's inquiries, Mrs. Greenland introduced her daughter, Evelyn Greenland. Observing that time was drawing to a close, Alice rose to take her leave, returning home, closing the door behind her and leaning against it, instantly shedding the facade of maturity and feigned strength. She raised her hands in a gesture of triumph, leaping with joy, yet, after the excitement waned, she succumbed to a wave of despondency, exhaling a long sigh. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to see everyone again. The pangs of longing surfaced most acutely during solitude and moments of idleness. To prevent herself from wallowing in sorrow, Alice resolved to go and disturb Klein. We shall not delve into how Klein expressed his dissatisfaction with Alice's antics. Suffice it to say, in the ensuing days, Alice led a life of early morning prayers at the church, followed by hurried writing in the daytime, and random visits to a fortunate neighbor each day. Without the burden of crafting her own narratives, Alice's writing speed surged remarkably. She successfully amassed a new work under the name Rose. Excited by her first earnings, Alice found herself sleepless in the middle of the night, whimsically praying to Mr. Fool. Well, that seemed reasonable, right? However, Alice received no reply from Mr. Fool. Perhaps he is currently unable to respond. Perhaps he is preoccupied with some clandestine pursuits. With a trace of unease, Alice succumbed to slumber without receiving a reply. The following day, Alice still found herself devoid of a message from Mr. Fool. No matter. This was perfectly normal. What a farce. Even if Klein were to berate her for her folly, he would never leave her unanswered. Alice hesitated for a moment, ultimately refraining from impulsively seeking out Klein. Instead, she resolved to consult divination first. Chanting Klein's current circumstances in her mind, she drifted into a dream, only to emerge bewildered from it moments later. Finally realizing why she could gaze directly at Klein, someone had cast a counter-divination specifically targeting her. This was truly vexing. Alice ground her teeth, pondering how to resolve this predicament. Of course, she knew Klein's address, but the question remained, what excuse could she possibly conjure to visit him? Surely seeking the services of a private investigator wouldn't be deemed excessive, would it? Alice muttered to herself as she set off. Upon encountering Alice, Klein instantly comprehended the reason for her visit. It was due to the lamenting specter who could not elude the fog to reply to her. However, could she not consult divination? Good day. Do you require a commission? Klein inquired, adhering to his established persona, silently praying that Alice would grasp his hint. My manuscript has gone missing. Alice blinked twice, observing Klein's desperate gestures, contemplating whether he was implying he was simply too busy to converse or that he had been abducted. I have unfinished commissions and may not be able to assist you at this time. Klein emphasized the latter part. Oh, what a pity. Alice feigned disappointment, comprehending Klein's insinuation before departing from his abode. Regardless, all was well if nothing was amiss. Alice reassured herself as she quietly awaited Klein's response. When Alice appeared amidst the fog in her dreams, she had to admit, she felt somewhat disoriented. This was hardly her fault. Anyone would be taken aback upon encountering such a situation mid-slumber. Yet, in her heart, Alice couldn't shake the suspicion that Klein was deliberately retaliating. You're not sleeping, are you? Alice, poised to question him, discovered the dummy world and instinctively closed her mouth, only to realize that this entity remained utterly motionless. What is this? Allow me to introduce you to our new member at the Tarot Club. Klein proudly presented his dummy. How did you manage this? Alice curiously approached, scrutinizing the dummy world. Apart from its lifelessness, she discerned no flaws, and so she extended her hand to probe the figure. Hey! Klein hurriedly halted Alice's actions. What on earth are you doing? Isn't it reasonable for Sequence 4 to be called the Ringmaster? Alice inquired. I wonder if you can mold life-size cushions or standees. She candidly expressed her thoughts. Can we discuss serious matters? Klein weakly interjected. Consequently, Alice obediently relinquished her exploration of the dummy world and seated herself, asking, Oh, very well. What did you wish to discuss? By the way, why did you not respond to my earlier messages? Did you see the news about Ambassador Beckrin's assassination? Klein asked. Alice nodded. You see, some time ago, I hired a bodyguard. Klein recounted from the incident in Merrick to the demise of Rosago, detailing the entire assassination ordeal. Wow, there are actually such sequences? Alice exclaimed in astonishment. I had a similar expression when I first encountered it, Klein remarked. And what happened next? Alice lightly tapped the table twice, awaiting Klein's continuation. After Rosago's death, I divined the potion formulas up to Sequence 5, Klein said, furrowing his brow. What is your Sequence 7 called? What abilities does it possess? Alice, realizing her friend might be on the verge of abandoning her for a stage of uselessness, felt a surge of concern. Sequence 7 is the Magician. Based on what I've seen before, its primary abilities should include firing bullets with a snap of the fingers, conjuring paper as soldiers, and flames leaping about, Klein reminisced. I have a question, Alice inquired earnestly, fixing her gaze on Klein. Are you certain your pathway lacks a sequence called the Ringmaster? Enough. Klein shot Alice an exasperated glare. I said I wanted to discuss serious matters. All right, Alice acquiesced. I'll be more serious. You see, according to Ms. Dolly's hypothesis, some sequences might provide one ability per stage. Thus, when combined it's Sequence 4. It seems quite reasonable for Sequence 4 to be named the Ringmaster, right? Shining Huan, Klein exclaimed in frustration. No need to raise your voice. I can't hear you, Alice said, rubbing her ears. My Sequence 6 is the Faceless One, and Sequence 5 is the Master of Secrets. Neither of them belongs to the circus. Klein emphasized. The Master of Secrets could fit, Alice countered. Klein gave up entirely, staring at Alice in silence. Fine, I won't say anything more. Alice observed Klein's expression and decided to cease her teasing. So, what were you originally going to say? I just feel that things are progressing a bit too smoothly. Klein sighed, rubbing his forehead, reminding himself repeatedly to remain calm and not to get angry with a child before hesitantly explaining. While I had long ago divined my prospects for promotion in Beakland, it seems as if everything has been orchestrated. In this regard, you are superior to me. Alice replied earnestly. What do you mean? Klein paused, unable to grasp Alice's implication. I have already encountered the primary materials for the potion in my sequence 1. Alice replied expressionlessly. And who knows, perhaps one day it will fall from the sky and land in my mouth. Realizing what Alice was alluding to, Klein fell silent for a moment before suddenly recalling his own discovery. By the way, I recently met someone who mentioned that his luck has been dreadful of late. But if it's merely bad luck, that doesn't imply anything, does it? Alice blinked in confusion. You're correct, Klein concurred, but due to your circumstances. I have become particularly sensitive to matters of fortune. I inquired further and discovered that he truly is extraordinarily unfortunate. Does he choke on cold water? Alice's demeanor shifted, slightly more serious. Not to that extent, but it is indeed rather abnormal, and it seems to have persisted for several days. Klein shook his head. Alice pondered. Do you have a way for me to meet him? If he is affected by misfortune, can you discern it? Klein asked curiously. I might be able to sense it. For instance, did the black serpent perish in the sewers? Alice raised an eyebrow, recalling her absence from a gathering at the Brave Bar. How do you know? Klein gazed at Alice in astonishment. TSK, Alice shook her head. That fellow was not far from death after agreeing to the alchemist's request. However, I do not possess his address. Klein pondered seriously. He is a member of the Crag Club. After a brief pause, Klein added, the membership fee amounts to £50. Alice deemed this individual unworthy of such an expenditure. From Alice's expression, Klein discerned her refusal. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he suggested, perhaps you might wait for him outside the club? But how am I to know when he arrives or departs? Alice retorted, perhaps I can inform you? If I encounter him at the club, I shall notify you. Klein proposed, we shall see, you inform me, and if I have no conflicting obligations, I shall come to take a look. Alice nodded in agreement. By the way, you haven't yet revealed how you managed to summon this fellow. I utilized the extraordinary traits left behind by Rosago. Klein finally recalled his original intention. The Master of Secrets? Alice inquired with curiosity. Indeed, it seems to be connected to the extraordinary abilities of the Master of Secrets, Klein elucidated. Fascinating, Alice mused. It sounds as though this place was crafted for diviners. Klein's smile faded. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, beams of light surged within the palace, reminiscent of a giant's abode, where figures appeared upon the seats of justice, the hangman, the wheel of fortune, the sun, and the world. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Audrey was about to greet each member of the Tarot Society when her gaze suddenly fell upon the figure seated at the end. It was a stranger cloaked in a hooded black robe, equally ethereal and indistinct. It was indeed Mr. World, whom Alice had previously manipulated. Who is this? Audrey asked Klein with a hint of confusion, as she also recalled her 2 forgotten friends, Furs and Hugh. This is the new member, Mr. World. Klein leaned back against his chair and stated, Good afternoon, Mr. World. Audrey greeted calmly, scrutinizing the automaton world. Greetings. Klein commanded the automaton world to respond. Alice cast a curious glance around. Little Sun was somewhat intrigued by the new member, yet lacking knowledge of realms beyond Silver City. He was unable to glean much information merely through observation. Miss Justice's audience. No, she is now a mind reader. Her path of sequence should have enhanced her observational skills. Surely she has perceived quite a bit. I wonder if she can deduce that the world is, in fact, an automaton. As for Mr. Hangman's expression, well, there was no change. However, the sequence name of the Storm Church sounded intriguing. Oh dear, he looked at me. Alice hastily averted her gaze upon being noticed by Alger, simultaneously suppressing her impolite thoughts. After everyone had greeted World and received his rather indifferent response, Audrey raised her hand and, upon receiving a nod from Klein, spoke. Mr. Fool, I have discovered 2 ladies suitable for our Tarot Society. Both are extraordinary individuals with their own circles and resources in Beckland, and they possess sufficient discretion and commendable character. Would you permit them to join our gathering? Sitting at the head, Klein swiftly made his decision. This was not a difficult dilemma. He still had available slots for recruitment, and having resolved his major crisis and found the next sequence formula, his next endeavor was to seek out Lanris in Beckland. Clearly, this required more extraordinary individuals. Most importantly, Alice's presence assured Klein that he could recruit those who had merely uttered his esteemed name. Klein replied calmly, "This will necessitate a certain evaluation, Miss Justice. You shall discreetly inform them of my name without exposing your identity and pique their interest. I will assign you a simple task. You shall commission them in your name, as this forms part of the assessment." "Very well, please issue the task," Audrey affirmed. Klein extended his right hand, pressing it onto the table, manifesting a drawing depicting the appearance and attire of Lamris. "Inquire about the individual portrayed in this image. He resides in Beckland." Klein made the portrait flash before Audrey's eyes. Alice, who could not see the image, looked at Audrey with a pitiful expression. "I shall commission them." Audrey noticed Alice's gaze and hesitated before asking, Miss Fate, do you have something to say?" Alice believed Audrey could not possibly be unaware of her intentions, yet she could not proceed any further. The automaton-controlled fool cleared his throat twice. He had become a troublesome little number. Alice muttered internally, "No, I have nothing." The thought of her knowing World crossed the minds of both Audrey and Alger, and they swiftly understood why Alice had been surveying others rather than World during his appearance. At that moment, World surveyed the room and rasped. "Mr. Fool informed me that I could issue tasks and gather materials here, correct?" "Indeed," Audrey elegantly nodded. "But you must exercise patience. The forthcoming moments belong to Mr. Fool for his reading time." This little interlude was thus brushed aside, and Mr. Fool turned his gaze toward Alger, who promptly collected his thoughts and respectfully bowed, saying, "This time it is still 6 pages. I shall provide the last page next time." "Very well," Klein nodded slightly. Consequently, Alger hastily gathered his mental faculties, recalled the contents, and articulated the diary, witnessing them vanish and reappear in Klein's hands. After reading the diary, Klein tapped the table and declared, "Miss Justice, you have performed admirably, resolving Beckland in less than a week. As agreed, what kind of reward do you desire?" Alger's expression momentarily revealed astonishment, seemingly shocked by the swiftness of this matter's resolution. However, he quickly reined in his emotions. Respectfully addressing Klein, who was shrouded in mist, "I apologize. I just contacted the personnel and was unable to assist." Alice began to contemplate whether her earlier refusal had been too abrupt. Well, it was fine, for the hanged man had already imagined that far. Klein chuckled softly. "This is a commission, not assistance. There is no need to dwell on it." He then turned his attention to Audrey, awaiting her request for a reward. "No, I should still owe you, no. I owe your follower a reward." Audrey deliberated for a few seconds before stating. Alice shot a glance at Audrey, mildly surprised by her honesty. "The total bounty for Zeilinger in the Tempest amounts to 30,000 pounds. I ought to allocate 15,000 pounds to your follower, of which 10,000 pounds was spent on the assassination of Beckland. I will also need to pay an additional 5,000 pounds. However, due to the circumstances surrounding Beckland, my recent financial situation is rather precarious, and this remuneration will need to be deferred for a few months. Mr. Fool, is that acceptable?" After speaking, Audrey quietly exhaled, feeling as though a small stone pressing upon her heart had finally been lifted. It turns out that there is indeed a bounty on Kylanges. Alice, momentarily taken aback, realized a method of earning money that existed in her past world, yet remained uncharted for her: the existence of bounties on wanted criminals. However, Alice surmised that Klein must be suffering greatly. It was evident that the non-existent benefactor was none other than that Mr. Ask. This implies that this sum of money would likely only pass through Klein's hands. Yet one must ponder, would 008 truly take note of their emergence from the graveyard? No, it likely would not, as Insangweir had already arrived in Beakland by that time, and the influence of 008 was certainly not that extensive. Thus, as long as they refrained from contacting Mr. Ask, they were temporarily beyond the gaze of 008. But how significant an impact could 008 have on her? Recalling the serendipitous encounter with the Mercury Serpent, Alice harbored doubts regarding the potential influence of 008 upon her. Coincidentally, Mr. Fool, who recognized the drawbacks of 008 just as Alice did, had long decided to use this bounty to enhance himself. Once he resolved the issue with 008, his strength would be amplified, rendering the repayment far more manageable. At that moment, the world coughed softly, inquiring, "May I speak now?" Observing Mr. Fool's demeanor, Audrey promptly answered on his behalf, affirming that it was indeed permissible. What a performer he is! He might truly belong in the circus. Alice reflected on this observation. The world, with a hoarse voice, interrupted Alice's reverie. "I seek the genuine roots of the mist Trant. At least 60 milliliters of its corresponding sap, as well as the medullary crystal of the elven spring and the complete spinal fluid of the cursed panther. Who among you can provide these, or possess relevant clues? What would you desire in exchange? Ah, he intends to act as a procurer. Upon hearing the familiar names of the materials, Alice uncovered the truth. Before Audrey and Algie could react, the previously silent Derek spoke. I know where to find a Miss Trant and can assist you in acquiring the materials. However, I must first complete my promotion, gaining sufficient strength to join the relevant patrol squad. Truly, Silver City is rife with monsters, and the Little Sun sounds rather formidable. Yet, it is no surprise. I suspect they lack extraordinary beings linked to the path of destiny. The world's raspy voice resounded once more. What do you wish to receive in return? Could he not choose a different voice? Derek answered without hesitation. A weapon suitable for me that enhances my combat abilities. Instantly, Alice recalled the runic steel sword, and she guessed Klein must have also remembered it. Ah, why didn't he mention it sooner? Such thoughts simultaneously sprang to their minds. The world, maintaining a composed demeanor, responded, I shall promptly seek a weapon that meets your specifications. Will this transaction be witnessed by Mr. Fool? Klein's original form slightly nodded in agreement. He truly knows how to perform. Alice marveled at the scene unfolding before her. At that moment, Audrey glanced at Derek, offering a reminder. Aside from the sap of the Miss Trant, all the materials requested by Mr. World correspond to extraordinary materials of Sequence 7, with an approximate value ranging from 500 to 700 pounds. The potion formula for Sequence 7 hovers around 800 pounds. Algie added, I'm unsure how he translates the term pound, but now that I know Little Sun speaks the language of giants, their ability to converse relies entirely on Mr. Fool's simultaneous translation. Alice mused silently. I understand, Derek nodded slightly, then quietly added, thank you. The false man world maintained its somber aesthetic, refraining from commenting on the recent events, instead turning towards Audrey and Algie, ensuring Alice was not overlooked. Audrey pondered for a few seconds. The potion formula for psychologists, along with the corresponding extraordinary materials. This pertains to Sequence 7 of the audience path. You may begin gathering information. There's no need to rush into purchasing. Once I have leads on the Cursed Panther and the medullary crystal of the Elven Spring, we can act. If you're willing to exchange for gold pounds, you may purchase at any time. Miss Justice is indeed wealthy. Reflecting on the bounty of 15,000 pounds, Alice couldn't help but exclaim. The hangman Algie contemplated. The potion formula for wind benefactors of Sequence 6 in the Sailor Path is more expensive than the extraordinary materials you require combined. Should you manage to find it, consider what additional compensation you would offer. I cannot guarantee I can collect those materials, even one. You need not expend resources in advance for this. He doesn't intend to procure advancement materials from a church? He doesn't want the church to discover that he has learned the art of disguise. Alice quickly discerned Algie's intention and exchanged a meaningful glance with him before addressing the false man world. I should make every effort to assist you in gathering materials during my free time. Algie regarded Alice with a contemplative gaze. Very well, the world replied in a low tone, then continued, I have another commission. I wish to obtain information on all the fallen nobility of the ruined kingdom, including their current residences, detailed as possible. This sounds like Miss Justice's area of expertise. But what could he possibly need this for? Is he conducting an investigation? Audrey momentarily paused, reevaluating the members seated at the bronze table as edge, tentatively asking, what do you intend to do? The world chuckled hoarsely. You need not worry. I am merely searching for something and will not cause them harm. I can swear to that with Mr. Fool as my witness. Isn't that still merely saying whatever he wishes? Reflecting back, the Harbinger's intentions were not overtly clear, while the jester and the magician exuded performance-like qualities. The capabilities of the Faceless One and the Master of Secrets remain uncertain. Yet they too seem imbued with an element of performance. If indeed the subsequent path leads to a ringmaster of the circus, even if it does not, this path sounds as though it were born for the stage, and a performance necessitates an audience. Yet, the very ability to perform inherently restrains the observational capacity of the audience. It indeed sounds like a path filled with love and strife. Audrey's voice interrupted Alice's musings. I possess some knowledge regarding the fallen nobility, though it is insufficiently detailed, specific, and comprehensive. I will require some time to refine it. Approximately 3 to 4 days. Will that suffice? Not an issue, the world replied with a low chuckle. What compensation do you desire? I can immediately provide some hidden histories of the fourth epoch, knowledge regarding certain extraordinary paths, and several formulas. However, to be frank, I do not believe the matters concerning the fallen nobility equate to the value of Sequence 8 or Sequence 7 potion formulas. Should you propose other requests, I will endeavor to fulfill them. I seek knowledge regarding certain extraordinary paths, but only on the condition that I am unaware of them. Audrey responded after a moment of contemplation. Esteemed Mr. Fool, may you adjudicate? Certainly, Klein replied flatly. Then let us converse privately. Audrey directed her gaze toward the world. This is, Klein lightly tapped the table twice, and Audrey along with the world were drawn into a discussion group. Within the discussion group, Klein nodded downwards, signifying that they were now in a state of private discourse. The world gazed at Audrey and, in its characteristic hoarse voice, inquired, "What do you know about the witch sect?" Audrey recalled the substantial sum she had spent on acquiring information and responded cautiously. "I am aware of their beliefs, their origins, the extraordinary paths they master, and the inclinations of their hierarchy. I also know the names and effects of their potions up to Sequence 7. The world chuckled darkly, remarking, "It appears you're already familiar with the effects of the witch's potions." Indeed, Audrey paused, for she had once harbored a fascination for witches, unaware of the existence of the pleasure witch or the nefarious principles of masquerade that govern them. However, there was no need to divulge this to the world. "If that is what you wish to convey, I'm already aware." The world continued. "A potion that can transform men into women and enhance the allure of women sounds like an enticing elixir for the fair sex, does it not?" The world did not seem displeased. Rather, it laughed. "What do you intend to say?" A foreboding sensation suddenly washed over Audrey. The corresponding Sequence 6 for witches is pleasure, also known as the pleasure witch, whose role is to bring delight to both men and women, primarily in that regard, thereby exerting control or influence over them. This sequence of witches is particularly skilled in the use of peculiar silks. The world revealed the name of the next sequence. Audrey's lovely mouth fell open momentarily before she tightly shut it again, filled with regret for ever having entertained a yearning for this path. Furthermore, witches transformed from men must maintain their identity as males throughout the masquerade, lest they be influenced by the lingering psychic imprint of the potion. The world added, "The twisted psychology of the witch sex hierarchy leads them to particularly enjoy capturing or enticing men to consume their potions. I suspect this is partly because the original witch was once a man." Audrey took a deep breath, suddenly understanding why the witch sect could be deemed a cult. Indeed, this aligns with the masquerade's principle of spreading calamity, disease, and suffering, the world continued. Spreading calamity, disease, and suffering, Audrey shivered, eager to prevent the world from uttering anything more sensational. She quickly addressed it. "Thank you for your information. I am quite satisfied with this reward. Shall I provide you with the materials you require at our next gathering?" The world pondered, could it be done swiftly? "Then I shall present them to Mr. Fool upon completion of my collection. May he bestow them upon you, Mr. Fool, if that is acceptable?" Audrey inquired, tilting her head. Klein, shrouded in the dense mist, nodded in agreement. Thus, this mutually satisfactory exchange was concluded. As Audrey rejoined the others, an innate warmth enveloped her. She turned to Alice, who had initially informed her that the witch's potion could lead to transformation, and asked, "Miss Destiny, I have a question for you." Observing Alice, Audrey sensed she might have pondered similar inquiries. "What question?" Alice asked curiously. Audrey organized her thoughts. If, and I emphasize if, an animal were to consume the witch's potion without dying or losing control, would its increased allure refer to its transformation into a human, or to an enhancement of its own species' attractiveness? For instance, a female cat that drives all tomcats and their owners into a frenzy? Alice opened her mouth, uncontrollably conjuring images of creatures with cat ears and tails in her mind. She struggled to suppress those images, then questioned Audrey. "Did he share with you knowledge of the witch's path?" Audrey responded with a complex expression. After a moment of silence, Alice ultimately decided against polluting Audrey's thoughts with such notions, replying, "I have not attempted anything of the sort, so I cannot say for certain." At that moment, the world spoke again. "I have one more question." The attention of the group was once more drawn to the world. Once everyone exhibited attentive postures, the world stated, "I wish to know if the Soren family of Intis still has high sequence powers." Alice pondered the purpose behind this inquiry. Meanwhile, Klein, concealed in the fog, lightly tapped the table and said, "I shall answer this question. What compensation can you provide?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the world chimed in. "A formula. A Sequence 7 formula." Agreed. Klein's entity consented to the transaction, subsequently obscuring the others from view. Is this how it works? Alice marveled at the self-directed drama, suddenly perceiving that Klein would undoubtedly be a crowd favorite at a circus. As the mist dissipated, Alice observed the latter half of this theatrical performance with a complex expression. The world bowed and rasped. Esteemed Mr. Fool, thank you for your elucidation. It has been immensely helpful. This is an equitable exchange. No need for gratitude. Klein replied in a dispassionate tone. Once the world ceased its inquiries, Alger turned to Alice, asking, Miss Destiny, are you able to travel to Byam? I recall our agreed meeting place is at Pliz Harbor. Alice raised an eyebrow. It seems you may not be able to make it. Have you not yet resolved matters in Beakland? Je probed. Alice paused, refraining from answering his question, and countered, when will this take place? Next Thursday. I will convey the meeting's code at the next tarot session. Of course, I would not mind if you wish to decide instead. How does that sound? Alger provided a precise time frame. Very well. Alice nodded. After a brief exchange of a few more minutes, Klein declared the conclusion of this tarot meeting. Alice began to read Roselle's diary. February 9th, I have welcomed my third child, whom I have named Benova. The thought crossed Alice's mind that Emperor Roselle had indeed adapted well to this world, before she continued reading. My eldest daughter, Bernardette, is fortunate at the time. Both her mother and I were merely low-sequence, extraordinary beings, and she was free to choose her own path. My eldest son, Charles, is the most unfortunate. He inherited very few extraordinary traits and must tread the path I walked. Perhaps he can effect change at sequence 4, but achieving high sequence is never an easy feat. Alice stared at these two passages, recalling a remark that had long troubled her. A natural-born monster. As if by fate, I have ultimately become the monster, she thought. Shaking her head, she dismissed the notion and continued reading. My second son, Benova, lies between Bernardette and Charles. I have bestowed upon him attributes equivalent to a sequence 5 extraordinary being, alleviating my burdens, allowing for quicker digestion of potions and swifter advancement. And he, though newly born, already exhibits various unique astrological talents. Charlotte secretly came to congratulate me, praising Benova as a lovely angel. When I inquired of the divination master regarding Benova's future achievements, he merely smiled and offered no response. Alice gazed at the charming angel, lost in contemplation. With her experience in divination, she instinctively interpreted the ambiguous words of Charlemagne through the lens of her divinatory practices. Thus, did that Benova ultimately ascend to angelhood? No, it is not merely that simple. At this moment, Alice remained oblivious to the intricate relationship between divinity and humanity. Doubt. I inquired once more about Charles's future, and at last he spoke, revealing that death is the inevitable conclusion. Yet perhaps this is for the best. Was he ultimately tainted? Truly, the words of the diviner are forever shrouded in ambiguity, provoking a desire to pry the truth from his lips. Alice secretly rejoiced that the great Roselle was no longer among them. In the end, I questioned him about Bernadette's future, and he suddenly grew grave, declaring that she would come to loathe me, detest me, and betray me, becoming a prominent figure in the mysterious realm. It sounded akin to a melodrama. However, a notable figure in the mysterious world? There are times when it is best not to inquire about the outcomes of divination. It was hard to believe that my beloved, kind-hearted Bernadette, who cherished her younger brother, idolized her father, and empathized with her mother, would come to despise and betray me. What could have caused such a rift? Had I committed some grievous act? Perhaps she had developed affections for someone I disapproved of, leading to the demise of that wretched boy. Or perhaps she had learned Chinese. No, Charlemagne is not a prophet. The divinatory results could indeed be erroneous. Forget this matter, Roselle. The Great One was quite adept at self-comfort. As Alice scoffed, she flipped through several pages, arriving at the final one. January 1st, the commencement of a new year, coinciding with the completion of my first profane card. I shall conceal the ultimate secrets of the 22 divine paths within these various profane cards, scattering them across diverse locations. Should my endeavors falter, this will be my children's greatest support. I shall dismantle the order you seek and disseminate the mysteries of the divine. These profane cards will possess the properties of counter-divination and anti-prophecy, with the exception of the portions reserved for my children. Those fortunate enough to possess them shall benefit. I am a person who avenges grievances and repays enmity. After my death, let the deluge come. Well, that phrase is not of my own invention. In any case, the more chaotic the landscape of the mysterious world, the better. I must ponder how to name the forthcoming complete set of profane cards. There are 22 divine paths. And the major arcana of the tarot also consists of 22 cards, perfectly corresponding. However, some names do not meet the criteria, and I must make certain alterations to align with the original potion names. That ancient organization is my final and greatest reliance. I wonder if they will support me, and in what manner. I still vividly recall the shock of my first encounter with the profane tablets. It turns out that the extraordinary paths are indeed divine paths, and the profane tablets truly blaspheme the divine. Above each path sequence 1 lies a sequence 0, along with corresponding potion, formulas, and rituals. Each path can only have one sequence 0, and the sequence 0 is where the true deity resides. For instance, sequence 0, the sun, sequence 0. Above sequence 1, there exists sequence 0, where sequence 0 equates to the true God. Am I to be the potion material that facilitates his ascension to sequence 0? But what should the potion material for sequence 0 be? Is it some mythical creature, or the divine being itself? Alice stared blankly at the final page of the diary, the information overwhelming her, a myriad of thoughts and conjectures racing through her mind. The fleeting association was quickly suppressed, yet she could not help but recall that air of arrogance and disdain she could not trace back to its origins. In that moment, a wave of terror enveloped her. Am I truly human? Alice whispered, as if speaking to herself or perhaps addressing a non-existent entity. Even though Alice remained skeptical about whether she was truly Juan, she had never entertained the notion that she might not be human. How could she possibly not be human? It was utterly impossible. She was undeniably a person, possessing human thoughts and a human body. Yes, a human body. Alice lowered her gaze to her hands, and after a moment, approached the mirror to behold her reflection. It was the visage she recognized, first striking her as astonishingly bright, a radiance not typically found upon a waif. The dazzling golden hair and clear blue eyes, along with features that evoked an inexplicable familiarity. Of course, there was also the essence of humanity embodied in her limbs, this body evidently belonging to a human. Gazing into the mirror, Alice felt a sense of calm wash over her. She pinched her arm fiercely, the pain contorting her expression, and that vivid display of emotion combined with real discomfort solidified her sense of identity. Releasing her grip, she ceased tormenting her arm, though it bore the marks of her actions, visible swelling that, judging by the recovery pace of an ordinary person, would likely turn dark with bruising in due course. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted Alice's thoughts. She hastily donned the necklace she had named Matilda, adjusted her appearance, and proceeded to answer the door. Standing outside was a girl whose features bore a hint of familiarity, yet whom Alice did not recognize. The girl blinked in confusion and inquired, "Hello? May I ask who you are?" "I am Evelyn Greenland." The girl introduced herself with a blink. "My mother mentioned that a girl my age has moved in next door, so I thought I would drop by. I hope it doesn't seem too abrupt." "No, of course not. Please, come in," Alice replied, feeling a little more at ease with the arrival of a peer. Yes, indeed, she must be human. Reinforcing her conviction, she decided to invite the girl inside. "Would you like something to drink?" "Actually, I prefer juice," Evelyn said. "Coincidentally, I also favor juice," Alice responded. They exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. And in that moment, Alice realized that from now on, they could be considered friends. "See, I am undeniably human. If I were not, how could I comprehend the essence of friendship?" Persuading herself once more, Alice offered Evelyn an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, but it seems I don't have anything to serve you, nor was I prepared." "It's all right. I suppose my visit was a bit unexpected," Evelyn conceded, taking the blame upon herself. "But since there is nothing here to entertain us, would you like to go out for a stroll?" "Yes, indeed. Being among the crowd will ease my spirits considerably," Alice replied with a smile, agreeing to Evelyn's proposal. Travel through time? Alice mused, reveling in the delightful prospect of ice cream, as Evelyn cheerfully recounted her life. "Unfortunately, my mother never approves of me indulging too much. Hey, Aunt Jenny, could you sprinkle some extra nuts on top for me?" "Indeed, little Evelyn," Aunt Jenny remarked, her demeanor warm and familiar towards Evelyn. With a smile gracing her lips, she continued her task without missing a beat, engaging in light conversation. "Is this your new friend?" "Her name is Brielle. She just moved in next door," Evelyn introduced. "Ah, I see." Aunt Jenny nodded, handing the freshly made ice cream to Alice and Evelyn, cautioning them, "Here, your ice cream. Make sure to return home promptly after you finish. You two young ladies mustn't linger outside too late. The recent happenings in Bakerland are quite unsettling." "Thank you, Aunt Jenny," Evelyn accepted the ice cream. We've been out for a while. We'll head back soon. Thank you, Alice echoed as she received her portion. Her curiosity piqued. What has been occurring in Bakerland lately? Isn't there a serial killer targeting women still at large? Aunt Jenny sighed, a note of concern in her voice. Those police officers, humph. A serial killer? Alice was taken aback, quickly recalling the incident Aunt Jenny referred to. Although the police in Rune were far from the efficient protectors she had envisioned, and often proved ineffectual, this case bore the unmistakable marks of demonic worship. Alice suspected it had long been handed over to the extraordinary. Yet, why, with their means of divination and spirit communication, had the extraordinary not apprehended the culprit by now? No, that couldn't be right. It must pertain to some ritualistic requirement. If the demon in question did not possess the means to thwart such practices, it would hardly have the audacity to conduct a ritual in Bakerland. What could be the purpose of this ritual? Alice glanced towards Evelyn, who was tugging her along, and silently prayed, "May the denizens of Tingen not become collateral damage. May you in Bakerland, and perhaps the friends I might encounter in the future, remain unscathed. I wish not to witness the demise of those dear to me again. If there must be a price, let it be I who pays it." That night, Alice encountered Klein. She had anticipated his visit ever since she stepped outside. After reading her diary, she was thrown into disarray by the astonishing truths it revealed, even questioning her own humanity. The timely arrival of Evelyn felt like a lifeline, and she had seized it without a second thought. However, as her composure gradually returned, she realized that Klein was likely waiting for her. After all, he could not have overlooked the possibility of her reliance on him to ascend to Sequence Zero, despite their mutual lack of methods or clues. Alice, Klein hesitated, looking at her with concern. "Are you all right? I intended to seek you out after regaining my faculties, but I noticed you were out." "I know," Alice sighed, aware that Klein must have tried to find her. In their similar predicaments, they were, in a sense, natural allies. "I was preoccupied with various thoughts. My mind feels chaotic." Klein observed her in silence for a moment before suddenly breaking into an exaggerated grin. "At least you now know your fate. You can choose how you wish to die, can't you?" Alice stared at Klein, perplexed, recalling the Justice Miss who had become unhinged after her communication with the world. She suddenly realized that she might have inadvertently led Klein astray. "Damn it," Alice muttered inwardly. Then, with an impassive expression, addressed Klein. "I suddenly feel that conversing amidst the fog is not a wise idea." "Why is that?" Klein inquired, puzzled. "Because I cannot strike you," Alice replied coldly and surely. "You don't believe I could die simply by taking my own life, do you?" Klein, having just clawed his way back from the grave, retorted, "Perhaps if one were to attempt suicide multiple times, it might suffice. I can distinctly sense the differences in my two revivals. The second was considerably more arduous." "Is that so?" Alice shot him a glance. "How unfortunate. I found no discernible difference in my awakenings. In fact, the second felt even smoother." Klein fell silent. Leaning back in her chair, Alice voiced her speculation. "Perhaps I am the alchemical component for his ascent to Sequence Zero." "The alchemical component for Sequence Zero?" Klein's gaze turned anxious as he regarded Alice. "Blasphemous tablets, or perhaps blasphemous cards." Alice lowered her lashes, speaking softly. "If one cannot uncover the path of destiny, perhaps examining alternative avenues may yield similarities, such as powerful mythical beings or deities themselves." Alice did not continue, for there were only so many possibilities, and what she could conceive, Klein undoubtedly could as well. Klein looked at Alice, at a loss for words, for the vibrant entity before him made such possibilities seem unfathomable. After several seconds of scrutinizing Klein's hesitant expression, Alice suddenly broke into a smile. "Do you think there might be a mythical creature that lacks a fixed form, reincarnating repeatedly within human consciousness, believing itself to be a time traveler from another world?" Before Alice could finish her musings, Klein decisively severed her connection to the fog. Upon returning to the realm of reality, Alice paused, reflecting on Klein's final expression, and found her spirits lifted significantly. Though she knew she had merely been rambling, Klein could not help but ponder deeply within the fog after they parted ways. What if such a mythical being truly exists, born within another's consciousness, eventually usurping the host's awareness and living in its stead, convinced it is a traveler from another realm? No, that cannot be right. If that were the case, how does one explain the space above this fog? Oh, perhaps it revives here, reincarnating each time from this very spot, akin to a womb or ovary. Alice might have also originated from a similar place. Are they two subspecies of certain mythical being? No, calm down. Do not think further. No more thoughts. To quell those terrifying notions, Klein plummeted from the fog and focused on meditation. The following day, we shall not dwell on how Klein emerged with dark circles under his eyes. Instead, let us return to Alice. Having completed her daily task of startling Klein, she fell into a contented slumber. In an effort to alleviate the fright she had experienced, Alice spent the next 2 days playing with Evelyn and indulging in idleness. Indeed, she had even neglected her writing deadlines. Bakerland was hardly an engaging city, and the northern district, dominated by St. Samuel's Church, was as tranquil as a still pond. Though merely temporary, Alice genuinely enjoyed a remarkably peaceful existence for 2 days. On Wednesday night, Alice stepped into the back alley of the Bravers Bar, the very house from her memories. Once again, she arrived among the early attendees, leaning against a discreet corner, observing each individual as they entered, including the deliberately disguised Klein. Alice observed Klein's departure from his usual demeanor as he confidently perched himself upon a high stool, contemplating the performance he was about to deliver. At precisely 8 o'clock, the venerable Mr. Eye of Wisdom glanced at the clock on the wall, his aged voice breaking the silence. The time has come. Let us commence, without awaiting tardy companions. No sooner had he spoken than Klein, adopting a husky tone, declared, I am offering potion recipes for sale. In an instant, Alice grasped Klein's intent. A newly ascended extraordinary being casually presenting several potion recipes that did not belong to him would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Clearly, Klein intended to legitimize the extraordinary identity of the detective Sherlock Moriarty. Admittedly, I had previously overlooked this matter, Alice mused, reflecting briefly on the origins of her own extraordinary abilities, before deciding to take things one step at a time. After all, such endeavors were not her forte. Klein proceeded to announce the names and prices of 2 potions. The Sequence 9 Venerator from the Eternal Sun Church, priced at $220, and the Sequence 8 Lightbearer at $450. The memory of the heroic deeds associated with the Eternal Sun weighed heavily on Alice's mind, causing her to bow her head in silence. Selling potion recipes here seemed ill-advised, as the dimly lit room fell into a hushed stillness, the air around them thick with unspoken tension. After an indeterminate period of silence, the portly apothecary finally spoke. In fact, I could consider purchasing them. I could take on an apprentice, providing him with these 2 recipes to specifically solicit blessings for my herbs. Perfect. Luxurious. Alice could not help but recall Miss Justice's mention of the witch cat, and if memory served, Miss Justice also had a dog from the audience pathway. By the way, which animal would be best suited to the sun pathway? Could I know? What am I thinking? Alice snapped her thoughts back to their rightful course, such as seeking out the portly apothecary's stronghold within the city. Alice harbored 2 theories regarding the hidden mercury serpent's awareness of her presence. Either she had been targeted from the moment she ingested that extraordinary trait of the fortunate, or the apothecary had not fled, but rather facilitated her contact with the school of life. However, she could not truly approach the mercury serpent for clarification. That would be tantamount to placing food directly into another's mouth. Despite her profound skepticism about their encounter being a mere coincidence, she was certain they would cross paths again. With only 2 individuals involved in this affair, and unable to inquire of the mercury serpent, her only recourse was to seek out the unfortunate apothecary. Yet, raising such questions at a gathering like this was clearly impractical. Alice needed to discover the apothecary's offline address. She had learned not to place her hopes on happenstance. The apothecary's words shattered the room's brief stillness as a figure in the corner, cloaked with a hood drawn low, sharply interjected. Perhaps I could provide for my child, at least better than my own sequence. Alice's curiosity piqued. What sequence could possibly be worse than being labeled a pariah? Had he not considered allowing his child to be an ordinary person instead? Sequence 9, 200. Sequence 8, 400. If you agree, the deal is struck. The figure began to haggle. This proposition was reasonable and aligned with Klein's expectations. After confirming no one else intended to raise the stakes, Klein pondered for a moment before stipulating an additional condition. You may not sell these 2 recipes at this gathering, but elsewhere, you are free to do as you please. The man retorted sharply, Very well, let Mr. Eye of Wisdom be the witness. Alice straightened her posture, her gaze fixed upon Mr. Eye of Wisdom, who had previously revealed either his extraordinary ability as an appraiser or possession of appraisal items, something that had long piqued her curiosity. Klein, maintaining a calm demeanor, unfurled his robe, retrieving 2 pre-written potion recipes to hand to the nearby attendant. The attendant approached the solitary sofa at the center, delivering the neatly stacked papers to Mr. Eye of Wisdom. Under Alice's unwavering gaze, the elderly gentleman unfolded the documents, barely glancing at them before placing them upon a small round table beside him. He then withdrew a handkerchief to wipe his right palm, producing an ornate ring embedded with numerous tiny diamonds from his pocket. An extraordinary item? Alice speculated, scrutinizing the ring. Its intricate design was exquisite, featuring a gem as green as an eye at its center. Even a fleeting glance at it sent a rush of knowledge into her mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. Images flickered in her mind, memories of Juan. Alice focused intently, recalling Juan sitting in a spacious, well-lit room, facing a blackboard, a multimedia projector, and a large clock. This must be a classroom. Juan was surrounded by many others, clad in oversized uniforms Alice recognized, their figures hazy. As Juan bowed her head, Alice realized she was holding a pen, with a test paper before her, multiple choice questions completed. Yet the first page of the essay was scribbled haphazardly, and the second page remained untouched. Why was there a second page? Because Juan had peeled back the answer sheet, revealing the math exam beneath. Alice could not help but ponder what had triggered her memory. Was it a loathing for learning? The vision dissolved, and the ring now adorned Mr. Eye of Wisdom's middle finger, his eyes closed as if in deep contemplation. Suddenly, the green gem burst forth with a brilliant golden light, radiant as sunshine. With remarkable swiftness, Mr. Eye of Wisdom extended his right hand, allowing the gem to touch the potion recipes Klein had inscribed. The golden radiance intensified, ultimately transforming into a stamp-like projection. Authentic, effective, Mr. Eye of Wisdom declared solemnly, promptly removing the ring, daring not to wear a moment longer. Alice could not suppress her curiosity regarding the ring's negative effects. However, it seemed this was not an appraiser's item, but rather a notarized object of the Sun Pathway. If it belonged to the Sun Pathway, Alice recalled the inventory of sealed items within the church. Negative effects associated with extraordinary items from the Sun Pathway were notably uniform, all aimed at transforming the user into a fervent zealot of the eternal sun. It sounded rather like a pyramid scheme. Alice silently scoffed. Nonetheless, Mr. Eye of Wisdom appeared to possess numerous extraordinary items. She glanced at the elderly gentleman, resembling a living treasure, as her thoughts drifted elsewhere. Following Mr. Eye of Wisdom's notarization, the transaction proceeded smoothly. After Klein meticulously counted the money 3 times, Alice felt she had gained a new understanding of him. At that moment, the rotund apothecary glanced around and remarked, "I have brought several sedatives." He called out several times, seemingly awaiting a response from someone, and upon confirming that no one replied, he muttered, "Did that fellow not come this time? Perhaps he has met his demise somewhere." He awaited someone. Who could it be? Alice reminisced about the individuals who left a lasting impression on her during the gathering, and she discovered that the Detective Moriarty, who ostensibly acquired extraordinary abilities through the remnants of listeners, was surprisingly the most suspicious of them all. The rotund apothecary, unsurprisingly, continued his quest to purchase the essence crystal from the Spring of Elves, only to receive no response, as anticipated. When he finally ceased his incessant chatter, the lady suspected of collaborating with artisans spoke up. "I possess 2 weapons with extraordinary effects. Both are designed for portability. One is the Whip of Sluggishness, which emulates a certain magical artifact, capable of continuously fabricating invisible bindings that gradually impede your adversary's movements, making them increasingly lethargic as the battle persists. It can be utilized for 2 years, priced at £450, or the formula for the Barbarian's Potion." She still had not procured the Barbarian's Potion formula, and Alice instinctively glanced at the plump apothecary, who had been seeking the primary materials for an indeterminate length of time, realizing that this might indeed be the norm for wild, extraordinary individuals. Even among official extraordinary beings, who could exchange contributions for potion formulas and materials, the pace of accumulating contributions was typically rather slow. In fact, even the oft-criticized Emperor Roselle could be considered a protagonist of his era in a certain sense. Their advancements were too rapid and too smooth. Suddenly, Alice recalled the words she had used to startle Klein a couple of days ago, regarding the mythical being that fancied itself a transcended traveler. She certainly did not believe it to be true, but could there be many such travelers in this world? If so, were they truly transcending? For Alice, who had already questioned her very humanity, the inquiry into the truth of transcendence barely stirred her emotions. If one were to insist, it could be said that the multitude of recent shocks had left her somewhat numb. Focusing her attention back on the gathering, Alice heard Klein inquire, "Can this invisible binding affect ethereal beings?" For instance, vengeful spirits? The lady slowly shook her head now, without waiting for further questions. She continued her introduction. The second weapon is called the Axe of the Tempest. It enhances the user's movement frequency and running speed, with a 15 chance to induce a certain paralysis effect on enemies, and a 5 chance to conjure a lightning bolt. If utilized during a thunderstorm, the probability of lightning appearing can rise to as high as 50. This has been experimentally validated, derived from extensive data. The effect of this weapon lasts no more than 1 year, priced at £520 or the Barbarian's Potion Formula. Apportables? Alice inquired with confusion. Before the lady could respond, the rotund apothecary began to grumble. An axe that's easy to carry? I feel I've heard a jest. I believe a wrench would be more fitting. Why not sell some handguns with extraordinary effects? I shall endeavor to gather such items. The lady emphasized the word gather. This explanation was laden with a sense of obfuscation, and even Alice suspected that she had an artisan supporting her. Evidently, no one would take her words at face value. All right, friends who wish to purchase either of these two weapons, please place your bids. She curtailed their discussion. A man at the edge of the long sofa immediately started bidding upon hearing her words. £520. £530. Klein added £10 from the back. Was he intending to buy it for little son? The weather in Silver City did indeed seem well suited for that axe. £550. The man raised his bid once again. £560. Klein calmly added another £10. Alice realized this might be a bidding tactic, creating psychological pressure. However, she turned to glance at the man beside the long sofa, contemplating whether he had noticed Klein counting the £600 in cash 3 times. If he had, the effectiveness of this pressure was questionable. Fortunately, the man, whether due to insufficient funds or having been duped, fell silent for a moment after Klein announced his latest bid, then shrugged and said, "All right, it's yours. Any friends wish to bid on the Axe of the Tempest?" The lady, her face entirely shrouded in shadow, inquired once more, and the living room fell silent. "Sold." The lady, without hesitation, retrieved the box beside her right foot and handed it to the approaching attendant. The attendant, as per routine, took the box to Mr. Eye of Wisdom for appraisal before passing it to Klein. Klein examined the item while Alice continued to listen to the proceedings of the auction. Apart from the transactions of various materials and extraordinary items, Alice noted that the mysterious wealth accessory still remained unsold. The seller stubbornly refrained from lowering the price. Indeed, if he did so here, even a fool would recognize that his time was running short. Alice cast a sympathetic glance at the nameless seller. As the event neared its conclusion, a man quietly seated in a corner spoke in a low voice. "I wish to sell a potion formula. Undertaker, £230. "Oh, a church potion formula?" Alice scrutinized the man, but regrettably, the hood and mask concealed all discernible features. However, it was not unusual for a Sequence 9 formula to be circulating. Alice shook her head and turned her attention away. The potion formula was swiftly sold, followed by several more transactions. After another 10 minutes had elapsed, Klein asked, "Who possesses the complete spinal fluid of the striped Black Panther?" The room fell silent. No one spoke up, so Klein added, "I will offer a reward that no extraordinary being could refuse." This statement successfully captured Alice's attention. She understood precisely what Klein meant by reward, and upon realizing the challenges faced by wild, extraordinary individuals in their ascension, Alice suddenly arrived at another conjecture regarding the church's secrecy surrounding this knowledge, one that was not divine in nature, but rather more aligned with the plight of lower-tier extraordinary beings. Once all lower-tier extraordinary beings were aware of the laws governing impersonation and the indestructibility of extraordinary traits, extraordinary individuals would merely become walking potion materials. Just like her in the present, Alice lowered her eyelashes and silently sighed within. Perhaps a portion of the reason the divine concealed such information was for their own benefit. Yet was it not also a form of protection for lower-tier extraordinary beings? Alice understood that in this world, pure altruism was a rarity, much like how she had long recognized that every gift of fate bore a price. If such kindness were devoid of profit, it would indeed be a peculiarity. She had never believed in the existence of purely good individuals. Even in her past, she only believed that those individuals would be good to her when facing her. Klein's offer received no response, and he shrugged, saying, "All right, next." The rotund apothecary cleared his throat and promoted, "I have brought numerous potions. Take a look at what you desire. The prices are quite reasonable, merely a few pounds or even a few shillings." Alice looked over in astonishment, questioning, "Didn't he, the black serpent, die? Did he perish alongside the beasts in the sewers?" The words caused an abrupt stillness to envelop the atmosphere. And after a few seconds of silence, the stout apothecary inquired, "When was the last time you were absent?" Alice immediately realized that her question had inadvertently exposed the matter at hand. She refrained from speaking further, opting instead to await the apothecary's response. The stout apothecary fell silent, and it was the wise Mr. Eye of Wisdom who shattered the tense silence. "How did you come to know that the black serpent has perished, my dear lady?" "I saw it." Alice hesitated for a moment, acutely aware that the others were beginning to suspect a connection between her and the black serpent's demise. "It was revealed to me by fate." While the others pondered the implications of Alice's words, the stout apothecary exhaled a sigh of relief. "Ah, so that is the case. I must admit, your tone just now was remarkably reminiscent of my teacher." "Your teacher?" Alice raised an eyebrow. "Indeed," the stout apothecary continued, not addressing Alice's remark directly. "Would you care for some potions? You ought to be familiar with them." He assumed I was well versed in the ways of apothecaries, perhaps believing I belonged to the school of life. Nevertheless, even if I were not, he surely thought I would be incapable of locating him. Alice raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Do you possess any potions that can expedite the healing of wounds?" The stout apothecary promptly produced 2 vials, promoting, "These can be used both externally and internally, priced at 10 souls each, effective for up to 6 months. Alice purchased the 2 vials for £1 of paper currency, then inquired, "So, has the beast in the sewers been dealt with?" The apothecary shrugged, saying, "I am not certain. At the last gathering, a fortunate fellow suggested I report the matter to the police, and since doing so, I have not returned to the sewers." After a moment of silent homage for the black serpent, Alice ceased her speech. Once the peculiar potions of the stout apothecary had been nearly sold out, the gathering came to an end. Upon returning home, Alice beamed at the potions in her hand. While an ordinary person would be incapable of divining the whereabouts of the apothecary from the potions he crafted, Alice was no ordinary individual. As anticipated, she once again encountered the herbal shop that had recently relocated to Bakerland in her dreams. The following day, after her customary prayers at the church, Alice ventured to the address she had seen in her dreams. This time, she had wisely altered her appearance, vowing never to make the mistake of engaging in peculiar activities while bearing the face of Brilrose, though her visage still bore a hint of youthful innocence. When Alice pushed the door open, the apothecary uttered a familiar greeting. "Welcome, miss, have you come of age?" Alice smiled as she closed the door behind her, removing her necklace to reveal her true appearance. The apothecary's petite features shifted in response, ultimately forming a visage of sheer horror. "Silence," Alice commanded coldly before he could utter a sound. The stout apothecary immediately clamped his mouth shut, even covering it with his hand to prevent any accidental utterances. This heartfelt gesture caused Alice to pause momentarily. For an instant, she felt that her actions towards such a pitiable creature were rather unkind. "Blame it on that mercury serpent," she muttered inwardly, maintaining her frosty demeanor as she lifted her chin and stated, "I shall ask, and you shall answer. Do you comprehend?" Her demeanor seemed to exert an unusual intimidation over the stout apothecary, who hurriedly nodded, exclaiming, "Do not kill me. I shall tell you everything." He then once again covered his mouth in Alice's line of sight. For a fleeting moment, Alice was uncertain of what to say, but that was unacceptable. It would reveal her true thoughts. Quickly regaining her composure, which she had rehearsed meticulously, Alice inquired, "Did you contact the School of Life at that time?" The stout apothecary's gaze darted away. "It appears you did not heed my instructions, and instead, you hastily fled?" Alice regarded the stout apothecary with a bemused smile. The stout apothecary hastily interjected, "No, it was not like that. I had intended to leave all along." "Oh," Alice replied with a teasing tone. "So you followed your original plan and disregarded me entirely, correct?" The stout apothecary's flesh quivered. "However, it is hardly surprising. You had no obligation to assist me, which is entirely reasonable. Would you not agree?" Alice asked with a cheerful smile. The stout apothecary collapsed into the chair behind him in sheer terror. Such an honest reaction convinced Alice that he could not be linked to the mercury serpent. She believed that he could not possibly have such ineffectual subordinates. "Do not disclose to anyone that you have encountered me," Alice coldly issued her warning, observing his trembling form. After a moment of contemplation, she added, "Rest assured, I have no interest in your extraordinary attributes as an apothecary. In fact, I rather hope to continue acquiring potions from you in the future." Noticing the stout apothecary's evident sigh of relief, Alice donned her necklace once more, adjusting her appearance before taking her leave. "The plan to rescue Evelyn. I hope he does not attempt to flee secretly. My last words were indeed sincere. Upon returning home, Alice murmured inwardly without a shred of guilt, then fell into deep reflection. Eliminating the stout apothecary from her considerations, the only possibility for the Mercury Serpent's interest in her remained the fortunate individual she had consumed, who bore an unknown connection to the serpent. While it was conceivable that he had been cursed, given the unfortunate manner of his demise, Alice preferred to believe that his fall was a consequence of his own actions, especially with the likes of Megaos preceding him and Charlie Kin following. Of course, it was also possible that the significant disturbance she had caused upon waking could have drawn the serpent's attention, especially since the goddess had noticed. Thus, it would not be surprising for the Mercury Serpent to do the same. However, if that were the case, there seemed to be an overabundance of high-ranking individuals with fate-related abilities. Not that I am complaining. If that were indeed the reason, Alice would never believe she could peacefully navigate 3 years in Tingen City. She preferred to attribute it to the issues brought forth by that fortunate individual. Under the cloak of night, only a few scattered pedestrians graced the streets. The somber gray surroundings were illuminated by the flickering gas lamps as Evelyn Greenland traversed the dimly lit streets. The heels of her shoes clicked rhythmically against the cobblestones, echoing softly as she moved through various streets and alleys toward her destination. Suddenly, her footsteps halted, and she gasped in terror, her eyes widening in fright. Rationality urged her to turn and flee or scream, yet her body remained paralyzed. In moments of extreme fear, one often finds themselves incapable of movement or sound. Evelyn watched helplessly as the horrifying creature inched closer, unable to take action. It was a gigantic dog, baring its teeth, revealing razor-sharp, glistening white fangs that reflected a chilling light. Each tooth bore patches of rust, and as the beast approached, the foul stench emanating from its maw indicated that those stains were likely remnants of unclean flesh. In the reflection of its eyes, Evelyn saw her own terror-stricken visage, her body trembling instinctively as she HSSS. Alice drew in a sharp breath, rising from the table while rubbing her forehead with her still sensitive left hand. She gazed at the rays of light streaming through the window, lost in contemplation. Just moments ago, she had inexplicably dozed off by the table, resting her head in her right hand, until an inadvertent slip caused her head to collide with the table, jolting her awake. Undoubtedly, this was a fortunate turn of events. Had she lingered in slumber a moment longer, Alice feared she might have lost the use of her right hand. As she massaged her now numb hand with her remaining one, Alice began to ponder the dream that had just unfolded. Prophetic dreams were not foreign to her, even in the absence of any clues. Such insights were not an uncommon occurrence for Alice. However, Evelyn, having prayed only days prior that Evelyn not become a sacrifice, now occupied Alice's thoughts. She dreamt of this, surely. It could not have been a consequence of her prayer. Unthinkable. Alice attempted to tap the table, but found her right hand still ensnared in numbness. Thus, she continued her musings, awkwardly rubbing her hand as she did so. The dream contained little in terms of specifics regarding time or place. If one were to pinpoint anything, perhaps the moon could serve as a reference. Regrettably, Alice lacked sufficient astronomical knowledge, leaving her stymied at the very outset. With no means to ascertain the time or location of Evelyn's peril, Alice furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before making her way to the Greenland residence. Gently rapping on the door. "Ah, it's you, little Breel," Mrs. Greenland greeted, opening the door. "You're here to see Evelyn, I presume? She has gone out today." "Ah." Alice's expression turned one of disappointment. What a coincidence. Did she mention when she would return? "She should be at her aunt's for the night," Mrs. Greenland replied, shaking her head. "I see. Then I shall return another day." Alice waved her hand, declining Mrs. Greenland's invitation to come inside. Once back indoors, she leaned against the back of a chair, tapping the table with her now functional right hand. Upon learning that Evelyn was not at home, a subtle premonition stirred within Alice. The time frame of her dream likely pointed to this very evening. Yet, knowing this appeared of little practical use. Bakerland was significantly larger than Bidingen, and Alice was not sufficiently familiar with the area to discern the location based on her dream's details. While consulting Mrs. Greenland for Evelyn's precise whereabouts could narrow her search, she had no justifiable reason to do so, unless she directly approached Mrs. Greenland, stating, "I gazed at the stars and calculated that your daughter is in grave danger tonight." Would her extraordinary identity be discovered? Alice harbored serious doubts. If she were to do so, she might very well be deemed insane. A gentle breeze slipped through the window, stirring Alice's hair and brushing her cheek, igniting a spark of inspiration. Evelyn had visited her home on several occasions. Perhaps she could find a strand of Evelyn's hair left behind. Thus, the splendid afternoon concluded with Alice rummaging through her home in search of a lock of Evelyn's hair. Fortunately, as Evelyn had long hair, Alice emerged from beneath the sofa, shaking off the dust from her hair and gazing at the strand in her hand with a resigned sigh. After leaving the dream realm, Alice felt a sense of relief that she had exercised foresight and avoided recklessly employing divination to seek out her friend. After all, how could a hellhound possibly be strolling in the Northern District? Even if it wasn't merely a stroll, its appearance in the Northern District was far too illogical. With the location effectively narrowed down, Alice now faced the pressing question of how to rescue Evelyn. In comparison to other options, directly preventing Evelyn from venturing out that evening would undoubtedly be the most effective approach, given that the dream indicated Evelyn merely encountered the creature by chance. However, a chance encounter? It seemed too coincidental that she would leave her familiar surroundings, venture out at night, and coincidentally cross paths with the monster. Alice produced a coin, tossing it lightly into the air. The coin spun gracefully before landing in the palm of her hand amidst the flickering light. The divination had failed. Yet, a failed divination might also serve as an answer in its own right. Warning: someone has interfered with the fate of Evelyn Greenland. Upon grasping this revelation, Alice immediately considered the true reason behind her foresight. Was the true target me? This question, of course, would yield no answer. Indeed, if anyone were to respond, Alice would be left astounded. After posing that query, Alice donned a disguise and quietly slipped out, resolved to check on Evelyn. Indeed, Alice suspected this was an influence from the realm of fate, which would aptly explain why the adversary had not taken direct action against her. Perhaps they were uncertain of how to proceed? Of course, Alice's suspicion stemmed from her belief that this constituted a warning. After all, she had lingered too long at Sequence 7. If the purpose of that Mercury serpent required her to ascend to a certain level before it could be achieved, perhaps her adversary was growing impatient with her leisurely demeanor, although, in truth, she was merely awaiting materials. Even with the guidance of divination, locating someone in the vast expanse of Bakerland was no easy task. Alice initially made her way to the Jowood district via the subway, as her dream had suggested. Of course, the information from her dream was likely not limited to this. Since she had to take public transport, she might as well confirm further details along the way. Alice hailed a public carriage, instructing the driver, "Head in this direction. I will inform you when a turn is necessary." Though the request was somewhat peculiar, the driver did not raise any questions and smoothly complied with Alice's directions. As Alice sat in the carriage, guiding the driver toward her destination, she momentarily yearned for the convenience of shared bicycles. Indeed, hailing a cab proved less convenient than one might expect. Alice's departure was not particularly early, and by the time she spotted Evelyn's silhouette, it was already dinner time. After signaling for the driver to stop, Alice paid her fare and blended into the crowd. Inching closer to Evelyn, from a distance, Alice confirmed her suspicions. This was an overt warning directed at her. The adversary showed no inclination to conceal their tampering with Evelyn's fate. The ominous presence clinging to her was both crude and repulsive. The most disconcerting aspect was Alice's inability to sever that malignancy. However, it did not appear to be the work of the Mercury serpent itself. Rather resembling the handiwork of a novice, it bore the haphazard quality of a child's collage. Perhaps it was not a matter of disdain for concealment, but rather a lack of skill rendering concealment impossible. With a flicker of insight in her eyes, Alice glanced at the sky and decided to have dinner first. It was not that she intended to abandon the matter, but without a means to dislodge the ill omen, her intervention would be futile. Rather than waiting for Evelyn to unknowingly stumble into misfortune at an unspecified time and place, it would be more prudent for her to confront the monster directly. Despite the seemingly non-fatal misfortune that beset Evelyn, Alice remained hesitant to let her venture alone into the possibility of encountering that monstrous creature. After all, among all the factors that could influence Evelyn's fate, Alice was the unpredictable variable that could not be arranged. As dusk quietly descended, Evelyn, with a light-hearted gait, began her journey homeward, back to her aunt's abode. Alice had long since donned a pair of flat shoes and draped herself in a dark gray hooded cloak, stealthily trailing behind her. The streets were relatively sparse with pedestrians, and Alice was uncertain why Evelyn had lingered out so late, though it mattered little. That was not the focal point of the matter. Ahead, Evelyn's once buoyant steps began to quicken, and Alice noticed a change in her demeanor. She had evidently perceived something that stripped her of her earlier exuberance, leaving a trace of tension in its wake. Before Alice could ponder this observation further, Evelyn abruptly turned around, startling her. But fortunately, Alice was concealed in the shadow of a corner and remained undetected. Having gained nothing from her glance, Evelyn adjusted her clothing and cast a suspicious glance around before hastening forward. The lightness in her stride now entirely vanished. Could she have sensed my presence? Alice suddenly comprehended the source of Evelyn's actions. It was not merely a confirmation of being followed, but rather an instinctual feeling of unease. To prevent Evelyn from turning back once more, Alice's pursuit grew increasingly cautious. She maintained a greater distance, reassured by the knowledge that she was not at risk of losing her. This decision proved to be both correct and incorrect. Correct in that it effectively concealed her presence from Evelyn, yet incorrect as the tense Evelyn, upon spotting the hellhound, turned and fled, colliding with Alice at the intersection. However, the hellhound offered them no reprieve to rise from the ground. Meeting the panicked visage of Evelyn, Alice silently rejoiced that she had not trailed her using Briar Rose's face. Otherwise, her identity as an extraordinary being would have been unveiled. Of course, this visage did not belong to Alice Kingsley either, as the Greenland family were all devotees of the goddess, and the Night Watchers possessed means of inquiry through dreams. Alice had no desire for her survival to be revealed through Evelyn's dreams. But that was not the crux of the matter at present. As the hellhound descended upon them, Alice reached out to steady Evelyn, guiding her to roll aside, narrowly evading the creature's claws. Seizing the opportunity while the hellhound adjusted its stance upon landing, Alice forcefully pushed Evelyn away, shouting, "Run! To the Church of Night! Be careful!" With Alice's vigorous shove, Evelyn successfully distanced herself from the hellhound, and upon hearing Alice's words, she regained a modicum of rationality. Just as she intended to utter something, her pupils dilated, and she shouted towards Alice, who had already rolled out of harm's way before the words escaped her lips. Alice could not afford to respond to Evelyn's queries. She turned to confront the hellhound, which had paused momentarily due to its 2 missed strikes, contemplating her next course of action. She did not believe that a revolver could fell the colossal beast before her. Alice and the hellhound found themselves in a peculiar standoff, the atmosphere thickening with tension as Evelyn shifted uneasily in response. This movement successfully drew the hellhound's attention, and Alice witnessed it coiling its hind legs and extending its forelegs, launching itself forward with force. Time seemed to slow in that instant. Each motion of the hellhound's body laid bare before Alice, as if it were a frame-by-frame animation. She could even calculate the subsequent contractions and expansions of its muscles and the likely point of impact. Wait, it wasn't merely an illusion. A distant, enigmatic voice echoed once more. What was that sound? Confusion flickered in Alice's gaze. Before she could ponder further, a piercing noise erupted. The hellhound, for reasons unknown, had dug its claws into the ground, abruptly halting its charge. Its claws carved a deep groove into the earth, and its forward-leaning body nearly toppled over. But it managed to avert disaster by the thinnest of margins. Then, before Alice and Evelyn could fully grasp the situation, it spun around and fled. Its movements so swift it seemed as though some dreadful entity was in pursuit. Alice, bewildered, rose from the ground, watching the hellhound's retreat. She turned her gaze to Evelyn, who remained seated on the ground, locking eyes just as Evelyn, with a voice tinged with trepidation, asked, "What was that just now?" "To the Church of Night. Tell them you encountered a demon," Alice replied, casting a glance at her, lowering her eyes, and speaking in a soothing tone. "Someone will explain it to you." "Are you one of the church's people?" Evelyn inquired. Alice did not respond to Evelyn's question. Instead, she approached her, disregarding Evelyn's shivers and tremors as she examined her body for wounds. Fortunately, it appeared to be merely superficial injuries. Alice looked up at Evelyn, whose expression was slightly more composed than before, and mused, "I once was." "You once were?" Evelyn echoed, her eyes clouded with confusion. "Can you stand?" Alice did not answer Evelyn's question. She braced herself against the floor and stood tall, then extended a hand to Evelyn from her elevated position. After a moment's hesitation, Evelyn grasped Alice's hand, and Alice noticed the cold, clammy grip that indicated her fright. Observing as Evelyn steadied herself against the wall, Alice exerted her strength to pull her up. The newly upright Evelyn stumbled slightly, still somewhat weakened by fear, yet the presence of Alice, who had just rescued her, afforded her a sliver of security, allowing her to regain a measure of strength. Alice watched as Evelyn adjusted her position against the wall, and once she regained her balance, She reiterated, to the Church of Night. Can you accompany me? Evelyn asked nervously. I fear encountering another creature like that one. Alice gazed into her face, speaking with profound significance. Do not worry. That streak of misfortune has nearly dissipated. At worst, you might only stumble a few times. Huh? Evelyn clearly did not comprehend the meaning of Alice's words. I cannot conveniently accompany you to the church, Alice remarked with a slight smile, avoiding Evelyn's question, and continued, moreover, if I accompany you, it would only increase your risk. Before Evelyn could pose another question, Alice withdrew her hand and stepped back, saying, the church will explain everything to you. Without waiting for Evelyn's response, Alice departed without looking back. So what was the outcome? The good news was that she had provided a crucial lead in the serial murder case. The perpetrating demon was in fact a dog. The bad news? The individual suspected to be an extraordinary wildling did not conceal her appearance, nor did she seem to take any measures to erase her traces. Fragments of her clothing were even discovered at the scene. Unfortunately, all divinations, without exception, proved futile. If we cannot locate her, so be it, at least. The results of inquiries suggest she harbors no ill intent. However, I'm deeply troubled by her claim of having once been affiliated with the church. What could it possibly signify? Perhaps she is merely an informant for someone. It could be, yet I cannot shake the feeling that the situation is far more intricate than it appears. Why did that demon suddenly flee? Regarding this, I have a conjecture. What is it? Those extraordinary beings associated with demons share a common trait. They possess an unusually keen intuition for danger. Are you suggesting that the demon sensed peril emanating from that girl? I suspect as much. Then why did it not detect the threat sooner? Instead, it failed in its first two assaults, only to halt abruptly during the third. Alice, spending the night at the hotel, scribbled down the names of those who influenced Evelyn's fate, her expression inscrutable as she gazed at the paper. Even if she found herself powerless against that Mercury serpent, she would certainly not hesitate to eliminate a few of its minions, considering they had already set their sights on her. This decision bore little relevance to Evelyn. The bond between Alice and Evelyn had yet to reach a point where she would seek vengeance on Evelyn's behalf. What Alice could not accept was the audacity of her adversary attempting to threaten her. It was not revenge she sought, but merely a sense of affront that compelled her to eliminate the threat. She recognized that this mindset was flawed, undoubtedly linked to a certain arrogance. Yet Alice found herself unable to suppress the murderous intent rising within her. To describe it as murderous intent would be somewhat inaccurate. More precisely, it was a desire for annihilation. If the mastermind behind her grievances were not vanquished, then perhaps demolishing a few edifices or slaughtering a handful of innocents might yield a similar effect. I cannot do that, Alice admonished herself. If I were to take such an action, how would I differ from a monster? In a fleeting moment, Alice recalled the phrase from her dream, a born monster. In her desperate struggle to restrain that urge for destruction, reminding herself of her humanity, how could she not be regarded as a monster as well? Closing her eyes, Alice pushed aside her other thoughts and began her divination. She envisioned a jubilant Evelyn bouncing along the road, turning back to greet someone behind her, indistinct, perhaps one of her friends. Suddenly, Evelyn collided with a man. The image flickered momentarily, but stabilized, revealing the face of the man she had bumped into. It was Charlie King. Alice abruptly exited the dreamscape, sitting up in astonishment. She distinctly remembered that Charlie had been a disaster cleric not long ago. If Charlie had not deceived her, such matters would not warrant deceit. In any case, disaster clerics should lack the ability to bestow misfortune upon others. A victor of Sequence 5? Alice muttered to herself. Has he been promoted during this time? To impart misfortune upon others. Could this be the ability of Victor? Alice recalled that clumsy collage. If this was the work of a Victor recently ascended, it would certainly elucidate the situation. The prelude. Ralvis possessed the divinity of a true creator. Before Alice, who had been summoned inexplicably, could voice her inquiries, Klein quickly elucidated that the church would be apprehending Ralvis here tonight. Alice gazed at the cheerful jester mask adorning Klein's face, a fleeting moment of disorientation passing through her. Although less than a month had elapsed since leaving Tingen City, recalling her life there felt akin to memories from a past life. This sentiment was not unfounded. After all, she had indeed perished once. Turning her attention towards the Dockworkers Association dormitory, Alice intended to speak with Klein, yet vivid scenes akin to animated sequences flashed before her. Fixing her gaze, she beheld a figure clad in a linen shirt, with ordinary features and round glasses. It was Ralvis. Alice observed as this figure descended the dim staircase, his expression impassive and calm. Suddenly, a signature, sardonic smile crept across his lips, his gaze turning cold. He appeared to utter a few words before abruptly ripping open his linen shirt. Just as Alice began to discern the scene beneath his shirt, it vanished, replaced by another tableau. Alice found herself gazing at a trench flowing with sewage, dark and filthy passageways, and rusty metal pipes. The scene drew nearer, revealing Ralvis sprinting through the cramped, enclosed corridor. He dashed through the dark labyrinth beneath the earth, spinning and leaping, seemingly well acquainted with every pipe in the subterranean realm. The third scene unfolded within the narrow sewer, where the running Ralvis instinctively came to a halt, leaning back as a tarot card violently pierced his right chest. Immediately afterward, Alice beheld a man of average stature dressed in worker's attire, his face concealed by a mask with a smiling mouth and a nose painted bright red. Was it Klein? Before she could ponder further, the fourth scene materialized before Alice's eyes. Klein stood before Ralvis's headless corpse, his left hand clad in a black glove, holding a significant portion of tarot cards suspended above the lifeless body. Then, Klein released his grip, allowing the cards to cascade down like leaves, covering the headless corpse with their illustrations and numbers facing up, while some bore a dark red back, patterns faintly visible. This was the final tableau, and, as it dissipated, the dormitory of the Dockworkers Association re-emerged before Alice's eyes, mere moments having passed. Alice turned to Klein, her gaze contemplative. Given her understanding of Klein, she harbored deep suspicions that he had insufficient time to tidy the scene, hence the final image. Klein gazed at Alice in confusion, nervously inquiring, "What's wrong?" After scrutinizing Klein for several seconds, Alice produced a tarot deck and handed it to him. "I have this one too," Klein hesitantly accepted. "Not the same." Alice shook her head. "No one could possibly divine my fate from that." "Huh?" Klein felt inundated with questions, but was uncertain which to pose first. "Listen to me," Alice continued. "Wait for Ralvis in the sewer, and I have some objections regarding the arrangement of your final scene." "What?" Klein's expression was bewildered. "You place the Wheel of Fortune card and the Fool card at the center," Alice replied. "Hurry, no more questions." Before Klein could inquire further, they both lost their ability to speak. The gas lamps in the area ahead extinguished in an instant, enveloping it entirely in darkness. Following that, a familiar wave of terror erupted from the shadows, enveloping them. Klein could not help but tremble all over, his legs weakening and his back bending at the waist, while Alice, with her elevated spiritual perception, found herself in an even worse state than Klein. She was acutely aware of the source of her distress. It was a crushing weight emanating from a higher being, an essence of life itself. She had felt this from all extraordinary entities surpassing her in rank, but the last one to invoke such a sensation. No, there had been no previous instance. The goddess had never revealed herself in dreams, and even the elusive Mercury serpent paled in comparison to that aura. It was divine descent, when the fear that surged from her spiritual depths dissipated, and the pressure of rank vanished. Alice immediately turned to Klein, asking, "Are you certain that Ranelagh possesses only the divinity of the true creator?" Klein remained silent, appearing equally uncertain. Habitually, Alice, seeing Klein at a loss, remarked, "You should draw the Wheel of Fortune and the Fool cards separately, and then we shall proceed to the sewers." In the sewers, Alice halted Klein with an outstretched hand, declaring, "This should suffice." Klein hesitated, casting a glance at Alice, whose eyes were closed. He could not fathom what Alice had endured during this time to become so mystical. While he too had played the role of a mystic at the Diviner S Club, Alice's demeanor was nothing short of genuine. Yet Alice paid no heed to Klein's feelings. She had brought him here not merely for Ranelagh, but to confirm another matter, even if it was not Ranelagh, but another entity obstructing their path. Alice would seize the opportunity to investigate. Alice glanced at Klein, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending challenges, and with a light laugh said, "The task of engaging in direct combat falls upon you." "Huh?" A question mark seemed to materialize above Klein's head. "I need to ascertain certain truths." "Well, it's not that I want to assist you, but I require your help to divert his attention." Alice blinked at Klein. In the pitch-black sewers, their expressions remained hidden. Yet Klein could easily surmise the look on Alice's face. Driven by an inexplicable sense of camaraderie, he ultimately agreed to her proposition. After an indeterminate wait, Ranelagh finally emerged within Alice and Klein's line of sight. Klein decisively flung a tarot card, prompting Ranelagh to instinctively halt and lean back. Alice pressed the pause button. To label it as such might be inappropriate. Perhaps it should be termed the slow-motion key? Yet, that too seemed inadequate. At that moment, the concept of time appeared to have temporarily vanished before Alice. This state was not unfamiliar to her. In fact, she had last experienced it just days prior, when the leaping motion of a hellhound was dissected into frames. The death of Ranelagh. Such a description might seem peculiar. To be more precise, at that time, Alice beheld countless variations of the hellhound across different possibilities, akin to innumerable tributaries of a river. Some leaped effortlessly, some stumbled, some felled Evelyn, while others inadvertently struck their teeth against their claws. Some scenarios flowed seamlessly, others bore a hint of coincidence, yet overall, they remained coherent, with only a small fraction verging on the absurd. Just as now, Alice witnessed Ranelagh in a multitude of conceivable outcomes. It dawned on her that the distant voice she had once heard had likely transformed an outlandish possibility into a certainty. Regrettably, Alice currently lacked the ability to influence these possibilities. However, she possessed another means to exert her influence. Drawing her revolver, Alice instinctively shot at Ranelagh's potential evasive trajectories, firing 5 bullets in rapid succession, prioritizing the most probable outcomes. One bullet struck his eye socket, another his temple, while a tarot card impacted his chest, and yet another struck his ankle, causing Ranelagh to tumble, momentarily incapacitated. Observing a particularly grotesque possibility of Ranelagh sprouting unsightly growths, Alice unhesitatingly emptied her revolver's chamber into his head. Klein stared in astonishment at Alice, who had holstered her weapon and emerged from her concealment. Alice glanced at Klein, who seemed filled with inquiries, and shook her head, stating, "Unless you wish to spend the night beneath the church, you should first search him." Klein felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though she had changed somewhat, she was still fundamentally the Alice he knew. He approached Ranelagh's body, gloved hands rummaging through his possessions. Unbeknownst to him, Alice lingered behind, ceasing her movements once he crouched down. Seeing Klein approach the corpse, Alice too exhaled a sigh of relief. Noting Klein's meager findings as he stood, Alice deduced that Ranelagh must have fled in haste. She preemptively spoke. "You can keep whatever you find. We must leave quickly." Klein nodded, and Alice moved to Ranelagh's body, retrieving the Wheel of Fortune and the Fool cards. Eyeing Ranelagh's mangled head, she covered her mouth with one hand while tossing the 2 cards onto his chest with the other. Klein observed Alice's actions, suddenly suspecting that her insistence on him taking the items was merely to avoid touching the things pulled from a corpse. Surely not. Uncertain when the Watchers and the Red Gloved would arrive, Klein set aside his conjecture, following Alice's instructions to scatter the remaining tarot cards over Ranelagh's body. When Cresta Sessima, wielding the pure white sword, led the Watchers and the Red Gloves to the area, they were greeted by a bizarre scene. Ranelagh's head had been pulverized by the barrage of bullets, and upon his corpse, at the center of his chest, lay the Wheel of Fortune and the Fool cards, surrounded by a chaotic scattering of tarot cards. It appeared as though a ritual had been conducted. After a night of rest, a rejuvenated Alice found herself dragged by a revitalized Klein to the mist, where a small emblem was presented before them. This emblem, no larger than an eyeball, bore symbols representing fate and concealment on its front, while the reverse was inscribed with a compact circle of ancient Hermetic script. Holding this item grants you membership. Fearing detection by the Watchers, they left before Ranelagh's extraordinary characteristics could be extracted. This emblem was their sole prize, resembling a token of a gathering, Alice proclaimed. Klein regarded Alice with an expression that clearly conveyed, "I already know that." Alice shrugged and queried Klein, "I assumed you would have a multitude of questions for me. Are you?" Klein hesitated before asking, "Did you discern something about Ranelagh?" After much contemplation, Klein still found Alice's final actions to be rather peculiar. Alice cast a sympathetic glance at Klein. "Why must you inquire?" Klein felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. "Come, let me show you what I have witnessed." Alice suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm. Klein felt an intensifying sense of foreboding as he assisted Alice in revealing the vision she had seen, and in an instant, he grasped the entirety of the situation. "What on earth is that grotesque creature covered in flesh buds?" Observing Klein's expression, Alice withdrew the imagery and shrugged her shoulders, saying, "As for the rest, I shall inform you once I have unraveled the mystery." Klein's gaze was clouded with confusion. "Do you recall what I initially mentioned?" Alice surveyed the grandeur of the palace surrounding them and remarked with a smile, "Perhaps I, too, possess something akin to what exists here." Klein's breath caught in his throat as he stared at Alice, attempting to speak several times but failing to utter a sound. I am referring to something akin to a golden finger of traversing dimensions, Alice elucidated. Klein was momentarily taken aback, realizing his misinterpretation of Alice's intent, and he responded, somewhat exasperatedly, in her style, so what is your golden finger? What effects does it have? I have yet to fully comprehend it. Alice shrugged. But could you do me a favor? What is it? Klein inquired. Do you remember when I previously asked the hangman if he would join me in hunting Charlie Gold? A shadow crossed Alice's eyes. What was once a jest has now turned into a genuine desire to eliminate him. What did he do? Klein furrowed his brow as he regarded Alice. He threatened me. Alice lowered her gaze. Klein discerned the expression on Alice's face, realizing that she likely did not wish to divulge more, and thus decided to change the subject. But did the hangman not agree to your request? Indeed, Alice replied with an impassive expression, but Charlie Gold has now ascended to Sequence 5. A question mark gradually emerged above the head of Mr. Fool of Sequence 8. Are you certain we can kill someone at Sequence 5? I did not imply it would be now, Alice said, gazing at Klein. Once I reach Sequence 6, I intend to use him as the primary ingredient for my Sequence 5 potion. How can you be sure that by the time you reach Sequence 6, he will not have become Sequence 4? Klein attempted to resist further. Perhaps because I have yet to secure my primary ingredient for a Sequence 5 potion? Alice replied enigmatically. You should know, he was nearly my Sequence 6 potion's primary ingredient. In the year 38, within the opulent villa of the Earl of Hall in Queens. Why have you come to visit so early? Audrey glanced at the sky outside, and then at Viscount Greylant before her. Greylant surveyed the surroundings, noticing only a golden retriever squatting nearby, and lowered his voice. I had intended to head to the racetrack, but I encountered Cons along the way, and he informed me of something quite intriguing, truly fascinating. I thought I would stop by here to share it with you. What is it? Audrey inquired with keen interest. Greylant, not being careful with his words, replied. You must have heard of the Aurora Society, the one responsible for the assassination of Ambassador Intis. They were apprehended, and several key members perished, resulting in a colossal scheme's failure. Audrey's eyes brightened as she pressed further with restrained curiosity. What scheme? I do not know. Cons refused to elaborate. He merely told me that the mastermind behind this scheme was a previously wanted con artist named Lannerless, Greylant revealed, extending his right palm. Audrey nodded subtly, concealing her curiosity as she asked, was he captured? He perished, but not at the hands of our people. Greylant paused, and that is precisely what I find so interesting. When his body was discovered, it was covered in numerous tarot cards, with the Wheel of Fortune and the Fool card at its center. Just imagine that scene. Tarot cards? The Wheel of Fortune and the Fool card? Audrey was initially taken aback, but then she understood. This was done by our Tarot Society members. It was the Fool's command to the Lady of Fate, was it not? I was right. There exists a connection between the Lady of Fate and the Fool. She may very well be the Fool's acolyte, but would an acolyte truly treat the divine as the Lady of Fate does? After delegating the responsibility of researching the badge's significance to Klein, Alice returned home, thoroughly satisfied. At precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the new week's tarot meeting commenced. Audrey looked directly toward the head of the table and cheerfully declared, Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. The simple task you entrusted me with has been completed. When Miss Justice deliberately emphasized the word simple and shifted her probing gaze toward herself, Alice realized that the ritualistic atmosphere had already been discerned by the other party. What might Miss Justice be contemplating? Alice joyfully met Audrey's scrutiny and winked at her. Before Audrey could ponder Alice's intentions, Klein's calm voice resonated. I am already aware. After uttering these words, he sighed languidly. In such an era, in such a bakeland, in such an East District, the dock and factory areas serve as a breeding ground for the emergence of malevolent deities. What? Alger, who believed he had grasped the entirety of the conversation, found himself momentarily stunned, questioning the integrity of his hearing. How could a simple task lead to discussions of a breeding ground for evil gods? Alice, who had never considered this angle, was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the somber and introspective world chuckled softly. Indeed, every time I witnessed the numerous child laborers who perish in their teens, the majority of workers who rarely survive past 30 due to overexertion and harsh conditions. Those who barely survive the trials of youth only to become elderly and homeless, dying in the streets amidst hunger and cold. I harbor no doubts about the existence of malevolent deities. They dwell among us in the East District, the dock, and the factory areas. There are even investigative reports indicating that certain factory workers struggle to live beyond 5 years. In Bakeland's East District, a saying circulates, The residents there, the grandfather's generation, are undoubtedly outsiders, without exception. The true implication of this phrase is that individuals there will not have a third generation, incapable of begetting grandchildren. Poverty and hunger render their children frail, ill-suited for arduous labor, leading them to wither away in bakeland, let alone marry and bear offspring. The world's words not only plunged Audrey into shock and confusion, but also awakened Alice to the reality of the era she inhabited. Living in a modern society far removed from famine and war, filled with peace and stability, these matters existed only within her textbooks and news articles. Meanwhile, Alice, who had been sheltered by the night watchers for 3 years, equally lacked insight into the lives of those at the bottom of society in this era. Alice murmured to herself, "So, this is how the lower class lives in this age." Audrey, overwhelmed with astonishment and uncertainty by this shocking truth, failed to notice. But Alger immediately picked up on Alice's peculiar choice of words. This age? Recalling the possibly resurrected ancient god, Alger suddenly entertained a conjecture regarding Alice's origins. Perhaps she, too, hails from some distant era? Perhaps she and Mr. Fool originate from the same time? Perhaps she was once he, and the fool once knew him well. I must admit, this may be the closest that the hanged man has ever come to the truth. Thank you, Mr. Fool, for rescuing Beckland. Your exclamations have illuminated the root of my friend's dilemma. Thank you, Mr. World, for enlightening me with knowledge I previously lacked. Audrey composed herself and sincerely expressed her gratitude to the 2 gentlemen seated at either end of the venerable long table. Alger felt compelled to reconsider the magnitude of this seemingly simple task. Meanwhile, Derek was striving to grasp more of the content. When the fool's gaze fell upon him, Alger immediately understood the implication and hastily submitted the final page of Roselle's diary. After perusing the diary, the fool leaned back with a slight smile and said, "You are free to converse." Who would suspect that the fool was merely sequence 8? Alice whispered to herself, then eagerly turned to Alger. "Hangman, you Haven T suddenly changed your mind about our agreement, have you? We can now establish the signal for a rendezvous." Signal? Alice glanced at Klein, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she raised her hand. "Mr. Fool, I request a private conversation." What scheme is she concocting? After isolating the others, Klein nodded at Alice, signaling that they were now in a state of private discourse. Thus, Alice looked at Alger with a conspiratorial air. "Hangman, do you know the kind of signal where I say a line and you respond?" Such a signal could easily be deciphered, Alger emphasized. "It 1TB, Alice insisted confidently. "No one from our time can answer that signal." Alger instinctively cast a glance at the fool, who always spoke in a calm voice, shrouded in mist. He yearned to inquire about the meaning behind her words, yet hesitated, unsure if he would live to leave the Tarot Society should he ask. Observing Alice, who dared to voice anything, he felt an ominous premonition that one day he might hear something he shouldn't while conversing with Lady Fate, leading to his untimely demise by lightning. As he hesitated, Alice could no longer contain herself. "Aren't you going to ask what my signal is? What is it?" Alger feigned interest. Alice reclined in her chair, satisfied with his response, and enunciated in precise Mandarin. "Odd changes, even remains unchanged. Symbols observe quadrants." Lady Fate. Could you repeat that?" Alger stammered, grappling with the convoluted phrasing. After Alice painstakingly taught him the pronunciation of the signal and agreed upon the specific time and place, Klein, harboring the belief that Alice was far from an effective teacher, lifted the barrier. The next to speak was Little Son, who, emulating Audrey and Alice, raised his hand. "Mr. World, the extraordinary weapon you provided has exceeded my expectations. I have accrued enough merit to exchange for materials and have ascended to sequence 8. In the coming days, I shall employ my remaining merit to hire assistance in obtaining the true roots and sap of the Miss Treeman, and I will soon complete the transaction." It seemed Little Son had quite the affinity for that portable axe. "I wonder if that fortune-enhancing accessory has been sold yet? Will we see that gentleman selling the accessory at the next gathering?" "Very well," Mr. World nodded, responding in a hoarse voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, do you possess any leads on the abyssal Black Panther marrow or the essence of the Elven Spring?" Audrey shook her head without hesitation, while Alger pondered for a few seconds before suddenly speaking. "On the Sinea Sea, a grand gathering of pirates is set to occur soon, with the fleets of 4 pirate kings and 6 pirate generals likely to participate. Oh, it should be 7 pirate generals now, as another has joined their ranks. At such an event, extraordinary materials will surely be traded, and there is a strong probability of encountering the abyssal Black Panther marrow and the essence of the Elven Spring. I have an opportunity to attend this gathering, but what can you offer in exchange? I trust you currently lack the potion formula for the Wind Warden, and it will be challenging for you to obtain it later. Alice, who plans to hitch a ride next week, couldn't help but glance at the hangman. Mr. World chuckled darkly. Indeed, I do not possess the formula for the Wind Warden's potion, nor will I find a means to acquire it in the near future. However, I do possess an incomplete formula for a Sequence 4 potion. Though it is flawed, I believe you are well aware of its value. It could fetch at least 10,000 pounds, and more often than not, even a double premium would not suffice to procure it. This is a pivotal step in the transformation of humanity. What say you? Are you interested? The value of the abyssal Black Panther marrow ranges between 500 to 700 pounds, while the essence of the Elven Spring is valued at 300 to 400 pounds. I imagine you will need to prepare an additional 9,000 pounds in cash or equivalent goods. How could he possess a Sequence 4 formula? Alice was momentarily taken aback, recalling that beneath Mr. World's dark exterior lay a bold diviner of the eternal sun. Suddenly, she speculated about the origin of this formula. I say, Mr. World, you wouldn't be referring to the Sequence 4 of the Sun Path, would you? Derek's heart raced at the thought of this unconfirmed formula, while Alger and Audrey exchanged glances, realizing that the two were indeed acquainted. Indeed, Mr. World confirmed Alice's suspicion. That is the Sequence 4 potion formula of the Sun Path, devoid of the Dark One. For a fleeting moment, Alice felt a stirring excitement regarding the divination of the true God. No, she didn't even need the true God of divination. If she could merely glimpse her past, her origins, perhaps she would uncover all the potion formulas necessary for her advancement. Heeding her spiritual warning, Alice promptly discarded this perilous thought. Devoid of the Dark One, Alger murmured. Responding calmly, I apologize, but I have no need for it. Huh? He is confident he can procure the potion formula from the church. After all, Klein would not casually mention the Sun Path formula unless he had a legitimate source, who would spend money on a Sequence 4 formula that they had no use for, especially one that was incomplete. The Sun Path and the Storm Church's sequences were likely interchangeable. By the way, does the Fate Path have any sequences that could be exchanged? This final thought flitted through her mind, for even if such existed, it bore little significance to Alice. She suspected she would be traversing this path to its bitter end. Mr. World, incredulous at being rebuffed, stated, You could owe a portion first, with Mr. Fool as a witness. I trust you will make good on it. No, I truly have no need. Alger shook his head. He was quite confident. Alice propped her chin on her hand, curious to see what other bargaining chips Mr. World might reveal. After a few moments of silence, Mr. World finally spoke. Other potion formulas, or some secrets I know. For instance, the secrets of the top tier. The secrets of Sequence 0. Alice pondered, recalling the gathering at the Brave Tavern. If such a secret were traded for goods there, it would surely yield no interest. Thus, the act of selling requires one to keenly observe the needs of the clientele, for the value of the same commodity varies amongst different customers. Alice nodded thoughtfully. Algier shifted his posture slightly, contemplating his response. I'm already privy to certain secrets of the upper echelons of the sequence. How can you ensure that there is no overlap between the two? How can you ascertain that the secrets you speak of hold equivalent value to the spinal fluid of the abyssal Black Panther and the essence of the Elven Spring? We shall present the secrets we know to Mr. Fool, who shall compare them for redundancy and validate their worth. Mr. Fool, is that acceptable? The world responded. Immediately, the figure of Mr. Fool in the mist replied with a condescending demeanor. It is acceptable. But isn't that merely a reflection of yourself? Alice was astounded by Klein's audacity, thinking that she could never portray such a fade herself. Algier slowly nodded. I have no further objections. Let us commence. Meanwhile, the temporarily impoverished Audrey could only watch longingly at this scene. Algier's conjecture was soon submitted alongside the contributions from the world and the hangman. Upon reviewing their written content, Mr. Fool chuckled softly. There is no repetition. For the majority of extraordinary individuals, the secrets provided by Mr. World hold little value. Yet to some, they are of utmost significance beyond monetary measure. He must have breathed a sigh of relief. But why did he utter the latter part of his statement? Were I in his position, I would undoubtedly hesitate. Indeed, Algier appeared quite hesitant, and after nearly 20 seconds, he inquired, Mr. Fool, could you offer a bit more guidance? I find myself unable to decide at present. Mr. Fool pondered for a moment before responding. The content he described serves as a detailed supplement to the secret you are already aware of. Upon hearing this, Algier experienced no further hesitation. He turned to World and stated succinctly, "It's a deal." He promptly added, "I shall procure for you the spinal fluid of the abyssal Black Panther and the essence of the elven spring within this week. Of course, this is contingent upon their appearance at the Pirate Gala. While the probability is high, we must still acknowledge that anything can happen, which may delay matters until next week, the week after, or even next month. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise. No concerns. With Mr. Fool as a witness, I have nothing to fear." World rasped in response. Then, Alice observed a piece of parchment materialize before the hanged man, who eagerly began to read it. Alice, witnessing the hanged man's evident loss of composure, realized that the existence of Sequence 0 had a far greater impact on him than she had anticipated. As her gaze drifted past the yearning eyes of Miss Justice, Alice turned to Derek and said, "Mr. Sun, I have a query for you." Derek straightened his posture. "I wish to inquire whether there are extraordinary individuals possessing prophetic or danger-sensing abilities, recalling the sudden escape of that hellhound." Concealed within the mist, Klein furrowed his brow, easily associating it with the recent serial killer in Backland. Did she encounter that demon? Surely, that demon wouldn't dare venture into the North District? "All demons possess similar abilities," Derek replied. "If someone has the capacity to inflict harm upon a demon and acts upon it, the demon can sense it, thereby identifying the source and individual of the danger. The time and range of this sensing vary by the type of demon." Indeed, Alice frowned, pondering for a moment before addressing the others. If a demon were to flee mid-battle, what might you speculate? Perhaps a powerful being has suddenly arrived? Audrey mused, suggesting that the demon sensed the presence of a stronger entity, prompting its escape. "Are there any other possibilities?" Alice pressed. "Can you ascertain that no other powerful beings were present?" Algier inquired. "You misunderstand my intent, Mr. Hangman." Alice shook her head. "I am not unaware of the reason, but rather curious about other speculations. I would similarly suspect the presence of a passing powerful being," Algier responded, gazing at Alice. "Or perhaps you intend to employ a formidable sealing artifact." Alice glanced at Algier, who had tacitly accepted that he was the one engaged in battle with the demon, hesitating momentarily before ultimately relinquishing her thoughts. "There's another possibility," World interjected. "I might suspect the other party to be a demigod masquerading as an ordinary person out of mere curiosity." "Your imagination is quite vivid, Mr. World," Alice retorted with a wry smile. "Why not consider me a true deity walking upon the earth?" Algier hesitated, casting a glance at Alice. Audrey looked at the now silent World and sought to lighten the mood, asking Derek, "Mr. Sun, I recall you mentioning that Silver City has potions of Sequence 9, Sequence 8, and Sequence 7 associated with dragon pathways?" "Indeed," Derek nodded earnestly. "The name of the Sequence 7 potion is Psychological Analyst." "What price must I pay to acquire it?" Audrey inquired with a touch of restraint. "The potion formula of Sequence 7 from the Sun pathway," Derek replied without hesitation. Audrey nodded gently. "I shall do my utmost to gather it." As the formal exchanges concluded, the free discussion segment commenced with Algier proactively mentioning, "The fleet of Xylingers has been subdued in the hurricane, heralding the emergence of a new pirate general." Audrey pressed, "What is his name? What is the current title?" "No similar news has circulated in Backland." The hangman, Algier, nodded slowly. "She is a lady, previously a renowned pirate, known as the Illness Maiden, Tracy. You must have heard of her, correct?" "I have not. I am not particularly well versed in this domain," Audrey admitted honestly, shaking her head. Algier fell silent for 2 seconds, wasting no time on explanations, and stated directly, "In short, she subdued Xylinger's fleet last month, demonstrating her prowess as a pirate general by renaming Xylinger's ship to the Black Death and claiming the title of the Illness General. She has always operated independently, adept at employing curses, black fire, and frost. Those who oppose her invariably fall victim to various ailments. Currently, no one knows to which pathway she belongs, but it is certain she resides at the level of Sequence 5. Curses, black fire, frost?" Alice's brow twitched, recalling a particular sequence that had impacted her deeply. Yet her thoughts were like an unyielding dam, and she couldn't help but contemplate the compatibility of disease-spreading abilities with witchcraft. It indeed seems quite fitting. Alice resolved to leave this conundrum for others to ponder, turning to Algier and stating, "She might be a witch." Audrey's eyes widened in surprise, and she inquired, "Miss Fate, how do you know this?" Alice explained, "Curses, black fire, frost. These are all abilities associated with witches. Although I was previously unaware of the specific powers of a Sequence 5 witch, it now seems likely that she specializes in spreading disease." "No, Perhaps it should be termed as the dissemination of plague. Thank you for your insight, Miss Fate. Algier expressed his gratitude symbolically. Then, as a token of appreciation, could you enlighten me about matters at sea? For instance, regarding the 4 pirate kings and the other 6 pirate generals. Algier surveyed the surroundings, noting with no surprise the keen curiosity of justice, while the world and the sun assumed attentive postures, and he gently nodded, saying, "No problem." Algier then added, "You wouldn't have inadvertently spoken the truth, would you?" After Algier had introduced the 4 kings and 7 generals, Audrey, brimming with anticipation, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your sharing. I find myself yearning for the sea." She pondered, "I wonder when I will truly embark on a journey." "No, Miss Justice, it is certainly not as delightful as you imagine. To me, it is a gruesome amalgamation of bloodshed, chaos, slaughter, desire, and fear," Algier calmly interjected, dousing her enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Audrey nodded thoughtfully and continued, "Recently, a series of 11 murders has unfolded in Beckland, one of which has been confirmed as a copycat crime. The distinctive feature of this murder spree targets women who were once streetwalkers but now hold legitimate occupations. The perpetrator disembowels them, extracting all their organs. Does this sound like something associated with devil worship? Perhaps conducted by a blood cult?" Algier immediately surmised. "I do not know. The identity of the murderer is still undiscovered," Audrey replied, visibly displeased. "That is to be expected," Alice remarked, tapping the table. "Who could have imagined that the killer is not a human, but a dog?" "A dog?" Audrey, recalling her own Susie, looked astonished at Alice. "A few days ago, I rescued a girl from beneath a dog that was suspected to be a conduit for demons." Alice shrugged. "To be precise, that creature suddenly fled." Recalling Alice's earlier inquiry, Audrey had a sudden realization and asked with concern, "What about that girl? How is she?" "She has gone to the night church," Alice replied, spreading her hands in resignation. "That can't be right." Upon hearing Alice's words, Audrey sighed in relief, but then sensed something was amiss. If that is the case, why does the official investigation lack any leads? "Perhaps they are waiting for me to claim the bounty," Alice suggested. "I suspect the church is also curious about why that demon fled so abruptly. After all, withholding information does not hinder their pursuit of the murderer." Audrey fell silent. Although no one was indifferent to the matter, it was apparent that Alice had no intention of divulging more. "I am familiar with that ritual," Derek unexpectedly interjected into the conversation. Alice turned her curious gaze towards him and asked, "You know?" Derek nodded. "It has been mentioned in our textbooks on demonology. It is quite ancient, a ritual employed by demons to facilitate their ascension, typically occurring when transitioning from sequence 6 to sequence 5. Not a ritual meant to appease demons, but one that aids in their elevation?" Audrey asked, her tone tinged with surprise. Derek replied earnestly, "Indeed. Sequence 6 of the Abyssal Path is referred to as Demon, which is also the origin of their kin's name." "Abyssal Path," Alice echoed thoughtfully. Upon learning that Demon merely referred to sequence 6 of this path, she realized that the term Abyss casually mentioned by the little son might very well denote the name of sequence 0 of this path. "There seems to be a plethora of lost knowledge in Silver City," Alice mused, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Mr. Sun, are you familiar with the specifics of this ritual?" Derek nodded. "A minimum of 13 individuals is required, with a maximum of 49. The more complete the ritual, the greater the hope of ascension. There must be at least 3 days between each killing. Otherwise, it can easily spiral out of control, yet cannot exceed 9 days, as that would reset the ritual. After each murder, after every segment of the ritual, the demon consumes the victim's organs. From that point onward, it remains in a state of frenzied bloodlust, yearning to inflict harm upon others until that desire is satiated." Alice's expression grew increasingly serious. A demon in a state of frenzied bloodlust. Alice did not need to deliberate. She understood that its decisions would likely lack rationality. In other words, ordinary instincts of danger may not deter that demon. However, if one were to articulate it, this merely reaffirmed Alice's earlier conclusions. From the moment she witnessed the bizarre demise of Megaros, Alice comprehended that the unknown influence lingering upon her was no simple existence. Moreover, the unexpected encounter with the Mercury snake and the subsequent warning had led Alice to suspect that the nature of that influence undoubtedly transcended the status of sequence 1 angels. In other words, it was at least a true god. Why say at least? Audrey interjected, her voice laced with genuine apprehension. True gods also possess varying degrees of strength. How terrifying, Audrey remarked sincerely. As the discussion surrounding the serial murders reached a lull, Audrey gathered her thoughts and posed a question. Mr. Hangman, Miss Fate, I have long harbored a curiosity. Having attended several gatherings of the extraordinary, I have noticed that very few individuals sell potion formulas, and even when they do, transactions are rare. Why is this? Alice, who had never contemplated this issue, recalled the notary Mr. Fool and the wise old man Mr. I, and after a brief reflection, arrived at an answer. If a gathering lacks a trustworthy notary, most individuals cannot discern the authenticity of potion formulas. Alger chuckled lightly. Indeed, potion formulas are easily fabricated. No one would dare risk their life. Are you suggesting one prepares 2 sets of extraordinary materials, conducting an experiment on animals first? Coughing, Alice tactically interrupted Alger's words. Alger paused, observing Audrey's guilty expression, and finally recalled the mischief Justice had engaged in, sealing his lips. The initially inquisitive Audrey, feeling guilty, deftly redirected the conversation. Could this not be accomplished through an oath? Are you suggesting inviting the 7 orthodox deities to the gathering, or perhaps enticing the evil gods to partake of you as a sacrifice? Alice could not help but inquire. Audrey promptly closed her mouth again. There is yet another reason. Alger stated, without understanding the role-playing involved, potions can easily spiral out of control, transforming individuals into monsters. Moreover, the requisite materials are difficult to obtain and rather costly. Thus, as long as the 7 great churches do not officially sanction such transactions, there is no need for deliberate control, and the circulation of potion formulas cannot spread widely, let alone become commonplace. Ah, I see, Audrey murmured to herself. Derek opened his mouth, eager to inquire about which 7 orthodox deities were being referenced, but ultimately exercised caution and instead remarked, recently, Silver City organized an exploration into the depths of darkness and uncovered a partially destroyed temple. Within, there is a statue of a naked man nailed upside down to a cross, his body smeared with considerable blood. Do any of you know which deity this represents? Audrey and Alger exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in unison. We do not know. A naked man, nailed upside down to a cross, his body smeared with blood? Alice repeated, her expression peculiar. She was all too familiar with this imagery. Was this not the unfortunate child's father? Though Alice had long suspected a connection between the true creator and the creator of Silver City, she had not anticipated the existence of a statue of the true creator within Silver City. Miss Fate, are you aware of this? Derek, upon hearing Alice's retort, realized that she might have encountered a similar visage, and hastily pressed for further clarification. Both Audrey and Alger turned their gaze towards Alice as well. I believe it would be more prudent to direct this inquiry to Mr. Fool, Alice replied weakly. Upon hearing her words, the trio shifted their attention to Klein, shrouded in the mist, who then responded accordingly. This pertains to the fallen creator. Derek grimaced at the mention, while Alger and Audrey exchanged knowing looks. After a moment of contemplation, Alice added to Derek, we also refer to the fallen creator by another name, the true creator. He governs the pathways of the seer, with sequence 5 being the shepherd previously mentioned. At the mention of the shepherd, Derek sat upright, his eyes betraying a clear astonishment. Observing his expression, Alice chuckled. You have a shepherd by your side, do you not? Derek's countenance provided Alice with her answer, leading her to recline against her chair in silence, leaving Alger and Audrey to exchange glances filled with anticipation for her to unveil more information about the Silver City. In the ensuing silence, Klein remarked, let's bring this gathering to a close. Your will aligns with our desire. Promptly, Audrey rose, curtsied, and the others followed suit. After the assembly concluded, Alice acquired the latest entry from the Roselle Diary. January 14th. I have discovered a peculiar phenomenon. If unconscious high-sequence items remain unsealed, they inadvertently attract low-sequence individuals from the same pathway to their vicinity, resulting in intersections. The higher the original sequence, the more likely this occurrence transpires. However, this phenomenon appears to be intermittent rather than constant. This diary entry invigorated Alice's spirits. Could my chance encounter with that mercury snake be attributed to this? Yet, who is truly drawing whom? She pondered, but wait, if that were the case, my last 3 years have been unervingly stable. Setting aside her musings, Alice continued to read. January 16th. The flavor of the witch is rather delightful. No, wait, what does this mean? Despite her prior speculations about the temperament of this predecessor of hers, Alice found herself somewhat taken aback. After all, to her knowledge, Emperor Roselle had authored numerous renowned works depicting assassins. He wouldn't be attempting to lure more individuals down the assassin's pathway, only to become a witch, would he? Huh? Emperor Roselle, do you not consider the psychological implications of once being a man? Alice's emotions became a tumultuous mix as she pressed on. January 20th. I have crafted my second blasphemy card. Now, let me think, where shall I conceal it? I plan to disguise it as a bookmark, nestled within a highly valuable tome. Should the recipient lack the fortune of destiny, they would hardly conceive that the most valuable item within such a prize book is, in fact, that unassuming bookmark. Quite a splendid idea. Alice's heart momentarily quickened at the thought of the blasphemy card. But upon realizing that Roselle had not specified its exact location, her excitement waned, returning to its previous rhythm. The blasphemy card contained the potion for ascending from sequence 1 to sequence 0, and Alice suspected that there might be commonalities among the sequence 0 potions across different pathways. She needed to ascertain the connection between her and the Mercury Snake's potion. On Monday evening, Alice finally encountered Evelyn, who was said to have fallen ill after a frightening encounter with a ruffian. Are you well? I heard that you encountered some rather unpleasant circumstances. Alice inquired with genuine concern as she scrutinized Evelyn's demeanor. To Alice's surprise, Evelyn appeared to be in better spirits than anticipated. Frankly speaking, she did not resemble someone recovering from a severe ailment. Oh, thanks to your reminder. I quickly recall that harrowing night. Evelyn's smile faltered. It was truly terrifying, and I hope never to experience it again. Though still somewhat troubled by the events of that night, her demeanor remained calm when addressing it, suggesting that the church's reassurances had some merit. After softly reassuring Evelyn for a few moments, Alice deftly shifted the conversation in another direction. This meeting brought an unexpected twist to Alice's dreams that night. Upon awakening, with Brule Rose's visage before her, she found herself seated at a table, sketching comics, yet still somewhat disoriented. Why is the night watchman from Beakland visiting my dreams? The watchman casually entered the room and inquired, How did you come to know Evelyn Greenland? In an instant, Alice grasped the reason for their visit. Evelyn Greenland remained under surveillance, and the church sought to use her to bait that wild, extraordinary individual. They had deduced her acquaintance with Evelyn. No, it was not merely a deduction. In truth, the straightforward nature of her conversations with Evelyn, coupled with her following Evelyn, should have led the church to conclude that not only did she know Evelyn, but that Evelyn's fate was intertwined with hers. Recalling the conjectures regarding justice and the hangman at the tarot meeting, Alice realized that they had likely ruled out the possibility of a powerful individual passing by and attributed the cause solely to her. As for Klein's assertions about manipulating the world, if such occurrences were plausible, she would be a true deity walking upon the earth. Alice could not possibly be the true God. Kingsley accurately replied, I met her while visiting Mrs. Greenland next door. What is your name? The watchman continued to inquire. Brule Rose. Alice responded without hesitation. Why do you come to Beakland? They pressed on. The conversation drifted toward a realm in which Alice felt less adept. Yet in order to convincingly portray her role in this manipulated dream, she replied, My father's business encountered difficulties, and my mother. Alice allowed her expression to convey palpable sorrow and distress. The watchman, indeed, did not pursue that topic any further and returned to questioning. How did you become extraordinary? Alice nearly blurted out that she was not an extraordinary individual. Fortunately, the watchman's inquiry had already heightened her alertness. Otherwise, she would have either concocted a false narrative about her knowledge of extraordinary individuals or revealed the truth of her ability to remain lucid within dreams, leading to a stare-off between them. What is an extraordinary individual? Alice allowed her expression to become one of confusion. On Tuesday, Klein contacted Alice. From next Tuesday to Friday, there will be a Roselle Memorial Exhibition at the Kingdom Museum, hosted by the Steam and Machinery Church. It is said that original manuscripts and various relics of Emperor Roselle will be on display, Klein informed her. Would you like to see if you can locate the blasphemy card? Alice immediately understood Klein's intention. Do you not desire it? Klein inquired. I fear that the card of blasphemy may summon things best left undisturbed, replied Alice with a sense of self-awareness. Unless it is a card of the path of destiny. I have no desire to carry such a thing on my person. Alas, how delightful it would be to have a place to store items. Klein observed Alice's envious expression as she surveyed the palace and pondered aloud. Why not let me offer this place to you? In return, I shall bestow my fortune upon you. Alice rolled her eyes, quipping, Would you like to experience the sensation of potion ingredients tumbling directly into your mouth? They exchanged glances, and, in unison, took a step back from one another. Upon entering the legendary city of generosity, Byam, Alice acutely sensed the stark contrast between this place and Beakland, as well as Tingen. Pirates. Her gaze swept over the tavern's patrons, recalling the hanged man's descriptions of them, and the lives of the downtrodden in Beakland, eliciting a long sigh. How many among those who dwell at sea truly seek adventure and treasure? More often than not, they're simply those who could not survive on land. Gathering her thoughts, she stepped into the tavern where she was to meet the hanged man, Alger, and inevitably noticed a rather conspicuous figure. This fellow does not suit the guise of a wizard's robe at all, she mused, glancing at herself and then back at him. Falling into an odd silence, Alice adjusted her expression, striving to appear more courteous, before taking a seat opposite Alger and tentatively spoke. Odd changes, yet even remains unchanged. Symbols, signs look limits. Unlike Alice, who spoke with fluidity and confidence, Alger pronounced each word with a pronounced hesitation, his enunciation tinged with an indescribable peculiarity. Good afternoon, Mr. Hungetman. Ellis greeted cheerfully. Alger surveyed the surroundings at her words and corrected her. Do not address me as such in public. Then what should I call you? Captain? Alice inquired earnestly. Just call me Alger, he replied, having lost his composure after a few exchanges with Alice. I am Alice Kingsley. She introduced herself in kind. At the mention of this name, Alger's pupils constricted sharply, and his body trembled slightly, an unmistakable reaction that did not go unnoticed by Alice. Leaning forward with curiosity, she asked, Have you looked into me? Alger, rigid, offered no reply. Observing his stiffness, Alice queried, Why are you so tense? I should not be able to overpower you, should I? I have indeed investigated you. Alger responded, remaining motionless. The only possible connection to you in my findings is a night watchman of the Church of the Night, who became a fortunate one 3 years ago after mistakenly ingesting the extraordinary properties of Sequence 7. However, she perished in the Tingen incident involving the offspring of the evil god, and her name was also Alice Kingsley. Alice interjected, completing his unfinished thought. Alger remained silent, merely furrowing his brow as he regarded her. If you had seen the portrait of Alice Kingsley, you would understand. Alice paused, noticing Alger's full attention on her words. Before continuing, I am indeed the deceased Alice Kingsley. A satisfied smile crossed Alice's face as she witnessed the cracks reappear in Alger's composure. Alger was now engulfed in confusion, concerned about whether he could leave this tavern alive. No, perhaps he could at least survive until Miss Destiny procured her potion ingredients? Alice was not mistaken. Her naivety as an extraordinary being was evident, and the title of Fortunate One, by its very nature, suggested a lack of combat prowess. Although both were of Sequence 7, in terms of sheer strength, Alice could not stand against him. Yet he could not shake off Alice's seemingly jesting words. What if she truly was a divine presence walking among mortals? One must consider that given Miss Destiny's exhibited temperament, such behavior would not be entirely out of character. Furthermore, she appeared to exist outside this era and maintained an unusual connection with Mr. Fool, one that seemed relatively equal. Alice propped her chin upon her hand, observing Alger lost in thought before abruptly asking, What are you pondering? Alger's reverie was abruptly interrupted, though he remained uncertain about what to say. He contemplated whether he ought to greet Miss Destiny in a manner akin to how he interacted with Mr. Fool. However, if Miss Destiny were enjoying the life of an ordinary person, she likely would not appreciate such treatment. Are you contemplating my relationship with him? Alice softly inquired, refraining from using a title and instead opting for a pronoun, confident that Alger understood to whom she referred. I am indeed most curious, Alger admitted after a moment's reflection, acknowledging Alice's character through keen observation. Do you know that feeling? Alice gazed at Alger, recalling her own state upon awakening, her eyes taking on a distant quality. That sensation of waking in a completely unfamiliar place, with no recollection of who you are? Alger was momentarily taken aback, yet it seemed Alice did not seek his reply. She continued naturally, It feels as if I have emerged from an interminable dream. Initially, when I awoke, I could not remember my identity nor my origins. All I knew was that the era within my memories bore no resemblance to the present, and he's the only trace of my past that I could find. Upon hearing Alice's words, Alger was enlightened, believing he had grasped the essence of her situation. As for the more intricate and complex details, such as Alice's former identity, the era she hailed from, or how she awoke in the body of a human girl, while he was curious, he recognized that these inquiries were beyond his reach. The girl before him might indeed falter in direct combat, but she wielded the power of death that left him utterly defenseless. Perhaps she was still becoming familiar with that power, yet the fleeing demon hound and her demeanor undoubtedly indicated that she was gradually mastering her former abilities. Of course, this was merely Alger's speculation. Any resemblance to the truth was purely coincidental. Alice sighed inwardly, relieved to have navigated her conversation with Alger successfully. She had not spoken entirely falsehoods, merely employing a touch of linguistic finesse. How Alger chose to interpret her words was of no concern to her. With a twinkle in her eye, she posed a new question. Shouldn't you belong to the Storm Church? Wouldn't taking me to the waters you mentioned raise suspicion among your subordinates? Alger, a member of the Storm Church, cast a glance at the unabashed Alice before ultimately abandoning his attempt to dissuade her. We are all adventurers at sea. If someone is willing to pay us to take them where they desire to go, it matters not where we venture. As Alice, clad in a wizard's robe that concealed her form and revealed only her youthful visage, stepped aboard the ship with Algier, she became acutely aware of several curious gazes directed towards her. She averted her eyes from those stares, discerning that the glances offered little distinction between kindness and malice, predominantly steeped in mere curiosity. Thus, she withdrew her gaze and followed Algier to the chamber he had prepared for her. If you require anything, you may voice it now, Algier stated from the threshold. After a brief examination of the room, Alice suddenly turned to Algier and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "What should I do if I discover I am prone to seasickness once the ship sets sail?" "You are an extraordinary being," Algier emphasized. "Do extraordinary beings not suffer from seasickness?" Alice asked, bewildered. Algier struggled to suppress an expression of irreverence. "Very well, I understand," Alice shrugged. "How long until we reach the maritime territory you mentioned?" "Provided all goes smoothly, we should arrive by tomorrow morning," Algier replied. "Has the grand assembly of pirates already concluded?" Alice continued her questioning. "The gathering has persisted for quite some time. It is likely still ongoing," Algier responded. "May I attend?" Alice's eyes sparkled with interest. "Do you need something to purchase?" Algier inquired hesitantly. "Not precisely," Alice shook her head. "I am merely curious about the lives of different individuals." "I trust you can understand that." Algier displayed a demeanor of disinterest in the proclivities of deities. Consequently, Alice, feeling somewhat disheartened, asked, "So may I go?" "Regrettably, no." Algier coldly declined her request. "What do we set sail, then?" Alice pouted in dissatisfaction. "If you wish, we can depart at this very moment," Algier replied. As the sails unfurled and the sea breeze caressed Alice's face, she realized that she was truly aboard a pirate ship. It was undeniably exhilarating. That night, Alice found herself unable to sleep, her excitement rendering her restless. When Klein was awakened in the dead of night by her plaintive whisper, "I can't sleep. Have you?" he couldn't help but mutter a curse into the fog above. He pulled Alice up into the mist, fixing her with a glare before she could speak. "Are you truly unwell?" Alice blinked innocently. After grinding his molars, Klein gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. Since I brought you here, I have something to ask you." "What is it?" Alice inquired. If, and I emphasize if Klein organized his thoughts, I were to claim a bounty for a murderous demon that is, in fact, a dog, what would happen? Alice reflected on her own experiences and responded, "You might encounter the night watcher in your dreams." "What did they inquire of you?" Klein asked, momentarily taken aback. "They asked my name, why I had come to Beckland, and how I became extraordinary," Alice recounted. "How did you become extraordinary?" Klein repeated the last question, his curiosity piqued. "What did you say?" "I asked them what an extraordinary being is." Alice rested her forehead in exasperation. "I was so close to blurting out that I am not extraordinary. When did the night watcher's inquiries evolve into this?" Klein pondered, recalling his own interrogation by Dunn, filled with confusion. "Ha!" Alice offered a rather lackluster smile. "Perhaps it was due to my repeated insistence that Evelyn go to the night church." "Oh, right, Evelyn is the girl I mentioned," she added. Klein cast a sympathetic glance at Alice before hanging up. Alice rolled over in bed countless times, counting sheep to stars, stars to dumplings, and then from dumplings to woe. It seemed she lost count as she dozed off once she reached dumplings. Upon awakening once more, Alice was jolted awake by violent shaking. It took her a moment to realize that she was seemingly at sea. Even if we are at sea, this level of turbulence feels quite abnormal. She quickly threw on her clothes, burst through the door, and collided with the sailor who had come to summon her. Ouch! Alice grasped the doorknob with one hand while rubbing her head with the other, looking at the sailor. "What is happening?" "A storm," the sailor succinctly explained. "You'd best get up." Alice's brow furrowed. A rare seriousness overtook her expression as she asked the sailor, Could you take me to the helm? Or whatever you call the place that controls the ship. You can steer a ship? The sailor asked, astonished. I cannot, Alice replied calmly. But I suspect we were not meant to encounter storm. The sailor tacitly acknowledged her statement. Then, would you kindly escort me there? Alice sighed in resignation. Although I'm uncertain of the circumstances, when something so extraordinarily improbable occurs, I feel it must be related to me. The uncontrollable winds raged. Even Alice, with her limited understanding of the ocean, could sense the brewing tempest in the air. However, she felt something else in the realm of her expertise. Without greeting the sailor, she dashed to the edge of the deck, tiptoeing to peer into the water's surface. What are you doing? The sailor exclaimed, hastily grabbing her, fearful she might be swept away. Bring someone skilled in underwater combat, Alice said, her gaze fixed on the water surface, or summon your captain. However, the sailor opened his mouth, still reluctant to abandon his effort to pull Alice away. Once the brewing disaster fully materializes, it will be too late. Alice's eyes remained locked on the water's surface. It was a peculiar sensation. She could distinctly perceive something beneath the water, adding an unsettling presence to the vicinity. This feeling posed no actual harm, yet it filled her with discomfort, akin to the suffocating sensation of air saturated with 99% humidity. While the water concealed itself within the air, each breath felt as though she were enveloped in liquid. Alice shut her eyes, attempting to dispel that sensation. I cannot. It remains unattainable. It was always the same. She could see and feel, yet she was powerless to effect any change. Frustrated, Alice furrowed her brow and turned to Algier, who had been summoned. Before he could pose a question, she declared, the object I seek lies beneath the water. Are you certain? Algier approached, gazing at the featureless surface of the water. We should still be some distance from that area. I did not observe them on deck, which has exceeded my expectations. Alice replied, her tone betraying her agitation. You must understand that Charlie Gold nearly became extraordinary material that fell into my mouth. Algier lapsed into silence for a moment before posing a question. Could it be that the angel behind him fears becoming your potion ingredient? Consider this a worthy speculation. Alice affirmed Olge's conjecture. So, why not leap into the depths? Olge explained, even sailors do not relish the thought of engaging in combat beneath the waves. Do you possess a method to lure them to the surface? Alice replied pensively, if I were in sequence 6 right now, perhaps I would. Then can you ascertain their exact location? Olge inquired further. Indeed, but I cannot divulge that information to you, Alice shrugged. Unless you have a means to enable me to maneuver underwater, then I could guide you there. Before Olge could respond, Alice added, however, I'm not particularly adept at underwater activities. Truth be told, I'm not much of a fighter on land either. Without uttering a word, Olge handed Alice a cufflink. What is this? She asked, taking it and gazing at the sunless sky, her expression tinged with disappointment as she set it down. It is an extraordinary item that allows you to navigate through water, Olge elucidated. Shouldn't you first ascertain whether I possess the means to defend myself underwater before bringing me down there? Alice questioned, bemused by Olge's inexplicable trust. And do you? Olge queried, seemingly compelled to engage in this line of questioning. I doubt it, Alice admitted, donning the cufflink. Steadying herself against the railing, she rose onto her toes to gauge her height, concluding, but I should manage to survive. You intend to jump directly? Olge exclaimed, taken aback by Alice's intentions. It feels more exhilarating this way. She blinked, adding, I feel compelled to shout something at this moment. What is it? Hey! Before Olge could finish his sentence, Alice unexpectedly vaulted over the railing, plunging into the water and seamlessly vanishing beneath the surface. As Olge had predicted, the cufflink indeed granted Alice the ability to navigate underwater. Not that she had truly mastered swimming, but rather she had acquired the fundamental skills necessary to stay afloat. However, the most critical aspect was that she could breathe while submerged. Closing her eyes, the source of her discomfort became clearer. Just before Olge could utter anything while searching for her, Alice seized him and pointed towards the bottom of the vessel. Olge furrowed his brow, grasping Alice and guiding her towards the ship's keel. As they descended sufficiently deep, just as Olge was about to swim forward with Alice, she experienced an instinctive sensation, compelling her to tug firmly at his arm. When Olge turned to look at her, Alice shook her head vigorously before gesturing towards the water surface. Throughout this ordeal, Alice pondered whether Olge might think her unwell. Yet, he seemed to harbor an unwavering trust in her, leading Alice to suspect he took her whimsical remarks seriously, such as her claims of walking among true deities. In any case, Olge unhesitatingly brought her back to the surface. as they breached the water's surface. They were caught in a tumultuous gust of wind. Alongside them, two serpentine creatures, each half the height of a man and adorned with horns, were also swept up. Those are my potion ingredients. However, Alice was far from pleased as the winds howled around her. While submerged, she had sensed a peculiar premonition. This tempest had spiraled beyond the control of the two snakes. Why? Was it due to her proximity? The answer remained elusive. Alice and Alge, along with the two Minovian snakes, were unceremoniously hurled onto the deck. This, however, did not signify their safety. The ferocious winds showed no signs of abating, as if intent on capsizing the entire vessel. Damn it! Alice, propelled by the wind, landed beside one of the snakes and, with quick reflexes, seized its horns, attempting to wrench them free. The living serpent, of course, would not permit such an act. Its massive jaws clamped mercilessly onto Alice's shoulder. Fortunately, it was a non-venomous snake. Alice thought through the haze of pain. After a fierce struggle, she finally succeeded in breaking off one horn. The serpent's grip relaxed significantly, allowing Alice the opportunity to pry off the other horn. She collapsed onto the ground, her essence quietly seeping into the horns, touching upon the discomfort she had felt in the air all along. Indeed, even as her vitality waned rapidly and the agony in her shoulder approached numbness, Alice couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It appeared she could genuinely influence her fate. When Alice awoke, she found herself in bed, the faint taste of medicine lingering in her mouth. I must say, no matter the realm, medicine is never palatable. She leapt from the bed, swishing water in her mouth until the medicinal flavor dissipated before spitting it out. As she stepped outside, she spotted Alge on the deck. The horns you managed to break off are in your room. Did you see them? Alge asked before Alice could speak. I did not notice. She shook her head. How long have I been asleep? For about half a day. Alge replied. I'll drop you off at Prince Harbor. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. Now, how shall we divide the spoils? Alice inquired. I feel as though I did not contribute much, Alge admitted. Alice furrowed her brow as she regarded him, pausing to gather her thoughts before asking, Are you perhaps a bit afraid of me? Do you recall what you did? Alge responded, gazing at her with a peculiar expression. Alice blinked in confusion, trying to recall her actions. Her spirit had delved into the horns, and then she beheld the souls aboard the vessel, their fates intertwined, knotted into an inextricable tangle. And then she had attempted to untangle the knot, but it proved too challenging for her. Not only did she lack the patience and skill, but her spirit was insufficient to sustain such an endeavor. Thus, in a fit of anger, she severed two entwined threads, and the entire knot unraveled as a result. Severed? Alice's expression momentarily stiffened as she regarded Alge with a strange look. Who perished? Do not worry. The ones who died were those two snakes, Alge reassured her, realizing that Alice's memory was returning. Alice exhaled a sigh of relief before asking, How did they die? Alge replied, The horn you broke off is difficult to say. The other one bore no external wounds, as if it had just died of natural causes. Precisely, Alge remarked, observing her with a curious expression. Alice instinctively raised a hand to her forehead, reflecting on how her identity in Alge's eyes was likely solidified now. Yet, it was fortunate she had not recklessly yanked at the entire knot in her fury. Who knows what calamity might have ensued? Feeling a sense of secret delight, Alice inquired, So, does that mean both serpents belong to me? Alge nodded in affirmation. After a brief moment of silence, Alice resolved to make a suggestion, perhaps a request, that would reassure Alge. May I ask for your assistance? What is it? Alge responded. After I extract the extraordinary materials I require, may I offer the remaining extraordinary materials as remuneration for your help in locating a pair of Calamity Harpy's eyes? Alice asked earnestly. Certainly, Alge replied, appearing somewhat more relaxed, yet still unable to conceal his tension. Is there anything else you need? Not for the time being, Alice shook her head, addressing Alge. Additionally, I feel it is necessary to inform you that I thoroughly enjoy my life as Alice Kingsley. I understand, Alge replied, and although his expression remained neutral, Alice sensed a notable alleviation in his demeanor compared to before. Once assured that Alge no longer harbored concerns for his safety, Alice ventured a request she had long wished to make. Could you tell me about the sea? Legends and stories. I am particularly curious. After listening to a myriad of otherworldly maritime adventure tales, Alice successfully returned to Beckland. This exhilarating journey concluded with a return that was relatively tranquil. Time swiftly advanced to Monday afternoon, and amidst the gray mist, Audrey greeted Klein as usual. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Subsequently, Audrey cast a curious glance at Alice, who was also a new member, and inquired with a smile, "Who is this?" Klein, lounging comfortably in the fool's designated seat, surveyed the room and remarked, "This is Miss Magician, our new member." He then turned to introduce Furs one by one. "This is Miss Fate, this is Miss Justice, this is Mr. Hangman, and this is..." The newly inducted Miss Magician, Furs, utilized her talents as a writer to scrutinize those around her. Miss Fate appeared to be a blonde lady, and it seemed, well, Furs met Alice's smiling gaze, and Alice blinked twice, cheerfully greeting, "Hello, Miss Magician." "Hello, Miss Fate," Furs politely nodded, mentally tagging Alice as quite lively. Alice's cheerful salutation shattered the unspoken observation period between the old and new members. Taking the opportunity, Derek spoke up, "Miss Justice, Mr. Hangman, I seek information related to the fallen creator. I recall you owe me a reward. I can provide the relevant information." Algie readily agreed. After Derek requested a private conversation, Algie candidly shared the traditional imagery behind the shadow curtain, including the eyes and the hanged giant, as well as information regarding the belief among Aurora members that this malevolent deity was indeed the original creator of all things. Following the conclusion of their private exchange, silence enveloped the room for a few seconds before Furs, believing she had grasped the procedure, thoughtfully declared, "I wish to acquire the apothecary's and conjurer's formulas in exchange for monetary compensation." Alice was reminded of the timid, rotund apothecary. Unfortunately, Mr. World's timely interjection thwarted this unwarranted calamity directed towards the apothecary. "I possess the apothecary's formula for 230 pounds. As for the conjurer's formula, I shall endeavor to locate it, but I cannot guarantee success." Furs surveyed the room, and, upon noticing the others had no intention of speaking, addressed Mr. World. "Mr. World, I hope you can swiftly locate the conjurer's potion formula. As for the apothecary's formula, I am prepared to purchase it right now. How should I proceed with the payment?" World responded, "Upon your return, you will offer cash as a tribute to Mr. Fool, thus completing the transaction." The specifics of the tribute process are: after elucidating the tribute procedure, Klein manifested the potion formula before Mr. World, handing it to Furs while controlling World, stating, "The transaction will be witnessed by Mr. Fool, so you need not worry about its authenticity." Mr. Fool was inclined to facepalm. "I trust Mr. Fool," Furs declared as she began to memorize the formula. "You may request Mr. Fool's assistance in recalling it upon your return by invoking his name," Alice gently reminded. "Thank you for the reminder, Miss Fate," Furs replied gratefully. "Miss Magician, are you familiar with the art of role-playing?" Audrey seemed to recall something and asked, "Role-playing?" Furs echoed, bewildered, and upon glancing around, noticed that no one reacted to the term in any significant manner. Realizing Furs was unaware of the matter, Alice interjected, "Role-playing effectively reduces the risk of lower-tier extraordinary individuals losing control and accelerates the pace of advancement." Just as Audrey prepared to inquire about Mr. Fool's consent, she hesitated, glancing at Klein amidst the gray mist, and then at Alice, suddenly uncertain of what she should say. After a few seconds of hesitation, Alice asked, "Should I seek Mr. Fool's approval first?" Furs, astonished that such a method even existed, marveled that Miss Fate could forget something so elementary. Audrey, uncertain whether to pursue the topic, hesitated and looked toward Klein. Algie, with his eyes downcast, feigned ignorance, pretending not to have heard anything. Klein wished to facepalm, but refrained, as such a gesture would not align with Mr. Fool's enigmatic persona. To maintain the air of mystery surrounding Mr. Fool, he tapped the table twice and chuckled lightly. "Since Miss Fate has already spoken, I shall entrust the explanation to you." Thus, Audrey's expression toward Alice grew increasingly complex. Algie continued to feign ignorance. Even the straightforward Derek began to recognize Mr. Fool's unusual leniency towards Miss Fate, leading him to ponder that perhaps Miss Fate's lack of reverence for Mr. Fool was not entirely surprising. Observing the expressions of those around her, Furs realized that Miss Fate's standing within the Tarot Society appeared to be quite exceptional. Under normal circumstances, Alice should have risen to express her gratitude to Mr. Fool for his benevolence. However, from the look Audrey cast her way, Alice comprehended that the performance was entirely unnecessary. Even a blind person could see she recognizes Klein. With a resigned sigh, Alice turned her attention back to the deliberating Furs. "However, there is one stipulation. Without Mr. Fool's permission, the role-playing method must not be disclosed to others." Furs regarded Alice, internally questioning whether the latter even remembered this stipulation, and inquired with curiosity, Do I not need to provide compensation? Alice hesitated for a moment, shifting her gaze toward Klein. You may decide, Mr. Fool replied calmly. After a brief contemplation, Alice responded. You may offer Mr. Fool 2 pages from the Roselle diary as remuneration, in contrast to the contemplative Furs. Both Algie and Audrey simultaneously ponder question. Is it conceivable that Miss Destiny could comprehend Roselle's diary? After all, if Mr. Fool is capable of understanding the diary, it does not seem implausible that Miss Destiny, who is acquainted with Mr. Fool, might also grasp its contents. Algie even recalled that rather awkwardly pronounced cipher and the cryptic words Alice uttered as she leapt from the boat. Could it be that the symbols of the Emperor Roselle were not of his own invention, but rather a vestige of an ancient, long-lost language? If the disappearance of this language were linked to an archaic deity of fate, it would not be surprising that it eludes divination and interpretation. But wait, how did the Emperor Roselle come to know this language? This line of speculation was once again set aside by Algie. After Furs acquiesced, Alice carefully began to elucidate the method of acting. The essence of potion-making lies not in mastery, but in digestion. It is not about excavation, but rather performance. The name of the potion serves as the key to digestion. Why? Furs blurted out. After a moment consideration, she added another query. But how does one perform? Alice rapped her fingers on the table, reiterating Klein's theory regarding castles and guardians, concluding with, in essence, the purpose of performance is to harmonize body, mind, and spirit, circumventing the obstinate resistance of the potion's residual spirit, shattering and assimilating it. Throughout this process, it is imperative to remember that you are merely performing. Do not lose your sense of self and allow the residual spirit of the potion to assimilate you. The imaginative Furs swiftly grasped Alice's intent, ultimately confirming. This is what Mr. Fool taught? Sort of, Alice replied. This rather Alice-esque response caused Furs to momentarily falter, uncertain of how to proceed. The perceptive Audrey timely intervened. Indeed, if it weren't for Mr. Fool, we might have spiraled out of control. Our very existence testifies to the efficacy of the performance method. Regardless of Klein's internal lamentations urging him to learn from others, Alice remained blissfully unaware. The next to propose a trade was Derek, who clenched his teeth and inquired about a question he had long wished to ask. I wish to know which 7 deities you refer to and their general circumstances. This question was known to all, except for Furs, who was puzzled as to why Derek would pose such a query. The others raised their hands in response. At that moment, Klein, shrouded in fog, observed the 3 eager to answer and remarked with a smile. Mr. Sun, with whom do you wish to trade? What will you offer in return? Son Derek pressed his lips together, contemplating for a few seconds before stating, I will trade with each of them individually. This way, he could acquire the most comprehensive information, Derek mused, having matured somewhat in his approach. He paused before adding, the payment will be the opportunity to ask me one question, one that I can answer. I accept. I am quite intrigued by the City of Silver, Audrey said without hesitation, a gentle smile gracing her lips. City of Silver? What is that place? The unfamiliar name rendered Furs bewildered. She glanced around, beginning to feel out of place. The City of Silver is located in the legendary land forsaken by the gods, Alice kindly explained. Huh? The land forsaken by the gods? Mr. Fool can actually summon people from there to attend gatherings? Surely, this must be a jest? Furs's expression grew more bewildered as she raised her gaze, noticing that others showed no inclination to dispute Alice's words. Connecting this to Derek's earlier question, she realized that Alice's statement was highly likely to be true. This clandestine gathering was even more extraordinary than she had imagined, and Mr. Fool was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Furs mused inwardly. Observing Furs's expression, Audrey felt a surge of secret pride, then reminded herself, Audrey, no, you must not boast. Doing so would expose your identity. Well, if it were Miss Destiny, she would surely have blurted it out, unaware of Audrey's thoughts. Alice met her gaze with a puzzled blink. After the hangman and the world respectively agreed to Derek's request, the trading commenced in earnest. They wrote down similar information on paper and handed it to Derek, who, after reading, began to answer their questions one by one. Thus, Klein, who was pleased to receive 4 rewards, was struck down by the first. I suddenly recall that I owe you a reward, Mr. Sun, the honest Audrey stated with an apologetic smile. The second to pose a question was Alice. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, besides what you told me last time, what other characteristics do demons possess? After a brief pause, she added, I mean the common traits shared by all demons. Derek organized his thoughts and replied, they all possess the ability to grow in size, thus breaking free from constraints, momentarily enhancing their strength and speed. Their skin undergoes mutation, akin to donning a layer of hard armor. Their blood and flesh can impede objects and reduce damage. They are immune to the vast majority of toxins, undaunted by curses and flames to a certain extent. They wield innate fire and filth-based spells, exhibit cold-bloodedness, remain unperturbed and fearless, possess formidable melee capabilities, and excel in utilizing various objects to inflict harm. Their greatest weakness is their propensity for losing control. Even in the absence of such, they often display a frigid, cruel madness easily swayed by desires for bloodlust and slaughter. Incredibly powerful, Alice remarked. I am quite satisfied with this information. The third to inquire was Algie, who seemed to have pondered for a long time before solemnly addressing Derek. I wish to learn about the creation myth of the City of Silver. This was a domain familiar to Derek, and he swiftly responded. The omniscient and omnipotent deity created everything and then fell into slumber. The giant king Almir, the dreaming dragon Angel Wade, the elf king Suniasolium, the vampire ancestor Lilith, the demon lord Fabudi, the phoenix ancestor Grigili, the aberrant king Quashin, and the king of the magic wolves Fragra shared the authority bequeathed by the Lord, becoming the rulers of the sky, earth, and sea, governing reality, the spirit realm, and the star realm, as well as the deities of various races, true gods, ancient deities. Some fell in battle against one another, while others were stripped of their power by the Lord, the omniscient and omnipotent deity, upon awakening. The preceding narrative constituted the creation myth, while the latter recounted the genuine history experienced by the City of Silver. Subsequently, the ever-eavesdropping Mr. Fool, manipulating the world, posed the question, everything about the king of the magic wolves, Fragra. Derek, taken aback by this inquiry, cast a puzzled glance at the world and frowned. I do not know much about this ancient deity. I only know that he is also referred to as the destructive magic wolf and the night magic wolf. Is there nothing else? Klein pondered for a moment before prompting the world to inquire. Following this, the world, upon Derek's suggestion, altered the question, uncovering a clue that Miss Sharon may belong to the prisoner pathway and is a defector of the Rose School. After exchanging some information, the spiritually distressed Mr. Fool hastily concluded the gathering. On Tuesday morning, at 2 King S Avenue in the West District, the Kingdom Museum. ISNT today a workday? Alice remarked with a pout, observing the lengthy queue ahead, reluctantly positioning herself at the back with her ticket in hand. At precisely 9 o'clock, the museum's doors opened, and Alice, following the long line, entered the museum. One by one, the tour guides emerged, each leading away a segment of the queue, causing the once lengthy line to disperse rapidly. Alice, along with about 20 others, trailed behind one of the guides as he began to recount the life of Emperor Russell. The immersive feeling of being in a history lesson soon ignited within Alice a desire to yawn. She was not genuinely tired. It was simply that she felt an overwhelming urge to yawn as she listened. As the group progressed to one of the exhibition halls, the guide's tone suddenly became animated. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the everyday items of Emperor Russell. Look, that is his velvet blanket, and that is the gilded glass vessel he used for drinking wine. And over there, you see the water closet he used, the first of its kind in modernity. Alice gazed at the water closet in the display case, her lips twitching for a moment. She abruptly felt grateful that Emperor Russell lived in an era devoid of mobile phones, where no one could decipher Chinese. After all, considering the manner of his demise, he likely never had the chance to format his phone. However, as Alice contemplated the gilded toilet, she began to ponder the effect of such an object placed in a contemporary restroom. No, that would be too bizarre. She averted her gaze from the exhibit and prepared to explore what else the hall had to offer. Adjacent to the water closet display was a case showcasing Russell's everyday garments, where the guide began to elaborate on the clothing culture of Yentis. Alice glanced at the attire, then at the water closet, and felt that the arrangement was rather peculiar. No, it's inherently odd to exhibit a water closet. Following the everyday exhibit, there lay the original manuscripts of significant documents enacted by Russell, including the Civil Code and other historically valuable artifacts. At that moment, the guide pointed to a display case. This is one of the notebooks left behind by Emperor Russell, inscribed with his unique and mysterious symbols that remain unbroken to this day. Many historians and archaeologists believe that these notes contain the emperor's most closely guarded secrets. Some speculate that these symbols might be a code between Russell and his most beloved woman, a means for them to record their thoughts for each other. Yet they could never truly be united. Alice looked at the open notebook within the case, where she saw familiar Chinese characters. Reading the opening passage, she felt she had gained a novel understanding of romance. March 6th. Damn it, the food here is constipating me. Indeed, how romantic, a romantic constipation. However, Russell's handwriting was truly unsightly. Seeing Russell as handwritten Chinese characters for the first time, Alice shook her head, suppressing a silent exclamation. If only I could steal that diary, even if just to flip through it. She cast a longing glance at the diary in the display case before surveying the security personnel around her, reluctantly abandoning the thought. In the exhibition hall, the semi-divine. The security measures for the Russell Memorial Exhibition were exceedingly thorough. Not only were there numerous visible security personnel, but among them, Alice astutely discerned several extraordinary individuals. Merging into the touring crowd, she followed the guide into the next exhibition hall, aptly named Warmth of Russell. Wait a moment. The shriek of the spiritual presence halted Alice in her tracks at the entrance. The throng behind her remained oblivious to Alice's sudden pause and the slight tremor of her body, continuing to advance with the guide. Jostled by the crowd, Alice instinctively reached out for support. However, as she was at the center of the flow, her hand fortuitously grasped the arm of a girl beside her, who turned with a look of confusion. Before Alice could respond, she was jostled again, losing her balance. The girl quickly steadied her and inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Alice lifted her gaze, and the girl noticed Alice's pale face, barely concealing her fear. "Are you sure you're okay? You seem unwell." Alice attempted to explain that she was fine, merely startled by the unexpected presence of a semi-divine being in this exhibition hall, which had unsettled her spiritually. Before she could finish her sentence, the girl raised her arm and called out, "Hey, stop! Someone here is feeling unwell." All eyes turned toward Alice, and she felt a weighty gaze upon her. With great effort, she turned her neck to face the source of that gaze, a semi-divine being. She stood before a display case at the back, obscured by the crowd, preventing Alice from discerning what lay within. But she could see the figure's face veiled by sheer fabric and an antiquated black hat. Her hair was likely chestnut, her figure well-proportioned, and she stood tall, clad in a youthful, yellow cake-style dress. The ensemble was quite mismatched, yet considering her semi-divine status, Alice felt it inappropriate to voice any opinion. As the initial shock of the spiritual presence subsided, Alice exchanged a brief glance with the girl before quickly averting her gaze, stabilizing herself. With an apologetic smile, she said, "I'm fine, I just got bumped unexpectedly. Are you certain you're okay, miss?" The guide still appeared uneasy and reluctant to brush aside the incident. Alice, feeling the semi-divine's gaze upon her, subtly urged, "Please, let us continue. I wouldn't want to hold everyone up." Although her face retained a hint of paleness, her emotions had steadied, and she appeared perfectly fine. After observing her for a moment, the guide relinquished his concerns and raised his voice slightly, addressing the group, "All right, let's proceed, and please be careful not to bump into one another." The crowd responded with scattered acknowledgments. Thus, the incident was passed over, and Alice blended back into the line, while that weighty gaze quickly withdrew. This is the first love letter penned by Emperor Russell. This is his first poem, When You Are Old, the guide introduced, pointing to a manuscript within a display case. Having regained her composure for the tour, Alice hesitated, glancing at the manuscript. If memory served her correctly, the author of that poem ultimately failed to unite with their beloved. Indeed, the subject had not even consented to the pursuit after her husband's death, refusing even to attend his funeral. While the poem was beautiful, using such a love poem for a confession seemed rather ill-fated. "This is a bracelet he crafted himself. This is the original manuscript he wrote," the guide's voice continued. Alice followed behind the guide, her expression complex as she regarded the array of items. Even though she was already well aware of the illustrious life of the great Russell, at this very moment, Alice found herself profoundly shaken by his audacity. Her emotional turmoil seemed overly apparent, prompting the demigod's gaze to flit over her once more, before casually drifting away after her body stiffened. With a sigh, Alice exhaled deeply, cautious not to make any sudden movements. Concealing her hand beneath her garment, she discreetly performed a safe gesture before following the guide onward. This was the foundational educational textbook he had designed for his children, each word accompanied by a corresponding illustration, and the guide's voice resonated once again. As Alice gazed upon those elementary textbooks, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. She was no stranger to such textbooks. Within her memories of school materials, various illustrations were abundant. However, the more fitting representation of such a thing would indeed be the literacy picture books used by primary school students. Fragments of scenes flashed before Alice's eyes, predominantly showcasing various bookstores and libraries. Some were spacious and bright, their towering shelves neatly arranged in endless succession, while others, though smaller, maintained a certain order despite their narrow confines. At the entrance, counters were piled high with bestsellers, and some were cramped and crowded, with shelves densely lined against the walls, brimming with books and stationery, creating a constant worry that items might tumble down. These visions flitted by, ultimately fading away, leaving Alice to gaze wistfully at the picture book before her, sighing in remembrance of the past she had lost, before following the guide towards the next display case. This was a simple game he had invented for his children, reminiscent of chess, yet for some unknown reason, the rules had not been widely disseminated. It was also a toy of building blocks he had crafted for his offspring. The display case was where the demigod stood, fixated on its contents, his attention not lingering on Alice. With this realization, she felt a sense of relief and turned her gaze towards the items within the display case, immediately spotting a set of building blocks strikingly similar to Lego. "Oh, great Emperor, do you presume that no one in this other world will demand royalties from you?" After internally lamenting the Emperor for what felt like the umpteenth time, Alice glanced at the chess game that had not become widely known. The river of Chu and the Han boundary, the elephant, the general, the soldier, the horse, the cannon, the chariot, the pawn. Chinese chess. Well, it's the Emperor, so it is rather normal. After reassuring herself, Alice began to examine whether any recognizable figures were present among the Lego blocks. Regrettably, it seemed that the Emperor's childhood differed significantly from her own. Although there were indeed familiar images to her, she could not recall their names. Is this the generational gap? You seem to recognize the items here? Suddenly, Alice was jolted from her reverie by the voice. 50 Bernadette. Her body stiffened instantly. The voice came from beside her. The female demigod had approached her unnoticed, as the crowd behind them flowed past, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Even the guide remained unaware that one person had vanished from the group, leading the remaining individuals out of the exhibition hall. A new group entered the hall, yet they too did not notice them. The new guide seamlessly directed the fresh visitors, who meandered before the display cases, all oblivious to the two women within the hall. As the next group was about to depart, the voice of the female demigod resonated once more. "Why are you silent?" Alice slowly turned her body to face this demigod, who fixed her gaze upon her, her face veiled by a thin fabric, rendering it impossible to discern her emotions solely from her eyes. Alice remained silent before the demigod. But one thing she was certain of was that this demigod held no murderous intent towards her, for the time being. "So what does she desire? You seem quite familiar with the items here." The female demigod's voice echoed again, mentioning poetry, manuscripts, foundational educational textbooks, and even those games that had not circulated in the outside world. Meeting the gaze of the female demigod, Alice endeavored to keep her voice steady. I simply have immense admiration for Emperor Rossel." Under the scrutiny of her gaze, Alice's voice grew fainter, eventually fading into silence. It was a woefully inadequate excuse. The female demigod merely regarded her with calm curiosity, asking, "Do you believe what you say?" Alice fell into silence, contemplating the fact that, despite her being a demigod, the woman had yet to act against her, merely trapping her in this space. Tentatively, she inquired, "Are you as well?" The question, spoken in Chinese, elicited a look from the demigod that indicated she had not comprehended it at all. After a brief pause, Alice attempted to rephrase the question in more international English. "Are you too?" However, the demigod's expression remained unchanged. She still did not understand the English. She looked at Alice and asked, "What do those two sentences mean?" Alice opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. She realized that the person before her was not a traveler from another world, yet she seemed to care deeply about these matters. Could it be? A sudden thought struck Alice, and she hesitantly asked, "Do you have someone familiar who also knows these things?" The demigod's gaze shifted. Her demeanor, once serene, turned serious, and her voice shifted from calm to one that was forcefully restrained. "What does knowing these items signify?" Her gaze grew heavy, and the emotional turbulence she had tried to suppress seeped forth, revealing a hint of the divine pressure that accompanied her being. Alice's complexion paled once again. An elevated spiritual intuition could render the extraordinary powerless in her presence, while simultaneously leaving her nearly defenseless against higher-tier powers. No, to be precise, she might not even possess the will to resist, recalling how she had panicked and fled upon encountering the Mercury Serpent. Alice's eyes flickered. The demigod noticed Alice's discomfort and reined in her aura, furrowing her brow as she awaited Alice's response. It seemed she had no immediate intention to forcibly extract an answer. Alice lowered her gaze, tentatively asking, "Why not directly inquire with the other party?" At this, the female demigod's demeanor shifted to one of palpable danger. Her icy stare caused Alice to tremble uncontrollably, and just as she felt herself on the verge of losing her balance, the demigod reigned in her presence once more, coldly retorting, "If I could, would I still be asking you here?" Alice fell silent, realizing that if this were the case, it either meant they had fallen out or that the other party was no longer present. With a gentle sigh, she gazed towards the display case and said, "I need to first understand that person's identity and your connection to them. Do you believe you possess the leverage to negotiate?" The demigod furrowed her brow. "I believe you're interested in learning about that individual," Alice replied softly while observing the display case. The demigod did not respond immediately. After scrutinizing Alice for a moment, she too turned her gaze towards the display case, acknowledging, "He is the protagonist of today's exhibition." Alice turned her head with a sweeping motion, her eyes betraying an undeniable astonishment. Upon recalling the female demigod's identity, she instinctively uttered, "Bernadette." Bernadette's gaze shifted from the display case, her expression icy as she directed her attention toward Alice, remaining silent yet clearly acquiescing to the conjecture. As Alice beheld Bernadette before her, her mind involuntarily wandered back to the phrase about the taste of witches, suddenly grasping why the emperor refrained from teaching his children Chinese. No, I mustn't expose the elder's secrets. Alice promptly stifled a perilous thought, resolving to preserve a modicum of dignity for this unfamiliar, time-traveling predecessor in the presence of her daughter. Subsequently, Alice, with an oddly contorted expression, addressed Bernadette. "In a certain sense, he could be considered a predecessor to me, and to individuals like us." Predecessor? Bernadette echoed the term with confusion. "A predecessor who nearly obstructed the path of his juniors." Alice maintained her prior expression as she replied, "What do you mean by individuals like you?" Bernadette inquired, furrowing her brow. "What do you mean by nearly obstructing the path of juniors?" "Individuals like us signifies that there are others in this world capable of recognizing these things, not just myself and him," Alice explained. "As for nearly obstructing the path of juniors, don't you find that many of the works he created do not seem as if they were penned by the same individual?" Bernadette paused, momentarily taken aback. "Works reflect the thoughts, personalities, and experiences of their authors. There's a notion that a work embodies the author's soul," Alice continued, elaborating on her previous statement. "Do you truly believe his works were authored by him?" "I don't know," Bernadette ultimately replied. I have never contemplated such a question. You, like most, idolize him, do you not?" Alice sighed as she posed the question. Bernadette's gaze wavered. She neither nodded nor shook her head. "He loves you dearly," Alice said softly. "The notes he penned during his lifetime, which have circulated, are actually diaries. You must be aware of this, right?" "I know," Bernadette responded, and then, as if recalling something, she asked, "Can you comprehend his diaries?" "I can," Alice murmured, "among us, well, not necessarily everyone, but at least a considerable portion should be able to comprehend them. I mean, if indeed there are many of us. Have you encountered others like you? Those symbols you use for communication?" Bernadette swiftly inquired. "I have," Alice nodded, "though that is not merely a symbol." "Not merely a symbol?" Bernadette repeated, frowning. "It is a form of writing," Alice said, gazing into Bernadette's narrowing pupils, "a structured script that has undergone millennia of evolution. It is the mother tongue of a portion of our kind." "Mother tongue?" Bernadette's voice grew hoarse as she fixated on Alice, asking each word deliberately. "We hail from a civilization that no longer exists in this era." Alice spoke gently, his inventions, the poetry he wrote, and most of his well-known quotes, along with many other things. These are all remnants of that civilization. Alice observed Bernadette, whose constricted pupils concealed a tumult of emotions, the most prominent of which was shock. Bernadette was indeed profoundly stunned. If every word spoken by the young woman before her were true, she could almost envision the glory of that civilization. Only a land that had achieved abundance and peace could cultivate sufficient technology and art. Furthermore, it appeared that this civilization possessed more than one language, implying the existence of multiple nations. However, rather than pondering whether to believe that her father, as remembered, was a disgraceful copyright thief, Bernadette was more concerned with another matter. But he is undeniably Intis. The great Emperor Russell, born of the ancient Gustav family of Intis, bore a life history that was strikingly evident, with everything traceable. There was no sign of any vanished civilization among it. But I am undeniably a rune as well. Alice replied calmly. Bernadette stood frozen. "I do not know why we are here," nor how we arrived, Alice remarked, gazing at her. If you wish to inquire about that, you may relinquish the question, for my companions and I are also in search of answers. Your companions, who are they? Bernadette finally took note of this detail she had previously overlooked. The fool, Alice paused, opting to reveal this more prestigious identity. For exposing Klein's recent rank of 7 would be rather unethical. The fool? Bernadette echoed the term in confusion. If you are curious, you may pray to him, Alice winked. Him? Bernadette repeated the word with a peculiar expression. There are not only him, but he is the only one who can provide you with answers, Alice shrugged. Without the habit of praying to a great presence she had never heard of, Bernadette unhesitatingly shifted the topic. I wish to know what his diaries contain. Alice hesitated, casting a glance at Bernadette, sensing that Emperor Russell might not desire his daughter to know such matters. Is there a problem? Bernadette furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Alice's expression. You know, personal diaries often contain some content one would prefer to keep private, Alice remarked to Bernadette. Bernadette clearly accepted this explanation and then inquired. Do you know if he is still alive? Why did he ultimately do those things? Wait, Alice had to interject, raising her hand to interrupt the barrage of questions. I feel it necessary to remind you of one thing. What is it? Bernadette paused her inquiries. My current body is approximately 15 or 16 years old this year. I am definitely not an adult. Alice pressed her forehead in exasperation, reminding her of her actual age. Realizing her impatience, Bernadette calmed slightly. Contemplating before deciding to ask a question Alice was sure to know. Then, can you tell me about that civilization you mentioned? Ah, that civilization, Alice's expression softened. It was a civilization devoid of extraordinary beings. No extraordinary beings, Bernadette repeated, casting a skeptical glance at Alice. Could it be that you are unaware of the existence of extraordinary powers? Absolutely impossible, Alice asserted confidently, in that civilization. It was utterly inconceivable for any extraordinary existence to remain unknown. How can you be so certain? Bernadette gazed at Alice, perplexed by her assuredness. Alice was not surprised by Bernadette's skepticism. After all, one who had never witnessed the internet could not fathom such a society. She explained, if an event were to occur in Rune, it would spread throughout the entirety of Rune, and even reach Intis, Lundberg, and other places within minutes. In such a civilization, do you think it possible for extraordinary beings to remain hidden? How is that even possible? Bernardine immediately displayed an expression of disbelief. Indeed, explaining the internet to someone who has only encountered telegraphs is quite a troublesome endeavor. Alice sighed, her face etched with concern. The internet? What is that? It seems she perceived it as a form of communication tool. Bernardine, keenly attuned to the crux of the matter, quickly inquired, what is the internet? Let's begin anew. Alice replied, her expression filled with evident distress. Bernardine commenced to listen intently. Alice pinched her brow, presenting her final stipulation. All right, first and foremost, I shall not transform these terms into Ruin language using word formation. I will express them in my native tongue. Is that acceptable? Bernardine nodded in assent. Alice, in contemplative silence, began to elucidate the evolution of communication. Well, let us start with the telegraph, which was an inconvenient communication tool. The subsequent phase was the telephone. Initially, telephones were installed in every household, each having a corresponding number, akin to an identifier. Essentially, individuals could connect two distinct telephones by dialing a number and converse. The next evolution was the mobile phone, which initially was merely a portable telephone. Over time, mobile phones acquired numerous new functionalities, such as photography, and furthermore, they became capable of connecting to the internet. The internet, in terms you can comprehend, is akin to a vast platform where individuals can share their captured photographs, daily thoughts, and much more with others, even if. Alice's voice abruptly faltered, and Bernardine stiffened as well. They held their breath in silence. A pair of emotionless, pitch-black eyes, devoid of eyelashes, suddenly appeared before them, gazing at them impassively. Bernardine, quick-witted, grasped Alice's arm. Alice had never anticipated that introducing Bernardine to the internet would attract the gaze of the hidden sage. She was no stranger to those eyes belonging to the hidden sage. The last time she had seen them was behind old Neil. She could scarcely contain her inner fear, and as they held their breath, waiting for the hidden sage to depart, she found her legs giving way beneath her. I apologize, Bernardine said, steadying Alice once more. I did not foresee that this would draw the hidden sage's attention. Alice shook her head in a daze, her heart still racing as she asked, why did the hidden sage suddenly fixate on us? Bernardine regarded Alice, her expression inscrutable as she replied, only knowledge that is both real and exceedingly rare, yet concealed, would attract the gaze of the hidden sage. In other words, what you spoke of is true. There indeed existed a civilization devoid of extraordinary powers, as you described, and it has long since vanished into the annals of history, unknown to all. However, Alice's expression did not reflect the emotional validation one might expect. Instead, her countenance revealed a deeper layer of terror than when she had first encountered the hidden sage. Bernardine heard Alice's incredulous voice. In this world, did there truly exist a technological civilization, as I described? One without extraordinary powers? Were you deceiving me just now? Bernardine furrowed her brow and asked. No. Alice closed her eyes and whispered, we genuinely hail from such a civilization, but we all believed that civilization did not exist in this world. Bernardine was momentarily taken aback. Yet Alice continued, I should have realized it sooner. There are 12 months in a year, 365 days in a year, 24 hours in a day. One sun and one moon in the sky. This too can be confirmed as a planet. How could there be so many coincidences in the world? Bernardine gazed silently at Alice, while the latter remained lost in her thoughts. The concept of traversing worlds was not foreign to children living in modern society. Yet if the world one traversed into once possessed the civilization etched in one's memory, that would be truly terrifying. Are you truly from that long-lost civilization? Or from another world? For Alice, the most terrifying aspect remained the last word she had heard from Shunning Huan before her demise. Huan, if you traverse into the mysterious realm, you must be a born monster. Had she truly crossed into another world? Or was that book, in reality, a prophecy? This was a doubt Alice could not verify. Bernardine seemed to discern something from Alice's reaction. She furrowed her brow and asked, why do all of you believe that civilization does not exist in this world? Upon hearing the question, Alice suppressed her complex emotions and replied in a manner entirely different from before, because the concept of traversing worlds is not unfamiliar to us. Traversing worlds? Bernardine repeated Alice's term, her brow furrowed. Alice organized her thoughts and explained, well, it is a popular literary theme in our era, essentially revolving around awakening in a strange otherworld after death, or perhaps it could involve traversing to the past or future. Your civilization seems to have developed literature quite well. Bernardine ventured cautiously. Yes, perhaps because we have instituted compulsory education. Alice tilted her head and speculated. Compulsory education? Bernardine inquired. Alice hesitated slightly before explaining. It essentially means that basic education does not require tuition or book fees, covering fundamental literacy, arithmetic, music, art, etc. Are all these considered basic education? Bernardine interrupted Alice. Yes, and much more. Alice nodded, continuing, there are also physics, chemistry, biology, essentially foundational scientific knowledge, as well as politics, history, geography, just a range of basic education. Living in an era where even literacy was not free, Bernardine fell into contemplation. The notion of universal compulsory education, to Alice, was merely a simple statement. However, to Bernardine, it represented a civilization that had achieved considerable wealth, one that had at least resolved the basic needs of its populace and attained a significant level of industrialization, allowing children to comfortably attend school. The productivity and wealth behind this reality were beyond Bernardine's imagination. What was even more unfathomable to her was how such a vast civilization could have vanished from history without leaving a trace. Not even the spirit realm could capture any remnants of that lost civilization. After a lengthy contemplation, Bernardine finally spoke. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Alice fell silent for a moment and replied earnestly, you may not be able to help me. Bernardine furrowed her brow, regarding Alice with curiosity. I wish to know the potion formula for Fate Path Sequence 0. Alice shrugged and stated. What do you need that for? Bernardine looked at Alice in confusion. Wait, how do you know about Sequence 0? In your father's journal, Alice shrugged. As for why I need this, is it so peculiar for extraordinary individuals to gather potion formulas? Bernadette gazed at Alice, responding to the question with a look. Well, Alice sighed, but what purpose does your inquiry serve? Do you truly possess what I seek? If you have perused his journal, are you familiar with the blasphemous sigil? Bernadette inquired, her eyes fixed on Alice. Yes, Alice nodded, suddenly struck by a possibility. Do you hold the blasphemous sigil of the Path of Fate? Bernadette nodded affirmatively. A Mercury serpent is pursuing me. Alice lowered her gaze, her voice calm as she replied. I suspect it is the potion material for his ascension to Sequence 0. Bernadette opened her mouth, but words eluded her for a moment. So, What is the potion material for sequence 0 of the Path of Fate? Alice asked Bernadette, her gaze unwavering. In that brief moment, as their eyes met, Bernadette felt the air grow thick, an intangible threat enveloping her. Yet, by the time she sought to discern it further, that menacing presence had already vanished without a trace.